This guy accidentally bumps into a girl at school, and suddenly he's being stalked by a psycho who demands he become her boyfriend. No matter where he went, this girl followed him relentlessly, like a shadow he just couldn't shake. When he got cornered by bullies, she didn't even hesitate. She jumped right in and confronted them head on. Knowing he was struggling financially, she didn't waste words, immediately pulling out her phone and wiring him 100 grand. The beautiful rich girl and the lucky student, it's the dream scenario for most guys. But Yong Jin? He was a pretty serious dude. He wasn't about to be bought. When her confession was rejected, Lai Hu's expression turned ice cold as she revealed his impending doom. Turns out, that day Yong Jin bumped into Lai Hu. He had unknowingly dropped a death card. The card he'd chosen had a grim prophecy. Today was the day he would die. Since he was a goner anyway, he might as well give his body to her. As she spoke, her eyes suddenly flared a demonic, crazy red. Lai Hu instantly grabbed his hand and yanked him toward her. His arm was squeezed so tight it felt like it would shatter, and no matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. Yong Jin looked down in horror at a puddle on the ground, seeing the reflection of countless ghoulish hands clutching his arm. By now, Li Hu had transformed into a giant female demon, eyeing him with a ravenous hunger. He was about to become her dinner. He remembered someone saying she wouldn't actually hurt him. Well, that guy needed to see this. He used every bit of strength to wrench his arm free and made a run for it. The demon immediately gave chase. Despite its massive, heavy body, its speed was like a blur of wind. Just as the demon was about to catch him, it stepped on a banana peel and took a massive faceplant. Talk about divine intervention. Seizing the opportunity, Yong Jin managed to squeeze into a narrow gap between the buildings. The demon behind him could only roar in pure fury. At that moment, a light appeared at the end of the alley, just a few steps away. But then, the sound of something being torn apart ripped through the night. Before he knew it, the demon had cleanly ripped off one of his arms. The demon itself paused for a second, looking in shock at the arm it was now holding. A wave of absolute fury washed over it, seeing the body it was supposed to possess now damaged. Its red eyes blazed as it let out a scream that tore through the darkness. My new body. Yong Jin lay there trembling, his strength fading fast. The demon now loomed over him, its voice sharp as ice. If I can't have this body, then I'll just have to eat you alive. With that, the demon roared, opening its enormous mouth full of sharp teeth, getting ready to feast on him. But just as Yong Jin closed his eyes to accept his fate, the sound of paws splashing across the water suddenly echoed. It was the little white dog he had found earlier that day. Time rewinds to the morning, when Yong Jin went out to take out the trash and spotted a stray. It was head down in the garbage, searching for food. Watching it chew on some old scrap, he couldn't help but feel a little grossed out. Yong Jin tossed his trash bag and was about to leave, but for some reason, he found himself looking back at the dog eating so intently. A sudden feeling of pity stirred in his heart. He then walked into a convenience store, bought a sausage, and returned to offer it to the small dog with a soft call. It lifted its head, glanced at him for a moment, then immediately snatched the sausage and devoured it. Yong Jin gently stroked its head. Eat up. From now on, don't dig through the trash anymore. With that, he got up and left, leaving the dog looking a bit bewildered. It ate half the sausage, then suddenly dropped it, looking up at his retreating back with a silent sense of gratitude. When the sun set, he returned home to find the dog still sitting right there by the trash pile. Yong Jin stopped and stared for a long while. He thought to himself, why is that dog from this morning still here? In the end, he decided to ignore it and went inside. A few minutes later, the first drops of rain began to patter against the window. The rain grew heavier and heavier. The image of the little white dog shivering by the trash cans just wouldn't leave his mind. Unable to bear it, Yong Jin finally ran outside and brought it in. He carefully wiped the dog down and dried its fur. The moment it was free, the dog gave a huge shake, spraying water all over Yong Jin. It glanced up at him as if asking for permission before leaping onto the bed and curling up with delight. Yong Jin let out a helpless laugh. You're just gonna take over my house, huh? He went to get it a bowl of water and a few sausages. Seeing it still lying there, he asked, not eating? Guess you don't like it. The moment he spoke, it trotted over and plunged its head into the water bowl. After drinking, the little dog came closer, sniffed his leg, and then timidly placed a paw on him. Seeing that Yong Jin didn't protest, it grew bolder, climbing right onto his lap and curling into a ball. He just stared at the tiny creature that was so casually claiming his space. Give them an inch, and they take a mile. Flashing forward to the present, just as Yong Jin was about to be devoured, the white dog shot forward and leaped at the demon. The demon was still confused, not understanding what was happening when a flash of white light zipped past. In an instant, the monster's limbs were sliced into pieces. The shard made it scream in agony. Through the white smoke, the dog transformed into a towering man, a massive, sharp sword clutched in his hand. Yong Jin's eyes cracked open, just enough to witness the chaos. He could barely make out a figure standing guard, protecting him from the fight. It was a man with long hair and a gold earring. He turned to the fading Yong Jin and said, "Happy birthday, my child." Before blacking out completely, those were the last words he heard. The man's hand reached for him, slowly filling his entire vision. Time passed. When Yong Jin opened his eyes again, everything was just a blur. Slowly, light and shapes came back into focus. He realized he was in his bed, completely drenched in sweat. So hot. He breathed out, wiping his face. The sticky feeling surprised him. Whoa, that's a lot of sweat. Yong Jin fumbled around for his phone, the screen lighting up with a flood of unread messages. The latest one was from Songgun. "Are you dead?" "What?" He shot up in a panic. "What time is it?" Yong Jin scrambled to grab some clothes. Damn it. When did he even fall asleep last night? But then he froze as memories from the night before came rushing back like a tidal wave. He immediately shot his arm out to check it over. It was still there. He clenched his fist, then opened his hand again. Perfectly normal. A wave of relief washed over him, followed immediately by intense confusion. What in the world actually happened? He thought of the girl from before, and a name flashed in his mind. That's right, Lee Hugh. Suddenly, a call from his homeroom teacher yanked him back to reality. Over at the schoolyard, a janitor was complaining. Why does this stupid machine keep getting unplugged? I wonder what kid keeps messing with it. Meanwhile, Yong Jin was in a full-blown sprint, rushing to get to school. As he ran, completely out of breath, he wondered if Lee Hugh was even at school. Stepping onto campus, he wiped his brow and sighed. The scene was peaceful under the clear blue sky. He moved stealthily down the hallway, his eyes scanning everywhere. Up ahead, he could hear two of Lee Hugh's friends talking. Hey, Lee Hugh's been acting so weird lately. I know, right? I don't get it. And I really needed her to do a tarot reading for me today. Yong Jin carefully peeked into the classroom and froze on the spot. Lee Hugh was laughing and chatting happily with her friends. What? She looked totally normal. He wondered if he should just confront her about last night. Just then, his two best friends snuck up right behind him. Only Dukan would show up to school right at lunchtime. Hey, why didn't you read our texts? We were worried for nothing. He came all the way here just to see his girlfriend. Classic Dukan. That's not it, Yong Jin stammered. No, it's not like that at all. Last night, His words caught in his throat when he locked eyes with Lee Hugh from inside the classroom. For a brief moment, they just stared. Last night what? His friend pressed. When Yong Jin stayed silent, the group went right back to their teasing. This jerk probably pretended to go home, but was really out on a date. Instead of replying, Yong Jin suddenly dropped down, hiding beneath the windowsill. What are you doing? One of them asked. The other two burst out laughing. Dude, you get that flustered just from making eye contact? I'm not jealous at all. For real. Yong Jin's expression just darkened with panic. He started crawling along the floor, trying to stay out of sight of the window. So pathetic, one of them judged. Throughout his afternoon classes, Yong Jin couldn't focus at all. He just couldn't shake the memory of being severely injured. He glanced down at his perfectly fine hand, a massive question burning in his mind. But what happened after that? And how did he even get home? The image of that demonic mask haunted his thoughts relentlessly. What the hell was going on? He wished it had all just been a bad dream. But he checked his phone, and the one piece of proof that last night was real was still there. A transfer notification for 100,000 G from Lee Hugh, with a note attached. If not accepted within 3 days, the transaction will be automatically cancelled. What is this money for? Yong Jin muttered, debating whether to ask her before decisively shoving the phone in his pocket. Whatever. As long as she wasn't hurt, that's all that mattered. In the teacher's office, his homeroom teacher asked with concern, Are you sure nothing's wrong? Yes, ma'am. I just overslept. She sighed. Have you eaten? Yes, I have. All right, if you're okay, go to class, and then head home early after. Yong Jin nodded and walked out, gently closing the door. He walked slowly down the hall, glancing at the time on his phone. 2 in the afternoon. He'd missed nearly all of his classes for the day. As he stepped into the schoolyard, lost in his phone, a head suddenly popped up in front of him. Hi. Ah. Yong Jin stumbled backward in shock, his heart pounding. Lee Hugh quickly explained. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I heard you were in the teacher's office, so I came to wait for you. Geez, the bell already rang for class. Is following people your hobby or something? Yong Jin still hadn't fully recovered from the shock. Why can't you just act normal for once? I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable, Li Hu stammered. About what happened last night. Hearing that, Yong Jin instantly grew tense and scanned the area. The schoolyard was completely deserted. Damn it, there's nobody here, Yong Jin said nervously. He insisted they find a more crowded place, claiming he wasn't scared, just wary of another sudden attack. No, that wasn't me. I was possessed by a ghost, Hisu quickly explained. What? Yong Jin just frowned, his expression filled with pure disbelief. It's a long story, but first, I'm so sorry I hurt you. But while Hisu was trying to explain, Yong Jin's gaze suddenly locked onto something else. Something was very wrong. He pointed to a strange blue object nearby, his voice cold as he cut her off. What is that? Why is it over there? Hisu turned, bewildered. It was the statue that normally stood at the school's main entrance. That wasn't there a second ago, Yong Jin said, his voice starting to shake. Then, the statue slowly pushed itself up. Oh, hell. They both blurted out the same thought. A moment later, the statue broke into a dead sprint right for them. Run! Hisu screamed. They both turned and bolted for their lives. Yong Jin let out a terrified scream as the colossal statue gained on them. He gritted his teeth, yelling, "This is your doing again, isn't it?" "No, it's not me." Hisu frantically denied everything. "What do you mean? You did the exact same thing to me yesterday." "Yong Jin, I can explain," she pleaded. "It wasn't me, it's a ghost named Song Ai." But seeing the statue closing in, Yong Jin just snapped, "Shut up and run faster." It was too fast. They were about to be caught. Just then, Yong Jin spotted a rolling cart filled with basketballs. Without a second thought, he grabbed the handle, spun around, and pushed the cart with all his strength at the charging statue. "Yong Jin!" Hisu cried out in surprise. The cart flipped, sending dozens of basketballs tumbling out right into the statue's path. They thought the balls would stop it, but it just used the ground as a launch pad, vaulting clean over the entire mess. Then, a perfect landing. Damn it! Yong Jin cursed, yanking Hisu in a new direction as they kept running. While running, Hisu dug through her pockets, pulling out a plastic bag filled with black beans. She threw a handful at its face, shouting, "Go away!" But the trick had zero effect. With a simple flick, it sent the entire handful of beans flying right back. Some of the beans even hit Hisu in the face, causing her to cry out in pain. "What are you doing, you idiot?" Yong Jin yelled, dragging her onward. Suddenly he froze, spotting an open iron gate up ahead. He forcefully shoved Hisu forward, yelling, "Get out, now!" The moment they both stumbled through, Yong Jin slammed the heavy gate shut. Just in time, as the statue collided with the bars. They both leaned against the iron fence, gasping for air, hearts hammering in their chests. The statue paused at the gate, watching them silently. Then it turned around and walked back into the courtyard. Seeing it retreat, they were flooded with relief. "Is it gone? Did it give up?" Yong Jin let out a huge sigh of relief. But suddenly, Hisu stammered, pointing back toward the school grounds. "Yong Jin, look." Yong Jin followed her gaze and went completely still. The statue was back, and in its hands was the entire flagpole, ripped clean from the ground. They exchanged a horrified look. It was going to use the flagpole to pole vault over the fence. It had to be insane. Terrified, Yong Jin scanned the area for any escape route, spotting a nearby hand truck. Behind the fence, the statue jammed the flagpole into the ground. It used its weight to get a running start. The statue was actually using the pole to launch itself over the fence. Hisu stood rooted in place, absolutely speechless. At that moment, Yong Jin screamed her name. "Hisu, get back!" The shout snapped her out of it, and she quickly retreated. Yong Jin glared at the airborne statue. It came down like an Olympic athlete, but its landing pad wasn't a mat, it was a hand truck. The collision sent the cart flying into a dumpster, flipping it over. The statue sprawled out right in the middle of the garbage. The awful stench made them both cover their noses, but to their absolute astonishment, the thing began to slowly climb to its feet. Its eyes, sharp as daggers, locked onto Yong Jin. "Let's go, Hisu." But in an instant, the statue was right in front of them. It was so fast, neither of them had time to react. Its eyes glowed with murderous intent as it grabbed Yong Jin by the neck, lifting him off the ground. "Yong Jin!" Hisu could only scream in absolute despair. The statue stared him down with a look of utter hatred. Just a little more pressure, and his neck would snap clean in two. "Stop!" Hisu screamed, seeing Yong Jin starting to choke. She quickly pulled a string of brown prayer beads from her uniform, shouting out. The statue, radiating pure malice, flicked its gaze toward her. Hisu immediately hurled the string of beads right at it. The strands snapped midair, and the beads exploded against the statue's face. It let out a roar of agony, letting go of Yong Jin's neck, and stumbling backward as he crashed to the ground. Yong Jin, are you okay? Hisu rushed over to help him. Not good, he replied, his face pale. They supported each other and made a run for it. Behind them, the statue once again began to stir. Hiding by the school's dumpsters, Yong Jin flicked a lighter and grumbled, "Hey, if you had that thing, you should have used it earlier." He turned and saw Hisu holding something that was smoking. "Are you smoking?" he asked. "No," she said. "It's incense." "What are you doing?" Yong Jin asked, confused. "Just a simple exorcism ritual," she explained, as she started pulling out her equipment. "Are you pulling all that stuff out of your uniform?" he asked in amazement. Hisu took a colorful strip of cloth and tied it onto his arm. "This should hold for a while," she warned him. "Don't take it off before midnight." Yong Jin scowled, looking at the little bow on his wrist, that she just tied on his wrist. His face darkens. "You're seriously weird, you know that? I get that you're suspicious, but I really haven't done anything." Hugh scratches her head. "Can we maybe talk at school?" "No." He answers bluntly, but then pauses for just a second. "All right, let's just say you were possessed yesterday and today is a coincidence. So what? The truth is, ever since I got involved with you, all sorts of strange things have been happening to me." Hearing this, Hugh falls silent, her face showing a flash of hurt. "But Yong Jin, it's not because of me. I appreciate you saving me," he cuts her off. "But if you hadn't been there in the first place, none of this would have happened. Let's stop pretending we're close." With that, he turns and walks away, leaving her standing alone on the empty street, as the sun begins to set. Arriving home and punching in his passcode, Yong Jin suddenly stops. He looks down at the colorful ribbon on his wrist. Hugh's warning echoes in his mind. Don't take it off until midnight. What kind of game is she trying to play now? He decisively rips the ribbon off, throws it straight into the trash, and steps into his room. It's pitch black as he fumbles for the light switch. The moment the lights flicker on, Yong Jin screams. A white dog is sitting comfortably on his bed, and he falls backward in shock. Then he suddenly remembers its existence. The small dog approaches him. You've been here the whole time?" Yong Jin stammers. It sits obediently in front of him. "You must be starving." He scratches his head and puts a plate of sausages on the floor. The dog walks over. It stares at the sausages with a look of pure boredom. Meanwhile, Yong Jin lies on his bed, scrolling through his phone, completely absorbed. Then, a voice suddenly rings out. "This stuff again?" The room is empty except for him and the dog. "Bring me some better food." Yong Jin's eyes widen in terror, and he quickly whips his head around to look at the dog. It's still sitting there, calm as ever. He freezes, staring at it intently, and the dog just casually glances back. The mysterious voice echoes by his ear again. "This stuff again, really? Go bring me something tastier." He looks around the small room, completely bewildered. He glances back at his phone screen, feeling more confused by the second. The voice speaks again, this time as if talking to itself. Whatever. I'm starving, so I'll just eat this for now." On his phone screen is a page for an online pet food store. Yong Jin had planned on buying it more food, but as he scrolls, the mysterious voice continues. "After you finish eating, bring the good food home." Yong Jin scrambles to his feet, eyes darting around the room, as a deep voice speaks up. It seems to be coming from the dog sitting nearby. "What are you looking for?" Startled, Yong Jin throws open the window to check outside. He mutters to himself, "Where is that voice coming from?" The voice speaks again, this time much clearer. "Are you only just now hearing me?" Yong Jin spins around, his sleep-deprived eyes locking onto the empty space in the room. "Is it here?" He freezes, a cold sweat breaking out, and then he sees the little dog is baring its teeth. It looks like it's grinning at him. Yong Jin stares back, motionless for a few seconds, before slowly sitting down. He picks up the dog, observing it closely, and starts to feel and poke every part of its body. He turns it over, and flips it around, examining it so thoroughly the dog starts to get annoyed. It snaps furiously. "Hey, that's rude." The shout is right in his face. The yell makes Yong Jin jump, and he quickly puts the dog down before backing up a few steps, keeping a safe distance to observe it. Looking at the harmless-looking creature in front of him, he thinks to himself, "Oh, this dog can talk. This was all beyond his imagination. Am I dreaming?" His head spins after the unbelievable chain of events. Seeing his stunned expression, the dog speaks. "You're confused. You can't believe what's happening, right? I've been here all day, but you're only just now hearing my voice." With that, the dog uses its spiritual power to control a nearby dresser. Clack, clack. The cabinet door bursts open, and a pile of clothes and socks flies out, hitting Yong Jin right in the face. He annoyedly pulls off a torn shirt. He throws it away in disgust, letting out a small scream. But in that exact moment, he realizes something. The shirt was missing. One of its sleeves. Remember now? What happened yesterday? The horrifying memory floods back. The female demon, the chase, and the feeling of his arm being crushed. His last memory is its wide-open mouth about to swallow him whole. A sharp pain shoots through him. It suddenly pierces his mind. Yong Jin quickly raises his hand to his shoulder, checking if his left arm is still there. It is. He's trapped between memory and reality, completely confused. What the hell are you talking about? You're wondering how this is possible, aren't you? As if reading his mind, the dog continues. Who do you think I am to be able to stop that monster, and also be able to talk to you? Seeing Yong Jin's utter shock, the dog remarks, hearing all this for the first time must be pretty overwhelming, huh? Too much strange information is hitting him at once, leaving Yong Jin completely frozen. Who am I, and where is this? The dog offers some advice. You should call the person responsible for you here. Huh? Yong Jin doesn't understand. The one who gave birth to you and protected you. I need to learn about your family. As soon as it finishes, Yong Jin replies with a flat voice. I don't have one. Hearing that, the dog turns its head and looks around the house, then asks in surprise, What? You don't have parents? He steps forward. He gets out of bed, barely paying attention. Told you already. Another guardian? Nope, no one. Watching him casually drink his water, Jean lets out a frustrated sigh. What a pain. But still, the little dog thinks, this kid has clearly been through a lot. It seems choosing him wasn't a mistake after all. Meanwhile, Yong Jin is having his own internal meltdown. What the hell is this situation? He can't remember last night, and now this. Jean glares at his back, its voice full of resentment. Hey, I saved your life, so where's the thank you? Yong Jin just turns and shoots it a scornful look. You saved me? A puppy stronger than that monster? So what, are you a monster too? Hearing that, Jane is speechless with rage. It coldly declares, You dare call me a monster? I am your ancestor. That firm declaration completely freezes Yong Jin. He just stands there, sweating bullets. An ancestor? He stares at the dog in front of him, muttering blankly. Are dogs ancestors of humans? Was I a dog before? Idiot! Jean snaps, practically fuming with rage. I'm not a dog. Yong Jin just asks back. Then what are you? Jane is about to lose its mind. I'm just borrowing this body. Can't you see I'm not actually a dog? Yong Jin replies nonchalantly. Oh, so you possessed a dog. Something like that. The little dog nods smugly. But then he drops another bombshell. So you're still a dog. I told you I'm not. Jine snaps back, trying to explain. But without a human body, you're a dog right now. I said I'm not. Okay, he nods, acting like he finally gets it. So, an ancestor's ghost possessing a dog. Jean grumbles that it sounds crude, but close enough. Yong Jin cuts straight to the point. So what do you want from me? He sighs, offering a few guesses. Ritual offerings? I don't have money for that stuff. Hearing that, the dog just quietly turns its back. Yong Jin mutters, If you need so much, why not find a richer descendant? At the same time, Jean's expression darkens. The little dog doesn't respond, just circles around on the boy's blanket. It keeps sniffing and pacing, as if searching for something. He's just worried it's about to relieve itself right there. Yong Jin points a finger, warning, Hey, what are you doing? If you have to go, go somewhere else. Misunderstood, Jean slowly freezes. It immediately switches to pity mode, pouring its heart out. This poor family. There's truly no one left. What? Yong Jin is a bit stunned. You mean there are no other descendants? I'm the only one? Jine lowers its head sadly. That's right. Then it turns back. From now on, let's help each other out. So you're just gonna stay here forever? He asks casually. Jean squints helplessly. Where else am I supposed to go? Yong Jin absolutely loses it. What are you talking about? If you're so tough, go sleep outside. Then, he grabs the blanket, flinging Jean to the floor. The little dog lies sprawled out, whining in pain. Such an ungrateful descendant. Yeah, stay there and complain, Yong Jin shoots back. I have to go to school. I can't afford to take care of you. But even as he says it, he's on his phone, looking up wheat grain. He even sneers, an ancestor who only wants good food, I'd have to sell the house. And honestly, Yong Jin has a point. Furious, Jine can only stay silent. But suddenly, its ears perk up, catching a strange sound from the window. Sensing danger, it leaps to its feet, barking like crazy. Yong Jin, lost in his phone, jumps out of his skin. What was that? He turns to see Jane jumping around like a maniac. What's with the weird act? Something's outside, Jin whispers, its ears twitching. What? Yong Jin bolts upright, his face pale with panic. The dog stares intently toward the window, saying gravely, You dragged something back here with you. The stone statue from this morning, the one that chased him and who, is now lumbering down the alley. Its heavy footsteps thunder. What nonsense is that? There's no one out there. Yong Jin argues back. We have to go, Jin urges, latching onto his head. Go where? He yelps in pain. Outside. Yong Jin freezes up. What? Stay still. Jin suddenly barks an order. He goes quiet for a few seconds, trying to sense anything. Nothing. He quickly grabs Jin, pulling it off his head. Get off my head! The moment the words leave his mouth, a terrifying rumble shakes the entire room. The thundering sound echoes again. This is terrifyingly real, not some hallucination, and sweat pours down his back. Jin yanks his hair, forcing him up with a painful scream. Outside the window, the streetlights offer a dim glow. The front door is still shut. With Jin on his shoulder, Yong Jin cautiously scans the area. Suddenly, the dog uses its front paws and yanks his head to the right. And what he sees there makes his blood run cold. Just outside the glass door, the upper half of the statue from his school courtyard stands there, looming over them. Every single step it takes makes the ground tremble, and it stops right in front of his house. The statue. Why is it here? Yong Jin whispers in terror, hiding. You know this thing? It's the statue from school. How did it turn into a monster like this? Jin peeks out to warn him. That is no ordinary monster. It's an evil spirit. An evil spirit. So that's what it looked like? Yong Jin stared at the monster. Jin simply stated that if evil spirits exist, then so do good ones. Each kind has its own unique form, and this country's full of them, so he'd better just get used to the idea. Meanwhile, the evil spirit pressed its stony hand against the glass, slowly bowing its head to get a look inside. You mean this thing is here because of me? Yong Jin wondered. Having found its target, the spirit cracked a horrifying grin. Exactly, Jin replied, neither of them looking away. But why's it stuck on you? Evil spirits are vicious, but they don't just follow people around. Yong Jin remembered shoving it into a trash truck, thought for a moment, then shut his eyes and admitted defeat. I guess I might have picked a fight with it first. At that same moment, Jin screamed out a warning. It's coming in! Crash! The spirit unleashed a devastating punch on the door, completely shattering the frame and all the glass. The immense power sent Yong Jin flying, and the pressure wave knocked Jin down too. For an evil spirit, its intelligence seemed pretty low. Its own momentum sent it tumbling headfirst into the room. Seeing the wreckage, Yong Jin cried out, It's destroying my house! Forget your house, just run! Jin yelled, rushing over to him. The spirit glared at them both, its killing intent palpable. Yong Jin was absolutely paralyzed with fear. But then, Jin darted forward. You go first. What is our ancestor even doing? Yong Jin was completely baffled by his ancestor's actions. Just do what I say, Jin ordered, turning his head back. The spirit was already back on its feet, chasing Yong Jin and forcing him to sprint for his life. When he looked back, he saw the tiny silhouette of the dog standing its ground, facing off against the massive monster without a shred of fear. For real? Is that really my ancestor? Jin radiated authority, staring the spirit down and shouting, You bastard! The broken shards at his feet began to vibrate from an unseen energy as his inner power simply exploded. Pink lightning began to arc around Jin's body, growing stronger and stronger. How dare you lay a hand on my descendant, he declared. The dog opened its jaws wide, preparing to unleash a world-shaking attack, but the only sound that came out was woof 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 woof. The evil spirit just stood there staring at the ridiculous scene, then simply swatted Jin, sending him flying several meters. The dog tumbled across the pavement, then scrambled back to its feet and sprinted after Yong Jin, leaving the spirit completely confused. Confused, Yong Jin looked over while running. Huh? You're running too? The awkward question left Jin absolutely stunned. What did you think I was? I just figured you could hold it off for maybe 10 seconds, Yong Jin replied with a shrug. But this is weird. How did you save me yesterday? Were you lying? You're being ridiculous. What do you get out of mocking me, huh? Boom! Before he could finish his sentence, the spirit caught up. It swooped down from above and grabbed Yong Jin. Ah! He screamed in terror. Crap, it's got me. But unexpectedly, the jacket slipped right off Yong Jin, and he fell straight to the ground. The spirit froze for a second, holding the jacket, then happily put it on, even zipping it up with a satisfied smile. Get up, hurry! Yong Jin scrambled to his feet, trembling. The spirit, now in a bizarre outfit, got into a runner's starting position. Seeing this, The two of them were hit with a fresh wave of panic and immediately took off running. Just as the spirit was about to launch forward, a voice suddenly rang out. "Over here!" Glowing letters appeared in midair. It was Hisu, holding a speaker that was blasting Buddhist chants at maximum volume. The sound slammed into the spirit's mind, making it writhe in agony. Yong Jin stared at her in utter shock. Hisu stood there completely fearless, clutching the phone connected to her speaker, continuously blasting the protective sutras. Is that Lee Hisu? Unbelievable luck she'd arrived in the nick of time. The 8-hour chanting video on her phone was still playing. The sound from the speaker caused the spirit's body to immediately ignite. Is it scared? Yong Jin asked, trembling. He stared as the flames consumed the monster, then suddenly yelled, "Ah, my jacket!" Hisu never took her eyes off the fire. Suddenly Yong Jin froze. Something felt wrong. Did we actually win? The moment he said it, an unburnt hand and foot stepped out from the flames. The evil spirit had resisted the power of the Buddhist chants. It slowly stood, revealing a form even more terrifying than before. Hisu stumbled back in shock. Impossible, her sutras didn't work. In a flash, the spirit was right in front of her, swinging its fist. "Look out!" Yong Jin lunged, shoving Hisu hard to one side to help her dodge. The force of the push sent them both tumbling. Yong Jin groaned in pain. Hisu turned back in horror just in time to see the spirit raise its foot over the speaker. One heavy stomp shattered the speaker to bits, cracking the concrete road beneath it. The spirit bent down, grabbed a piece of broken concrete, wound up, and then hurled it right towards them. "Careful!" A shower of concrete shards rained down on Hisu, scraping her legs. Yong Jin tried to shield her, but was hit by larger chunks of rock. A massive explosion rocked the area. After the dust settled, both of them were on the ground. Yong Jin struggled up, calling out to the unconscious, "Hisu, lie, Hisu, Hisu." An evil spirit stepped out from the blast. Yong Jin stared in shock. But a strange sound from Hisu pulled his attention away. She was trying to light a bundle of incense. "Hey, we have to run," Yong Jin yelled at her. "Please," Hisu begged weakly, still focused on getting a flame. Yong Jin was about to shout again when he suddenly froze. His eyes widened in absolute terror as the evil spirit towered directly over Hisu. Its hands were lifting a car, getting ready to smash it down. An image of his pet dog, Jin, flashed in his mind. "You said you were going to go outside." Yong Jin scrambled to his feet, running for his life toward Hisu. "Then you have to help me." He let out a final scream and jumped to shield her, bracing for his own death. But instead of pain, his foot stepped into a bottomless void, surrounded by a completely alien landscape. The space around him began to warp and shift. Yong Jin was stunned, having no idea what just happened. What is this? The sky ahead suddenly grew dark and hazy. Where did everyone go? A deep sense of dread rose up as he called out, "Ancestor Lai Hiksu." Suddenly, a pair of feet appeared behind him. A deep voice spoke up. I can finally hear my descendants' desperate cry for help. Hearing that familiar voice, Yong Jin was completely stunned. He spun around, calling out Jin's name in total disbelief. A man in ancient black robes materialized out of the thick white mist. His presence was incredibly mysterious, especially his glowing golden eyes. "Who are you? What's with the outfit?" Yong Jin asked blankly. "Who else could it be?" The man replied calmly. Yong Jin was taken aback. "Don't you recognize my voice? My descendant." The man let out a smirk as his face began to blur, shifting between his human form and the face of the dog, Jin. Yong Jin's eyes widened as he finally realized who this was. He muttered, "Ancestor." "That's right." The man stepped directly behind him, his voice firm. "I am your ancestor." The sudden closeness sent a chill down Yong Jin's spine. He gently took Yong Jin's hand and began the story. "In the beginning, there were 12 gods." He continued, "And I am the god who rules over the dragons." A warm power flowed from his hand into Yong Jin, causing his palm to glow. From that contact, an earth-shattering power exploded outward. In that exact instant, Yong Jin snapped back to reality. The words, "I will lend you my power," still echoed in his mind. Without a second thought, he unleashed the energy he just received. He summoned a weapon to fight the evil spirit. Hisu could only stare at the scene, unable to believe her eyes. Yong Jin roared, his eyes burning with fire as he charged the spirit head-on. The ancestral power formed into a massive blade. It sliced through the car with absolute ease. An insane explosion followed, and he used the opening while the spirit was stunned. He lunged forward, landing a clean, sharp blow across its hideous body. The momentum, however, sent him tumbling to the ground. "Yong Jin!" Hisu screamed, terrified. What the hell? He really cut that car in half. He struggled to speak. What do you think you're doing? Jin, in his dog form, barked furiously. Get up now before it minces you. Yong Jin leaped to his feet, grabbing the sword and cursing, Damn it! This thing is heavy. He suddenly stopped, realizing the wound on the evil spirit's body had already healed completely. It growled with rage, its blood-red eyes charging him like a hungry tiger. It swung its elbow, landing a devastating hit on Yong Jin. He didn't have time to defend himself. The sword was knocked from his hand, and his entire body was sent flying into a pile of scrap. As he staggered up, the evil spirit was already standing right over him. It roared and lunged forward, making his face pale with fear. Jin suddenly jumped onto the spirit's face and yelled, Run, now! Of all the strategies, running is the best one. Yong Jin immediately turned and bolted. Why are you running, you idiot? Jin was beyond furious, screaming insults at him. You handle it yourself, he yelled back, completely deflecting. Seeing its prey about to escape, the spirit grabbed Jin, threw him aside, and leaped, instantly closing the distance to Yong Jin. Use the sword, Jin yelled from a corner. Yong Jin gritted his teeth, spun around, and tightened his grip on the weapon. He suddenly swung a wide slash. The spirit was forced to bend over backward to dodge. He used that opening to pour all his strength into the next attack. Yong Jin, you can do it. I'm right here. Hisu suddenly shouted her support. As if he'd been re-energized, Yong Jin began to swing wildly. Even the evil spirit seemed confused by the display. All of a sudden, the sword slipped right out of his hands. It flew through the air, cutting down some nearby flowers before soaring high up. In a flash, Yong Jin was running for his life again. The spirit immediately stuck to him like glue. The sky filled with falling flower petals. But then, the spirit's eyes shot wide open. A deep sense of foreboding hit it. It glanced up cautiously. As it ran through the shower of brilliant petals, one landed, covering its eye. Its pupil contracted as a flood of memories returned. In a room, flickering lights cast two blurry shadows on a wall. An athlete and a man in a helmet. Two artisans were carving a metal head. The high-pitched whine of a saw filled the air. A photograph of the athlete appeared. Before long, the completed human statue was causing a huge stir among the public. My God, people whispered. It looks exactly like him. Even television reporters showed up to film the piece. The statue depicted a legendary track athlete, the #1 pride of South Korea. The news anchor stared at the statue for a long moment, then asked, But why is he bald? A single cherry blossom petal drifted past, obscuring the memory. Memories of the most glorious days, tourists visiting in droves, children running and playing, beautiful girls posing for pictures with the statue. Standing under the blazing sun, it proudly listened to two girls chatting. Come on, try to pose just like him. Their conversation was followed by bright, clear laughter. Suddenly, the statue's eyes darted down as a girl's voice cried out, Oh my God, he's taking a picture in front of his own statue. A man in a baseball cap was striking the exact same starting pose as the figure. A middle-aged woman approached the man, her voice filled with admiration. Our son is also a huge track and field fan. He really looks up to you. Thank you for being such an incredible inspiration, she said. We absolutely loved your memoir. Even from its towering pedestal, the statue heard every single word. And then, slowly, it began to cry. Time passed. A thick rope was slung around its shoulders, and a crane hoisted it up. From then on, it was left all alone, standing silently in the cold rain. Raindrops traced paths down its face, like tears of sorrow and loneliness. Snapping out of the memory, the evil spirit quietly watched Yong Jin still running for his life. All of a sudden, its pace slowed. At that same moment, Yong Jin tripped and fell, his face hitting the cold, hard ground. He whipped his head around in a panic and screamed in terror. The evil spirit rushed forward, but strangely, it zipped right past him. Stunned, Yong Jin looked up, watching the spirit run straight toward an old marathon banner. It threw its chest out and spread its arms wide in a triumphant victory pose. Imaginary flower petals fluttered through the air. It ran arms outstretched, smashing right through the iron finish line barrier. It was lost in the glory of finishing first. The roar of the crowd, the thunderous applause, all echoed endlessly in its mind. It proudly bit down on a gold medal, imagining the praise from that woman years ago, picturing everyone asking for an autograph. In its mind, it had become a celebrity, an idol loved by children everywhere. The evil spirit just kept running toward the flower petals as if racing toward a glorious victory in its own illusion. Meanwhile, Yong Jin and Jin could only stand there, completely dumbfounded. Having no clue what was going on, Hugh also stood frozen with a giant question mark over her head. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed across the sky. The evil spirit vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving the three of them standing there in shock. What the hell was that? Jin narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, then spoke in a raspy voice. It seems it achieved its goal and has passed on. Why so suddenly? Yong Jin wondered. As I said, the dog explained. The spirits aren't dangerous, so long as you follow their rules. What are the rules? He asked. It depends on the purpose for each soul's existence, Jin said slowly. That's why I asked why it was angry. It was definitely your fault. Are you kidding me? Yong Jin immediately shot back. Soon, night fell over the city. Yong Jin was back in his room, groaning in pain as he checked the wound on his arm. He grimaced and asked Jin, Are my ribs cracked? You don't need to worry about that. The dog reassured him, then suddenly turned its head to look at Hugh, who was sitting quietly in the corner. Miss, are you all right? Hugh scratched her arm, hesitating to answer. Abruptly, she bowed her head and shouted, Thank you. Yong Jin stared with wide eyes as her face turned bright red with embarrassment. You're Yong Jin's ancestor, aren't you? She asked into the quiet night. Back at the marathon finish line, the broken iron barrier suddenly glowed with a strange light before reforming, good as new. A car that had been torn in two nearby abruptly floated into the air, its pieces reassembling perfectly. A shop's shattered glass window repaired itself, and a broken plum branch reattached to its tree. Under a streetlight, the figures of 3 children appeared, 2 boys and a girl. They walked with their arms around each other, laughing happily, before vanishing into the night. In a small room somewhere, an ancient sword rested on a display shelf. Hugh hesitated for a moment before finally daring to ask the question again. Are you Yong Jin's ancestor? Jin paused for a few seconds, then raised an eyebrow. So, you can see me. The little dog grew curious. Are you a shaman? The girl quickly shook her head and replied softly. No, I'm not a shaman. Are you a shaman's daughter? Jin let out a laugh. A shaman's daughter? Recalling how Jin had saved her before, Hugh spoke with deep gratitude. You saved me from that monster last time, she said, but I passed out right after. She smiled gently. I never got the chance to thank you properly. Thank you so much, she said. Hey. Yong Jin suddenly cut in, his eyes wide as he stared at Hugh in disbelief. You can hear this dog talking? Uh-huh, she nodded honestly. Hearing that, Yong Jin let out a sigh of relief. Okay, so I'm not schizophrenic. Hugh couldn't help but laugh. Schizophrenic? You really think that? Jin just smiles at her and asks, How did you know I was this kid's ancestor? Hu glances between the dog and the boy, imagining for a second what Jin would look like in human form, and then comparing that to Yong Jin. She gives an honest laugh and says, Because you two look exactly alike. What? Yong Jin just can't accept this. Blushing, she tries to explain quietly. Yong Jin, don't you see it? See what? He presses, raising an eyebrow. Your ancestor's appearance, I mean. Jane suddenly whips around to grill. Yong Jin. What, you can't see how insanely handsome I am? Huh? The little dog, brimming with confidence in his looks, smugly adds, It's only natural for women to get flustered by my stunning beauty. Yong Jin scoffs in total disgust. He grabs a nearby mirror and shoves it right in Jean's face. Oh yeah, you're a real heartthrob. And just like that, it's on man versus dog in a full-blown brawl. But right in the middle of it all, Hu pulls out her phone. Yong Jin, look at this. The moment he glances over, she snaps a picture. A filter of a rabbit munching a carrot instantly appears right where Jane is floating in midair. What is that? He yells out. Yong Jin stares at the phone, completely losing it. Oh my god, how are you even doing that? He absolutely refuses to believe his eyes, telling himself, it has to be a bug in the app. She turns to Jean. Ancestor, please move a little closer to Yong Jin. Instantly, a gross vomiting filter pops up right next to Yong Jin's face. Then comes a mask filter, same exact result. Still stubbornly in denial, he starts waving his arms wildly around himself, trying to feel if Jin is actually there. Jin just raises an eyebrow, looking completely unbothered by the whole thing. The night grows later, streetlights flicker on outside, and the clock shows 9:05 p.m. That's when Yong Jin finally speaks up. Aren't you going to go home? It's already 9 o'clock. Hu jumps, hesitating for a moment before she finally mumbles, I can't go home. Yong Jin takes a sip of water, his eyes fixed on her. Why not, he asks. Hu takes a deep breath, trying to gather her courage. My mother is haunted, just like me. She's strong enough to summon an evil spirit easily. Hearing this, Yong Jin's eyes go wide. If I go home in this state, her voice trembles with a mix of fear and sadness. My mom will just forcibly possess me again, and then she'll come for you, just like that other evil spirit did. Why would your mom come for me? He asks. Because she wants your body. Her answer is brutally honest. Even Jin looks up, surprised. Why my body? Yong Jin presses, his brow furrowed. Hu whips around to face him, her gaze sharp enough to cut. Because you are a spirit vessel. Hu stands up, grabs a bowl, and walks over to him. Hold on. She fills the white bowl with water, holding it up in front of his face. Her own reflection stares back from the water's surface. This is a normal person, she says in a low voice, before decisively dumping the water out. Next, she holds up the now empty bowl. And this, she explains with dead seriousness, is you. In the future, more and more spirits are going to want to possess an empty vessel, like you. Yong Jin can only swallow hard. I didn't know how to explain it before, so I didn't say anything. You're the one those spirits actually want. She says it while looking him straight in the eye. What the hell? Yong Jin asks, completely bewildered. You didn't know? Jin, who had been quiet this whole time, suddenly chimes in. The dog lays it out bluntly. All this weird stuff that keeps happening? It's because of you. At those words, Yong Jin's face goes pale. He suddenly remembers everything he accused Hu of. What did you do this time? Weird things only started happening when I got involved with you. If it wasn't for you, none of this would be happening. All that time, she kept trying to tell him, no, it's not me, but he never listened. Yong Jin's expression darkens with the weight of his guilt. Nothing happened before your birthday. Hu's voice suddenly echoes in his ear. After saying that, she falls silent. Then, she approaches Jin, quietly kneels down, and says respectfully, Sir. She begs him earnestly, please help me. Jin watches her for a beat, then raises an eyebrow. You said your mother is a shaman? Does she worship demons as if they were gods? The question makes Hu flinch. She doesn't know what she's doing. Hu quickly explains, my mom. She wasn't always famous for her fortune-telling, but she always prayed with all her heart. An image flashes of a woman sitting alone in a forest as Hu continues her story. Until one day, she came back saying she had received a god. After that, her once quiet shrine became so famous people had to book appointments a whole year in advance. She remembers hiding behind a door as a child, curiously peeking at all the customers who came for readings. But I could see that thing wasn't a god at all. Her voice trembles at the memory of the demon's horrifying grin as it stood behind her mother. As a child, she had once naively asked her, Mom, is the spirit you're worshipping really a god? Instantly, a hard slap sent her crashing to the ground. She clutched her face in pain as her mother screamed, How dare you blaspheme the gods? The terrifying look on her mother's face still haunts her to this day. It's an evil spirit. Jean's voice cuts right through her painful memory. Hu bites her lip and continues in a low voice. From that day on, I tried to escape the spirit possessing my mother, but it was no use. In the end, it summoned the shadow spirit and forced me. After hearing everything, Jin nods slowly. As a spirit shaman, I understand. No wonder the usual rituals didn't work. By now, Yong Jin was already on the bed, scrolling on his phone, acting completely uninterested. I'll help you. Jin's sudden declaration made Hu look up, not quite believing what she just heard. He chuckled, explaining, You risked your life for Yong Jin, so you deserve some help. He then turned toward Yong Jin. This is the right thing to do, isn't it, Yong Jin? Yong Jin was baffled. Why are you dragging me into this? I have to help too? Meanwhile, Hu was already bowing repeatedly, her voice filled with joy. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. All Yong Jin could do was groan as Jin smirked. It's late. Time for bed. The girl obediently nodded, grabbed a roll of toilet paper for a pillow and lay down. Hey, 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 Yong Jin yelled out. What do you think you're doing? Getting ready to sleep, she replied, totally calm. Why are you sleeping here? I told you, I can't go home. Then go sleep at a friend's place. I don't have any friends, she replied, shaking her head sadly. Yong Jin paused to think for a moment. What about that girl with the bun in her hair? Isn't she your friend? She's friends with the dark spirit, not with me. Come on, just pretend to be close for a bit. Yong Jin buried his face in his hands, completely defeated. Yong Jin, she pleaded softly, please just hear me out. Hear what out? Let me stay at your place, please. No, he shot back, his voice like ice. I'll just sleep, I swear. What is wrong with you? Don't you get it? He finally yelled out in frustration. Then just sleep. What else are you planning? Jin chimed in, stretching out on the bed. Sharing a bed, are we? Glancing over at Yong Jin, he added, I'll be outside. What the hell are you even talking about? Yong Jin screamed, his face bright red as the dog left. Yong Jin? Hu asked, full of guilt. I'm sorry, but could I maybe borrow a pair of shorts? Even old ones are fine. Yong Jin's face just went blank. Later that night, the small house fell dark. Hugh lay silently, eyes squeezed shut, when her face suddenly went pale. In her dream, she felt a hand clamp down on hers, the cold steel of a blade against her skin. "Mom, I'm sorry," she cried out in terror. Her mother stood in the doorway, her eyes empty and cold. "Mom." But the door slammed shut, her mother's lips twisting into a horrifying smile. "Mom, I know I was wrong," she screamed, pounding frantically on the door. "Let me in." Inside the room, a blood-soaked handbag lay next to a strange jar covered in talismans. She gasped for air, exhausted. "I'm so scared." Huddled in a corner, a ghost with bulging eyes suddenly lunged right at her. "Hello, Hugh. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Mom," she whimpered through her nightmare, tears streaming down her face. Seeing this, Yong Jin immediately moved to her side, lying down next to her and helping her calm down until she finally drifted into a peaceful sleep. In another place, candlelight flickered across a line of Buddha statues, where a woman sat before an altar. Her fingers tapped a steady rhythm on the table covered in white rice. It was Hugh's mother. Her cold gaze drifted down to the table. Then, she suddenly slammed her fist down, sending rice flying everywhere. "Lie, Hugh, you wretched child," she roared, her eyes turning completely white. "Where in the world did you go?" she seethed, grinding her teeth while the spirits of small children crawled all over her body. Her voice echoed with pure menace. "When she returns, I will put her head in this very jar." The next morning, Yong Jin was curled up on the bed, looking completely drained. His face was pale, with dark circles under his eyes like he hadn't slept at all. Yong Jin grabbed his phone to check the time. 8:46. He dragged himself out of bed and made his way to the bathroom, reaching for the doorknob. Opening the door, he scratched his head and let out a massive yawn, his face still thick with sleep and looking absolutely pathetic. Suddenly, his eyes shot open to the sight of Hugh brushing her teeth like she'd lived there forever. They both just froze, staring at each other. A second later, she let out a small shriek and slammed the door shut. Yong Jin stood there outside, his jaw hanging open in utter disbelief. Jin, the white dog, trotted up from behind, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Good morning, Yong Jin. Looking much more lively than you did last night, huh?" A little later, in the sun-drenched apartment, Hugh sat on the bed, watching Yong Jin wrestle with a giant bag of trash. "So, where are you headed?" she asked. "We're out of food in the fridge," he answered bluntly, not even turning to look at her. He was fuming, remembering Jin's complaints about the cereal on the table. "You call this food? Go buy something decent for me to eat, now. My ancestor is a bit picky," Yong Jin explained reluctantly, before adding a sentence that caught Hugh completely off guard. "You're a guest too, so I have to get you something decent." "Hurry it up," Jin whined, rolling around on the bed dramatically. "I've barely eaten anything yet, and remember to buy beef." Yong Jin just grumbled under his breath. "I'll go with you," Hugh announced, standing up with a radiant smile. "Fine," he answered, exhausted. A few moments later, they arrived at the dumpster area, where Yong Jin carefully set the trash bag down. Suddenly, Hugh's voice broke the silence. "You know, even though you're a student, you're as mature as an adult." She smiled, her eyes filled with admiration. "It's just my situation," he replied humbly. They walked in silence, but Yong Jin felt a little flustered and awkward after her compliment. He snuck a quick glance over at her. Hugh was as bright and radiant as always. She smiled warmly, looking up at the sky and taking a deep breath. "It's a beautiful day, isn't it?" He suddenly remembered the harsh words he'd said to her, and a wave of guilt washed over him. "If I had never met you, none of this would have happened." The memory of her shocked and heartbroken face flashed before his eyes. "This is all my fault," he thought, blaming himself. Lost in his thoughts, his steps began to slow down. Then, he gathered all his courage. "Hey, Hugh, you're back?" Yong Jin called out, but he could only manage a single mumbled word, hesitating as she waited in silence. Suddenly, Yong Jin cried out, clutching his head in exhaustion before collapsing to his knees, leaving her completely bewildered. He kept his head bowed, not daring to face Hugh, but his voice was completely sincere. "I'm sorry." Her response? For what? Scratching her back, she looked confused. "I was too harsh with you," he admitted. "It was all my fault." It took Hugh a moment to process, leaving her speechless. Yong Jin kept his head down, his voice barely a whisper. "Even so, you still helped me out so much." His hands started to sweat as his voice trembled. "Thank you." He was actually blushing crimson, sweating as he tried to get the words out. "No matter what happens in the future, I promise you're much more mature than everyone else, you know?" Hugh suddenly leaned down, looking him straight in the eyes. Huh? Startled, he immediately shot to his feet. Don't even worry about it, she told him. I really don't mind. With a bright smile, Hugh crossed her arms to reassure him. Besides, it was partly my fault too. You got hurt because of me, didn't you? So, we're even. Flustered, Yong Jin didn't know what to say and just turned away. All right, I get it. He let out a silent sigh of relief. Time to shop. They headed into a nearby supermarket, where Hugh immediately grabbed a huge bag of candy, only to be stopped by Yong Jin. Hey, what are you buying this for? He asked blankly, still holding onto the candy. Her simple reply? It's for you to eat when you get hungry, she explained. All right, thank you, he replied, completely defeated. Are you buying anything else? She asked innocently. Ah, that's enough for now, he said dejectedly. By the way, I'm almost out of money. Why? Hugh asked, clearly confused. Just buy whatever you want. I'll pay for it. Huh? Why would you pay? That's when she pulled out a credit card, grinning from ear to ear. Don't worry, it's Songjin's money, almost 10 million won. He was completely speechless, just figuring he'd call it an exorcism commission fee. A clever excuse. After shopping, they left the supermarket, Hugh happily munching on candy while Yong Jin was loaded down with all the bags. He was holding a huge bag of groceries, silently amazed. This was the first time in his life he had ever bought so much food. You know, you're a pretty good cook, she suddenly remembered to praise him. It's nothing special, he replied, but Hugh missed his deadpan look, still chattering excitedly. With all these ingredients, we're going to have an incredible meal. But then, Yongjin's eyes widened as he spotted something up ahead. It was John, his face buried in his phone, walking closer and closer. Alarm bells started screaming inside Yongjin's head. Why isn't he here yet? John looked up, frowning in confusion, before suddenly letting out a surprised, huh? In front of John stood only Hugh, looking bewildered while holding her bag of candy. He instantly recognized her as Yong Jin's rumored girlfriend. Hey, she said with a bright, flustered smile. Hey there, he replied politely. Not far away, Yong Jin was hunched over, gasping for breath on the sidewalk. Damn it, he thought, exhausted. Why is John here? He looked up to the sky and groaned. Oh, for crying out loud. He's definitely going to get all the wrong ideas. Anxiously, he checked his phone. 10:58. The group chat was already going crazy. I'm talking to Yong Jin's girlfriend right now. She's super cute. Not bad, Yong Jin. You just wait. When John finds you, you're dead. He sighed after reading through the annoying messages. So tiring. Yong Jin put his phone away and continued walking home. Behind his lonely figure, a giant, grotesque shadow was slowly closing in. Yong Jin remained completely unaware, his eyes still glued to his phone. A massive, pitch-black hand reached out, about to grab him. Whoosh! A soccer ball flew out of nowhere, smacking Yong Jin right in the head. The impact not only stunned him with pain, but it also made the dark shadow vanish in an instant. The ball simply bounced off, rolling away down the sidewalk. Yong Jin angrily rubbed his head and spun around, grumbling, "What the hell?" Right behind him was a strange-looking kid with black hair. His face was weirdly calm, but the dark circles under his eyes looked like he hadn't slept in a year. He also had a few younger kids with him. Still rubbing his head, Yong Jin confronted him. Did you throw that? The kid, who was clearly not normal, just stared back. You should be more careful, shouldn't you? What? Yong Jin was totally lost and argued back, annoyed. I should be the one saying that to you. You're the one who needs to watch out. The group of younger kids suddenly swarmed around him, tugging on his arm. Mister, you really have to watch where you're going. That's right. It's super dangerous. We were just worried about you. Yong Jin was just stunned, completely baffled as to why he was being lectured by a bunch of little kids. They waved goodbye to him, not forgetting one last piece of advice. You need to be more careful from now on, okay? Helpless, he had no choice but to agree. Okay, thanks. Watching the kids run off, he thought to himself that they were seriously strange. But the older kid with the dark circles under his eyes just stood still, staring at him intently with a bizarre expression. After a long moment, he finally turned and calmly walked away. Yong Jin watched him go, wondering to himself, what was that all about? Meanwhile, back near the supermarket, Hugh was wandering around with her candy, looking for him. Did he go ahead without me? She thought, pulling out her phone. At that exact moment, a massive, horrifying black shadow appeared right behind her. It had a giant, deformed foot. A moment later, both Hugh and the shadow had vanished, leaving only the bag of candy on the sidewalk. Back in the apartment, Jin was sleeping soundly on the bed. Hearing the door open, he was startled awake, "Oh, you're back?" he asked blankly, still drooling a little. "Wait, why is it just… What's wrong?" Seeing Yong Jin's silence, Jin grew concerned. He hopped off the bed, asking with narrowed eyes, "Where did that girl go?" Yong Jin, busy putting new things in the closet, just glanced back and answered vaguely, "I'm sure she'll be back any second." 15 minutes later, a seed of worry began to sprout in Yong Jin. He called repeatedly, but the line just rang and rang, eventually going straight to a no-answer message. Did something happen? He wondered anxiously. Even Jin's usual puppy face had turned completely serious. Unable to wait any longer, Yong Jin threw the door open and rushed outside, still trying to redial with the phone in his hand. He looked around in a panic until he saw Hisu's figure slowly approaching in the distance. Yong Jin immediately ran towards her. "Hey Hisu, where have you been?" She didn't answer, instead suddenly calling his name, "Yong Jin?" Then, a strange smile crept onto her face. "Where did you go just now?" "I left ahead of you," he explained, hesitantly scratching his head. "I was afraid that guy Jian would see us." "Jian? Who's that?" Hisu asked. "The friend with the glasses?" She let out a small noise, then laughed in a way that was deeply unsettling. "Is he a bad person?" "No, just a friend. He just likes to tease a little," Yong Jin quickly explained. It was only then that he finally felt that something was seriously wrong. He looked up, truly looking at her face for the first time since she'd come back. Hisu looked different. A chilling, dark aura radiated from her. Her eyes were empty voids, and a bizarre smile was plastered on her lips. His gaze fell to the front of her shirt, and the color drained from Yongjin's face. He sensed something but still stepped closer, asking, "What's wrong with your face?" Instantly, Hisu's eyes flashed a bloody red, and a spine-chillingly cold wind swept past him. It was accompanied by her demonic grin. The disguise crumbled away, the lower half of the imposter's face and neck cracking into grotesque red fragments, revealing an old man with white hair, a beard, and tattered, medieval-style clothing. The old man waved a piece of ragged cloth, grinning with terrifyingly sharp eyes as he introduced himself. "I am the bogeyman." Yong Jin was still frozen, staring blankly, when Jin let out a scream, but it was far too late. Jin watched helplessly as his friend vanished right before his eyes, leaving only a haunting cloud of ash. In the silence, Jin stared at the dust, his expression grim. "Damn it, did I lose him?" The small dog padded forward, sniffing the ground desperately for any remaining trace. Suddenly, a mocking voice came from behind. "It suits you, doesn't it?" Jin was immediately on high alert. Jin glanced back to see a figure in black, only as tall as a first grader. "So, what's it like living as a dog?" The figure sneered. It was the same boy with dark circled eyes who had saved Yong Jin before. Feeling confident, Jin finally spoke. The boy with terrifyingly dark eyes stared at Jin. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" he said, his sharp gaze cutting through as he spoke the dog's true name, Din Mao Bin Tuat. Jin was stunned. This person was clearly tied to the demon world and wielded an incredible amount of power. He eyed the boy's tiny frame and asked suspiciously, "What's with that body of yours?" The strange boy suddenly smirked, but his eyes blazed with fury. "I can't tell if you're genuinely asking, or if you're trying to mock me." Jin hadn't meant anything by it, just scratching his dog face in confusion. The boy, radiating pure killing intent, demanded, "How did you break the seal?" "I have no idea," Jin replied calmly, shaking his head with a smirk. "Perhaps someone in your ranks is disgruntled, or maybe a demon god just felt like messing with me." The young boy, clearly annoyed, didn't bother to answer. He pulled a paper fan from a strange box on his back. It crackled with electricity and a mystical green light, unleashing a small whirlwind that shot towards Jin. At the same moment, a long green and red cloak materialized around the boy. The attack generated an immense gust of wind, almost blowing Jin's small body away. Those gusts then sharpened into massive, giant spears that surged forward. Instantly, Jin shifted back to his human form, ready to defend himself. But before he could move, the volley of wind spears froze in place, all aimed directly at his neck. The fan in the boy's hand still pulsed with enormous power. The cloak erupted in ethereal flames. "At any moment, I can tear you to pieces and seal you all over again." The kids around them weren't normal either. Their bodies started to glow with white magical energy. Their ancient garments made them look like divine officials. The steel whirlwind then sprouted hundreds of razor-sharp thorns, all pointed directly at Jin's face. "Just you is more than enough," Jin said calmly, showing not a hint of fear. "But let me ask you this." He easily reverted to his dog form, dodging the matrix of thorns and questioning them. "You guys did something to my body, didn't you?" The boy was silent for a moment before a strange smile crossed his face. He snapped his fan shut, tapped it on his palm, and the hardened whirlwind behind him shattered into dust. The boy put the fan back behind him, and the mystical cloak vanished into thin air. Taking the box lid from the other kids, he replied, "Why don't you go ask the angels?" With that, he turned to leave, but then added something else. "This is the first time I've ever seen this happen." "Why was I sealed?" Jin suddenly demanded, making the other kids' eyes go wide as they spun around. "Was it because you were afraid of me?" The question made the boy stop dead in his tracks. He glanced back at Jin, his brow furrowed in thought. His lips moved, but in the end, he said nothing. After a long moment, a single curse escaped him. What an idiot. The boy's figure vanished in a cloud of white smoke, leaving his minions behind. Calling me an idiot? Jin grumbled to himself before turning and walking away. He decided he was noble enough to let it go this time. But then, Jin remembered something critical. This wasn't the right time. He pushed his head back to the ground and kept on sniffing, completely ignoring the naive voice calling out, "Puppy, puppy." Jin looked up and flinched. A child's face with bright eyes and a drooling, open mouth was suddenly inches from his own, still muttering, "Puppy." A crowd of children had gathered around Jin, their eyes shining with pure excitement and wonder. "Are you looking for the guy in black with the messy hair?" one of them asked. "We can find him for you." Meanwhile, another kid was gleefully patting Jin's ear, exclaiming, "It feels just like a rabbit's." The children insisted they knew exactly where to find him. A steady scraping sound echoed through a filthy, moldy room where the ceiling was covered in countless exorcism talismans. A rough hand endlessly sharpened a gleaming knife, while its owner hummed a horrifying tune. Awakened by the noise, Yong Jin's eyes slowly opened. "Be a good boy, have a snack." His vision cleared to reveal a terrifying old man squatting on the floor. What was this? Where was he? Yong Jin looked around in a daze, only now realizing he was tied up in a pile of rotting straw. The knife sharpening grew faster, mixing with a ghostly song. "Little crybaby, the tiger will get you. The naughty child goes in the pot." The man tilted his head, revealing cruel eyes in his wrinkled, ancient face. Yong Jin's eyes widened in sheer terror. He recognized him. It was the old man who had disguised himself as Hisu. Fear drained all the color from his face as he gritted his teeth, struggling against the straw that held him fast. "Yong Jin?" A mournful voice made him freeze. He looked to his side and saw Hisu, tied up the same way, her face red from crying. "Don't tell me you too?" Suddenly, a pile of white salt crashed down onto the floor right in front of Yong Jin. The old man kept singing, unbothered. "Salt it well to make a sour paste." "I think we're about to get pickled," Hisu whispered. Hisu sobbed. "I've heard this song 4 times already." "Pickled?" Yong Jin was horrified. Immediately after, he could feel salt pouring out from all over his body. The old man stopped his song and gave a dry cough. Yong Jin stared in shock at his own salt-covered body, but what truly horrified him was realizing he was completely naked. "Ah," he groaned pitifully, burying his beet-red face in the pile of salt. "My clothes. Where are my clothes?" he mumbled to Hisu. Did you see everything?" "I didn't see," Hisu answered awkwardly, turning her head away. "And you better not look at me either." At that moment, the old man stopped sharpening his blade. Clutching the sharp weapon, the man stood up, his creaking footsteps drawing closer. Yong Jin didn't dare look up, sweat pouring from his skin. Hisu also lay face down on the floor, holding her breath and listening. The footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was terrifying. Was he gone? Yong Jin risked a quick glance to the side. A grotesque, ancient face with a savage grin was staring right back at him. "You're awake, are you?" the old man cackled. Yong Jin was frozen solid, unable to speak. The old man's neck suddenly stretched out, lowering his head all the way to the floor to stare directly into his eyes with a terrifying gaze. "Are you a naughty child?" Completely bewildered, Yong Jin asked back, "Why would I be a naughty child?" Hisu, who had stopped crying at some point, also chimed in to protest. "That's right, we're good kids. Good kids are supposed to get rice cakes." Her fear had now turned into a sense of injustice. "So give us some rice cakes. Don't provoke him," Yong Jin warned her frantically. "You children," the old man growled. "And how will you prove that you're good children?" "Well, how will you prove we're bad ones?" Yong Jin shot back, tense. "Are you filial children? Go on, prove it." "What?" Yong Jin was completely stumped by the question. "I can't do that. I don't have any parents." Hearing that answer, the old man's eyes looked like they were about to pop out. He shrieked with fury. "You disrespectful thing. You dare disrespect your parents." Yong Jin and Hisu flinched in fear. The man raised the knife, pointing it at Yong Jin with a triumphant smile. Perfect. You are the absolute best kind to make paste out of. Yong Jin went limp, with no strength left to argue. That's not true, Hisu cried out. Yong Jin really doesn't have parents. But the old creature didn't care at all, smiling as he said, You're a disrespectful child, too. Hisu jumped in. So I guess being disrespectful is the only crime here, huh? The creature turned its focus back to Yong Jin. Disrespecting your parents is the same as murdering them. It is a heinous sin. He frantically raised the sharp knife, ready to bring it down. In that life-or-death moment, Yong Jin spoke with perfect calm. They passed away. The old man froze, his shrieking cut short. He whipped his head around and pointed straight at Hisu. Then it's you. You're the disrespectful child. It has to be. Both of them were totally baffled by what was happening. What now? Yong Jin groaned in frustration. The old man began to narrate a vision of a young woman praying before an altar. Oh, Mr. Boogeyman. My daughter won't listen and she is so naughty. Please take her away. Signed, Hisu's mother. Your mother begs me every single night to take away a rotten child like you, he said. Hisu was stunned, her face filled with sad disbelief as she stammered, That's my mom. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted nearby. A loud, ringing bell from outside cuts through their conversation. The old man falls silent, his expression thoughtful as he glances toward the door. He starts walking towards it, then turns back to the terrified pair. Just wait here quietly. His silhouette vanishes behind the door. The noise stops, and the door slams shut. Yong Jin and Hisu look at each other, dazed but lucky. He arches his back, trying to sit up, but the tattered cloth makes every movement a struggle. Hisu has to shake the salt out of her hair. This is our shrine, she suddenly realizes. What? He asks in surprise, then lets his head fall in exhaustion. Oh, we're so dead. What's wrong? Weren't you coming here anyway? What good is it now that we're here? Yong Jin grumbles. She gestures with her hand, suggesting, You just take out the knife, like this. I left the knife at home, and the offerings too, he replies, defeated. Hisu's eyes go wide with innocence as she opens her hand in a funny way. Don't you just do this and it appears? It worked last time. What? He stares at her blankly. Even in this tense situation, the two of them are chatting like nothing's wrong. You think this is a comic book? Yong Jin finally snaps. If it's not, then sorry, but first we need to get out of here. He says that door will definitely lead them back to the old man. Yong Jin? Hisu suddenly calls out. She's on her feet now, seriously pointing at another door behind them. They decide to take that exit, salt falling from their clothes with every single step. The moment they step outside, Yong Jin's eyes widen in absolute awe. He looks around, from the brightly lit ceiling to the walls covered in intricate religious carvings. He stares, amazed, at a giant Buddha statue, then at the massive swords plunged into the ground around it. He wonders, what the hell is this? Yong Jin? Hisu calls. She'd found a wardrobe in the back. Hey, let's wear these for now. It's too embarrassing to go out like this. They take off the salt-covered rags, their backs turned to each other. Don't you dare look, you too. In separate corners, they silently change into the temple robes. Yong Jin grabs a white outfit with only a sash for a belt. The hem flies up, showing his thigh, and he quickly pulls it down. Flustered, he asks, Where are my clothes? How can I go out like this? Hisu, now in a yellow cassock, just smiles and replies, I'll pay for the taxi. We don't need one. She points to a huge, glowing door ahead. Outside that is the courtyard, right? Yong Jin is still staring blankly when he suddenly sees something. He frowns, sweat beading on his forehead. His gaze turns dead serious. Hey, he says, beyond that bright door. There's a tall shadow. I think someone's there. They both fall silent, staring intently at the door. The shadow gets closer. The frame slowly opens, and a figure in red and purple begins to enter. Overcome with tension and fear, Yong Jin and Hisu quickly duck into a small cabinet in the corner of the wall. Outside, the sun is nearly gone. Darkness creeps in, leaving the temple courtyard empty except for the lonely shadow of a tree in the twilight. After hiding for a while with no sound, he wonders, why is it so quiet? Yong Jin risks it, reaching a hand to the cabinet door to peek out. He opens a tiny crack and a face is pressed right against it. Bulging eyes stare straight into his. Its lips are pulled back in a hideous grin. Yong Jin freezes. Then with an unnatural calm, he slams the door shut. He presses both hands against the cabinet, only then turning to Hisu with a grave expression. We're dead. What's wrong? She asks, her voice trembling. But it's no use. The creature easily yanks open the door on Hisu's side. A massive figure appears, its head hidden by the cabinet frame, making it even more terrifying. Hisu suddenly stops cold, as if recognizing the person. She frowns, backs away, and to Yong Jin's shock, she calls out, "Mom?" A moment later, an arm reaches in, grabs her by the head, and brutally yanks her outside. "Ah!" Hisu screams in pain. "Lie, Hisu!" Yong Jin yells in a panic, unable to do a thing. The woman pulls her out and throws her onto the cold, hard floor. Hisu trembles, not daring to look up as a cold voice speaks. "You're home. Why didn't you say anything?" The dark silhouette slowly becomes clear. "Hisu." The woman calls her daughter's name with chilling indifference. "I was so worried." She glares down at her daughter, then her cold eyes shift to the cabinet, landing on Yong Jin's terrified face. He's still sitting there, completely frozen in shock. She smirks as if to ask, "You brought a friend home too?" Yong Jin tries to break the suffocating silence. He scrambles out from his hiding spot, trying to act calm. Uh. He stands, brushing off his clothes. "Something urgent came up at home. I think I should get going." The woman just stands there silently, that same unsettling smile fixed on her face. "Next time. I'll come visit again next time," Yong Jin adds, trying to fill the terrifying silence. Hisu looks utterly hopeless, staring up at him in confusion. Yong Jin's stress skyrockets. He turns to her and blurts out a lie. "Hey lie Hisu, I don't know the way home. Can you walk me back?" The woman still says nothing, just maintains that bone-chillingly cold smile. Yong Jin quickly grabs Hisu's hand, and they turn to make a run for it. But then the woman purses her lips, making a strange whistling sound, just like before. That sound stops Yong Jin in his tracks, his feet feeling like they're nailed to the floor. She slowly turns back, her voice soft like a gentle reminder. "When you meet your friend's parents, you should at least say hello, right?" A cold dread shoots right down Yong Jin's spine. He glances down, confused, only to see a severed, gray hand clamped tightly around his ankle. A moment later, dozens more hands erupt from the floorboards, grabbing onto him from all sides. Skeletal faces with hollowed eyes let out silent screams, clinging desperately to his body. This is when Hu's mother reveals her true form. Her eyes flash with a sharp light, her voice dripping ice. "Weren't you raised properly?" Darkness rushes in, swallowing Yong Jin and the ghostly arms whole. He's frozen, completely stunned. "Yong Jin," she calls, her pupils shrinking to pinpricks, locking onto him. Children who aren't taught well must learn a lesson. The evil spirits lunge, shoving both him and Hu to the ground. There's no need to turn back. A triumphant smile spreads across the mother's face. "Because you're not getting out of here anyway." Just then, a mysterious voice echoes from the doorway. "What do you think you're doing?" It's Mr. Boogeyman. He steps inside wearing ragged clothes as Hu's mother glares at him. "Honey, if you're done, then leave." The spirits clinging to Yong Jin suddenly tighten their grip. Mr. Boogeyman squints, silent. As if she read his mind, the woman answers, "Yes, that's right. Is that so?" Mr. Boogeyman says coldly. Yong Jin and Hu look at him with a sliver of hope, but then he suddenly speaks up. His words make their faces drain of color. "These kids are good kids," he scolds the woman, "but you are a terrible mother." He points a finger right in her face, his voice a low growl. "And terrible parents also need to be punished." Hu's mother just scoffs. "Has this old man lost his mind?" "What? Do you even know why you're trapped here?" she asks. "Let me tell you." With a flick of her finger, a white ribbon materializes from thin air, surrounding Mr. Boogeyman. He swings his blade and cuts it, but the ribbon instantly wraps around his arm and binds his entire body. Hu and Yong Jin watch in absolute horror. Completely bound by the ribbon, Mr. Boogeyman shrinks in an instant. She points a finger, sealing him inside a small porcelain jar. She snaps her fingers, and a paper talisman slaps onto the mouth of the jar. "You get out and don't even know your place," she says coldly. "What good are you if you can't even recognize your own master?" Yong Jin watches her warily as the woman turns back to smile at him. "Are you children done eating?" she asks, the question totally random. The evil spirits holding them suddenly let go. A moment later, Yong Jin feels his head spin, his limbs turning heavy and useless. With no strength left, he trembles, his hands shaking uncontrollably. "What's wrong?" Her voice is pure ice. "Didn't you say you wanted to go home?" Yong Jin panics. His body won't move, totally paralyzed. "Yong Jin?" Hu whispers beside him. "Look." In the distance, the spirits are gathered together, giggling. "I think we've been tricked," she says. Suddenly, an invisible force slams Yong Jin flat onto the floor. "Go on." Hu's mother's voice rings out. It's now as cruel as a demon's. "You can't go anywhere." Hu whispers in terror, squeezing her eyes shut, her face deathly pale. "Please, Mom, stop." The woman glares right back at her. You know damn well I'm not your mother. What trick are you trying to pull? Be quiet and stay put, she warns, before I lock you up right there with them. She turns back to Yong Jin with a victorious smile. Now, it's your turn. Just then, another voice calls from outside. Shaman, are you in there? Interrupted. Whose mother shoots Yong Jin an annoyed glare before turning and slamming the door behind her. Instantly, the scenery shifts, and they're back in the original room. Yong Jin is still completely bewildered. We're back here again, he gasps, letting out a shaky breath. Your mom is terrifying. That's not my mom, Hu whispers. I know, Yong Jin replies. Just an observation. I'm sure she's normally kind. My mom is very gentle and kind-hearted. She has never even said a harsh word to anyone. Hu falls silent for a moment, lost in thought. The memory of her sweet mother clashes with the brutal reality of the possession, and her heart aches. Yong Jin? She calls out, her voice filled with despair. What? I'm sorry, Hu says suddenly. You're in danger because of me. Yong Jin just rolls his eyes. Are those your last words? I bet you think I'm selfish and annoying, don't you? She looks hurt, tears welling in her eyes. No, he replies, then adds, but you're definitely starting to get annoying right now. I'm really sorry. She breaks down completely, sobbing. Hu's crying gives Yong Jin a massive headache. Stop crying and stop apologizing, he sighs. I think we might actually be doomed. Hearing this, Hu just cries even harder. We are doomed, she sobs, blaming herself. I'm sorry for asking for help. You must be terrified. But, she chokes out, if I don't do anything, then my mom. She explains through her sobs, I saw my mom's skin. It was rotting. Hu remembers that horrifying day, hiding, watching in terror as her mother's flesh decayed. The demon inside her mother's body had told her, this body won't hold out much longer. Why are you only telling me this now? Yong Jin demands. I didn't want to be a burden. You're already a burden. What else could it be? He demands, his voice filled with blame. Huisu turns away, sobbing. This was before that wicked spirit got my mom. What if it's too late? Yong Jin's voice cuts in sharply. Don't jinx it. And stop apologizing. The air falls heavy with silence once again. Could there be conditions for possessing someone? Yong Jin wonders out loud, breaking the quiet. Conditions, he repeats, thinking. If the host body rots, it has to find another. But it didn't jump to you even after we drove it out. Hearing that, Huisu's eyes widen as a realization dawns on her. Yong Jin continues his theory. A normal human body would die from a long-term possession. It needs another vessel. I think it said that. So that's it. It was planning on possessing you. Does your family also have a spiritual lineage? Huisu asks. A question from out of nowhere. Why else would an ancestor come to help you? My family line has been full of shamans for generations. Are you serious? Dead serious. Then something clicks for him, his fingers twitch. Hey. Yong Jin's face lights up. I can move a little bit. You try too. Huisu obeys, straining to move her own body. But while she stays frozen, Yong Jin is already able to swing his hands back and forth. I still can't. It's okay. Yong Jin suddenly bolts upright, overjoyed. Huisu, grab onto my shoulders, he tells her. Okay. She obediently latches on. Yong Jin rocks back and forth to build momentum. 1, 2, 3. He pulls with all his might, but it's no use. He only succeeds in yanking his shirt down. This is so frustrating, he groans. I know you can move too. Stop pretending and just get up already. I'm not pretending, Huisu says, her voice hurt. As Yong Jin pulls his shirt up, a voice rings out from the doorway. Am I interrupting your honeymoon? Jin. When did he get there? Huisu's face immediately lights up at the sight of the dog. Yong Jin is just as surprised, but then he sees who's behind Jin. It's the same kids who were making fun of him earlier. Hey look, the shirtless dude. Oh my god, what a creep. One of them hefts a giant blade, swinging it around effortlessly with a bright smile. This is for you. Yong Jin's jaw drops. He can't believe what he's seeing. His eyes are glued to the massive sword as his hand slowly reaches out for it, but the second he touches it, the impossibly heavy sword clatters to the floor. There's no strength in his hand at all as pain shoots up from his swollen red knuckles. Yong Jin lets out a small cry of pain. The kids just explode with laughter. What kind of sad joke was that? Seriously, he's so weak he can't even lift it. Pathetic. Hey, where are we anyway? Another kid asks. Suddenly curious. The question makes Yong Jin look around in surprise too. This place is definitely strange. Noticing Huisu on the floor, a little girl with pigtails sits down beside her. She asks, Miss, are you a shaman's descendant? Huisu quietly answers, yes. So you're good at magic? The little girl's eyes sparkle with excitement. Do you want me to help you up? Without a word, Huisu immediately sits bolt upright. A little while later, the whole group arrives at another building. Whoa, this has to be a temple, the two kids say, amazed. It's huge. Hey, you guys shouldn't go in there, Yong Jin warns. So, I'm the oldest person here now, right? Huisu puts her hands on her hips and lets out a loud laugh. That's right, you're our leader now. The children all cheer. Huisu, are you okay? Yong Jin stares at her, completely confused. They're the spirits of children, a voice explains. He turns to see Jin looking on calmly. Those kids can't control their own bodies, so they possessed other children just so they could move around. I don't really get it. You know them? They're spirits from the heavens. There's no need to be on guard, so they're not even human, Yong Jin thinks to himself. Meanwhile, Huisu is already having a great time playing with the kids. Where's the candy? Where is it? I called dibs on the chocolate. Yong Jin watches them, helpless. Right, no need to be on guard. But did they have to be so loud? In another room entirely, Huisu's mother pushes a brown jar forward. Place this jar by the girl's bed while she's sleeping. She instructs a haggard-looking girl who has a child's spirit clinging to her back. But on no account are you to look inside. Thank you, shaman. The girl gratefully accepts the jar. The woman closes her eyes, covering the lower half of her face with a fan. She then blows out a faint red mist. The spirit clinging to the girl's shoulder sniffs the air and instantly vanishes into thin air. I don't know why, but I feel so much better after speaking to you, the girl says, surprised, as a smile of relief crosses her pale face. My body feels lighter, too. I am using my own energy to suppress that thing, so do not get careless, she says, finally lowering her fan. If this method still doesn't work, we'll have to perform a full exorcism. Yes, of course. How much do I owe you? The woman gives a small smile. Just take it. I'm trying to save you. Why would I ask for money? The girl is stunned, then moved, looking at the woman as if she were a living saint. Just leave 10,000 won as an offering. That will be enough. She adds in a gentle voice. Yes, thank you so much. After the girl bows her thanks and leaves, the smile on the shaman's face becomes unreadable. A wicked light glints in her eyes. Either way, she thinks to herself, you'll have to come back for a proper Thanksgiving ceremony. Ah, next time you visit, I might not be here. Oh, why is that? Instead, a young boy will be sitting here, she says, an image of Jin flashing through her mind. From now on, you can speak with that boy instead. I've already told him about your case. So, what about you? Shaman, I'm heading to the mountains to meditate for a while. She smiled, but her eyes held a darker truth. Don't worry, the boy's young, but his spiritual power is off the charts. Just treat him as if he were me. She lets out a knowing smile, adding that he serves the exact same god she does. Suddenly, a loud crash from outside makes the girl jump in her seat. Is someone out there? It's nothing. The old woman calmly takes a sip of her tea. I have a cat. It's probably just chasing mice, that's all. Outside the room, a sword clatters to the floor. What do you think you're doing? One of the kids scolds. You're always breaking everything. We can just clean it up. While they argue, Hisu wanders over to a corner of the room. Huh? What's this? It's a plain brown jar. Curiosity takes over as she reaches for the lid. Why would a jar be in a shrine? Hey, don't touch that. Jane whirls around, shouting. Get back now, another kid warns. Hisu stumbles back in fear, her hand accidentally knocking the lid off a different jar nearby. Huh? A massive explosion erupts, sending Hisu flying through the air. One of the other children immediately tries to shield her with his power, but the force knocks him to the ground as well. Hisu, he yells, worried. Hisu grits her teeth, pain etched on her face as she pushes herself up. What just happened? Yong Jin charges toward her with his blade drawn, screaming, Hisu, get out of the way. Hisu turns around and freezes solid. Floating right behind her is a faceless spirit with impossibly long, twisted fingers. The color drains from her face, her eyes going completely blank as her mind shuts down. Yong Jin grips his sword and lets out a roar. He hurls the blade with all his might, straight through the spirit. The sword embeds itself in the wall, and the demon vanishes into thin air. The other kids immediately break into applause. Yong Jin just gasps for breath, his body completely drained of energy. But then a cold voice cuts in. Well, aren't you a busybody? Yong Jin freezes solid. Hisu's mother steps out from the shadows. You're all making too much noise. The kids turn to face her. She looks right at Yong Jin, her voice dark. Yong Jin, all recovered, are we? Yong Jin doesn't respond. He's paralyzed. Then, A horrifying laugh begins to echo. He casts a terrified glance at Hisu's mother. She's smiling like a demon, her blank white eyes glowing with a sinister red light. You really do have a perfect body. Both Yong Jin and Hisu watch in terror as she slowly approaches. You should have stayed hidden and not meddled in my affairs. You fool. Yong Jin's face is deathly pale. He clenches his jaw, unable to say a single word. She takes a long drag from her pipe, exhaling the same crimson smoke from before. The child's spirits inhale it and rise to their feet as one. They move without souls, like puppets on a string. Are you going to play with these evil spirits again? A clear voice rings out, catching her attention. A boy holding prayer beads stands before the other spirits, his body radiating a soft, blue aura. I will not let that happen. You've done something very wicked, haven't you? Hisu's mother just scoffs, her face a mask of pure contempt. A shaman? Doing these things? The child in red clothing asks. It's always the ones with the strongest spiritual power who do such evil. The boy in blue explains, his own eyes beginning to glow, and he angrily demands to know. Where are these children's fingers? She says nothing, just pouts with disdain. Just then, a call from across the room makes her shift her gaze. Shaman? The girl holding the jar stammers. What is this? Her face is pale and drenched in sweat. Her terrified eyes dart in another direction. Jin follows her gaze, his own fear rising. Their eyes meet. The jar in the girl's hand suddenly begins to crack, a strange red light glowing from the fissure. Then, the jar shatters. An orb-like object flies out and transforms into a monstrous spirit, its massive jaw open as it lunges for Yong Jin. He is petrified. He instinctively throws his arms up to defend himself. That body is mine, the spirit shrieks, opening its mouth wide to swallow him whole. But just then, it explodes violently, collapsing right in front of him. A cold voice rings out, How dare you? Hisu's mother clenches her fist, her eyes filled with contempt. How could he possibly be yours? Her glowing red eyes reveal her absolute possessiveness. He is mine. Yong Jin is horrified by the scene as a massive black circle appears right in front of Hisu's mother. Ch! She clicks her tongue, then looks over at the girl lying motionless on the floor. One down. Suddenly, the sound of chanting fills the air. She whips around, surprised to see the children with their hands clasped, chanting non-stop. They've got her completely surrounded. You really are full of tricks, aren't you? She scoffs, pulling the sharp pin from her hair. Such childish games. She takes the pin and slices it across her own finger, drawing blood. The drops of her blood hit the ground, spreading like red snakes before forming two glowing red characters spelling out the word grudge. This level of malice, the boy stares, amazed at the sheer evil energy. The woman's face is now twisted into a ferocious snarl. Her smile stretches from ear to ear. It's not that easy. She thinks of the angry mobs, the protests, and all the resentment that's built up. That curse will spread across the entire world. She gets close to the boy, leaning down to ask, Still believe in those gods? What's wrong? She whispers. Asking where my hands are? Then her mouth opens impossibly wide. Instead of a tongue, her mouth is a writhing mass of children's fingers. The boy sees the abomination and lets out a horrifying scream. His desperate cry only seems to thrill her. She laughs as a red aura explodes from her body, attracting countless ghouls and demons. The young girl looks closer at the crowd and is horrified by what she sees. Brother, these kids, she starts. But terror grips her as the mindless monsters charge straight for the boy. Dark shadows lunge forward, their mouths gaping wide. Meanwhile, Hisu's mother begins absorbing some kind of strange energy. The girl rushes out, trying to block the attack, but with a sickening thud, she collapses to the ground. The boy runs to her side, worried, but then a horrifying truth hits him. Were those unborn children possessed by demons? He looks at the twisted spirits with a heavy heart. They never got to live, now's got to be human, and would never meet their parents. Tears stream down the little girl's cheeks. What could they do? These poor souls. They were so pitiful. The girl screams in desperation. Wake up, everyone! Let's go meet your mothers! But the woman just smirks with pure contempt. What is this pathetic little act? She sneers, ignoring the plea as she keeps absorbing the energy. The spirits go wild, swarming the girl. The boy trembles in fury, screaming as he glares at her with pure hatred. You think you're going to get away with this? Suddenly, an unseen hand slams his head into the ground. Even through the pain, he manages to glare back up at her, defiant. When my brother gets here, you're dead, he spits out. The woman just glances down, a mocking smirk playing on her lips. Go on, call him, she taunts. Call anyone you want. I'll just send all of you to the afterlife at once. The invisible hand tightens, covering his eyes. Through a tiny gap, he sees her turn away without a care, her expression cold and triumphant. Now, with no one left to interfere, it's time to get back to work, she muses. After this, I'll become a god. No, something even greater. Yong Jin glares at her with pure hatred, while Hisu watches on, terrified. Yong Jin grinds his teeth, completely helpless. Just as her hand is about to touch Yong Jin, something slices through the air. She recoils instantly. A knife, thrown with so much force it's now buried deep in the wall. More than a god? Don't make me laugh. Before she can recover, a mocking voice cuts through the silence. Since when did a creature like you have the right to even utter the word god? The voice belongs to Jin, appearing as a dog but radiating an overwhelmingly oppressive aura. The woman stares, clutching her bleeding wrist in shock. A dog? She mutters, watching the small animal standing unshaken inside her own magic circle. To be standing there like that. This is no ordinary dog. Jin frowns. It seems you can't see my true form. Have your eyes lost their divine power? The woman eyes him suspiciously. Just what in the world are you? A light erupts from beneath Jin, engulfing him completely. When it fades, he stands in his true godly form, arms crossed, radiating pure arrogance. It was a god. What else could it be? Both Yong Jin and Hisu are absolutely stunned. Hisu's mother is speechless, unable to process what's happening. For the two terrified children, Jin's arrival is their last shred of hope. Hisu's mother grinds her teeth, her eyes wide with disbelief. A god? Jin's face remains completely emotionless. Can you see my true form now? He asks. After a moment of shock, a wicked smile spreads across her face. Still confident. Well now, she laughs. Aren't you a handsome one? Jin simply scoffs. The two of them face off, neither backing down. You better stay in that form, she warns, unless you want to die as a dog. She squints, studying his clothes. He looks like some kind of war god. Yong Jin is confused. What's going on? Why is he just standing there? Jin calmly watches the woman, but then his gaze darts over to Yong Jin. Jin sees the boy sitting limply on the ground, surrounded by swirling red energy. Noticing his distraction, Hisu's mother snaps, "What are you looking at? Don't even think about trying anything," she warns. Jin replies calmly, "It's just, you're possessing a human body." That gives me pause. Yong Jin senses that Jin is up to something. He wonders, is he planning to use him in his current state? Shaking off her doubts, she begins chanting with a wicked grin. Is that right? If you're really a god, she hisses. Then let's see you block a sorcerer's attack. With that, she unleashes a devastatingly powerful attack straight at Jin. Yong Jin screams in terror as the single blow sends the god flying. What was that? She taunts. You call yourself a god? You're nothing but an empty shell, all talk and no action. She thinks victoriously, her eyes glowing with a deadly red hue. If you were a real god, she muses, you would have banished me by now. A minor inconvenience. Yong Jin remains silent, unmoving, enduring the humiliation. Had this so-called god been tamed into a stray? She scoffed at the thought. Yong Jin was utterly bewildered, his mouth hanging open, speechless, still daring to pretend he was a god. But suddenly, her gaze snapped to Yong Jin, and his face went completely white. Yong Jin, is this pathetic group all you have? Her eyes began to glow, a twisted smile spreading across her face. Then be a good boy and hand that body over to me. He hung his head, terrified. I'll be merciful and spare your little friends. The more you struggle, the more you'll lose. Mother Hugh's enormous hand reached out toward Yong Jin. No, she grabbed him by the collar and yanked him forward. She snarled, her voice a low growl. Do you really think you have a choice? Despite his fear, Yong Jin tried to sound defiant. And why not? What if I bite my tongue and end it right here? Before he could finish, Mother Hugh cut him off. Go on, try it. I'll just snatch your corpse before you're even fully dead. She said it with a look of pure, manic joy. I am so much greater now than I ever was before. Suddenly, a faint voice cut in. Annoyed, Mother Hugh glanced down to see a small, determined hand clutching her dress. It was Hisu. She was sprawled on the ground, completely drained of strength, but her grip was tight as she trembled. Don't do it, Mother Hugh. Yong Jin watched her with deep concern. Please, get out of my mother's body. Hisu begged in anguish, tears streaming down her face, before her tone suddenly shifted to a command. Get out of her, right now. The creature's eyes were unfazed, but when the girl choked out the word mom, its body seemed to glitch for just a moment. With a sudden, merciless kick, she sent the small girl flying. The sheer brutality of it left Yong Jin completely stunned. Did you really think I wouldn't dare kill you? Is that why I let you live? She wearily touched her forehead, looking down at Hisu's motionless form. It's just because you're still useful to me. She began chanting again, a horrifying sight for Yong Jin. Don't you worry. I'll send your beloved mother to join you soon enough. Seeing Hisu in mortal danger, Yong Jin screamed in desperation, rushing forward to protect her. The little girl just offered a gentle smile, like a final goodbye. I'm sorry. Yong Jin froze as he watched her close her eyes, accepting her fate. Hey, he roared, lunging forward hopelessly. But for some reason, the spell simply dissipated right before it touched her. And then, a small, childlike voice called out, Mom. The entire scene shifted instantly, flashing back to the past. A younger Hisu was holding a string of beads. This is a bracelet made from Bodhi tree seeds. Her mother explained affectionately. They're all the rage right now. You should wear one too. Hisu looked at the oversized bracelet on her wrist. How can I wear this? It's so big and tacky. It'll help ward off evil spirits, her mother replied. Hearing that, the little girl froze. Was it about that again? She looked down, hiding her sadness. I don't like being teased for being a shaman's daughter, and now I have to wear this? She continued her heartbreaking words, ignoring her mother's expression. And stop putting charms in my backpack. Last time I took out a book, they all spilled out across the classroom floor. I'm worried about you. But if I get bullied because of you, will you take responsibility? The little girl couldn't hold it in any longer, her voice rising. None of the other kids need this stuff, and they're all fine. Why do we have to live like this? She quickly wiped away a tear. I hate it. What about this charm then? Her mother asked, opening her arms wide. I told you, I hate charms. Her mother simply smiled. This is Mom's charm, no matter where my daughter is. If you just call out Mom, I'll come running to hug you. This one is very special. And with that, she pulled her little girl into a tight embrace. The memory fades, lingering on a photograph of that precious moment between mother and daughter. Back in the present, the attack had already stopped. Tears were now streaming from the mother's eyes. Hisu looked up, sensing something was different. Her mother seemed to have regained some control. She called out her daughter's name. Run, my child. Both Yongjin and Hisu were speechless. Mother Hugh cried out with joy, but her mother suddenly moved in a different direction. Realizing something was wrong, the girl shouted, Mom! Ignoring her, she ripped the large knife that was pinned to the wall right out. She gripped it tightly in her hand. Mom, what are you doing? Hisu asked in desperation. Her mother didn't answer. She just raised the knife high, its sharp point aimed directly at herself. No, what are you doing? Realizing her intent, Hisu could only beg helplessly. Don't do that. Her mother didn't listen, only calling her name with love. Hisu, my daughter. Hearing that voice, the girl froze. Mom. Witnessing the horrific scene, Yong Jin could only stare in shock. The light seemed to drain from Hisu's eyes as she lunged forward, catching her mother's collapsing body. She screamed in pure despair. Mom. Mom. But there was no reply. Why? Mom, please, look at me. An image of Hisu's once bright smile flashed through Yongjin's mind. It's okay, I know you'll help me. Please, Mom, please. Hisu clutched her mother, her sobs echoing through the room. And once again, Yongjin was dragged back into his own dark memories, guilty voices screaming in his head. Yongjin, this is all your fault. Give me your body. He covered his face as visions of countless people screaming and blaming him appeared. You should have never existed in the first place. You're the one who killed your parents. You demon. From the wound on Hisu's mother, a vile spirit crawls out. It's furious, screaming, You wretched human, how dare you? Seeing it, Hisu glares back with pure hatred. The spirit chants and curses, You damned humans, as it raises its blade. All of you, die! Hisu quickly embraces her mother to shield her. But suddenly, the spirit's weapon disappears, ripped into the air, and it slams down hard into the ground. What? The spirit turns, confused. The one holding its weapon is just a boy, but the aura he gives off is anything but ordinary. His eyes are brimming with killing intent. This is Yong Jin. The blade scrapes loudly across the floor, a chilling sound. What the hell is this? The spirit scoffs, its grin stretching wide. Have you all forgotten how to fear death? You've got some serious nerve. The moment it speaks, Yong Jin vanishes right before its eyes. The spirit is still looking around, completely baffled. Then he appears right behind it. A single slash lashes out. It barely dodges, but the prayer beads around its body are severed. Damn it! The spirit stumbles back, watching the beads scatter. What's going on? How could my magic just be nullified like that? You're just a bunch of pathetic humans. It opens its mouth, breathing out a hazy white smoke. Nearby corpses gasp, their mouths wide open. They absorb the smoke, transforming into vines that immediately bind the children. Meanwhile, the spirit's severed arm is rebuilt by those same corpses, forming a brand new limb. It grabs a nearby spear. You little punk. Yong Jin charges forward. He brings his blade down hard. The spirit scrambles to block with its spear. They're locked in a struggle, until Yong Jin throws it back with pure force. Then, one clean slice cuts the spear in two. The spirit's jaw drops in shock. Yong Jin gives it no time to recover. He leaps up, lands hard, and drives his blade straight through its hand. It howls in pure agony, yanking its arm back. It flips through the air to create some distance, landing on a high platform. Who are you? Weren't you just coughing up blood from my spell? It roars in frustration. Either way, you're just a pathetic human being. In response, Yong Jin just starts to laugh. Why are you laughing? One of the kids calls out. Yong Jin tightens his grip on his blade and lunges straight at the spirit. It's surprised, but then its eyes dart to a sealed jar nearby. Without a second thought, it hurls the jar directly at Yong Jin. Here, catch this. A look of pure glee spreads across its face. Acting on instinct, Yong Jin slashes the jar open, and a swarm of black insects pours out. They swarm all over him. You fool, the spirit grins, then sends him flying with a vicious kick. To stop himself, Yong Jin slams his blade into the ground, anchoring himself in place. He looks up, his eyes filled with hatred for the monster before him. The spirit laughs, its voice dripping with mockery. That's no ordinary demon, kid. It was created from ancient goo poison. You're not strong enough to take it down. The giant monster, with its centipede body and demonic face, is so grotesque the children scream in fear. What is that disgusting thing? Yong Jin stands his ground, facing it head-on. He looks calm, but he knows his injuries are far worse than they appear. He'll have to revert to human form soon, the spirit thinks to itself, targeting the unconscious woman. She's lying motionless on the floor. I'll just borrow this body for a bit. It grabs the girl's neck. Not my first choice, but you wouldn't dare attack one of your own kind, would you? It exhales a white mist over the girl, and she immediately absorbs it. But then an earth-shattering boom rocks the room as a wall explodes inward. The startled spirit spins around. What it sees is impossible. With just one hand, Yong Jin has sliced the massive centipede monster clean in two. Yong Jin turns his gaze on the spirit, which feels a cold dread wash over it. He severed the goo poison with a single strike. Suddenly, it bursts out laughing, a twisted, broken sound. You absolute fool, slashing it like that won't kill it. Right on cue, the cells inside the centipede begin to stir. All you did was help it multiply. From the two severed halves, two new monsters take shape. They roar in unison. Hey, the spirit orders, don't kill that boy. Just tie him up. I need that body to become a god. But the only sound that reaches its ears is the sound of agonizing screams, the desperate shrieks of its monsters. It whips around in disbelief. Both centipedes are completely still, and all this chaos was caused by one person. By Yong Jin. The spirit's jaw hangs open. Yong Jin turns to face it and slowly licks his lips. Startled, it stumbles and falls to the ground. It scrambles backward in terror. Impossible. Does he eat demons too? The spirit possessing Hisu's mother watches, completely speechless. Even Jin, in his puppy form, senses something is deeply wrong and rushes over. Yong Jin's eyes are glowing red, filled with pure bloodlust. He turns, swinging his blade clang. The weapon slams into the floor, sending shrapnel flying just inches past Jin. Then, he simply turns away. Jin is left staring in absolute horror. The female demon sees him coming for her next and panics. The dark smoke rising off Yong Jin grows thicker and thicker, terrifying her. What is he? He's not human anymore. The thought flashes through her mind as she bolts. She runs for the shattered door. So dangerous, I have to get out. She manages to escape outside, her face twisted in pain. But just then, Yong Jin catches up, slamming his foot right into her back. He lands, planting his other foot on her neck. He drives her face straight into the ground. She grinds a long trail into the stone, her entire face buried in dirt and debris. Yong Jin's foot pressed down with immense weight, pinning the demoness completely. As his blade rose, her eyes widened in pure terror. The moment Yong Jin lifted his foot, she tried to bolt. But seeing his prey attempt to flee, he kicked her right back to the ground. Yong Jin's gaze was calm, as if he were looking at a mere insect. And for her, Fragmented memories began to surface. The scene of a person falling, cursed by the world around them. The more she remembered, the more she descended into madness. No, the nightmare clung to her, the image of a pyre and the girl on it fueling her rage against fate. But I am a god, she thought. Cries of hatred, desperate screams, and the crackle of fire echoed in her ears. The last thing she saw was a twisted smile in a sea of flames. Then the scene shifts to a clear, blue sky. Silk banners fluttered in the wind as offerings piled up like mountains, money, white rice, fruit, and even a whole roasted pig. The villagers bowed their heads in reverence, offering solemn prayers. Before them, their priestess performed the ceremony, holding a fan and bell. When the ritual ended, the priestess turned and smiled. The gods have heard our prayers. Tomorrow, it will rain. Unfortunately, the next day was just as scorching hot. The priestess's hands trembled, her pupils shrinking. Why? She screamed the question 1,000 times in her mind. Why didn't it rain? In a fit of rage, she kicked over the altar. Damn it, how did it come to this? Sweat poured down her face as she realized something terrifying. She couldn't feel anything anymore. Had her magical power weakened? Would no one respect her now? The villagers had already walked away. She stared at the shrine painting she'd kept for years, and a chilling fear crept into her mind. What if there were no gods at all? Stunned by this absurd idea, the priestess stood frozen. That's right, from the very beginning. It was all due to her own talent. The sound of whispering pulled her back to reality. The few remaining villagers stared at her before scurrying away in fear. Feeling shunned, the priestess's mood soured even more. And in a rundown tavern, rumors were spreading faster than cheap booze. Hey, what happened with that sorceress? A drunk slurred. I heard the gods punished her, took away all her magic. Is that so? I heard she even destroyed her own shrine. What a total fraud. I never believed in her from the start. Little did they know, the priestess was standing right behind them, listening to every single word they said. Her voice, cold as ice, made one of the men choke on his drink. A great plague is about to sweep through this village. We must hold a ceremony to the gods if you hope to survive. But times had changed. The villagers just glared at her with contempt. A ceremony? What are you even talking about? We're out of rice. What do you expect us to offer? Or should we go steal? Another person shot back. Come on now, a man sneered. She's just praying for the village. Someone else yelled. Praying for what? She doesn't have any powers left. She's just trying to trick us. They all shouted her down. Why should we believe a woman like you? What plague? You're just lying. Get out of our sight, you crazy old hag, she snarled back. How dare you speak to me now? The jeering crowd suddenly fell silent. Her eyes looked like she wanted to eat them alive. You look down on a priestess like me? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the gods? She asked, before letting out a wild, manic laugh. The crowd was absolutely furious. A bearded man pointed right in her face. You, old woman, you say you were chosen by a god? Then why have none of your recent rituals worked? It's all lies. We're about to die from a plague, and you're still spouting this nonsense. The priestess said nothing, only leaving him with a stare that felt like daggers. A few days later, oh heavens, Mr. Kim is dead. The neighborhood women whispered amongst themselves. The moment that priestess left, trouble hit our village. And Mr. Kim was bad-mouthing her. He didn't believe in the gods, and now his whole family has caught the sickness and died. His wife and kids are bedridden. Hiding behind a nearby wall, the priestess listened with a deeply satisfied smile. She knew it wouldn't be long before they begged her to return. You truly can't disrespect the gods. It's because Mr. Kim kept saying the priestess lost her powers that this all happened. I heard the Park family is holding an exorcism. After all their evil deeds and being barren for so long, now they turn to the gods. In high spirits, the priestess gently blew out a stream of black smoke. From the fresh corpses, countless invisible, hungry ghosts crawled out. They slithered onto her body obediently. At the same time, she walked away, leaving behind a crowd being eaten alive by fear. Now, we can only rely on her. Hey, Dongwai's mother, watch your little girl carefully. Things are chaotic now, don't let her play outside at night. After that incident, wealth and fame returned to her. In the middle of her soul-cleansing ceremonies, the woman wore a smug, satisfied smile. More time passed. Then, in the dead of night, a desperate scream echoed through the village. Dongwai. My child, Dongwai. The mother sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Hearing the news, the villagers were terrified. What's wrong? My daughter is missing. I told you not to let her go out at night. A ghost must have taken her. Don't say such things. Maybe she just got lost. Everyone, please help me find her. Under the light of a full moon, in a dark and gloomy corner, A frail girl lay curled on the cold ground, shivering and clutching her stomach, nothing left but skin and bone. All skin and bones. The sorceress smiles and calls out, "Come now, child." She sits, offering a fragrant pastry with a wickedly charming voice. "Are you hungry? Sui." The little girl's eyes light up, her face filled with longing. Sui is so weak she can't even form words. She just lets out a faint whimper, trying to reach for the pastry with a bony hand. "Go on, eat," the sorceress says cheerfully. But then, from her sleeve, she pulls a massive axe. The blade gleams as she raises it high and brings it swinging straight down. The target? That outstretched hand. With the deed done, the sorceress closes the lid on a nearby urn and walks away. She has no idea another girl with a face full of freckles witnessed the entire thing from a distance, her face pale with terror. The sorceress returns to her room, looking around. "Dong Wai? Where did you go?" she mutters. "Ghosts will get you for playing out late." In the corner of the house, inside a large urn, Dong Wai holds her breath, paralyzed by fear. The next morning, the sorceress holds another ceremony. Dong Wei's mother stands in the crowd, her eyes swollen from crying, praying silently for her daughter. Suddenly, she gasps. Dong Wai is climbing out of the urn, frantically running towards her. Seeing her child, the mother bursts into tears of pure joy. The child hugs her mother, trembling as she points a finger at the one who caused everything. The crowd is stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Exposed. The sorceress's face darkens. In the flickering torchlight, a horrified man collapses to the ground. His hand trembles as he points to a bamboo tube. From inside, a single finger bone falls out. The parents who lost their child scream in agony. The sorceress is quickly tied up, buried under a storm of curses. "Give me back my child, you evil demon." She just scoffs. "Regretting it now? Really?" The sorceress lays it all bare. "You're the ones who wanted this. You were silent when you used my power, but now you scream when it bites you back. Your children are dead because of your own bottomless greed." Those words make the villagers' heads spin. "You fools. You all have to pay the price." A laugh hisses through her clenched teeth. The villagers can't take it anymore, unleashing a torrent of spit and curses upon her. "You crazy woman. Aren't you afraid of divine punishment?" The sorceress's smile twists grotesquely. "The gods? Why would I be afraid of them? If the gods actually existed, I wouldn't have survived to see this day." From the crowd, a woman snatches a torch and rushes forward in a frenzy, throwing it right at the sorceress. "Die!" A grieving mother's curse rings out. The fire catches the straw and wood, slowly crawling up her body, but the witch remains calm. "Even if the gods appeared, they could do nothing to me." The villagers stare, dumbfounded, as she's burned alive. The sorceress's mouth stretches into an impossibly wide grin. "Now that I'm here, all of you will die." Her voice mixes with the crackling flames. "I am a god, the god of resentment, the god of greed. All of you are just feeding my power." Her body turns to ash, but the horrifying voice still echoes. "I will become the embodiment of a god." Just then, on the ground, two red lines of light connect, forming a magic circle trapping Yong Jin and the demoness. The moment that thing appears, countless urns begin to shake before exploding all at once. Countless streams of red energy, like slithering snakes, burst out and wrap around the demoness. They devour the vengeful energy, and from the embers, the demon is reborn. "Now, it's time to punish you." The demoness's eyes flare like headlights as she charges at Yong Jin. Countless energy snakes whip at him from all sides, but Yong Jin dodges them with ease. "I'll kill you all," the demoness screams as the flames around her intensify. She attacks again, unleashing the power of pure resentment. The kids and Hu watch in terror. "Big bro, be careful." Oh no. One kid sees the massive cleaver blocking the demoness's attack and thinks, right now, he looks even scarier than that demon. On Yong Jin's face is a smile that looks purely villainous. He lifts the heavy cleaver. The demoness is shocked as the blade glides through her like the wind. All the snakes coiled around her body are sliced into pieces. Groaning, the demoness falls back. From her severed arm, new snakes begin to sprout. Seizing the chance, she unleashes countless red threads. "Die!" Yong Jin leaps high into the air, slicing through several threads. The demoness watches in absolute horror. From above, Yong Jin swings his blade again. Black smoke gathers around him, slowly forming into a layer of dragon scales. One of his eyes flashes pure white as a colossal black dragon materializes, wrapping around him. Even Jin, in his dog form, stares with his jaw wide open. Yong Jin raises his blade, and the dragon's body moves. At the same time, the demoness unleashes her snakes once more. What is that kid trying to do? Jin panics at the sight of the dragon and the snakes about to clash. Far away, a folding fan snaps open. The bodies of the demoness and Yong Jin freeze in place. Windbreaker, a clear voice rings out as a tornado tears through the air, separating the two entities. The whirlwind shreds the demoness, leaving only a few muffled sounds before it sends Yong Jin flying too. The fan closes, and the wind dies down. Yong Jin looks up, completely bewildered. The fan's owner speaks a single name, Han Kirk. A wave of freezing cold air rushes from the fan, coiling around Yong Jin and trapping him in a cage of ice. The stranger lifts the fan, forming a hand seal. Yong Jin's hand immediately releases the cleaver, his consciousness finally returning. The one who intervened was none other than the earth god, Virthian. Tianshang stood silent, his eyes filled with a deep sense of boredom. The kids ran over to him excitedly, but the demoness he'd just defeated was still crawling forward. The children were terrified by her sheer persistence. What is she? But Tianshang just gave her a cold, indifferent glance. You! What are you? The demoness rasped, her withered arm reaching for him. That power. How can you wield the authority of the mountain god? The boy looked down at her as if she were a complete moron, uttering just a few words dripping with arrogance. Because I am a god. What? Lord Tianshang continued slowly, his entire being radiating divine pride. The celestial lord of the earthly branches. The demoness was frozen, a god. Her worn-down fangs began to chatter as drool dripped from her lips. Was he a real god? The children watched with wide, tense eyes as tears began to stream from the demoness's hollow sockets. She dragged her mangled feet forward, step by agonizing step, her hand clenching the hem of the god's robe. Why? Her voice was filled with resentment. Why didn't you listen to my prayers? Why did you never come for me? She remembered the most desperate moment of her life. When I needed you the most, where were you then? If you had just appeared sooner, I wouldn't have become this. Why did you let me die? What kind of god abandons their followers? The god looked as though he was listening to a bad joke. He flicked her filthy hand away and dusted off his robe. Prayers? He scoffed. Look at the state of you. I'm certain you only prayed for your own filthy, selfish gains. No god would ever listen to prayers like those. As he spoke, countless smaller demons burst from her sleeves, draining the last of her life force. You were blinded by greed, forgetting your duties as a shaman, and committed the 10 unforgivable sins. Tianshang coldly listed her crimes. No, the demoness screamed. What's there to be wronged about? He smirked. Don't you see the souls you've murdered? They started it first. She tried to justify herself. Tianshang fell silent, the air around him turning ice cold. Even if you were torn apart and burned alive 1,000 times, it wouldn't compare to the injustice they suffered. My judgment is this. You will descend into hell. The fan in his hand snapped open, and a crescent moon sigil appeared on his forehead. A vortex of black energy swirled forward, engulfing the demoness. No, you can't, she trembled in fear. Save me, I can't die like this, she pleaded. Tianshang's eyes were cold, like a cat toying with a mouse. Please, save me. It was over. The black tornado rushed in, ripping the demoness to shreds until nothing was left. The kids stared at their brother with pure admiration. What about the human? Tianshang asked. Ah, the human, one child exclaimed in panic. She's been stabbed. The evening sun painted the sky, a deep, blood red. Tianshang walked over to Hugh and her mother. Seeing a stranger, Hugh clutched her mother tightly in fear. Still breathing, he mumbled. He opened his fan, and the symbol on it changed. A flower bloomed above Hugh's head. With a wave of his fan, countless petals enveloped her mother, healing the wound on her arm. Then, the petals stitched up the deep stab wound in her abdomen. Color slowly returned to the woman's face as Hugh watched, stunned by the beautiful sight. Tianshang closed his fan and the flowers vanished, leaving a gentle light around the mother. Mom? Hugh gently shook her. She's only sleeping, don't worry, Tianshang reassured her. Hugh looked at her mother, who now wore the same gentle smile as before. Fresh tears streamed down her face. How is this possible? It's okay now, a little girl said cheerfully. My brother is a great god from the heavens, the kids boasted with pride. Of the 12 earthly branch gods, he is the very first. A little thing like this is nothing to him. Hugh, completely stunned, quickly bowed her head in gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Tianshang coughed, hiding a smear of dark blood on his sleeve. No thanks are needed, he said. But may I ask a favor of you? His hand trembled as he gripped the fan. He had used far too much of his power today. He flicked his fan, clearing away the demons surrounding 2 other people. The glass prison holding them shattered. When that shaman wakes up, Collect the fingers of these children and perform their rites of passage." With those words, Tiansheng departed. Outside, in the fading twilight, the silence was almost unnerving. Tiansheng stood there, a flicker of amusement in his eyes as he watched Yong Jin still floating in the mist, a small dog beside him. "Hey," he called out. Jin, in his dog form, jumped. "Let's go." Tiansheng approached Yong Jin. He raised his fan, aimed for the top of Yong Jin's head, and gave him a light tap. Yong Jin's eyes fluttered open, finally free from his trance. He stared blankly at the stranger standing before him. To make things worse, he was surrounded by a thick white smoke, adding to his confusion. "What is this?" He struggled against it, but the smoke wouldn't budge. Then, suddenly, it started to dissipate. Yong Jin lost his balance, falling to the ground with a thud. He quickly sat up, his eyes darting around in shock. A scene of complete devastation lay before him. The confusion was written all over his face. "What's happening? Where am I?" Then, a memory hit him. The image of Hugh's mother collapsing, followed by the sound of the girl sobbing. His eyes instantly searched for Hugh. Right at that moment, Hugh appeared. She stared at him intently, then slapped both of his cheeks to make sure she wasn't dreaming. "My mistake." "Hey, are you all right?" she stammered. Yong Jin's face turned bright red. "I'm fine. What about you?" Seeing her friend was finally awake, Hu burst into tears all over again. "Thank goodness. I'm so sorry, Yong Jin. It was all my fault," she sobbed. "I'm okay, really," he said, looking at her in confusion. "How's your mom? Is she all right?" "Yeah." Hu managed to smile. "Thanks to the little god and the great god, her wounds are all healed. She's just sleeping to recover." Yong Jin was now completely lost. Just then, Jin approached in his scroll form. "Are you finally back to your senses, ancestor?" Yong Jin stammered and scratched his head. "What on earth did I miss?" Jin replied, "I'll explain at home." But another voice cut in. "Oh, really?" A young boy in traditional clothes stared at Jane with a friendly but challenging gaze. "You're a curious one, aren't you? How will you explain all this?" The group just stared blankly at the kid. Hu finally broke the silence, introducing him. "This is the great god, a real god from the heavens." "A great god?" Yong Jin glanced from her to Jean, who was now glaring at the boy with a look that clearly said, "What are you looking at?" Yong Jin and the great god locked eyes in a silent showdown. Then, Yong Jin pointed behind the kid and yelled, "Hey, a ball's coming your way." This childish trick made the great god absolutely fume. A crowd of kids quickly rushed to his side. "Big brother, are you okay?" The god snapped his fan shut, shooting one last furious glare at Yong Jin's group. "We're leaving." White smoke began to swirl around him and the children. The kid smiled, waving goodbye to everyone. "Let's go. Bye-bye. See you later." Yong Jin could only stare, mouth agape. What the hell was that? And just like that, they teleported away. "You know him?" Hisu asked, completely amazed. Apparently, Yong Jin even had connections with the gods. "What?" No, not at all," he stammered. At that moment, a warm voice called out, "Who?" She turned quickly to see her mother in the doorway. Her mother rushed forward, pulling her into a tight hug. Watching the warm reunion, Yong Jin couldn't help but smile. Hiding behind the door, Uncle Ba quietly shed a tear. He didn't step inside, only watched from afar before picking up his basket and shuffling away, humming a soft tune. "Cry, baby, the tiger will get you. Good baby, have some candy." His voice faded, and where he stood, a handful of candy sat carefully placed on a cloth. The sun finally set. A message popped up on a phone screen. "Your order has been delivered," accompanied by a photo. A message from 8 hours ago? Yong Jin mumbled, staring at several large bags by his door. "Oh, come on." He checked the contents, everything was completely spoiled. "What are you, some kind of local official? Accepting offerings from the people?" Jean stood beside him, his gaze dripping with judgment. "Who bought these for me? They just got delivered," Yong Jin snapped. "What are you even thinking? An official?" Jean glared back. "Are you yelling at your great-great-grandfather?" But Yong Jin ignored him, punching the code into his door. "How dare you speak to me that way?" Being ignored only made Jin angrier. "I can overlook other things, but not your tone. Then you can starve for all I care," Yong Jin shot back, hauling the bags inside. "You disrespectful little brat," Jean yelled after him. "Just get in here and close the door." Yong Jin cut him off, picking up the sword he had left by the entrance. "I'm hungry. Get dinner ready now." Jin strolled into the house, made his demand, then turned and walked away, leaving Yong Jin juggling all the bags. "Wash your feet first," Yong Jin reminded him while pulling out his phone. A text had come in from Hisu. "Yong Jin, Thank you. And I am so, so sorry. If you're ever in trouble, I swear I'll be the first one there to help. The text was followed by stickers of a buff duck and a waving duck. Yong Jin replied to the message, then took the bags to start preparing dinner. Meanwhile, Hu's phone pinged with a notification. It was just a short reply. It was nothing, but it was enough to make her break into a wide, happy smile. Back at Yong Jin's, dinner was ready. Jane was eating as if he'd been starved for a week. So, while I was passed out, that shaman kid killed the monster and healed Hu's mom, right? Yong Jin asked while deboning a fish. That's right, Jean replied between mouthfuls. Damn, I missed all the good parts, Yong Jin said, then glanced at his ancestor spirit, who was still stuffing his face. Is he an ancestor god like you? Probably your ancestor. They both returned to their meal. Yong Jin sighed inwardly. So where was my ancestor when I needed him? He thought to himself. I almost died, and he was nowhere in sight. You should have been the one to save me. If it wasn't for that kid, I'd be dead. Each of his unspoken complaints was like a needle piercing Jine's conscience. Hit right where it hurt, the old spirit could only sit in silence. The piece of meat in his mouth suddenly fell out. It's not that I didn't want to save you, Jine explained, every word heavy. It's that I couldn't. Yong Jin recalled the sword he'd seen on Jine's back in his human form. Huh. So is that sword on your back just for show, he asked. Just for looks, Jin answered casually. I've lost all of my power. That statement made Yong Jin stop cold. He calmly put the pieces together. Is it because of that time you saved me from that other god? Jine was slightly surprised he knew about that. After a few seconds, he replied, Yes, that's right. That incident is the reason for all of this. That night, you actually died. The horrifying memory flashed back, along with an image of a warm light glowing from Yong Jin's chest. I used every last bit of my power, Jean continued, and this divine jade, the jade hanging at his hip glowed brilliantly before slowly being consumed by a dark stain. To pull you back from the dead, it was my only choice. His special healing ability was a gift of power from him. Yong Jin froze. What on earth did he mean by that? I already told you, Jin replied, his face completely serious. From now on, you're going to help me get my power back. High above the city, a lone figure stood on a skyscraper, a bow in hand, silently observing from the darkness. It was a girl with blazing, dangerous red eyes. She stood under the moon for a moment, then vanished without a trace. Blue skies, white clouds, a new day had begun. As Yong Jin put on his uniform, he suddenly cried out, clutching his arm in pain. His arms and legs were trembling uncontrollably. Why did his arm ache so much? And his legs felt completely shot after just a short run. Hey, kiddo? Jin, still in his small dog form, suddenly spoke up. Do you have anything like a chronicle? He paused, choosing his words carefully. You know, like books that record the changes of the world in chronological order. You say that as if I wouldn't understand. Yong Jin snapped impatiently. To his surprise, Jin looked shocked. I can't believe you actually have one. Asking a question, then acting surprised, ridiculous. Yong Jin grumbled as he tossed a book onto his bed. Turns out he never threw away his 10th grade history book. Jin was curious. What's this? A history textbook, Yong Jin replied. See ya, I'm off to school. Yeah, be careful. On the way to school, Yong Jin was fiddling with his phone, but Jin's words from last night kept replaying in his head. Your bizarre healing ability comes from the power I gave you. If that was true, then shouldn't he be stronger by now? So why hadn't his stamina improved at all? This way, you won't be targeted by demons anymore. That statement from Jin, while a bit ridiculous, did give him some peace of mind. Not a bad trade-off. Lost in thought, he suddenly bumped into a sculpture. Remembering what happened last time, a chill ran down his spine as he quickly jumped away. Just then, a walkie-talkie-like device on another boy's chest started beeping. All 5 colored lights on the device flashed at once. Yong Jin, completely oblivious, just kept on walking. A warning also sounded in the other boy's earpiece. The boring battle has ended. He stared in confusion as the device went back to normal, the two of them simply passing each other by. When the freckled boy adjusted his glasses and looked up, all he saw was Yong Jin's back disappearing down the hallway. The freckled kid ducked behind a corner, raised a strange device with a 3-eyed symbol, and started recording. To be precise, it was a homemade ghost detector, its screen constantly analyzing everyone who entered its lens. The work might have seemed serious, but his sneaky posture made him look exactly like some pervert taking secret photos. Suddenly, a hand snatched the device. A female student with a ponytail held it up for inspection. Hey, what are you filming? Don't tell me you're taking lewd pictures. Her short-haired friend glared at him. Cornered, the boy stumbled over his words. No, I wasn't filming you guys. Then who were you filming? This is a ghost detector. It's an app that senses spirits. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? The ponytail girl snapped. You pointed that camera at us, too. Where's the photo album? I didn't take any pictures, I was just looking. Right then, another voice cut in. A handsome classmate slung an arm around the freckled boy. Joe W., what are you doing? Hunting for ghosts again? The boy named Zhao jumped in surprise. His friend wasted no time, turning to the two girls to explain. Sorry about this. This guy is obsessed with ghosts and all that. He was just checking if our school had any. The girls' attitudes changed instantly when they saw the hot guy. It's Du Kyung. Another hand snatched Ju's device. He's been this way since middle school. He kind of lacks empathy, so just bear with him. We'll handle it. I don't lack empathy, Joe W. stubbornly argued back. Du Kyung tried to reason with his friend. W, why do you let people misunderstand you like this? Stop filming, you have plenty of other toys. His friend Gia held up a phone to show the other two girls. Hey, check out his photo album, it's nothing but selfies. Oh my god, don't look at that. W screamed in helpless rage as he was held back. This weirdo is trying to look so cool in his poses. Ha 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 ha. Finally, Du Kyung had to step in and end the whole spectacle. We're truly sorry. The two girls gave a quick nod and bolted. The moment they were gone, Gia's expression went ice cold. She crossed her arms and glared at Ju W. You need to tone it down. Walking around with a camera these days. Are you asking for a beating? You have to let me explain, he shot back. Explain what? She scoffed. You're about to get dragged to the principal's office. Seeing the tension rise, Du Kyung stepped in. Gia, can you maybe stop cussing? I'm not cussing. You're the one asking for trouble. Du Kyung turned to Jiaoliu. Anyway, Jiaoliu, why are you on this floor? You didn't even put your bag away. What do you think? Jobu answered bluntly. Du Kyung's face went pale. Don't tell me something else happened. Hey, Gia cut Du Kyung off. Don't listen to him. If you keep encouraging him, he'll never stop. What? I never do that, Joe W. retorted, feeling unjustly blamed. The group was standing in the hall of 12th grade, Class 1. Didn't you see it during the field trip? Du Kyung tried to persuade Gia. Jia's recorder actually caught a real ghost's voice, and the radio just kept repeating, so much fun, let's play, over and over. Gia looked at him like he was a total idiot. You moron. It's an electronic device. It was probably just signal interference. Interference, that's it. It's just interference. JW suddenly has a revelation, leaving the other two completely stunned. He starts explaining that ghosts are made from powerful energy fields. If a creature like that is nearby, it messes with electromagnetic waves. Lights will start to flicker, sensors fail, it's all interference, causing every device around to act up. After his explanation, JW even compliments Gia. He's surprised Gia knows so much about the supernatural, maybe he's got potential as a ghost hunter? He even offers to take him on as a student. Gia's face just twitches. Like ghosts are real, you moron. Have you ever seen one? Of course, JW retorts. I'm looking at your face. Damn. Gia snaps, ready to launch himself at the guy. Gia! Du Kyung quickly holds him back. Are you messing with me? Gia stomps his foot in rage. I want to punch you so bad. Just then, the device in JW's hand glows again. It's pinpointed a target in classroom 123. Wait, there's really a ghost? Du Kyung is stunned. Seriously, in this classroom? Gia shushes him. Suddenly, the classroom door swings right open. Should we check it out? Du Kyung whispers. I'll ask for permission. JW is thrilled. Having Du Kyung around is seriously convenient. Suddenly, two girls walk out. Oh, Du Kyung. Who's this? He's a friend from middle school, Du Kyung explains, putting an arm around JW. JW wastes no time. Can we check out your classroom? The short-haired girl just nods. Sure, go ahead. The other girl with long hair gets curious. What's this? She tries to press some buttons, but JW quickly stops her. Sorry, don't touch it. Your negative energy will break it, he warns her. The girl is just baffled. Is this guy totally insane? The class swarms around the school's hotshot, Du Kyung. Meanwhile, Yong Jin is on his phone, puzzled by a text from Hisu. The message asks, Can you come to the science lab now? I have something for you, but I can't give it to you directly. They'll misunderstand. Yong Jin texts back, Can't it wait until after school? Defeated, Yong Jin gets up. Where are you going? Just the bathroom. He looks up from his phone and is startled by what he sees. The back door is completely blocked by the popular crowd. As an introvert, Yong Jin feels mentally drained just looking at them. The moment Yong Jin and Du Kyung's eyes meet, Du Kyung rushes to clear the crowd. "Hey, stop blocking the door and get inside." One of the guys laughs. "You actually believe that stupid stuff? So what?" Du Kyung retorts, then turns to Yong Jin with a guilty look. "Sorry about that," he says. Yong Jin is in awe. Just one look from him parted the crowd like the Red Sea. "He's like a god," another student adds. Yong Jin, truly number one, walks out the door. At that exact moment, a piercing sound rings out. JW's device screen flashes bright red, its numbers jumping off the charts. 9.89. His phone also starts blasting out terrifying alerts. Death. Destruction. What the hell is going on? Du Kyung's face goes pale. "What's wrong with that thing? Isn't it for talking with ghosts? I think I've found our cause of the weird things happening in your class." But the cause, Yong Jin, is totally oblivious. "My mom made this," Hisu says, holding out a beaded bracelet. "She said to give one to you." Yong Jin deadpans, "You called me just for this?" Yong Jin is speechless. He sees Hisu wearing an identical bracelet. Tell her I said thanks." He answers curtly and pockets the bracelet. Hisu, confused, asks, "You're not going to wear it?" Yong Jin gets awkward. "Well, if we both wear these, people might misunderstand and think they're couple bracelets." Hisu can't believe how dense he is. "Yong Jin, it's a beaded bracelet. Do you really think no one else on Earth wears these? You're the only one who thinks that." He stays silent, so she adds, "Just wear it. My mom made it because she was worried." "It's fine," Yong Jin replies. "Those ghosts won't dare touch me anymore. My ancestors said so." Hisu is shocked. "Really?" "Yeah," he stammers. "He gave me power or something." He remembers Jine's words. "You should have died that day." If he tells the truth, Hisu will just start crying hysterically. He decides to only tell her half of it. "Never mind. It just helped me recover faster." "Oh, so it's your ancestors' power." Hisu nods along. "That explains why you seem so different." "Different how?" "You were fighting like crazy, flying all over with a sword." "I was fighting?" Yong Jin is stunned. "When? You don't remember?" "At my family's shrine." Hearing the word shrine, a hand shoots out with lightning speed. Yong Jin's phone clatters to the ground, his hand clamped tightly over Hisu's mouth. The unconscious action startles Yong Jin back to reality. The entire room falls silent. "Yong Jin, what's wrong?" Hisu asks, confused, as he quickly pulls his hand away. Yong Jin's face is pale as he stares at his hand in total disbelief. I'm sorry. That wasn't me." A robotic voice sounds in his ear. "Death." Both of them immediately look toward the door. Standing there, scratching his head, is JW. "Sorry, your story was so juicy I ended up eavesdropping." "Hi, I'm Gongjan, and I'm a hunter." Jian introduces himself, completely serious. Yong Jin and Hisu just exchange a look. "What is with the people in this chapter?" Jian holds out his hand, saying it's a pleasure to meet him. Hisu is stunned. You know who I am? I also know that your mother is a shaman." "What? How do you? Doesn't everyone know your mom is a shaman?" "You idiot," Yong Jin muttered. "Oh right, I forgot," Hisu said, dazed. "I know all this school's ghost stories and its history." Jian continued. "That's also the reason I enrolled here. Do you two know the legend of the walking statue?" "Nope, no idea." "Every single upperclassman knows about it," Jian said. "The statue at Sampo High School runs at night. Anyone who sees it run is forced to race against it. If you don't race properly or break the rules, it'll stab you from behind with its flag." "In that case, we nearly died," Hisu whispered. Yong Jin nodded in agreement. "This was probably a poltergeist phenomenon," Jian explained with an academic air. "Sometimes the school's flagpole gets yanked up, even when there's no storm. It had already happened 4 times since the opening ceremony." Hisu and Yong Jin could only listen in silence. Recently, Jian stressed, staring intently at the two of them. "There was an incident that proved the legend is true. I accidentally witnessed something very strange." He began to recount his story. "I was just leaving the bathroom that day. At first, I thought I was seeing things, but it felt so real," Jian said. The image of them being chased was still crystal clear in his mind. There was a boy being chased by the stone statue, and right behind him was a girl with her hair in a ponytail. Every detail made Yong Jin and Hisu jump. Hisu even subconsciously reached up and untied her hair. What's more surprising is that the statue was perfectly intact the next morning. But Jian dragged the word out mysteriously. The energy inside it had been completely drained. Sweat began to dot their foreheads. He held up his detector. This statue always registered an energy level of 5, but since that day, it doesn't even reach 1. To put it simply, something has disappeared from that statue. Jian looked directly at Yong Jin, no longer beating around the bush. So let me ask you straight. You two were there with the statue, weren't you? No way. They both denied in unison. It was definitely you two, Jian insisted, completely confident. How can you be so certain? Usually if I said that, people would call me crazy, or just ignore me. He calmly analyzed the situation, but you two denied it immediately. That only proves my theory is correct. He shook the detector. This device measures magnetic fields. Ghosts don't have a physical form. They exist as energy, and this machine detects that. After listening to Jian's long speech, Yong Jin lost his patience. Has any of this been scientifically proven? Jian immediately brought the detector closer. The moment it touched Yong Jin, the device lit up, its reading jumping straight to 5, meaning the thing that was inside the statue is now inside of you, correct? That is my conclusion. Yong Jin aggressively shoved the detector away. I asked if this has been scientifically proven yet. Of course, if only this device had reacted, I wouldn't have pressed you, Jian replied calmly, pulling out countless other machines. But all of my equipment is reacting strongly. It just keeps beeping like this. The piercing alarms rang out non-stop. So, how do you explain this now? Jian smiled confidently. What am I supposed to explain? Yong Jin retorted. That's just your own speculation. So are you two ghost hunters? What is that? Yong Jin was baffled. It's someone who hunts down and collects the souls of ghosts. What? The more Yong Jin listened, the more clueless he became. No matter what you say, I don't believe you. He definitively ended the conversation. The stone statue or whatever has nothing to do with us. With that, he turned to make a quick exit. Hey, Lai Hisu, let's go. Why do you guys keep lying? Jian sighed. Fine, I really didn't want to have to pull this out. But a few choppy sounds made Yong Jin whip his head back around. Jian was playing a video on his phone. Phone cameras these days are almost as good as DSLRs, he said, then nonchalantly zoomed in. This distance is just perfect. We're screwed, Yong Jin thought. I'm not a bad person. You don't have to hide anything, Jian reassured them. You seem more like a bad guy, though, Hisu remarked. What do you want? Yong Jin asked directly. I have a favor to ask you, Jian said with an embarrassed smile. Do you two know about the haunted antique shop? Meanwhile, Du Kyung was walking down the hall when someone called her from behind. Du Kyung. She turned around, curious. A shy-looking boy was holding out a wooden box. This is for you, the boy stammered. What is this? Du Kyung accepted it cheerfully. Go on, open it. It's a gift from me. This is the first time a boy has ever given me a gift. Du Kyung giggled with excitement, her hands already opening the box. Thank you. What class are you in? Hearing that, the boy's voice began to tremble. You don't remember me? No way. You're such a hypocrite. And with that, she stormed off in a rage. Du Kyung was left speechless, completely confused by the whole thing. Just then, a strange light began to glow from the box. Inside was a paper doll covered in Chinese characters right next to a single die. Suddenly, the doll burst into flames as a thick, black smoke poured out from the box. A new day began under a clear blue sky dotted with white clouds. In the classroom, while other students paid attention, Yong Jin was still completely zoned out. Where did we even leave off last week? He propped his chin on his hand and let out a massive yawn, so big it brought tears to his eyes. Man, why am I so exhausted? His eyes suddenly snapped open. Noticing something under his desk, it was his phone. The screen was lit up with a new message from someone named Ghost Hunter. Below it were 3 more messages, all sent at 9:11 in the morning. Ghost Hunter, Eon Jin Sama, Ghost Hunter. My number is 01, followed by 5 X's. Ghost Hunter is Joe W. What the heck? Yong Jin texted back in shock. How did you get my number? The reply came back almost instantly. Joe W. Lee Hisu gave it to me. Yong Jin was annoyed. Jums messaged again. Just this once, man. Won't you come with me to the haunted antique shop? Yong Jin's reply was blunt. No, you two can just go together. Joe W. replied. If you go, then he'll go too. Yong Jin clenched his fist, a wave of irritation washing over him. Suddenly, a voice echoed from right above him. Hey! He jumped, snapping his head up to see the teacher holding the attendance book, an eyebrow raised. Whose empty seat is that? Yong Jin glanced over at the empty desk beside him. Oh, that's John Do Kyung's, sir. A voice piped up, and the class erupted in whispers. He was here a minute ago, probably just went to the restroom. Just then, the classroom door was shoved open. Every single head in the room turned to the student standing in the doorway. Whoa, you scared me. See, teacher, he's here. John Do Kyung has arrived. But for some reason, Do Kyung didn't move to come inside. The teacher called out, John Du-kyung, where have you been? The whole class went dead silent, waiting for his answer. Ah, my apologies, sir. Du-kyung just grinned, not looking the least bit sorry. A classmate called out, Hey John, your seat's over here. Du-kyung's eyes flicked toward the speaker, then his gaze swept right past Yong Jin. He smirked, turned to face the front of the class, and started rolling a die between his fingers. And just like that, the final bell rang. Min-jun and another friend immediately blocked Du-kyung's path. Where were you, man? You almost got marked absent. Were you really in the bathroom? Du-kyung didn't say a word, just held out his fist towards them. Min-jun hesitated for a second before bumping it with his own. What's this? You want to play rock, paper, scissors? Du-kyung smirked, kicking his feet up on a desk. 1 round, 10,000 gold. I don't have any money, Min-jun said with a forced laugh. Then you'll have to pay with your body. Min-jun rubbed his chin, thinking it over. 10,000, huh? He made his choice fast. Okay, you're on. Rock, paper, scissors. Min-jun threw rock, but Du-kyung threw scissors. Haha. A real man always throws rock. Min-jun roared with laughter, absolutely thrilled. But then he froze solid when he saw Du-kyung pull out a 10,000 won bill. For real? Min-jun took the money, his jaw on the floor. Totally real. Why wouldn't it be? Du-kyung answered, his voice eerily calm. You worked hard for it. Sweet, thanks a lot, man, Min-jun shouted with joy. Want to go again? Du-kyung asked with a friendly smile. Let's do it. Min-jun agreed without a moment's hesitation. Du-kyung's lips curled into a smirk. 50,000 this time. What? 50,000? Guess that's how it is with rich kids. Min-jun taunted, cracking his knuckles. This dude's playing for keeps. Rock, paper, scissors. This time, Du-kyung threw paper. Ah, crap. Min-jun started to chuckle. But before he could finish his sentence, Du-kyung landed a brutal punch that sent Min-jun flying to the ground. The whole class whipped around in shock. Hey, what was that for? You can't just hit him. Yong Jin was stunned too. What's going on? But John Du-kyung just stood there laughing hysterically. He pointed down at Min-jun, who was sprawled out on the floor. A man's gotta take risks. You'll never get anywhere by just throwing rock all day. Hey, are you okay? A friend asked, nervously shaking Min-jun. I think he's out cold. We have to call the nurse. What's with everyone? Du-kyung looked around, genuinely confused, as everyone stared daggers at him. It's no big deal. He walked over and grabbed Min-jun's arm. This guy won 10,000. Won. What more do you want to see? He laughed, trying to pry the bill from Min-jun's tightly clenched fist. Man, this guy's got a death grip on the cash. Hey, Du-kyung, that's a bit much. A friend finally spoke up, scolding him. Du-kyung's face darkened. A bit much? What, was I supposed to fake losing? I already gave him the 10,000 won. Besides, I told him he'd have to pay with his body. Hearing his chillingly calm tone, the other students just stared in disbelief. Oh, right. Du-kyung suddenly acted like he remembered something, getting right in the face of the student who had just spoken up. You seemed to agree with the deal, didn't you? The other student started shaking with fear. Huh? Du-kyung's eyes turned sharp as ice. He pushed himself up from the desk, letting out an irritated curse. Ah, damn it. Du-kyung shoved his hands in his pockets and walked straight out of the classroom. Only after he was completely gone did anyone dare to move. They all rushed over to check on Min-jun's condition. What was that? Hey, are you okay? What in the world did I just witness? The student next to Yong Jin pushed up his glasses. It looked like a scene straight out of a movie about school violence. A heavier-set kid spoke up. I think it's more like he got transported to another world. That's not the real. Du-kyung, some villain from another dimension, must have possessed his body. Yong Jin just frowned, silently lost in his own thoughts. A moment later, 2 girls started to whisper amongst themselves. Did you see what happened this morning? What's gotten into Du-kyung all of a sudden? That's the first time I've ever heard him curse. The girl across from her glanced toward Du-kyung through her compact mirror. He's like a totally different person. It's honestly terrifying. You'd think he was some kind of gangster. I heard he's taking acting classes. The girl with the ponytail tried to defend him. Maybe he's just preparing for a casting call. But did he need to practice like that at school? Her friend gave a bored look at Du-kyung smoking, watching the white clouds escape his lips. Oh, I'm sure he'll get the part. Du-kyung was acting like a total gangster. The whole class started whispering, what was he holding? Unbelievable. A kid with a bowl cut nervously spoke up to warn him. You can't smoke in here, the teacher's coming. But Du-kyung couldn't care less. What was that? Too quiet. The tone in his voice alone made the other kid freeze, feeling the pressure. Speak up! Du-kyung suddenly roared right in the poor kid's face. The whole class jumped. What was his problem? Was he snapping again? Then, just as fast, Dukyung gently touched his ear, his voice softening. Just kidding. Did I scare you? He held up a pen with a grin. You think this is a cigarette? But yeah, the teacher is about to show up. Want to bet? Dukyung cut him off, a smirk playing on his lips. I bet the teacher walks in the second the bell rings. 10,001. The bowl-cut kid was trembling in fear. I'll bet she doesn't. 10,000. No cash? Then you can pay with your body. Dukyung's voice turned sickly sweet, a purely evil look on his face. The kid was sweating bullets, staring at the floor, too scared to even look up. Why are you shaking? Dukyung scoffed. Hey, Dukyung? A voice called from the doorway. It was Jia. She frowned at him. He just raised an eyebrow back, before his eyes fell to the hand she was grabbing. Let's go. She dragged him right out into the hallway. Dukyung yanked his hand free. What is wrong with you? Jia was furious. Were you seriously about to hit him? Why? And where did you get this? You hate smoking. Dukyung didn't seem to care, just casually tossing a die in his hand. Hey, are you listening? Jia demanded, her voice rising. He stopped, clutching the die. Even or odd? What? Are you kidding me? Even or odd, he repeated, a small, unsettling smile on his face. Come on. Jia was suspicious, but answered anyway. Odd. Dukyung's lips curled as he opened his hand. Wrong. Then he suddenly grabbed her cheek, pulling her face close, his expression twisted. Guess you'll have to pay with your body then, huh? Jia was pulled so close she was pressed right against him. She flinched, eyes wide with shock, before landing a hard slap across Dukyung's face. You psycho. With that, Jia turned and stormed off, leaving Dukyung, rubbing his freshly slapped cheek. But from a corner, a chubby student who saw everything smirked and clutched a talisman in his hand. On another, much sunnier day, a student named JW was walking down the hall. He unlocked his phone, and a text message popped up. Yong Jin-sama, if you don't answer, I'm posting that blurred photo on the paranormal forum. Yong Jin's reply was blunt. Shut the hell up. JW just texted back. Come on, Yong Jin, just this once. It's my dying wish. He looked up at the sign for class 123. Did you really think I couldn't find you hiding in here? JW slid the door open and stepped inside. Pardon the intrusion. Yong Jin. A signal detector on his belt instantly started to vibrate. JW cracked a smile. Looks like he's very close. Time to use the Yong Jin finder. He excitedly scanned the room, calling out, Yong Jin, it's useless to hide. My custom detector can pinpoint your location easily. And just then, a strong force smacked the device right out of JW's hand. Clatter. The machine hit the floor. Standing beside him was Dukyung. When did he even get there? JW jumped, breaking into a cold sweat. He smelled cigarette smoke. Dukyung slowly bent to pick up the device, and the second he touched it, it went absolutely haywire. At the same time, all the other gadgets on JW's body started screaming. Whoa, what the heck? Why is everything suddenly malfunctioning? JW frantically checked his equipment, not forgetting his mission. Hey, can you call your classmate Yong Jin for me, please? Meanwhile, Yong Jin pulled out his phone and saw a flood of messages on an app called Ghost Talk. Save me, please, save me. Death. Suddenly, Dukyung smashed the detector on the ground, shattering it. You want to die? Dukyung snarled at JW. His voice was a low growl. If you bump into someone, you apologize first. Seeing how terrifying Dukyung was, JW backed down fast. Right. I'm sorry. A single die was tossed into the air. Dukyung clapped once, then held out two closed fists to JW. His face twisted into a demonic grin. Which hand? This is bad. Hisu grimaced, staring at the tarot cards on her table. She turned to Yong Jin, her voice filled with dread. Your classmate Dukyung. He's been possessed. Yong Jin, completely bored, just kept tapping his phone and grunted. Hey, Dragon Jin. Hisu shot up from her chair. Your name is Yong Jin, so I call you Dragon Jin. You don't need to explain. He face-planted onto his desk. Why do I have to go? You have to save your friend. Friend? We're not even close. And you're sure he's possessed just because of one stupid card? Yong Jin was skeptical. He seemed fine this morning. That's probably just how he is. He stood up to leave. This has nothing to do with me. I'm out. At this, Hisu's face fell into a sad expression. And don't call me that anymore, Yong Jin added. What if he's a good person? Hisu said, staring pitifully out the window. He's probably suffering so much, just like when my body was taken over. Dukyung and I went to middle school together. A new voice suddenly cut in. JW had appeared from nowhere. I can confirm he's a good person. He's never even hit anyone. He wouldn't even dare to swear. He's like a character straight out of a comic book. See? The poor guy. Hisu immediately jumped on it. He doesn't even have the guts to make a bet, JW added. Hisu stared, surprised, at the huge swollen mark on his cheek. What happened to your face? Yong Jin asked. A ghost hit me. Realizing their plan, Yong Jin gave a flat answer. I'm not going. JW looked down at the floor, then straight into Yong Jin's eyes. I won't force you to go to the antique shop with me anymore. He apologized for what happened earlier. But what you just said, was that like when you were possessed? His tone turned serious. We succeeded, and that's why you're here now, right? If you aren't ghost hunters, then you must be the ones who solved the bronze statue case. That again? Yongjin snapped, his anger showing. We had absolutely nothing to do with it. Before he could finish, Hisu let out a panicked cry. Yongjin? Her phone screen lit up with a notification. Gongzhou has transferred 50,000 G. A deposit. What now? Yongjin muttered, clearly annoyed. I'll pay the rest if you agree, W said. Please, help me. He bowed deeply before them. Save Dokyung. I'm begging you. Yongjin recalled the sight of Dokyung collapsing, the equipment screaming, and that chilling guttural voice. Even so, he flatly refused the job. He walked coldly past Jodyu. You can help him yourself. Hisu, I'm leaving. With that, Yongjin turned and walked away, and Hisu quickly followed. As she passed, she glanced back at Joju with a look of pity before hurrying off. Joju was left all alone in the room. Outside in the hallway, their footsteps faded into the distance. Yongjin walked on, thinking to himself, what kind of trouble is he trying to drag me into now? Painful memories suddenly flooded his mind. All he ever wanted was to live a normal life again, just like before. That voice from the past echoed in his head once more. From that day on, you were already dead. No, Yongjin told himself. From now on, his own safety came first. He would never get involved in anything like this again. Lost in thought, he suddenly ran right into Dokyung. Dokyung, he thought. A friend walking beside Dokyung cheerfully nudged him. See? The girls are looking for you. Heh. Yongjin glanced over. This suits you a lot better. It seemed for a moment they would just pass each other like strangers. But suddenly, Yongjin's hand shot out, stopping Dokyung in his tracks. His own hand grabbed Dokyung by the collar, shocking the friend standing nearby. Even though he was the one who did it, Yongjin himself looked completely horrified. At that moment, Hisu was rushing down the hall, searching for him. She ran, calling out his name. Yongjin. But she stopped mid-word, stunned by the sight of Yongjin holding Dokyung by the collar. Hisu quickly ducked behind a wall, covering her mouth to stay quiet. He says he won't get involved, but in the end, he's still helping people. He's as kind as ever. Dokyung's friend, seeing this, angrily yelled, What the hell do you think you're doing? Right after that, Yongjin did something bizarre. He used his right hand to punch his own left hand that was gripping Dokyung's shirt. Sorry, I'm sorry. He stammered, sweat beading on his face. It wasn't me. Hearing this, Dokyung just laughed. Your hand is literally right there. How can you say it's not you? Yeah, that's right. Yongjin mumbled. Annoyed, Dokyung suddenly untied his tie and pulled out a single die. He tossed it into the air and caught it tightly in his palm. He hid the die in one of his two hands, held them out to Yongjin, and smirked. Which hand is it in? Dokyung and his friend were laughing, but Hisu, hiding behind the wall, was worried sick. Yongjin was in shock, feeling his left hand begin to move again. It slowly lifted, making him panic. My hand. It's moving on its own again. The hand automatically pointed to Dokyung's left palm. Dokyung paused for a moment, then opened his hand. The die was sitting right there. Correct. He walked over, placed a hand on Yongjin's shoulder, and then passed him. Be careful with that hand of yours, my friend. After they left, Yongjin just stood there, staring at his own hand, his mind reeling. A little way down the hall, Dokyung glanced back at him with a strange look. Back in class, he couldn't stop looking at his hand. And then suddenly, it lifted up all by itself. What the hell? The hand clenched into a fist and aimed straight for his face. Before he could react, it punched him square in the jaw. A friend with glasses walked by, asking curiously, What are you doing? Is that a new trick? Pretty interesting. Yongjin had to use his right hand to hold his left one down, trying to stop it from moving erratically. Are you practicing for the talent show at the retreat? The other student asked with a laugh. Suddenly, his left hand jerked violently. Hey, help me hold my hand, he cried out. His friend immediately helped by grabbing his right hand. No, the left one, not the right one. Yong Jin snapped. His left hand was going haywire, looking like it wanted to punch someone. Yong Jin? His friend asked. Do I really have to be a part of this boring situation? This is gross. Yong Jin had to use all his strength just to hold his left hand down. Finally, it stopped moving. He let out a sigh of relief. It's over. A friend playing a game at the desk in front turned around. Hey, Yong Jin, could it be? He asked seriously. Do you have alien hand syndrome? What the heck is that? Yong Jin wondered. As soon as he left class, he immediately searched for the strange syndrome online. After reading the symptoms, Yong Jin thought in terror, oh my god, this is exactly like me. Is this a problem with my brain? I have been hitting my head a lot lately. No wonder I've been feeling so tired. Is this a symptom of something really serious? While he was lost in thought, a figure approached from behind, suddenly raising a hand to strike. But his reflexes were faster than his thoughts. Yong Jin's left arm shot up on its own, blocking the attack perfectly. It was Suha. He looked completely stunned by Yong Jin's reaction. Yong Jin. Suho just lets out an awkward laugh. Was his body just reacting on its own after getting beaten up so much? Yong Jin looks completely fed up with this. It's not like that. Yong Jin tries to explain. My hand, right now, it's but Suho cuts him off, not even bothering to listen. Hey, is Dukung in your class? With an irritated glare, Yong Jin listens to Suho's demand. Tell him to give me back my vape. Yong Jin has no idea what that is. It's an e-cigarette, you idiot, Suho snaps. If it's your stuff, why don't you go ask him for it yourself? Yong Jin protests, saying it's too much of a hassle. It was more trouble for me to come find you, Suho argues. I had to cross the entire juniors area. And just like that, Suho's expression darkens, his eyes becoming genuinely scary. I told you not to tick me off. Before Yong Jin can even finish his sentence, his left hand twitches uncontrollably. Panicked, he quickly grabs his rogue hand with his other one to hold it still. Okay, fine, he says in a rush. I'll go get it. See? Much easier, Suho says, completely satisfied. After all that trouble, Yong Jin just walks right past him. Look at him run, Suho scoffs from behind. Meanwhile, in the hallway, JW holds a strange device with colorful sticks, scanning for temperatures. Suddenly, the green stick begins to glow. He immediately aims the scanner in that direction. The screen, which had been reading 9 degrees, suddenly plummets to -1. That's impossible. How could that one spot be -1? Yong Jin steps into the classroom, his heart pounding when he spots Dukung at the back table. He just stands there, staring, trying to work up the courage. He'll just play dumb, he thinks. Better to avoid a fight. So why are you sneaking around back there? Dukung's voice makes Yong Jin jump. Trying for another bet? No, Yong Jin says, terrified. It's Suho. He told me to get something you borrowed. Borrowed? Dukung chuckles, his hand reaching under the table. Or are you just trying to get it back because you're scared of the beating you owe me? He didn't say anything about that, Yong Jin mumbles, looking away. Dukung suddenly leans his head back, staring at him with a grin. You want to take the hit for him? No way, Yong Jin immediately shoots back. I don't have time for that. For a moment, Dukung actually looks surprised. Just keep it then, Yong Jin says, annoyed as he turns to leave. Ah, you're that guy from before, right? Dukung's voice stops him. I'll give it to you. Yong Jin turns back, but then Dukung pulls out a die, tossing and catching it in his closed fist. If you guess right, Dukung says with a terrifying smile. Even or odd? The whole class starts whispering. Yong Jin is frozen with fear. Huh? No, that's okay. Hey, we already started, Dukung pushes. Come on, there's no benefit for me here, so just do it. Hurry up. Dukung roars. Trapped, Yong Jin barely whispers his answer. Even. Dukung lets out a slow, dramatic laugh. And the answer is, he slowly opens his palm. The die shows a single dot. Looks like it's odd, doesn't it? Dukung smirks and raises his fist. Yong Jin flinches as the entire class holds its breath. But as the punch is about to land, Yong Jin's left hand suddenly moves on its own. It shoots up, blocking Dukung's arm and then violently shoving it aside. At the same time, his fingers flick out, hitting Dukung's forehead with incredible force. Bam! Dukung flies backward, slamming into the bulletin board. He collapses to the floor as the entire class stares, their mouths wide open in shock. The attack happened so fast, even Yong Jin can't process what he just did. What was that? What just flew by? Dukung's hand, propped on the ground, twitches slightly. Yong Jin flinches, his face turning deathly pale. Dukung staggers to his feet, covering his face so no one can read his expression. The tension in the room is suffocating. Yong Jin tries to explain. That was my left hand. He realizes his mistake instantly. Why would he say his left hand? Was he really about to mention the parasite controlling it? A voice from the crowd starts to mock him. Still acting? Another one jeers. Wow, I almost thought you were some kind of hidden master. A girl with curlers in her hair just looks confused. Wait, what's a parasite? Yong Jin is now sweating profusely. He stammers, his eyes darting to a kid with glasses before he blurts out an excuse. Dukung asked me to act as his rival. A rival? The kid with glasses asks, completely baffled. What is this? Are you guys rehearsing a play? And just like that, Yong Jin's awkward but strangely believable excuse manages to convince the entire class. Oh right, they remembered. Dukung wants to be an actor. Yeah, that actually makes sense. Everyone seems to have bought it completely, but Yong Jin is still shaking. He figures it only worked because of Dukung's reputation. Just let it go, he thinks. But then, the kid with glasses walks up, looking unhappy. Hey, you should have warned us first, he complains. That was really scary. Dukung just stands there, listening to everyone talk about him. Wow, Dukung's a great actor. He really gets into his roles. Wait, so when you and Minjin were fighting, was that acting too? He was really committed to getting hit then. Dukung just lets out a mocking laugh, muttering Yongjin's name as he grins wickedly. The way Dukung says his name sends a fresh wave of tension right through Yongjin. Dukung finally lowers his hand, revealing an expression that looks purely demonic. How interesting, he says. Yongjin's blood runs cold. I'm so dead. At that exact moment, Hu walks past the classroom and overhears the students whispering inside. Were Yongjin and Dukung actually friends all along? The two of them have always been so quiet. She stops dead in her tracks, a look of alarm and utter shock on her face as she starts to piece it all together. Elsewhere, JW was examining an old box he'd just found, poring over the strange symbols inside. What was this thing? It felt sinister. And these markings, were they Oracle bone script? But as his gaze shifted to the lid, he was taken by surprise. Underneath it was another equally bizarre symbol. A nagging feeling of familiarity pushed him to compare it with something on his phone. On the screen was an anonymous post asking, "Has anyone ever seen this weird symbol before?" And wouldn't you know it, the symbol was a perfect match. The spooky antique shop? The thought flashed through JW's mind. But why was it here? As he puzzled over it, a familiar voice called out, "Hey!" JW flinched and turned around. It was Gia, her face still full of worry. She pulled up the Ghost Talk app on her phone, showing a series of short, desperate messages. Stop. Help me. Save me. Death. Destruction. I don't know if you'll believe this, she began to say, but right now, Dokyung is a ghost. His spirit is probably very close. JW showed no surprise, calmly playing on his phone as he said, "When he hit me, I heard a voice coming from the box. How does that work?" It pieces together different radio frequencies, allowing spirits to communicate their messages. What did Dokyung say? JW repeated his friend's words. JW, I'm sorry. That was it. The moment the words left his lips, Gia burst into tears, which dripped down onto her phone screen. Hey, are you for real? JW was in disbelief. Go away, Gia snapped, wiping away her tears. He decided not to tease her and simply sat down next to her. You used to say that thing was just a toy, but it sounded so much like Dokyung. Recalling her friend's possessed state, Gia couldn't help but feel suspicious. For him to change so completely, could he have suffered some kind of head injury? But she bitterly answered her own question. This impossible situation was happening right before her eyes, she had to believe it. The memory of Dokyung's glowing eyes and wicked grin made her shudder. That look wasn't human. It was terrifying. Dokyung must be terrified right now, right? She worried aloud. He's always been such a coward. What do we do now? Her voice was filled with helplessness. Why did this have to happen all of a sudden? JW sighed. You already know the answer. Dokyung was totally normal before the first period. Something must have happened right after it ended. No way, it has to be something else. Gia refused to accept it. JW just shrugged. I found the cause. The one responsible is still in this school. At that, Gia stopped crying, her eyes wide with shock. Really? Right. You said something shady was going on here. Is this it? Not exactly. JW replied while digging through his bag. He pulled out the old box. But I have collected the evidence. He pointed to a symbol inside. Without this, none of this makes any sense at all. What is that? Gia asked, her curiosity piqued. I'm going to perform an exorcism myself. But what is it? She pressed again. but JW was completely lost in his own world. "You insolent little demon," he muttered, his eyes fixated on the box. "The exorcist is here. Today marks my official debut." As the sunset painted the entire street gold, Yong Jin strolled along, glancing down at his fist from time to time. He was still hung up on that finger flick from earlier. Did I actually use some kind of power? Suddenly, Dokyung jumped out of nowhere and threw an arm around him. "Hey, Yong Jin." The unexpected action nearly scared Yong Jin to death. "Where are you going? Come play with me." Dokyung urged him with a wide grin. I have to go home." Yong Jin stammered, trying to hide his nerves. "Then let's play at your house." Dokyung refused to let him go. Yong Jin quickly ducked out from under his arm. "My dog at home is really vicious." But before he could get more than a few steps, Dokyung grabbed his wrist and yanked him back. "Hey, just play with me for a little while," he demanded through gritted teeth. In that exact instant, the beaded bracelet on Yong Jin's wrist exploded with a blinding light. Dokyung was thrown backward with a loud scream, staggering and struggling to keep his balance. He stared in pure terror, especially at his own hand, which was now flickering in and out of existence. What was that? Even Yong Jin was shocked at how powerful the bracelet was. "Whoa, this thing is the real deal." Seizing the chance, he waved his arm with the bracelet towards Dokyung to drive him away, and it actually worked. Dokyung didn't dare ease 100 approach again. He just stood there, glaring bitterly as Yong Jin's figure disappeared. He clicked his tongue in pure frustration. How much longer until my power is fully restored? That night, in Yong Jin's room, he stared at his dog reading a book like a person and hesitantly asked, "You mean, my brain isn't damaged, it's because of your power?" The dog just scoffed. "I'll smash all your peanuts right now," Yong Jin threatened, glaring. "Peanuts?" At this, the dog finally looked up. "Bring them out so I can eat my sorrows away. But this left hand is making the whole school hate me." He held up a fist, trembling with frustration. "I already told you," the dog replied casually. "The power I passed to you saved your life. Thanks to it, ghosts won't target you anymore." "Not target me? Are you kidding me?" Yong Jin raised an eyebrow. "This power of yours picks fights with them. It even made my own hand hit me. That arm is no longer yours." The dog let out a sigh and began to explain, then looked up to reveal a horrifying truth. "Your real hand," it said, "was chopped off by that doll demon." Yong Jin's reaction was pure, mind-numbing shock. "Let me make this simple for you." Its gaze shifted toward the hand on Yong Jin's left arm as it emphasized every word. "That left hand of yours is the last of my power." The words Black Dragon and Final Power left Yong Jin completely stunned. As evening approached, the sky was stained a deep, burning red. A text message lit up the phone screen. "The haunted antique shop. You must go with a shaman. If you go in alone and something latches onto you, no one can save you." The two friends stood before a shop that looked like a derelict warehouse. "So this is the place?" Jia scoffed. "It just looks like an old house." While Zhu looked terrified, Jia was strangely calm. "Anyway, let's just go inside." "Hold on." Zhu set down his backpack and started digging through it for something. "If we both go in, they might get suspicious. I'll go alone." He was scared to death, but he did his best to act brave. Meanwhile, Jean, in his dog form, was recounting his legend. His power was originally created from 4 dragons: the red dragon, the blue, the white, and the black dragon. His eyes grew somber, but now they had all vanished, with only the black dragon remaining. He looked at Yong Jin's left arm. "That arm of yours is the final piece of my power that's left. It was formed from the power of the black dragon." Yong Jin's jaw practically hit the floor. "The strongest, but also the most arrogant of the 4 dragons," Jin commented. Yong Jin was frozen solid. The black dragon. He held out his arm. "What happens if you take this arm back?" Jin looked at him like he was an idiot. "Then you lose an arm." "The arm would just vanish?" "It would be gone forever." A wave of complete despair washed over Yong Jin. More accurately, it was crushed to pieces. "Everything I'm telling you is the truth." Yong Jin looked like he was about to cry. "Please, just stop." "By the way," Jin asked curiously, "with your ordinary human body, why do you hate it so much? This power isn't a disadvantage." "It's ruining my school life," Yong Jin complained. "Don't you understand, ancestor?" "Hey kid," Jin cut him off abruptly. "Were you not listening to a single thing I said?" Yong Jin was speechless. "I want to ask you something," Jin said. "What is it?" He then presented a history book. "Are there any records of the Earth God in here? Or of your clan?" "What?" Yong Jin was confused by the strange names. "This book doesn't have any records after the Donggun era," Yong Jin mumbled, holding the text. This is all from the Three Kingdoms period. Jin shook his head. Anything besides this? Yong Jin flipped to another page. Are you looking for this? This is all of it. There's nothing else. Strange. Jin's narrow eyes squinted. Now what? Yong Jin was at his wit's end. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Yong Jin turned curiously. Yong Jin! A loud shout from outside made him jump. In a dark and musty old room, Zhu placed a mini camera on a shelf. The space was filled with ancient items, from clay jars to hanging scrolls. Is anyone here? He called out. Here to buy something? A hoarse voice replied, causing Zhu to spin around in shock. An old woman emerged from behind a curtain, a foul stench radiating from her. The frightening sight of the woman made Zhu stammer. He waited until the camera was active before daring to speak. Hello. Outside, Jia stared intently at a ghost detector, her face tense. She recalled Zhu's instructions. If no one's there but you see blue lights like this, call me immediately. Inside, Zhu got straight to the point. The cursed item is from this shop, right? The old woman glanced at a wooden box. So what? So it was this thing. Zhu gritted his teeth. Please, tell me how to lift the curse. That's on whoever cast it. I just sell things, she replied slowly. So was the buyer a student from Sampo school, wearing a uniform like mine? I don't disclose customer information. Zhu knew getting information from her wouldn't be easy. The old woman stared at him, her face guarded. What are you doing here? You're just talking nonsense. If you aren't buying, then leave. Ah, that's a relief, Zhu sighed. I was only testing you. I'll buy this item, he declared, fiddling with the box. A friend of mine bought one here and sent me, but this is an item used for cursing people. It would be a problem if you couldn't keep a secret. The old woman still showed no suspicion. A moment later, she produced a wooden box and a silk pouch. This cursed item can take effect with just a glance. You are not to open it and look inside. Understand? Zhu stood there dazed as she pulled a yellow talisman from the silk pouch. This talisman is for the caster, she reminded him, her voice raspy. And remember, if you're just having a bit of fun, tear this talisman within 49 hours. Tearing it will break the curse. Oh? Zhu asked. That's right. The old woman smiled kindly. 49 hours? The thought crossed Zhu's mind before he asked, so what happens if it's longer than 49 hours? The smile never left her face. Who knows? The dark room filled with her sinister cackle, causing Zhu to freeze, only able to manage a weak nod. Something felt seriously wrong here. He knew how to break the curse, now he just had to escape. Putting on his best innocent face, Zhu played his part. Oh, I'll be careful then. So, how much will that be? Can I pay with a card? Oh, wait. You probably only take cash for these things, right? Shoot, I don't have any on me. No need, the old woman said, opening a red pouch. Just put your fingernails and hair in here, then write your name on this stack of paper. Zhu froze. Fingernails, hair, and his name? He laughed nervously. Wouldn't that mean I'm getting this for free? What's in it for you? What are you talking about? She cackled. These things are incredibly precious. Zhu quickly made an excuse. Ah, but I have hereditary hair loss and I'm getting treatment, so I can't pull any out. As for my nails, how about I just write my name today? He showed her his hands, with his fingernails neatly clipped. Maybe I can come back when my nails grow out? He gave the old woman his most innocent smile. I just write my name right here, correct? Just as Zhu reached for the paper, she suddenly grabbed his hand. Her raspy voice hissed in his ear. Yes, a blood seal, then your name. In that instant, a sharp blade slid out from her bamboo cane, making Zhu scream. Ma'am, I have hereditary hemophilia. Can I take my medicine first? I'm so sorry, but where's the restroom? I really have to pee. Zhu ducked into a hidden corner, rummaged through his bag, and pulled out a red ink pen. Seconds later, he put on an award-winning performance. Oh my God, ma'am, hurry! My blood coagulates the second it hits the air. He clutched his finger, now covered in red ink. The old woman was at her wit's end with him. What is with all your diseases, you little brat? Zhu quickly pressed his fingerprint onto the paper. So, can I write my name now? The old woman muttered. This child is so sick, I must help him get better quickly. The crone urged him to write faster. Zhu slowly drew a horizontal line, then a vertical one, then another horizontal. After a moment, he'd produced a long, ridiculously scribbled name. Then he seized his chance, flipping the entire stack of papers towards a hidden mini-camera on his body. What the hell are you doing? She shrieked, snatching the paper back. Oh, I'm not allowed to look? Zhu feigned innocence. I just wanted to compare to see if I wrote it correctly. Suddenly, whispers filled his ears, growing into piercing screams. Over and over again, liar, liar, Liar. A chill shot down Ju's spine. The notification chime from his smartwatch rang out, making him jump. Well, I'll be going now. Just then, the shop's rolling steel door slammed shut. Pitch black bones appeared from nowhere, twisting the space around him. The entire shop simply vanished. Ju was trapped in absolute darkness. Ma'am? He yelled out into the void, completely hopeless. Shopkeeper, where are you? Realizing how bad this was, he spoke into his watch. Gia, can you hear me? It's Ju. Just then, a sliver of light appeared. It was the powerhouse Gia, lifting the heavy steel door with her bare hands. She yelled, Ju, get out here! Ju's jaw dropped. Hurry up, Gia strained with all her might. Okay. Ju immediately bolted for the exit. Suddenly, the door in Gia's hands began to crack. It sprouted razor-sharp fangs, morphing into a giant monster's mouth, ready to swallow them both. The monster's teeth slammed into the ground, the door shutting completely, leaving only Gia's final scream echoing from inside. Ju stared in horror, screaming her name. At that moment, a figure rushed forward, swinging a massive greatsword in a powerful strike against the door. The slash tore a black hole-like rift in space, and the monster's mouth spat Gia out. Hui caught her just in time as the door reverted to its old, rusty form. Ju was stunned to see the newcomer was Yong Jin. Yong Jin, and his greatsword. He stared at the guy's heroic pose, thinking how insanely cool he looked. But suddenly, a monstrous hand reached out from within, trying to tear the rift wider. It's coming! Ju yelled. Yong Jin reacted instinctively, swinging his sword, his hands gripping the hilt tightly. Ju watched with excitement. This was stuff you only see in comics. But damn it, Yong Jin wasn't strong enough to lift the sword. The next second, the hand threw a devastating punch, sending him flying. Yong Jin. Hui rushed forward to provide backup. Ju was completely amazed. Watching Hui expertly conjure flames, he thought, as expected from a sorcerer's daughter. But before she could be cool for 3 seconds, Hui tripped over a rock and face-planted. Ju couldn't believe this duo. Seriously, how do these two even exercise anything? The situation was getting desperate. Ju glanced behind him and was startled to see some iron bars on the other side. Yong Jin was still being crushed by black, shadowy arms, his breathing growing weaker. Then, footsteps approached from the distance. It was Ju, swinging an iron pipe. Looks like everything is up to me. One swing, and he shattered the first arm. Who would have guessed this kid had a crazy profile, a second Dan in kendo? Hui was shocked as the arms around Yong Jin began to retreat. Now was the chance. Ju grabbed Yong Jin's shoulder, and the whole group took their shot, running like the wind. On a rooftop, under a blood-red sky, someone watched them in silence. The iron pipe clattered to the ground as Ju collapsed, panting for breath, completely exhausted. To make things worse, he heard an annoying question. Hey, are you guys okay? Yong Jin turned, ready to yell, only to see Ju bowing deeply, his head almost on the ground. I'm so sorry. I had no idea it would be this dangerous. So dangerous. I'm really sorry for dragging you all into this. He sounded sincere, but then added, I did text Hisu to come help though. JW explained, recalling the message he'd sent. Hisu, I think this shop is connected to Du Kyung's possession. I'm going to handle the exorcism myself. My friend is with me, so don't worry. Worst case, we both get possessed and come back. Reading that, Yong Jin could only shake his head at this reckless kid. And now, JW was regretting every single word. If I knew, I wouldn't have come in the first place, but texting me was the right call. This is dangerous, Hisu replied gently. Next time, tell me first and we'll go together. JW's face lit right up. Really? You'll go with me next time? No, I'm definitely not going. Yong Jin immediately shot down the idea with a cold glare. Come on, JW offered his hand. Let's be good friends from now on. Yong Jin slapped it hard. A high five, awesome. JW decided that meant yes. Thanks for coming to help, you could have just ignored me. You're a decent and honorable guy, exactly like Hisu said. A weird feeling hit Yong Jin. If you do anything wrong, this is the last time we speak. What's with the shyness? JW teased with a smile. Yong Jin just sighed, completely out of patience. Why isn't anyone around me normal? He muttered. JW, however, was asking with sparkling eyes. You perform exorcisms yourself? Where did you get that sword? It looks like a great sword from a comic book. Can I touch it for a sec? We're friends now, right? He was already touching it. Yong Jin was speechless, but suddenly, the blade began to glow as if rejecting him. Oh, no good. JW adjusted his glasses, disappointed. Is that what I think it is? A barrier? Only the chosen one can wield this sword. You read way too much manga. Yong Jin shut him down. But then, A raspy voice spoke. That's an exorcism sword. JW flinched. Why is that dog talking? Jin, in his dog form, panted heavily. It can only cut things that are evil. After saying that, he collapsed. Mister! Hisu panicked and rushed to his side. Are you okay? Here, have some water. We have to hurry and catch the dragon. Yong Jin felt like half his life force had just been drained. Wait, is that your dog? JW asked, astonished. How did it even get here? Yeah, Yong Jin replied flatly. But they aren't allowed in taxis. JW was at a loss for words. Oh, I paid for the taxi with your money. Yong Jin's head snapped up. You guys took a taxi? JW honestly thought he had run the entire way there. I transferred the money to Hisu. Mister, are you feeling any better? Hisu asked Jin. Where's the palanquin? Jin whispered weakly. So the taxi was a palanquin? And the dog's name is actually Mister? JW's brain was short-circuiting. Is he a special dog for exorcisms? Yeah, I get it. Sounds like something straight out of a comic book. Just then, Jia slowly began to wake up. What is this? Where am I? Her face was a canvas of question marks. What's going on? What just happened to me? She looked around. Hey, I just saw something really weird. It was like the shop grew these giant teeth, and then it started dancing and spinning all over the place. Whoa, Hisu breathed. All right, JW said, booting up his iPad. Now that Jia is awake, it's time to get to work. He turned the screen around. You guys need to see this. The end got scrambled, so the video isn't clear. On the screen was footage from inside the shop. He skipped to a shot of a piece of paper, but I managed to save the most important part. A night sky full of stars? No, a person was walking into the store. Hey, old woman, he called out. The possessed Dukyung looked at the other person. How much longer? I come back for one trip and I'm already missing an arm. The newcomer glanced at Dukyung's severed arm, trying to stifle a laugh before asking, what on earth happened to you? Some kids dressed like you just stopped by, the old woman said. Hearing this, the man's expression froze as she continued speaking. It seems they wanted to rescue this body's owner, but an abnormal one interfered. An abnormal one? Dukyung asked, curious. He casually picked at his ear. Ah, don't tell me it was Han Yong Jin. The old antique seller repeated the name with curiosity. Han Yong Jin. Some weirdo who beat me in a bet once, Dukyung answered, flicking a finger through the air. Yeah. He snapped his fingers one time. I went flying out of the shop, so I figured he wasn't a normal person. Were you supposed to be wandering off? The woman cut him off. It's going to be another 49 hours before the soul separates from the body. Dukyung's face darkened. What did you just say? I was worried they would burn the talisman, so I had to do it. I already told them to tear the talisman, so nothing will happen. You never should have taught them how to tear it in the first place, Dukyung raged. Seeing him like a wild animal, the old woman looked amused. Humans seem so calm on the outside, but inside, they're nothing but fear. You have to give them a little insurance to get them to sign a contract, right? You're the same way. Her words were soft, but Dukyung couldn't argue. Besides, they won't tear the talisman. She reassured him. People these days look down on this kind of dark magic. They just want to watch other people fail. How can you be so certain? Dukyung gritted his teeth. Countless red threads poured out from the old woman, one of them latching onto him. Look at your little friends. Isn't that proof enough? Even if they do burn the talisman, you're not going to disappear. You're just coming back to me, she says, leaning on her cane as she closes in on Dukyung. Do you really hate being by my side? But at that exact moment, a masked figure appears at the door, stepping inside as if he belongs there. Pardon the intrusion. Elsewhere, a terrified voice cries out. The number rang out. What? 49 hours? Hugh was in shock. A whole day's already gone, JW said. So we have maybe 15 hours left? Yong Jin added. By the way, does anyone know who Kim Sun-yu is? JW asked. The whole group shook their heads. Were there a lot of names on that paper? Are you sure it's Kim Sun-yu? Jia wondered. JW pulled out the wooden box. I found this at school. Look. He pointed to the carved character, comparing it to the name on the paper. An exact match. The group nodded in agreement. It was real. And looking at the ink, it seemed pretty fresh. Must have been recent, JW analyzed. Just then, Jin let out a few barks. What did he say? Hugh translated for JW, explaining the character was read as do. Do. John mumbled, before his eyes shot wide open. The gambling demon. JW, their walking encyclopedia, took the stage. According to my demon dictionary, since the late Joseon dynasty, the Dakibi was a demon that tested human luck through bets and wagers. But here's the catch, no one has ever managed to beat it. Ah, gambling, Yong Jin muttered. So all those betting games were its idea? First, we need to tell that shaman about this, Jin commanded. Hugh nodded furiously. Okay, I'll ask my mom. Seeing the two of them nodding at a puppy, Gia was completely bewildered. Wait, are you guys talking to the dog right now? Yeah, but you can't hear him, Hugh explained. You need a certain gift for it. Damn it. When will I ever get a gift like that? John lamented, just as his phone screen showed two words. Mom's talisman. Instantly, Hugh's mother's voice came through the phone, mixed with a dry cough. That thing is dangerous. Are you kids okay? Just looking at it through the screen is giving me a splitting headache. Mom, are you all right? Hugh asked, his voice filled with worry. The one you met is a headless ghost, she explained, a spirit that uses other souls as its puppets. In other words, the old lady at the antique shop wasn't human. JW was terrified. He pictured the ancient room, countless trapped souls, the red signatures in the book acting as contracts to steal their spirits. That talisman. Both the cursed child and the one who used it are now in danger. A wave of pure horror washed over them. If 49 hours pass, Gia said tensely, the demon will completely possess the body. Worry was etched plainly on every single one of their faces. The child's soul would be trapped inside the shaman's talisman forever, and at that point, there would be no way to save them. Hugh's mother continued, emphasizing that if they destroy the talisman in time, the possessed child will return to normal, and the parasite inside Du Kyung will disappear. What about the person who cursed Du Kyung? They die. Their soul gets collected by the demon. Serves them right. Gia was thrilled. That kind of person is worthless anyway. They were going to die soon, so it doesn't matter, right? Hugh's mom replied. But you still need to bring the child here so I can see the situation. You must burn that talisman before the 49 hours are up. The next day, the group went to school and split up, searching class by class. Gia checked the 4th grade, while JW handled the 5th. Hugh searched another class with the same question, is Kim Sun-yu here? In class 22, a curious student heard the name and called out, Kim Sun-yu. Sun-yu. A shy-looking student flinched. Who's calling me? You're Kim Sun-yu? Yeah, what about it? The one looking for him was none other than Yong Jin. Why me? He sighed internally, then got straight to the point. Do you have a talisman? Hearing this, Sun-yu froze, staying silent. Then, suddenly, he shoved Yong Jin hard and bolted out the door. Hey! Get back here! Yong Jin yelled, taking off after him. Why was he so fast? And just like that, the chase was on. Hey, stop! Yong Jin shouted, but after just a few yards, he was already panting. Wait, hold on. His limbs trembled like he was 80 years old. Why is this so hard? My arms and legs feel numb. What's up, did you find him? JW asked, opening a door. There, Yong Jin gasped, pointing ahead at the chubby kid waddling away. That's him! Gia immediately took off, sprinting like a track and field athlete. You little punk, are you gonna stop or not? But with Gia looking like she was ready for murder, there was no way Sun-yu was stopping. John shouted from a distance. You gave them your hair and nails for it, didn't you? You're a dead man. His words hit like a stun spell, freezing Sun-yu in his tracks. That's a contract to offer yourself to a demon. Gia had already caught up to him. Got you, she yelled. Give me the talisman. Hand it over if you don't want to die. What? Sun-yu's face went pale. He didn't believe it. Don't lie to me. It's true, Hugh said. This is a shaman. JW casually pointed at Hugh. Not a shaman, she quickly denied. Gia looked at the chubby kid. But if we just burn the talisman, everything will go back to normal. Then, Sun-yu finally stammered, will Du Kyung go back to normal too? Yeah, JW replied. There's still time to put everything back where it belongs. Now hand it over. No. The boy grit his teeth. Unbelievable, JW exclaimed. Oh, for crying out loud, come on. Yong Jin groaned in exhaustion. What's the point now? Sun-yu's face twisted in despair. I'd rather die. In another realm, the name Kim Sun-yu was stamped in red, his fate officially sealed. On the old woman's forehead, red strokes connected one by one, forming a seal over Sun-yu's name as a sickening scratching sound echoed. This life is a lost cause anyway. Sun-yu hung his head. Now that it's come to this, my life is over. He let out a bitter laugh. You all hate me anyway, don't you? You'll just go and spread rumors all over school. Who'd even bother? Yong Jin was speechless. If you keep acting like this, you really are pathetic, Jiwon says without holding back. Honestly, I didn't think it'd get this bad, Seong-yu mutters. We get it, the two girls try to calm him. Just give us the talisman. Apologize to Do Kyung later. I'm sure he'll understand. Understand my ass. Seong-yu explodes, completely triggered. What do you two know about Do Kyung? That bastard only pretends to be a good guy. In reality, he looks down on everyone. The other two are shocked into silence. If Do Kyung comes back, Seong-yu bites his lip. He'll act all forgiving to your faces. But behind your backs, he'll make my life a living hell. Because that jerk, he yells, head thrown back, is a complete and utter phony. A memory flashes back to middle school. In a noisy classroom, Seong-yu tries to work, grumbling, "It's so damn loud in here. Why am I in the same class as these idiots? I thought we were sorted by our grades." The teacher's voice cuts in. "So, let's have Seong-yu continue as class president. The class is a total mess. Teacher," one student calls out, arm slung around his friend. "I'd like to nominate Do Kyung for class president." The whole class cheers, but Seong-yu just freezes. "I also nominate Do Kyung." And just like that, Seong-yu's expression darkens. In the end, both Do Kyung and Seong-yu are called to the front of the class. "I think it makes more sense for Seong-yu to keep his position." Do Kyung says it hesitantly. "Come on, don't be shy." His classmates cheer from below. The result? A total landslide victory for Do Kyung. Kim Song-yu, 2 votes. Do Kyung, 21. Congrats to the new class president. As his friends swarm him, Song-yu just trembles with rage. He was only chosen because he's popular. They should have picked someone competent. What the hell can that smooth talker even do? "Who cast those other 2 votes? Someone whispers. "He probably voted for himself." Another kid snickers from behind him. The comment hits way too close to home, and Seong-yu's face burns with shame. "A bunch of morons, turning me into a joke. You all stole my opportunity, don't you get it?" On the board, the teacher writes out the subjects: literature, math, English, Korean history. Seong-yu is clutching his test results when a classmate suddenly shouts out, "Hey, Do Kyung ranked first in our class." Seong-yu's entire body goes stiff. The girls in the class immediately start to swoon. Wow, as expected of our president. Handsome, smart, rich, he's the whole package. Totally perfect, not a single flaw. And I heard he doesn't even have a girlfriend yet. The color completely drains from Seong-yu's face. He remembers Do Kyung's smile, and the memory makes him sick to his stomach. Impossible. How can anyone be that perfect? It has to be an act. He crushes the results sheet in his hand. That phony bastard. He's probably laughing at me on the inside. That sneaky jerk is always acting kind in front of everyone, Seong-yu rants. "So you're just mad you weren't elected class president?" Ji-won's voice is dripping with exhaustion. "That sounds more like a victim complex, honestly," she adds. "Okay, so when do we get to the phony part?" "There's more," Seong-yu yells. And this is the important part. The memory shifts to the university entrance ceremony. A hand claps Seong-yu on the shoulder. He jumps, startled. It's Do Kyung. How does he know I'm in this class? "Hey," Do Kyung says with a polite smile. "Are you in this class? Could you call Dong-hoon for me?" Seong-yu's face is a blank slate. "Raise your hand if you think not remembering a name is fake." He turns to ask Yong Jin and Hoon, but not a single hand goes up. "This is insane," he screams in frustration. "There's no way that bastard doesn't remember me. He's obviously pretending because he looks down on me. Just say you hate Do Kyung already." Jia glares at him. "And why, exactly, is he required to remember you?" Besides, Ji-won starts, analyzing calmly. "You transferred schools right after that semester began. Who remembers someone who leaves that quickly? Do you even remember my name? I was in that class too, you know. You just want Do Kyung to be a fake person," Ji-won concludes, hitting him with the hard truth. "Everything you've said is nothing but an excuse." Her words, though quiet, are sharp enough to silence Seong-yu completely. He grits his teeth as a single, hot tear escapes and rolls down his cheek. "I don't care if he's fake or not, that bastard needs to disappear. This world is so damn unfair," Seong-yu sobs, breaking down. "I tried so hard for nothing. But him? He was born at the finish line. You think everything just came easily to him?" Jia asks, her voice cold. "Isn't it obvious?" Seong-yu sneers back. "He was born into a rich family. If that's not the finish line, then what is? We have to get rid of bastards like him." "What do you even know?" Jia finally snaps, unable to take it anymore. Her eyes well up, thinking of how hard Do Kyung secretly struggled. He always has to work twice as hard as everyone else. He's terrified of being hated because of jealous people exactly like you. "Serves him right," Seong-yu replies coldly. "I heard he's studying acting? He probably just wants to perfect his nice guy role for his future plans." "Shut up," Jia screams. "This absolute moron." Ji-won is at her wit's end. Why doesn't he get it? Or Is it the talisman? At that moment, Yong Jin, who had been silent this whole time, finally speaks. He's right. It's totally unfair. Jia and Jiwon are completely stunned. Yong Jin, you too? Because I feel the same way, Yong Jin says, looking directly at Seong Yu. So what, if Du Kyung disappears? Is your life suddenly going to get better? His eyes are cold and empty as memories of jealous stares and his own helpless frustration come flooding back. You think the world is going to become more fair? Yong Jin asks. Nothing is ever going to change. You'll always find people like Du Kyung, and you'll just keep pulling these same pointless stunts. He watched Jia's heartbroken tears fall. If the deadline passed and Du Kyung didn't return, then he had just killed someone. Every word from Yong Jin was like a hammer blow, striking directly at Seong-gu's conscience. Because even if the body remained, Du Kyung's soul would be gone from this world, and he'd just continue living. That was the real fakeness. Hearing this, Seong-gu's tears started to flow again. No, that's not right. He was silently trying to lie to himself. The scene flashes back. Jia storms off in anger. Seong-gu, hidden behind a wall, watched it all, the talisman trembling in his hand. Would this really work? He watched Du Kyung's retreating back, a savage smile spreading across his face. That's right. This is what you call fair. This is your true face, he thought with glee. By tomorrow, the rumors would be all over school, and Du Kyung would definitely get expelled. Jia would for sure cut him off too. But once he got home, an overwhelming fear began to creep in. He trembled. What if, after 49 hours, Du Kyung really did disappear? His hand tightened on the charm. Du Kyung's fake smile flashed in his mind. Would that make him a murderer? His mind screamed at him to tear up the talisman. This was enough. He'd damaged the guy's reputation already. But then, he stopped. He remembered what Du Kyung said when he saw him, that he looked familiar. What's your name? A war raged in his head. He saw my face. What if he comes back and gets revenge on me? Bam! Jeongu's fist slammed down on the bed. Who knew this thing would actually work? He cursed under his breath, pounding his fists over and over. A flood of shameful memories rushed back. He piled all the blame onto the one person who started it all, Du Kyung. Jeongu huddled into a corner. He's only in this mess because that guy is so fake. This is all his own fault. That dazzling smile kept replaying in his mind. Seong-gu clutched his head, screaming in agony. It's gone this far. What am I supposed to do now? It's too late. Just give me the talisman. Hurry. Yong Jin's calm voice cut through the chaos. Job, you finally understood. Could this be the legendary lecture moment? He watched the master of psychological warfare at work, first pretending to empathize, then delivering profound words of wisdom. Standing behind them, Hisu just watched in silence, surprised that it was actually working. Ju was amazed to see Seong-gu completely won over. Seong-gu cried as he pulled the talisman from his pocket, but at that exact moment, a hollow voice whispered in his ear, "Die." His knees buckled. Jia, who was holding him, was pulled down with him. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" she yelled. "Hey, give me the talisman." Jeongu opened his vacant eyes, mumbling, "I have to go to Mom." He violently yanked his arm from Jia's grip, sending her tumbling. "You crazy bastard." Hisu and Jow stared, their mouths wide open. His foot stepped onto the windowsill, and he just threw himself out. A single slipper flew off. Dangling in the air, Seong-gu still didn't understand what was happening. When he looked down, pure panic set in. "Save me," he screamed. "I don't want to die. Don't move." Yong Jin desperately held onto his leg. Jum grabbed Yong Jin from behind, holding on tight. "I know. I said don't move." Behind them, everyone else was pulling with all their might. Veins popped out on Jia's arms from the strain. At this rate, they were all going to die together. Yong Jin's hand, gripping Seong-gu's leg, was already bright red. Suddenly, the whole group lost their footing. In that single, desperate moment, Yong Jin's hidden power suddenly activated. With that burst of strength, he managed to pull Seong-gu up, saving everyone from the brink of death. "Are you crazy? Why did you jump?" Yong Jin seethed. "It wasn't me." Seong-gu trembled, trying to explain. "Someone suddenly stared at me and told me to die. I don't remember anything after that. But he's the one who said he'd rather die," Jow pointed out. "Hey, we have to burn the talisman now," Hisu urged. She'd spotted a mark on Seong-gu's neck. On his neck. "Isn't that the symbol from the antique shop?" Suddenly, the symbol began to heat up. "Ah, it burns!" Seong-gu cried out in pain. "See? It's the talisman. Get it out now," Jow said urgently. Seong-gu pulled out the charm. "That's it." Ju snatched it and took out a lighter. "Burn it already. What are you waiting for?" Finally, a flame sparked. But then Du Kyung appeared. A cold breath blew out the flame. "Happy birthday." He said it in a low, chilling voice. Everyone was terrified. Happy my lovely birthday. Jia, hurry, Gio screamed. Hisu rushed to shield Gu. John charged in too. You bastards. Kyung slammed an elbow into John's head. Yong Jin stood in front of Jia. Burn it now. Tears streamed down her face, but she managed to stay calm enough to spark the lighter. Just as the talisman burned away, Kyung collapsed. Did it work? Kyung, they called out to him. He slowly opened his eyes, struggling to sit up. Everyone cheered in relief. Kyung, but a different voice came from his lips. Sorry about that, he smirked. Kyung already logged out yesterday. He started laughing so hard he shook, while everyone else was frozen solid. He mocked them. Just look at the looks on your faces. But why? JW was completely lost. It hasn't even been 49 hours yet. Kyung just roared with laughter. Ha ha ha, what the hell are you all doing? Was that even the right charm? JW turned to ask the others. Was it? Ah, it's not its fault, Kyung interrupted, a sinister smile spreading across his face. It's the right talisman. But it's nothing but trash paper now. It has nothing to do with me anymore. What? How is that possible? Yong Jin and Hisu were stunned, so it was the real Kyung then. Jia was crushed. He's gone. The imposter states it plainly. You all wasted your time. A bunch of idiots. But why? Wasn't it supposed to be 49 hours? John grabs his phone, desperately searching for an answer. Kyung lunges forward, grabbing him by the collar. John. He crushes the detector on John's chest with a sneer. From the moment this little toy stopped beeping, you should have realized it. The original owner of this body looked for you until the very end. Tears of regret stream down John's face. Don't cry, Kyung says, his smile turning vicious as he raises his claws. You'll be reunited with your friends soon enough. Meanwhile, in another dimension, the real Kyung confronts a mysterious dark spirit. Do you want to make a deal with me? The Void Ghost offered. I'll give you what you desire. Who are you? What nonsense are you spouting? Kyung growled. Without a word, the spirit snapped its fingers, and an invisible force slammed Kyung into a cabinet. 3 old gambling ghosts rushed over, saving a white porcelain vase before glaring at the Void Ghost. Damn you! How dare you! She roared. Black smoke shot towards him from every corner, but as it got close, it suddenly recoiled. Who are you? She asked in terror. It takes 49 hours to claim a soul, the Void Ghost said, glancing at the vase. Such pathetic, shoddy magic. What the hell do you want? That 49-hour contract, I'll get rid of it for you, he answered calmly. In return, his gaze shifted to Kyung. The unusual child who came here before. Bring him to me. Alive. Back in reality. Yong Jin was standing protectively in front of John. Stop it. So, you'll finally play with me now? Kyung laughed as he lifted John into the air. How about it? Want to make a bet? The match isn't over yet. He laid out a proposal. Let's make a deal. If you win, I'll leave this body and return your friend. But if you lose, your life is mine. Yong Jin was stunned. Well, if you don't agree, I'll just kill everyone right now. The demon tightened his grip on John's neck. Bet my life. John choked out the words. Shut up. The only life I want is Han Yong Jin's. After a tense silence, Yong Jin made his decision. Fine. Really? Kyung's face lit up with excitement. In exchange, you wait until after school. Leave everyone alone until then. Okay. Kyung agreed, dropping John. He leaned in close to Yong Jin's ear, whispering, Meet me at the antique shop after school, and make sure you come alone. He suddenly tugged on Yong Jin's shirt. Oh, and don't go inside the shop, not unless you want to die. With that, he was gone. In the classroom, John spoke up. This kind of trap is a classic. If he goes there alone, he's walking straight into an ambush. What is going on? Jia asked, worried. We burned the talisman, the mark on Kyung's neck is gone, so why isn't he back? A thought just popped into my head, John announced. Kang Jia couldn't help but snap at him. What if Kyung has already become a spirit servant? The moment John finished, Kang Jia threw a punch right at his face. I told you to shut up. Luckily, John managed to dodge it. Just then, Hisu spoke up. My mom said that if the talisman is burned and he still doesn't return, it could be that his soul is being held somewhere. Where? Kang Jia asked. The antique shop, obviously, John interjected. The card devil himself told Yong Jin to meet him there. Plus, the shaman said it's a hideout where brokers use human souls to create spirit servants. John held up his notebook. The card devil also warned him not to go inside the shop. What if that's because Kyung is in there? He looked up, reading from his notes. According to my great encyclopedia of monsters, Although no one has ever beaten the card devil, there's a chance he'll keep his promise, though I'm worried it's a trap. There's no guarantee you'll win, Kang Jia cut in. If you lose, you'll be in danger too, Yong Jin. No, Yong Jin can win, John shot back. Huh? You have a plan? The card devil said the match wasn't decided yet, John said, crossing his arms. So the odds are 50-50. That's not helpful at all. Kang Jia was speechless. Yong Jin had been silent the whole time, remembering Dokyung's words. What I want is Yong Jin's life. He stared down at his own hand, thinking, he isn't after my body. It's all because of this left arm. Suddenly, he realized something. My left hand was created from the black dragon. It's not a weakness, it's a source of power. Hisu, Yong Jin called out. Last time, you said I fought, right? Yeah, that's right. But didn't the great god deal with that demon? Well, he did destroy it, but you did most of the work before that, Hisu explained. Before that? When? After my mom was stabbed with a knife. Your mom was stabbed? Kang Jia's jaw dropped. Yong Jin was lost in thought. That's right, I don't remember anything after that point. If what she says is true, and my guess is correct, he suddenly raised his left hand. Back then, did I only use my left hand? Huh? Hisu was taken aback. Are you left-handed? Wait, am I wrong? Yong Jin was confused. Hisu suddenly turned and mimicked the way he held the blade that day, and the image flashed back to her. You're right, you only used your left hand. Why? She asked, curious. I think, Yong Jin said cautiously. I found a way. A way? Everyone was surprised. First, we do what the card devil says. He announced with total conviction, I'll go there alone. What? Why? That's like walking right into a trap, John worried. You can't go alone, it's too dangerous, Hisu pleaded. What if they all went and got wiped out before they could even do anything? But Yong Jin was determined. He had a point. John surprisingly agreed. I'm not going alone. I'm going with my ancestor, Yong Jin added. Right. But does your ancestor have any powers? John was still a little worried. As the sun set, Jin, sitting on Yong Jin's head, spoke up. Well, what do you know? Pigs are flying. I never thought I'd see the day you'd volunteer to hunt monsters. Better than sitting here waiting to die, Yong Jin replied coldly. That's my boy, Jin said, patting his head, pleased. They cut through an alley and arrived at an abandoned store. This was the place. Yong Jin froze. Just as expected, the place was radiating pure dark energy. You need to be extremely careful, Jin warned. Are you sure you can find him? I can hear him. Try calling out to see if he answers. The moment he stepped inside, Yong Jin smelled something awful. Ugh, what is that smell? Kyung? If you're in here, answer me, he shouted. The silence was unnerving. Suddenly, Jin spotted something lurking behind him. Yong Jin, my boy, Jin shouted a warning. Get out of here, now. But it was too late. As Yong Jin tried to turn, his foot stepped on something soft. Everything around him suddenly shifted, leaving him completely stunned. He instinctively reached back, but his left hand wouldn't obey. It was frozen, totally unresponsive. In such a critical moment, Jin saw that his descendant wasn't reacting at all. Yong Jin trembled, unable to even raise his sword before tentacles shot out, wrapping tightly around his arm. More tentacles swarmed in to attack. Helpless, he could only shut his eyes and brace for the worst. Then, slash. A blade flashed, slicing the tentacles in half. It was Do Kyung, who had saved him just in the nick of time. You idiot, he sneered, glaring daggers at Yong Jin. I told you not to come in here. With that, Do Kyung grabbed Yong Jin by the collar and started dragging him away. The sudden movement sent Jin flying off his head, and he was immediately swarmed by other tentacles. Master! Yong Jin screamed in terror. Inside the shop, something massive was rising as an old woman's voice echoed. How dare you betray me? A strange mark on Do Kyung's neck began to glow brighter. He smirked, a look of triumph on his face. He kept a grip on Yong Jin's collar, running with a crazed, exhilarated expression. I'm finally free. On the rooftop, Do Kyung, now clearly possessed, laughed manically while dragging Yong Jin behind him. Yong Jin, you see it, don't you? He asked, baring a set of sharp teeth. The look on that old hag's face. Seeing him struggle, Do Kyung turned and snapped. Hey, stop struggling. I just saved you. You want another beating or what? He dropped Yong Jin, causing a pile of construction materials to collapse. Do Kyung then leaped down, rushing over to him. Yong Jin fell weakly amidst a cloud of dust, coughing violently. Do Kyung just stood there coolly, hands in his pockets, watching him. A single die fell to the ground. Do Kyung covered it with a cup. Instantly, countless other cups appeared, surrounding Yong Jin. "What is this?" he asked in shock. "What else? We made a bet with our lives, remember?" Du Kyung laughed menacingly. The die began to shift from cup to cup at a dizzying speed, making Yong Jin's head spin. "Now, guess," Du Kyung commanded with glee. How the hell was he supposed to guess this? But Yong Jin decisively placed his hand on one cup and lifted it himself. Incredibly, the smoking die was right inside. All the other cups vanished. Du Kyung was speechless. How did he guess it perfectly? The odds were 1 in 100. "I win," Yong Jin said, looking up with a sigh of relief. "Best 2 out of 3 counts." Du Kyung suddenly changed the rules. "Why are you changing the rules all of a sudden?" "Because I feel like it," he replied flatly, pulling out another die. "Highest roll wins. I'll go first." "Why do you always do whatever you want?" Yong Jin complained. The die stopped. "A 6. 6, Yong Jin read. He yelled in frustration. "Who said you could change the rules like that? I already won the last round. I'm not playing." But his left hand moved on its own, closing over the die. "What are you doing?" Du Kyung asked, confused. Yong Jin panicked, grabbing his left wrist with his right hand. "I said no, stop it." But his left hand refused to obey, tossing the die to the ground. "Wait, that wasn't me," he tried to explain frantically. "You already rolled," Du Kyung said with a confident smirk. "It doesn't matter, your die will only land on 1 anyway. I've already won." But then, the situation took a shocking turn. Crack! Yong Jin's left hand smashed the die to pieces. Both of them stared in disbelief at the fragments on the ground, reading the number on the largest piece. 7. "Are you cheating?" Du Kyung roared in fury. "You lose." Yong Jin provoked him calmly. "How did I lose? It still could have been a 6. You broke it. There's no rule against breaking it," Yong Jin argued. "You should have said so. It's an unspoken rule. By that logic, there's no rule about playing best of 3 either. I should have won after the first round." Du Kyung gave a faint smile, then burst out laughing while covering his face. "I guess I'll just have to beat you to a pulp then." A dark power began to radiate from his palm. That's right, the demon never said he had to be brought back in one piece, just breathing. The thought had barely finished when Du Kyung vanished from his spot, lunging toward Yong Jin like a lightning bolt. Du Kyung lunged forward, his face a demonic mask. Yong Jin recoiled in shock but quickly steeled himself. Reaching back, he drew the ancestral sword and swung with all his might, but the blade just slammed into the earth. With the unholy speed of the possessed, Du Kyung had already dodged the attack with ease. He was stunned by Yong Jin's reflexes. But Yong Jin was gripping the blade, struggling he wasn't in control of it. The sword lifted on its own, pointing forward. "What is this?" Du Kyung shrieked, questioning him fiercely. "You're not a normal human, are you? Why didn't you say so?" As the sword aimed again, a different voice echoed from Yong Jin's mouth. "I'm going to chop off your head, you bastard." Hearing this, Du Kyung absolutely flew into a rage. "Hey, that wasn't me," Yong Jin quickly explained, trying to buy time. "Wait, let's play another round if you're not satisfied." But the demon shot back rudely. "The fun's over." Fear crept into Yong Jin. He stated his terms. "In that case, I already won our last match fair and square. Just let Kyung go." "That bastard again," the demon snarled. "Didn't I already tell you? He's been dead a long time." The words hit Yong Jin like a ton of bricks. "But you said if I won." The demon just gloated, enjoying his pain. "All right, if you want him that badly, I'll return the corpse for a funeral." And with that, he unleashed his true power. "But first, you'll have to beat me." Du Kyung charged forward with a furious roar. Suddenly, a net gun was aimed right at him and fired. A rainbow-colored net shot out, ensnaring Du Kyung and slamming him flat on the ground. "What the hell is this?" The net sizzled, making the demon scream in pure agony. Stunned, Yong Jin looked toward where the shot came from. "We won! A total comeback." It was Joy, still holding the gun. Beside him, Hisu called out anxiously. "Yong Jin, how did you guys know to come here?" he asked, completely bewildered. "Flip your collar over and see," Joy said with a smile. Yong Jin did as he was told and found a tiny device. "What's this?" "It's a location tracker," Joy explained. "Sorry if this bothers you, but I was worried. You told us not to come, but this is way too dangerous. We couldn't let you fight alone. More importantly," he said, presenting a sword. "My sword skills are way better than yours, you know." "Yong Jin, hurry and unleash it, just like last time," Hisu urged awkwardly. "Unleash what?" Out of nowhere, 2 giant dice cups materialized in the sky. They came crashing down, trapping Joy and Hisu with a deafening slam. Yong Jin stared in horror at Du Kyung, who was now floating in midair. He slowly descended, head bowed, and muttered, "You bastard." He lifted his head, revealing glowing demonic eyes. "I told you to come alone." Yong Jin was paralyzed with fear, but that's okay. Du Kyung flexed a clawed hand, his voice softening. "This just makes things more interesting." He then summoned a third cup. With a wave, all three began to shuffle, moving much faster than before, until they stopped in a neat row. "What kind of game is this?" Yong Jin asked, trembling. "Only one of them is empty," the demon said coldly, gesturing to a cup. "It's useless. Once they're trapped inside, they are completely cut off from the outside world." From inside, Hisu cried out, "Yong Jin, what's happening? We're trapped again," Joy yelled. "Now then," Du Kyung commanded, standing before the two cups. "Choose one of the two boxes." "Huh? You have to at least try to save one of them," he tempted. "Don't worry, just pick one. I'll finish it so quickly they won't even realize they've been logged out." He smirked, mocking Yong Jin's despair. "How pathetic. They came all this way just to save you." But Yong Jin remained frozen, just staring at the two massive dice cups. "And now one of them has to die by your hand," the gambling demon sneered. "Let them go," Yong Jin growled back. "You said you only wanted my life." "Yeah, well, I changed my mind." It snapped instantly, its grotesque face splitting into a wide grin. "Why should I do what you want? I could have finished you from the start. I just happen to enjoy a good wager." It pushed him to choose again. "So, who will it be? Pick quickly, before they both suffocate in there." At the word suffocate, Yong Jin panicked. "What's so surprising? Did you think a sealed box like that actually has air to breathe?" Inside, Joy and Hisu were already struggling for air. The more you stall, the faster your friends die. It even choked itself, mocking their fate. "Choose." Yong Jin's face darkened. He stood motionless, completely paralyzed by the impossible choice. "Look at that expression," the demon laughed to itself. "You should have been this scared from the start." "Oh, this is so satisfying, you bastard." It touched the cup on the right, offering a twisted hint. "Here, let me help you. The girl is in this one." Then it burst into insane laughter. The situation was hanging by a single thread. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Yong Jin's mind. "Kill him." His eyes flashed blood red. But thinking of Kyung's body, he fought against the command. "No. If I do that, then Kyung will." His eyes darted to the cups. "Maybe I can just slice them open? But what if I hit them by mistake?" And deep in his mind, a pair of brilliant red dragon eyes suddenly flared to life. His hand tightened around the blade instinctively. His feet moved on their own, lunging forward as the sword swung back. Seeing his decisive charge, even the silver demon looked shocked and scared. Yong Jin brought the blade down in a devastating slash, channeling a dragon's power into the two wooden stakes. They cracked wide open, but miraculously, Jigen and Hu were completely unharmed inside. Instead, the one who took the hit was the silver demon. A deep gash appeared on its chest, glowing with red light. Yong Jin finally understood this sword was forged to destroy evil. "Whoa, I really thought I was dead." Jigen collapsed to the ground in fear, clutching his stomach and checking for wounds. But strangely, there wasn't a single scratch. He looked behind him and absolutely couldn't believe his eyes. The demon's true form was sprawled out on the ground. He quickly pulled up his camera to scan the frequency. Yep, an incredibly powerful magnetic field. "Hey, what are you doing?" Yong Jin yelled. "Get Dokyung out of here now." The demon just stared up at him, unable to process what was happening. It froze when it saw the reflection in Yong Jin's eyes. A massive, powerful dragon was enveloping the boy completely. Yong Jin threw Dokyung over his shoulder, with Hu and Jigan following close behind. "Yong Jin, hurry up and run ahead," he answered. "I'll follow right after I finish things here. It's more dangerous if you stay with me." "Let's go," Hisu-Jan cut in. "We're just getting in his way." Look at its condition. Yong Jin clearly has the upper hand here. The demon pushed itself up, gritting its teeth in pure rage. Slash! A strike came and from out of nowhere, right on top of it. Yong Jin swung his blade relentlessly, as the demon could only groan and take the punishment. With the sword right at its throat, something suddenly clicked. Impossible. It suddenly remembered the image of the faceless demon. The seal on its forehead began to glow, emitting a sinister purple aura. Even the demon itself didn't know what was happening, as veins bulged on its arms and its body began to grotesquely transform. Its eyes blazed purple as its head snapped back, slamming hard against the ground. It all happened so fast, Yong Jin could only stand there, completely baffled. It let out a pained, gurgling scream as a memory suddenly flooded its mind. "Bring him to me, alive," the faceless demon had commanded, staring intently at a flask connected to a strange-looking tube. "Why don't you go get him yourself?" the old woman snapped. He calmly put the flask down, saying, If I could, I wouldn't have bothered coming to this disgusting place. Hearing that, the old woman broke into a cold sweat. You insolent brat, you've planned this all out, haven't you? The faceless demon simply ignored her, summoning 2 demonic cards into his hands. I've already prepared everything that's needed. He flicked his wrist, sending both cards flying. They carved a sinister arc of magic, one slammed into the old woman's forehead, while the other embedded itself in Dokyung's neck. The demon card immediately fused with his body, emitting a purple light that spread like roots around his neck. Dokyung cried out in agony, clutching his throat. You! What the hell did you just do to me? A plume of dark energy condensed on his hand, twisting his arm into a horrifying limb with razor-sharp claws. What is this? Dokyung was horrified. In a flash, his entire body was affected. The whites of his eyes turned a deep, solid purple as he felt a surge of power unlike anything before. A blinding light beside him caught his attention. The old woman's severed arm had completely grown back. She was trembling, struggling to contain her new abilities. Her power was enveloped in an orange light, much stronger than his. The faceless demon didn't care. He turned towards the door, leaving them with one final command. Your deadline is tomorrow. That night, under the city lights, Dokyung raced through an alley, searching for someone. Where did he go? He seethed, grinding his teeth. Moving like the wind, the faceless demon appeared right behind him. Are you looking for me? Dokyung glanced over his shoulder, staring right at the mask, completely unafraid. Who are you? You're the one who changed the old woman's spell, right? What is this power? Asking 3 rude questions in a row. The faceless demon's red eyes were filled with utter contempt. And why should I answer a worthless punk like you? A gust of wind passed, and he was suddenly behind Dokyung again, continuing deeper into the alley. Hey, wait! Dokyung yelled out in a panic. That deal. He looked at the demon's back and blurted out, make it with me instead. No, he replied instantly. The faceless demon turned, covering his mouth to hide a mocking laugh. Honestly, I don't trust low-level demons like you two. You're even weaker than your own master. She is not my master, Dokyung screamed. I was forced into that contract for my own reasons. What does that have to do with me? The faceless demon said coldly. The deal is to bring Yong Jin back alive. Anyone can do it. Dokyung put a hand on his chest, promising, my body is free. I can move much faster than she can. That house is her real body. She can't leave it, which means I'm the only one who can actually get this done. So give me the power you gave her too. I swear, I will capture that bastard for you. His sheer determination seemed to move the faceless demon. If you want it, I can give you more power. I just doubt you can handle it. I can take it, Dokyung screamed. Instantly, a black demon card shot straight into his forehead and was immediately absorbed. A searing pain rips through his flesh. Evil energy erupts, forcing him to his knees in a raw, agonizing scream. TSK, I warned you, the faceless demon says coldly. A filthy, low-level creature with a trembling body, trying to wield this level of power. It suddenly freezes. Dokyung struggles back to his feet, the seal on his forehead now perfectly absorbed into his body. A strange new voice escapes his lips. You said you'd grant any request? The demon card on his neck activates. I just need to capture him, correct? Dokyung's expression turns ice cold, as if the evil power has now completely consumed him. It declares its ambition. The thing I desire most is freedom. And just like that, the demon seizes total control of Dokyung's body. In a stunning reversal, it completely flips the script. It lunges forward, grabbing Yong Jin by the throat with terrifying speed. The grip is crushing, forcing Yong Jin onto the defensive. He swings his greatsword, aiming straight for its head. But the demon is too quick. It releases its grip and launches into the air, dodging the attack. Yong Jin is left gasping, clutching his throat. It looks down on him with pure contempt. You bunch of idiots. It tilts its head, calculating. How long does it take? 3 minutes? 4? Then, a wicked grin spreads across its face. The time it takes to suffocate and die. Meanwhile, in another location, what's wrong? Ju asks Hisu with concern. Let me give you a hand. Hisu can only utter Kyung's name, her voice trembling as she touches his cold, pale arm. Kyung, she says. He's not breathing. The words shock Ju, who immediately begins chest compressions. There's no soul left. The demon taunts, its eyes narrowing. The thing you're carrying away is just an empty shell. It lets out a savage laugh, mocking their desperate efforts. Are you planning to hold a funeral for it? The soul? Realization dawns on Yong Jin. He grits his teeth and sprints with all his might toward the antique shop. But the demon is faster, blocking his path in a blur, its purple eyes glowing intensely. Where do you think you're going? It smashes a devastating kick into his stomach, sending him flying into a wall hard enough to crack it. This power is a little hard to control, the demon remarks as it lands, baring its razor-sharp teeth. But you're not allowed to die. My mission is to capture you alive. Yong Jin sits in the rubble, gritting his teeth as he grips his blade. Hey, left hand, he orders, kill him for me. As the dust clears, Yong Jin's eyes are blazing red. He shoots forward, slashing sideways. The demon leaps back to dodge the attack, looking both surprised and furious. Yong Jin explodes upward, moving faster than the naked eye can see. Slash! A clean cut lands right across the demon's chest. It roars in pain, gathering dark power in its fist before crashing down like a meteor aimed straight at Yong Jin. He puts everything he has into it, face drenched in sweat, raising his sword to block. But the force of the punch is overwhelming. He's slammed to the ground, his blade plunging deep into the pavement, shattering it. The demon lands softly, looking seriously annoyed. Purple light seeps from its wounds, and the sigil on its forehead glows. You've been getting on my nerves for a while now. It growls, staring at Yong Jin's left arm, which is radiating a strange power. What the hell is that thing? You don't need to know, Yong Jin pants, answering coldly. I was wondering why that masked guy was after you. The demon's eyes flash as it looks at him, so there was a reason after all. Elsewhere, Ju is still desperately performing chest compressions. Dukyung, Ju shouts. Ju? Hisu asks in a panic. Could it be? Dukyung's soul is still here. A new voice cuts in. They look up, stunned, at a man in a shirt with an earring approaching them. Are you trying to break his ribs pressing that hard? Back at the battle, Yong Jin lunges to attack again. The demon leans back, dodging the blow. Pain shoots through his arm, making him falter. He loses his balance, but even as he falls, he twists his sword towards the demon's head. The blade stops just inches from its neck. The demon actually looks scared, but Yong Jin is out of strength. The sword halts, then falls. Yong Jin collapses, his body trembling uncontrollably, but his eyes still burn with determination. The demon raises its foot and stomps down hard where he just was. Luckily, Yong Jin manages to roll away in time. He's on his knees shaking, using his last bit of strength to plant his sword in the ground for support. Yong Jin pauses, looking at the blade. He forces himself up, refusing to give up. But at this rate, he knows he'll die before he can destroy it. The demon tilts its head, observing Yong Jin's staggering form. This guy, it's like he's possessed by something else. Yong Jin's left hand moves on its own, thrusting the sword forward and dragging him with it. The demon lunges too, but its eyes betray a hidden agenda. Suddenly, it relaxes its clawed hand, and the powerful aura surrounding it completely vanishes. Yong Jin is stunned. The demon uses its other hand to punch him square in the chest, and the ancient characters on its forehead flare up again. And just as predicted, a sinister smile confirms his worst fears. Yong Jin is blasted away, cracking the ground beneath him as his right side goes completely numb. The demon scoffs internally, its face a mask of contempt. Hey, it calls out to the unmoving Yong Jin. I don't know what kind of freakish power is in your left side, but it doesn't seem to suit your weak little body, does it? Yong Jin's eyes snap open as he grits his teeth, forcing himself to sit up. Wait, he cries out. But in an instant, the demon is right beside him, crushing his right arm. Look at this. It sneers with pure disgust. Your right side is as flimsy as a wet noodle. Yong Jin is stunned. A piercing scream rips from his throat as the demon effortlessly snaps his right arm backward. The blade drops from his left hand. The demon then stomps on his chest, pinning his left arm to the ground. This is what you get for resisting, it says, grinding its foot into Yong Jin's trapped hand. Its eyes begin to glow as it bares a set of razor-sharp teeth. Now, it's time for this damned left arm. Its foot presses down. Ah! Yong Jin shrieks, his face contorting in pure agony. A surge of red energy erupts from the broken left arm, flowing directly into the right. Miraculously, his right arm is completely healed. Before the demon can even comprehend what happened, the blade flies past its head, the hilt landing perfectly in Yong Jin's right hand. They both stare at the healed arm in utter astonishment. Yong Jin raises the blade, his eyes now blazing with murderous intent. But before he can attack, an object streaks through the air and lodges itself deep in the demon's neck, sending its lifeless body flying into a nearby stone pillar. A glowing white arrow holds the demon's corpse pinned, sending it straight to the afterlife. Yong Jin can't believe his eyes, whipping his head around to find the attacker. High above, he spots the silhouette of a person with a bow, their white and red hair staring right at him. On the ledge of another towering building, Tu Kwai, the mysterious masked figure, stands with his hands clasped behind his back. Damn it, he curses under his breath. Things just got a whole lot more complicated. Elsewhere, a handsome young man with gold eyes and an earring smirks. He gives a cold order to Ju. Get out of the way. Who are you? Ju asks, bewildered. The young man ignores her, focused on assessing Du Kyung's condition. Hey, what are you trying to do? Ju yells as he goes to touch her friend. High above, Tu Kui forms a hand sign, creating a blinding green flame. Pardon me, he says, and vanishes. At that same moment, the flame shoots from his hand. Below, the earring-wearing man suddenly frowns and freezes in place. On Du Kyung's pale face, a single tear suddenly streams down. Look! The young man shouts. Du Kyung! Hisu and Ju call out, worried. As they speak, Du Kyung's body arches. He lets out a choke, and his eyes fly open. He turns and begins to vomit violently. Are you really Du Kyung? Ju asks, patting his back suspiciously. That's definitely him. The young man with the earring suddenly speaks. Hey! Ju turns to say something, but he has already turned to leave. It's late, you should head home, he says with a wave. Ju, Hisu calls out. Take care of Du Kyung. Huh? Oh, leave it to me. I'll handle it. She suddenly pauses, remembering Yong Jin's warning. You need to run. It's more dangerous for you to be here. In an abandoned building stands the red-haired archer with piercing eyes, the one known as Dia Chi Then Long. Yong Jin gulps, staring at her wide-eyed. A sudden flash of light condenses into an arrow on her bow. The Grand Guardian draws the string taut, and a brilliant light explodes. Clairvoyant eye. The arrow shoots forward like a laser. Instantly, Yong Jin's leg is engulfed in flames. He launches himself high into the air, dodging the arrow's path by a mere inch. Before he can reorient himself, another arrow pierces his shoulder. The impact sends him flying back, crashing hard into a wall. The Grand Guardian lands softly, frowning. What's this? I was clearly told it was his left arm. Clang. Yong Jin lets his sword fall to the ground. He then grabs the arrow in his shoulder and rips it clean out. Red flames from his hand instantly burn it to ash. That same fire then wraps itself around the sword lying on the ground. Quick as lightning, Yong Jin grabs the blade, swinging a powerful slash toward the Grand Guardian. She leans back to dodge, but instead of fear, she smiles, completely thrilled. After a few flips, she lands in a space thick with dust and smoke. Yong Jin lifts his head, his face now demonic, with pitch-black eyes and a horrifyingly wide grin. Grand Guardian raises an eyebrow. What interesting prey. It's definitely the left arm. Elsewhere, Jin is tied tightly to a wall. Tu Kui sits guard beside her, his eyes streaming with tears of pure hatred for Yong Jin. How dare you do that to me? Suddenly, a figure holding a cigarette appears from behind a door. Who's there? Tu Kui asks in a low voice. The person calmly flicks their cigarette ash. It's the man with the earring, a smug smirk on his face. Are you on that kid's side? Tu Kui stands up, his voice sounding like it was dragged from hell itself. Think what you want. The young man just shrugs. Then I guess I'll have to take you hostage. Fine by me. If you think you can, bring it on. As the words leave his mouth, Tu Kui instantly shifts into a horrifying shape. Tentacles erupt from his body, wrapping around the young man. If you act cocky again, I will kill you. He threatens to crush the man's arm. But the young man just takes a drag from his cigarette. Is that all you got? Insulted, the purple demon's eyes flash red as he roars. You bastard, I'll tear you to shreds. Then boom. He charges straight in. The smoke cleared in an instant. The purple demon stood frozen as the young man casually stamped out his cigarette. Around him lay the shattered remains of its tentacles. Is that all you've got? He asked, his voice low and gravelly. Who are you? How is this possible? The purple demon stammered, unable to believe what it was seeing. The young man smirked. Me? He ripped off his earring, which instantly transformed into a staff, erupting in a furious blaze. I'm none other than Sun Wukong. Wukong gripped the staff, shifting it into a razor-sharp spear, before unleashing a devastating slash. A massive explosion rocked the area. Whoa, are those fireworks? Nearby citizens wondered. Sun Wukong pulled out his phone. With a click, he snapped a picture, a smug grin on his face as he recorded the beautiful chaos he had just created. High above, the lights painted a gorgeous scene, but the view on the ground was the complete opposite. City walls crumbled amidst clouds of dust. Standing in the ruins was a brown-haired teenager, spear in hand. He bent down to grab a bag on the ground when the sound of sobbing suddenly caught his attention. The brown-haired teen turned. You're not dead yet? He asked. A scraped arm was desperately clutching onto something. Before him was the monster. Its body was covered in wounds, clothes torn to shreds. It held something tight, sobbing uncontrollably. Oh, my children. No, I couldn't protect you. Its voice trembled, eyes welling with tears. It plunged straight through the creature's head. The boy looked down, his voice dripping with contempt. Think you're human? You're just a pile of resentment. He then glanced up, noticing a bizarre sight. Jin was pinned beneath a massive boulder. Only two small legs were sticking out. The teenager, surprised, walked over and lifted the rock, revealing Jin's unconscious body. In another part of the city, Yong Jin's eyes blazed with killing intent. He gripped his spear and charged toward Zodiac General Yu. A powerful blow shattered the ground, but she leaped into the air to dodge, just as the purple demon had warned. Black Dragon, she murmured, looking down at the enraged Yong Jin. Just then, he seemed to snap out of it, the darkness in his eyes fading. Seizing the chance, General Yu drew her bow and aimed right for him. Seal, she commanded, and an arrow shot into his arm. Before Yong Jin could even react, iron chains began erupting from the wound. Ah! He screamed out in agony. The chains wrapped tightly around his arm, pinning him to a nearby pillar and anchoring him deep into the ground. General Yu held two long iron rods, scraping them together to create a piercing screech as they glowed with a red light. One of the rods morphed into a wickedly sharp sword. You're right-handed, aren't you? She asked softly, placing the blade close. Huh? He asked, completely bewildered. That's lucky. I'll cut and cauterize at the same time. Try to bear with the pain. Wait. Yong Jin's eyes widened as he tried to stop her. But then, a familiar voice rang out, making her freeze. Zodiac General Yu. The commanding tone belonged to Jin. She slowly turned her head, grinding her teeth. In front of her was Jin, but in the form of a tiny puppy. Yong Jin, drop your weapon now, the puppy ordered. Instantly, Yong Jin's hand trembled and dropped his spear. The general couldn't hide her astonishment. Are you badly hurt? Jin gently asked Yong Jin. The dragon of today was nothing like the one they used to know, she thought. Still haven't stopped? The brown-haired teen suddenly appeared. He smirked. Why are you attacking an innocent civilian? Civilian? General, Yu retorted, gesturing to Yong Jin's arm. His arm is nearly severed. Realizing Generals Wei and Zi were gone, she backed away, canceling the chains. Yong Jin. Jin quickly called out his name. The brown-haired teen raised an eyebrow at Jin, then noticed another creature trying to sneak away. Whoa, you haven't dealt with that thing yet? What? General Yu whipped around in a panic, drawing her bow to aim at the creature. Ah, please spare me, it shrieked in terror, tears in its eyes. It was all that old woman's fault. As it finished speaking, an arrow flew through the air, embedding itself in the creature's forehead. Damn that old hag. It screamed in hatred, then dissolved into dust. A paper talisman fell to the ground, but the characters written on it quickly faded away. A gust of wind blew through. It swept everything away, leaving only 2 arrows behind. That's strange, General Yu muttered. How could a low-level demon still move after being hit by a divine weapon? The brown-haired guy teased her. Maybe you just didn't hit it hard enough? She ignored his jab, getting straight to the point. Don't you find this odd? Monsters are supposed to stay hidden. So why? Are they suddenly appearing out here? Hearing that, the brown-haired teen paused, taking a long drag from his cigarette as he thought. He glanced over at Yong Jin and Jin. I think they're the reason. Slap. Jin, now in his human form, struck Yong Jin hard across the face. Isn't the timing just a little too perfect? The teen continued. She turned to look at him, then knelt down to gently touch Jin in his dog form. Hey old man, stop hitting him. It's been ages since you last met, don't ignore him like this. Jin glanced at the brown-haired teen and let out a small smile. We're feeling sad, you know. Night fell as the streetlights flickered on. Inside a small room, the brown-haired man and guardian Dor sit properly in front of Jin. Now talk, Dor commands. She glances at Yong Jin, who's lying unconscious on the bed. Who is he? My nephew, Jin replies. Did turning into a dog make you start barking nonsense? The brown-haired man laughs. That is your body, after all. Jin pauses for a moment before speaking up. Yes, but I don't know the whole story. I just know that after the seal was broken, I woke up in this body. And my original body has a new ego. It can move on its own, even talk. Duru's eyes fly open. What? I don't know if it's because the Lun Sa was already open, Jin continues, but low-level demons just kept attacking. That process made the body's new ego weaker and weaker. I tried to merge Bavsi Bakin to it, but it only accepted the black dragon and rejected me. Jin, still in his dog form, frowns. I've tried a few more times since then, but it's never worked. It's completely absurd. The brown-haired man is blown away. So after the seal was broken, Dur starts putting the pieces together. You woke up in a dog's body, while your real body has a different personality and even stole your power. This doesn't seem like a scheme you two would cook up. What the hell does this have to do with us? Jin says warily. Dur grits her teeth. Logic. The brown-haired man suddenly cuts in. Why not try thinking about it from that angle? If so, Jin growls, his eyes filled with rage. Why did you seal me in the first place? Does that fit the so-called logic you're talking about? His question leaves them both completely speechless. It seems he really doesn't remember anything, Dar thinks. Just as Guardian Tuvai said, he has absolutely no memory of it. She bows her head, her expression unreadable. If that's the case, then just keep living like this. She looks up, her eyes now glowing a fiery red. That way, I can kill you whenever I want. So if I were human, you'd kill me anyway? Jin asks. Just because of where I come from, you'd do all this? The brown-haired man pats Jin's head, smiling, but his words carry a heavy threat. After all that's been said, it would be better for you to learn your place. This time, it's Jin who falls silent. He remembers the Celestial Emperor's words. At any time, I can tear you to pieces and seal you all over again. Are you messing with me? Jin snaps, trying to bite his hand. Whoa. The brown-haired man quickly pulls his hand back. You really have become a dog, huh? Fine, I won't ask any more questions, Jin says coldly. In exchange, could you do something for me? Help you? Help me find a book that fully documents the history since the Great War. Why a book? The brown-haired man looks confused. Just search it up on YouTube, it's faster. Ah, looking at this house, you probably don't have a computer. He glances around the room, wondering if it even has Wi-Fi. He shoves an iPad in front of Jin. Use this, just turn on the data and search. Just ask your nephew how to use it. But, he adds, I doubt you'll find what you're looking for. How would you know what I'm looking for? Jin snaps. Aren't you trying to find out about the earthly gods? The man says bluntly. You won't find anything. The era we once lived in, he begins, his expression turning mysterious. Even the moment you were sealed, and everything that happened after it has all been completely wiped from history. There are no records of the 12 gods. The man's words leave Jin completely frozen. He claims they were erased from history, all because of some dragon. Time passes, and night falls. Dur sighs. That's enough nonsense. The brown-haired guy instantly mocks her, perfectly mimicking her earlier expression. Just keep living like this, then I can kill you whenever I want. Shut up, Dur is mortified. Back in the day, the red dragon would have turned you to dust for saying that, he laughs. And you dared to pat the dragon on the head. That was a dog. Now that he has no power, he seems pretty scared. But what are we supposed to do with that boy now? The black dragon can't be separated from him. Plus, it seems to have spread throughout his entire body. Her face pales as she screams. If so, is only his head left. What do we do? Dur despairs. Will humans hate me from now on? We could just get rid of the dragon, right? He offers a solution and quickly turns to leave. While he's weak, I'll go take care of him. Don't be so overconfident. Dur quickly grabs him, her teeth clenched. What if he remembers everything? Who knows what he would do then? Tu said if we can't separate them, we just keep watching. Fine, the man replies. There's still a lot to deal with concerning the dragon anyway. You handle things from here and report back to Tu. The brown-haired man is already ducking into his car. Straight home, sir? The driver asks. Yeah. And that's when Dur realizes it. So you never intended to fight the dragon in the first place? Hey, can I get a ride to Hongdae? The clock strikes 3 in the morning. Jin remains completely still, staring down at his nephew. One dog frowning, one person lying motionless. Finally, Yong Jin speaks. What are you looking at so intensely? Why are you awake already? Who could possibly sleep with someone staring at them like that? Yong Jin, Jin calls out, his face dead serious. I need to question you. Why are you using the sword with your left hand? It will only cause you harm. Don't ever do that again. But he was told that power was safe. That left arm isn't yours. The master's voice clarified, don't become too dependent on it. Just his left arm? Yong Jin remembered using power in both his legs. So that power you gave me was just to steal my body, wasn't it? Is my body just a vessel for you? So you heard everything, Jin remarks, surprisingly calm. That's why I told you it was dangerous. But Yong Jin snaps back that Jin is the real danger here. Yong Jin's voice rises, his fists clenched tight. Saving me? Or was it more like letting me almost die so you could take over this body? He said demons were after this body, but the most dangerous demon of all is standing right next to him. It's not like that. I admit I lied to you at first. But Yong Jin catches the key word. Only at first? What about my left arm? Was that not a lie? What about at the Hu family shrine? Or at school? You had plenty of chances to talk. Only coming clean now because you got caught. You think I'm an idiot? Jin explains he wasn't sure, that he needed time to think. Thinking back now, Yong Jin cuts him off again. We never had a serious talk about any of this. What do you really want from me? Do you want this body? Jin's brow furrows, and after a long silence, he finally speaks. To be precise, it's not your body. The dog stares him down, its eyes glowing fiercely. It is my body. And then, Jin adds with chilling finality, you were never supposed to exist. A horrific memory flashes before his eyes, a man, weeping and accusing him. It's because of you that your parents are dead. Behind him, countless others cry in anguish. You should never have been born. Yong Jin is frozen solid, a wave of pure anxiety and fear crashing over him. The clock on the wall now shows 3:25 in the morning. You said this is your body, right? Yong Jin asks Jane. Well, if that's the case, Yong Jin continues with ice in his voice. This is my house. Without another word, he scoops up the dog, tosses it outside, and slams the door shut. Get out of my house right now. Jane is left completely speechless on the doorstep. A light rain starts to fall. Meanwhile, Yong Jin sleeps soundly, warm in his bed. Before long, the light rain becomes a heavy downpour. The hammering on the roof eventually wakes him. Of all the times to rain, why now? He groans, pulling the covers over his head. Annoyed, Yong Jin finally opens the door and steps outside. He's startled to find Jine still curled up out there, silently watching the storm. He almost closes the door again, but a voice stops him cold. I have nowhere else to go. Yong Jin stands silently behind the partially open door. I'm sorry for what I said earlier, Jin says, full of regret. It's your body now. I have no intention of doing anything with it, so you don't need to worry anymore. Yong Jin feels his anger waver slightly. He hangs his head and goes back inside. The next morning, after a long and tiring night, Yong Jin wakes up and removes the bandages. Standing in front of the mirror, he touches his arm and lets out a smirk. Even a monster isn't this freaky. But the moment he steps out of the bathroom, he's horrified to see a pair of dog paws trampling his brand new tablet on the bed. Oh, for heaven's sake, get off! He rushes over and shoves Jine to the side. How rude, the dog grumbles. But Jane doesn't care. All of his attention is now laser-focused on the tablet. Where did you get this thing? Those people from yesterday gave it to me. They said it was a book. This thing? That's right. They said if I opened something called YouTube, I could watch historical records. They told me to ask you. Seeing Yong Jin stare at the tablet, Jin has a realization. Ah, so you like this thing, huh? Just show me how this YouTube thing works, and I'll give it to you. For real? Yong Jin is shocked. In exchange, I have one condition. What is it? Jane gives him a dangerous glare. Then, he makes his very simple request. Make me breakfast. And right on cue, Jin's stomach lets out a massive growl. Arriving at school, Yong Jin hears everyone buzzing about Dokyung. Apparently, he's been going around apologizing to people. Apologizing for what? I thought he was just method acting. Someone else claims Dokyung even taught the Duan gang a lesson. Yong Jin is confused. What is happening? It seems he remembers everything that happened while his soul was out of his body. In another classroom, Dokyung is bowing low, apologizing to a classmate. You bet 50,000 and got your jaw messed up, remember? But the kid just looks confused. When did I get beat up? I don't remember that. Ah well, Dokyung waves his hands dismissively, and just like that, they all happily forgive him. Yongjin wonders, maybe he's been cast as the redeemed hero? A female student chimes in. This just shows how important it is to keep a good image, right? Yongjin muses to himself, just like Jane said. A chubby kid in class speaks up. The moment Yongjin sits down, Zhou Yu loudly declares his theory that Dokyung's body was possessed by a villain from another world. But after a series of events, that entity was expelled, and the real Dokyung finally came back to his senses. At that very moment, Dokyung is by the classroom window, scrolling on his phone. Class 2, Class 3, just 2 more people left. Who is it this time? Zhou asks, popping up from behind. With a whoosh, Dokyung takes off running down the hall, shouting a name. Seo Wu? Jia says, surprised. Yongjin leans against the classroom door, arms crossed, watching Dokyung's retreating back and cheering, run faster. Dokyung, go apologize to all of them. But Jia disagrees. Being too nice is a crime in itself. Hey, it wasn't Dokyung's fault. She grinds her teeth in frustration. Why does he have to do all this? It's because of that damn class president who dared to curse someone. You know it wasn't just because of that, GW says, trying to defend him. It was because he's jealous. That's what it is. Jia fires back. And yes, it was jealousy. But before JW could finish his thought, Jia blew right past him, racing after Du Kyung. Hey, Du Kyung, don't you dare apologize to that bastard. JW stood there, dumbfounded, muttering the rest of his sentence. She put chocolate in your desk on White Day, and you ate it with Du Kyung, didn't you? Inside the classroom, Du Kyung walked in slowly, and every single eye immediately locked onto him. It's Du Kyung. Huddled in a corner, Seon Yu heard the name and was consumed by fear. It's over. From now on, I'm going to be an outcast. But Du Kyung's voice cut straight through those anxious thoughts. Seon Yu, who was covering his head in terror, lowered his hands. Du Kyung was standing right beside his desk. Seon Yu timidly looked up. I'm sorry it took so long for me to remember everything, he said softly. Hearing the apology, Seon Yu's eyes began to tear up. I was the one who made the choice, and yet I forgot. The class president offered him a gentle, warm smile. His sincere words were all it took to break Seon Yu. He collapsed onto his desk, sobbing uncontrollably. I'm sorry, Du Kyung. It's okay. Du Kyung placed a hand on his shoulder, comforting him. Just outside the classroom door, Jia witnessed the entire thing. The way she saw him, Du Kyung was glowing like an angel, making her heart pound. She recalled a conversation they had before. Hey, what are you doing? Memorizing the names and faces of everyone in our class, he had answered kindly. I borrowed this from the teacher since I'm the vice president. Whoa, that's pretty intense. As she said it, Du Kyung suddenly stopped. Oh. He was looking at Yong Jin's photo and birthday. Yong Jin's birthday is coming up soon. After saying that, he turned and smiled at her. That bright, sunny smile left a deep impression on her. Du Kyung, are you actually an angel? Back in the present, Jia put a carton of milk on Yong Jin's desk. This is for you. Yong Jin, busy on his phone, looked up from the milk carton to her in surprise. Jia shyly turned her face away, forcing out the words, thanks. He looked surprised. She let out an irritated sigh. Suddenly, Jia grabbed Yong Jin's shoulder, leaning down to whisper in his ear. Hisu told me that you were the one who saved Du Kyung and me. She glanced around the room, then repeated bashfully, thanks. A student with glasses behind Yong Jin saw this and his jaw dropped. He was in total shock. After saying her piece, Jia quickly ran out of the classroom. What was that about? JW wondered. The boy with glasses stammered. Another friend picked up the milk. Chestnut smile flavor? What the hell? Are you two timing them? The student with glasses asked Yong Jin. Does Lee Hisu even know about this? What kind of nonsense are you talking about? He brushed it off. Then, a crowd of guys gathered around Yong Jin's desk. This guy is such a scumbag, another student muttered. The two prettiest girls in school. The boy with glasses marveled. How did you manage to get them both at the same time? It's not what you guys think, Yong Jin insisted, annoyed. But the teasing continued. So who will you choose, Lee Hisu or Jia, the puppy or the kitten? Are you insane? Shut up. Yong Jin snapped. JW stopped the joking, adjusting his glasses seriously. But still, Lee Hisu? Yong Jin ignored him, staring back down at his phone. Strange, JW mused. Hisu didn't come to say hello to Yong Jin today. Another guy joked. Maybe they had a fight. Even though he acted like he didn't care, his friend's words were getting to Yong Jin. He remembered Hisu's cheerful greetings every morning. Yong Jin, good morning. Thinking about it now, he glanced at his phone. It was 8:19, and still no sign of her. Why is it so quiet? Did she even come to school today? Walking past class 1-5, Yong Jin peered inside, searching for her. A voice suddenly made him jump. Yong Jin. He turned around anxiously, only to see Du Kyung holding out a can of Coke. He took it. You doing okay? Yong Jin asked. A horrific memory of being possessed by a demon flashed through his mind. Du Kyung screamed in his head. Stop it, don't do it, ah. Back in the present, he just scratched his head, looking embarrassed. Not really. I made an appointment with the psychology department, so please keep it a secret. I'll forget about it right away, Yong Jin replied. But why did you call me out here? I have something I need to tell you. What is it? Du Kyung suddenly burst into tears. For real, he said while crying. Thank you. The sudden act left Yong Jin frozen solid on the spot. He couldn't understand what was happening, only that Du Kyung was now sobbing into his hands. Under the clear blue sky, Yong Jin asked in shock. You saw everything? Even all the shady tricks? Yes, Du Kyung replied, wiping his tears. You were just too cool. Not really, Yong Jin said modestly. He took a sip of Coke and then realized something. Wait, so your soul was still around then? Why didn't you just go back to your own body? Well, Kyung hesitated, gripping the can tightly. I was captured at that moment. An image appeared of his soul trapped by a demonic hand, by someone wearing a mask. A mask? Yong Jin blurted out. On the way back to class, he was still confused. I'm sure it was an old lady. So why would it be a mask? Impossible. Lost in thought, Yong Jin suddenly froze. Standing right there in front of him it was who? His jaw just dropped. They stood there, facing each other in total silence. After a moment, she finally spoke, her face etched with worry. Yong Jin, hi. She glides right past him, long hair flowing, an act that leaves Yong Jin utterly speechless. He turns to say something, but two other friends swarm who, chattering away. The awkwardness is real, and all he can do is scratch his head. In a small room, a history lecture plays from a tablet, detailing the events of the emo incident. Yong Jin opens the door and drops his bag. He's home. Suddenly, an old man named Jin speaks to the tablet. Pardon me, my grandson has returned. Yong Jin's eyes widen. Who is he talking to? This YouTube is fantastic, Jin says happily. This person in here is telling me stories. The voice on the tablet continues. Next time, we'll learn about the death of King Gojong and the Russo-Japanese War. See you then. Jin gives the screen a huge smile and replies. Yong Jin just stares, thinking the old man could do this for 2 days straight and never get bored. Where are you headed? Take me with you, Jin asks, seeing Yong Jin pack. It's a school training camp. I can't bring you along. A training camp? For combat? Jin asks. More for mental discipline, Yong Jin replies. The old man nods, impressed. Excellent. Absolutely brilliant, Jin praises, his eyes shining. It seems the kids of this era haven't lost their warrior spirit after all. Yong Jin ignores him, setting out a large bowl of food. I prepared some snacks for you, some sausage and beef jerky. Just eat this while I'm gone. But just then, the lecturer on the tablet starts talking again, and Jin turns to the screen, his eyes white with rage. Doesn't that guy ever get tired? He yells. Hey, save it for another time. The video mentions asking for help from the Qing dynasty. Yong Jin's face darkens instantly. Oh man, how is he going to explain this one? Deep in the night, the voice from the tablet drones on, driving Yong Jin absolutely crazy with irritation. It rambles on about Gohoson being founded by Dangun. Finally, he can't take it anymore. He shoots up in bed and yells, Turn it off. Are you trying to keep everyone awake? But Jin just complains that a new lecturer has appeared and isn't listening to him. Let me explain, Yong Jin says. It's just a pre-recorded video. A pre-recorded. What now? And with that, Yong Jin is rendered completely speechless. The next morning, he's putting on his jacket. Why are you up so early? Go back to sleep. The voice comes from Jin, still bundled up in bed. I have to go to the training camp. He barely glances back. Then why didn't you sleep earlier? Because I had to explain YouTube to you all night. That's why. Truly commendable. Kinga says. As Yong Jin puts on his shoes, he calls out, I'm leaving. Look after the house. Remember to take your sword. Jin shouts the reminder. Are you insane? Why would I bring that? For training, of course. Yeah, not happening. And with that, he leaves the door wide open and vanishes. Down by the bus, a crowd of students waits. Hey Yong Jin, seen Hisu yet? Two friends start teasing him, and he's not having it. Oh, I'm sure you two already met up in secret. She is not my girlfriend. JW strokes his chin thoughtfully. Last time I saw her, she was dressed a lot like you, Yong Jin. What do you mean by that? Like she borrowed your actual jacket. Dude, all our jackets look the same, what's the big deal? Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind him, Yong Jin, it's Hisu, holding a cat-shaped bag. Here, you should eat this on the way. Every jaw in the vicinity drops. Joe snatches the bag and smirks. What's this? Bet there's a love letter inside. Inside? Honey cakes. Okay, maybe they weren't a thing before, but this is official now, Joe W. immediately concludes. It has to be. But then another voice calls out, Yong Jin. This time it's Du Kyung scratching his head. Hey, on the bus, can I sit with you? Why? Ju chimes in again, sensing drama. Look at this guy. First Hisu, and now Du Kyung. What a player. All right, settle down. Everyone on the bus, a teacher shouts. Yong Jin and Du Kyung sit together in silence, only sharing a quick glance. Sorry about this, Du Kyung finally says. You probably wanted to sit with your friends. It's fine, Yong Jin replies coolly. I was planning to sit alone anyway. What did you want? I just wanted to get to know you better, Du Kyung says, a slight smile on his face. That answer makes Yong Jin deeply suspicious. On the bus, some students doze off while others just watch the scenery pass by. From the dark woods outside, a flash of white hair flutters. What was that? The words are barely out before it disappears, making him curse. He frantically elbows his friend sitting next to him. Hey! Something huge and white just appeared out of nowhere and then vanished. Probably just fog. In the mountains? Something that big and white? Could it have been the Jiangsan biome? Dude, that's a ghost from Mount Jiangsan. What would it be doing all the way out here with us? Besides, the bus is way faster, right? Suddenly John, who'd been silent, speaks. They say it's fast enough to leap from one mountain to the next in a minute. While most of the other students couldn't care less, he sits there, dead serious. He calmly pushes up his glasses. Jiangsan biome. At that, John whips out his tablet, as if he's just had an epiphany. According to my Encyclopedia of Monsters, he reads, it's an urban legend that started in the modern era. It was first seen on Mount Jiangsan, which is how it got the name. Witnesses say it can mimic human appearances and voices. On the bus, Dokyung is all laughs and snacks, while Yong Jin maintains his usual ice-cold expression. Lee Hee-soo sits by herself, quietly lost in a book, while only JW seems to be buzzing with pure excitement. A flash of long white hair disappears behind a tree, a glowing golden orb shining brightly just above it. Eyes snap open inside, glaring forward with absolute killing intent. All right, you have 5 minutes to change and assemble in the hall. Why the sudden rush? Not even a moment to rest. A minute later, all the students are lined up with their backs against the wall. A teacher in a red jacket slowly paces back and forth. Yong Jin stands silently somewhere in the middle. When it's time to form groups, he just sits off by himself. Later at lunch, a tray is set down right across from Yong Jin. I finally found you. JW speaks cheerfully, asking, you couldn't sleep? Your eyes are as dark as a panda's. Seeing Yong Jin ignore him and turn away, JW quickly pulls him back. Hey, don't go. It was hard enough finding you. Do you know what the next program is? JW begins to ramble on about a test of courage. A perfect choice for a school so famous for its ghost stories. It's a treasure hunt in the forest program that was mentioned on the way here. You've heard the stories about Jiangsan biome, right? Jiangsan biome, Yong Jin repeats, his spoon still in hand. That's right. We might get to finally meet it today, JW says excitedly. So what? Come with me. Didn't you say you'd go anywhere with me? JW presses him. That was Lee Hee-soo, not me. Speaking of her, JW wonders aloud why he hasn't seen Lee Hee-soo around. An image of him and the girl talking awkwardly immediately flashes through Yong Jin's mind. He quickly shoves a spoonful of rice in his mouth. She's probably busy with something. She's seemed down ever since the gambling demon incident. JW continues, I think I have a good idea why. What reason? During the gambling demon fight, you told us we were in the way and chased us off. When did I say that? Yong Jin seems a little panicked. I didn't chase you away. I told you all to run because it was dangerous. She thinks she was a burden instead of a help to you, that's why. JW explains, taking his chance. To be honest, when it comes to sword skills, I'm way better than you. A cool sword like that is wasted on you. I'll teach you when we have time. A little while later, Yong Jin walks outside, his hands stuffed deep into his pockets. Suddenly, a figure rushes past, catching his attention. He quickly looks up. Lee Hee-soo. The girl immediately turns back, her mouth twitching. Yong Jin freezes, his face going pale as he clenches his teeth. Was that really her? But the girl in front of him is perfectly calm. What is it, Yong Jin? The situation sends countless thoughts racing through his head. I only told you to run because I was worried it was dangerous. If that made you sad, then I'm sorry. But despite his thoughts, Yong Jin can't manage to get a single word out. Just as he's about to speak, a loud voice cuts through the air. Hee-soo. Another girl suddenly runs up, grabbing Hee-soo's arm. Let's go to the convenience store. Hey, wait. Hee-soo seems completely caught off guard. And so, Yong Jin just quietly walks away. Elsewhere, JW is bowing low. Yong Jin stands tall. Thanks for coming with me. And just so you know, I didn't bring my sword, Yong Jin warns in a cold tone. I brought my 5-colored net gun. They begin walking together, a flashlight beam cutting through the path ahead. If a teacher catches us, you're on your own. It's not like anyone cares about you anyway. Hearing that, Yong Jin feels a surge of anger. Do you even know what Jiangsan biome looks like? Biome is the Sino-Korean word for tiger, so maybe it looks like one? I don't think it has a specific shape. JW starts recounting everything he knows. Rumor is it has long white fur, but every story is different. It also has the ability to shapeshift. After reading its target's memories, it can perfectly replicate their appearance and even their voice. If that's true, how do you know you're not Jiangsan biome in disguise? Yong Jin immediately fires back sarcastically. JW holds up a signal detector. because this thing would be screaming. Even the gambling demon had to admit how accurate it is. Suddenly, the device begins to blare loudly, followed by a sharp voice that makes them both jump out of their skin. What are you two doing here? Shouldn't you be back in the dormitory? It's the manager's voice. We're busted. Run for it. JW is absolutely terrified. Yong Jin whips his head around, sweat trickling down his cheek, his eyes wide with pure panic. In the darkness, he sees a pair of glowing yellow eyes staring right back at him. At the exact same moment, a violent tremor shakes the ground. Yong Jin! A sudden shout makes him jump. He stares into the pitch-black bushes as JW suddenly appears from them. What's wrong with you? Nothing. Did I hear that wrong? It's 10 p.m. Yong Jin walks aimlessly, hands in his pockets. So sleepy. Maybe I should just head back to the dorm. But then, he hears a voice calling out from behind him again. Yong Jin, it's JW, bent over and gasping for air. Help me out one more time. JW pants, sweat pouring down his face. Back on the mountain, we were in such a hurry to run. I think I dropped my detector. Can you help me find it? It's too creepy to go alone. This is such a pain. Yong Jin is clearly annoyed, but he turns on his flashlight anyway. Hey, how far are you planning on going? He asks coldly. We've gone pretty far. I don't remember this place, do you? Or did you leave it back at the dorms? Suddenly, Yong Jin's expression turned grim as his eyes landed on a bright yellow sign. Danger, slippery surface. Hey! He shot a hand out, grabbing the other sleeve to pull them back. Didn't you see the warning sign? But the response he got was completely random. Found it. And with that, he yanked Yong Jin straight to the cliff's edge. Yong Jin's hand trembled, his teeth clenched in terror. What are you doing? He stared at the face of Jabu before him. Its eyes glowed yellow, its voice sounding like it was clawed up from the depths of hell. Meanwhile, 3 girls were playing cards in their dorm. Hey Hisu, do you have a crush on anyone? One of the girls asked. Nope, she replied without a single moment of hesitation. Seriously? What about that guy from class 3, Onion something? Aren't you two totally flirting? Not at all, she insisted. But we just saw you two talking earlier. You should do a tarot reading to see if it's true. Oh, now that's a good idea. If I were Hisu, I'd be doing tarot readings about him all day. The girl in black flipped a card. So, what kind of person does Hisu like? In that instant, Hisu's eyes turned pitch black, her face contorting in pure panic. All 3 of them froze, as if they'd seen something truly monstrous. On the table was the death card. Oh God. Hey, maybe she really doesn't like anyone. Back with Yong Jin, a familiar voice called out. The sound made him jump. Gang Sanbium. Yong Jin's face went white as he stood there in stunned silence. The thing wearing Ja's face spoke again. It can even change its form. With that, Joe's white sneaker casually pushed Yong Jin right off the cliff. He fell helplessly as its voice echoed in his ears. It can perfectly recreate the appearance, and even the voice, of someone from your memories. Flawlessly. You will capture it and bring it back alive, it commanded, the voice now its own ragged growl. Then, it hissed through clenched teeth in yet another voice. Don't you dare let it get hurt. Yong Jin plummeted through layers of trees and leaves. His terrified scream echoed through the darkness. He reached out, desperately grabbing a branch, but it snapped in two instantly. Gravity pulled his body down, slamming him hard against the forest floor. He struggled to sit up, his entire body shaking. As his vision cleared, he looked up. The demon was gone without a trace. Seeing his chance, he scrambled to his feet and ran. If that was Gang Sanbium, then where was the real Joblu? At that exact moment, back home, Joblu's phone was ringing off the hook. The caller ID read Dragon Yong Jin, but the phone's owner was deep in sleep, completely oblivious to everything happening. Hearing the automated message that the number couldn't be reached only made Yong Jin panic more. Did something happen to him? It was getting late. The phone signal was fading. He had to find a way back, and fast. As fear began to set in, a familiar voice called out his name. Yong Jin. It was Hisu. She ran toward him, her voice full of worry. Are you okay? But what about you? Yong Jin was instantly suspicious. I did a tarot reading, she explained, out of breath. The cards said you were in danger. I'm so glad you're okay. But how did you know to find me here? Yong Jin was still on guard. Is there anywhere you go that I don't know about? Hisu just smiled, dodging the question. Did you put a tracker on me or something? Let's go. She ignored him, grabbing his hand and pulling him along. Yong Jin froze, his voice icy. What are you doing? Huh? What's wrong with holding hands? She asked innocently. There's no one around. Are you embarrassed? No, it's not that. I mean ring. The sound of his phone cut him off at the perfect moment. and when he saw the caller ID, Yong Jin froze solid. On the screen, 2 words glowed bright and clear. Lee Hee-soo. Yong Jin's face drained of all color. How about we link arms instead? The cheerful voice came from right beside him. He stiffly glanced over at Hee-soo, who was now wearing a completely blank, almost demonic expression. Her eyes were empty, soulless voids. Trembling, Yong Jin answered the call. Yong Jin? The real Hee-soo's gentle voice came through the phone. The sound made both of them freeze. Are you all right? The imposter was now staring at him, a grotesque smile spreading across its face. Cold sweat broke out on Yong Jin's brow. Yeah, I'm fine, he replied cautiously. What's up? On the other end, Hee-soo sounded flustered. I knew something was up when I saw the shirt, Yong Jin said suddenly, his eyes still locked on the imposter in front of him. What shirt? What do you mean? The real Hee-soo asked, totally confused. Oh, it's nothing, he said quickly, while his mind was absolutely screaming. Lee Hee-soo's intuition is insane, he thought. Is something really wrong? Hee-soo pressed on the phone. The imposter's expression flickered, but it stayed silent. Yong Jin held the phone to his ear, desperately trying to stay calm. Sensing that something was very wrong, Hee-soo asked another question. You can't talk freely right now, can you? If that's the case, no, everything's fine. Yong Jin cut her off before hanging up. He stared straight ahead, his mind racing. He knew it was a fake. The plan, play along for now, then find a chance to bolt. He walked past the creature, forcing a look of calm on his face. Let's go, Lee Hee-soo. But this time, it didn't move an inch. Yong Jin stopped dead in his tracks. Something was wrapped tightly around his leg, holding him in place long strands of hair. He glanced back in horror, cold sweat pouring down his face. The imposter's hair had grown to an unnatural, terrifying length. How pathetic, the creature snarled. Its neck twisted a full 180 degrees, revealing its signature yellow eyes. Gang Sanbyum, didn't you just say, with that girl? It shrieked. Just like that, Yong Jin's plans went up in smoke as the hair shot forward, yanking him into the air. His eyes widened in absolute terror, hanging upside down and face to face with the demon. Seriously, that girl has the worst timing. Jiang Sanbom was furious. Why did she have to call right now? Knowing he couldn't escape, Yong Jin just smirked. You look nothing like her. Impossible. It tilted its head. In your memory, this is her exact image. If you're going to imitate someone, you should do it right. Yong Jin pointed out the flaw, looking at the familiar shirt the demon was wearing. That's my shirt. How embarrassing for it. Enraged, Jiang Sanbom's dark hair lunged forward, squeezing tight around Yong Jin's neck. Shut up. Choking for air, Yong Jin tried to loosen the grip. He remembered Yong Jin's advice to bring the blade. He regretted it big time now. A bright red power suddenly flared to life in Yong Jin's palm. Why can't I get a moment of peace even out here? He held out his hand, and a massive force flooded into him. Yong Jin was stunned, his pupils glowing red through the dust. The sword materialized in a flash of crimson energy. Somehow, the blade had appeared, its powerful aura swirling right at his feet. Yong Jin was yanked forward by some mysterious force, launching him straight toward Jiang Sanbom. Wait, he gritted his teeth. He tried to fight his own body, but the sword in his hand had a will of its own, swinging up and slashing into the demon. With blinding speed, it leaped from one tree to another, escaping deep into the forest. Yong Jin's face turned pale. His strength was draining fast, and worse, his body was moving on its own again. Before he could even react, a huge tree trunk appeared right in front of him. The sword dodged, but he slammed face first into it. Ouch! He slid down in pain, rubbing his bright red nose. He was lucky he had the black dragon, or that might have been game over. Looking at the blade in his hand, he started planning. First, just use the left hand. Yong Jin saw the demon hiding in the distance, resolving to destroy it for good. Suddenly, a soft, gentle voice called out his name, Yong Jin. In this haunted forest, the sound made him freeze, goosebumps covering his skin. From behind a tree, a woman in a white dress emerged. Yong Jin trembled, unable to believe what he was seeing. Mom. But his mind snapped back to reality. No, it's a fake. He gripped his sword and charged forward, looking at the familiar woman with her gentle smile. He had to force himself to remember it's just reading his memories and copying them. That's all this is. Memories from long ago came rushing back, of his mother who was always smiling so gently. Back then, as a little boy, he never hesitated to run right into her arms. Memory and reality were mixing, and Yong Jin couldn't tell which was which. Tears streamed down his face, and down the woman's face as well. She whispered softly, "I'm sorry for everything." Hearing that, he froze, tears welling up in his eyes. But the energy swirling around him continued to build, and the sword in his hand lifted high, acting against his will. Yong Jin's face darkened as he sobbed out, "Wait, please stop." His feet dug into the dirt, but the sword kept moving forward. Yong Jin tried to lock his wrist, desperately fighting to stop his own body from losing control. The blade pushed onward, aiming straight for the woman who looked exactly like his mother. "No, please, just stop it," he begged helplessly. The nightmare from his subconscious erupted. "It was you. You killed your parents." A shrieking voice clawed at his mind, the scene around him blurring into a blood-red haze. "You're the real monster." Tears fell uncontrollably as his own hands moved once more. "No!" A heart-shattering scream tore from his lungs as he collapsed, the cruel reality unfolding before him. Jiang Sanbom's golden eyes snapped wide open. Its white hair surged like a tidal wave, engulfing Yong Jin. But at that exact moment, a strong wind kicked up, blowing the demonic hair away and gently protecting him. A person holding a fan with a trigram seal appeared. It was Grand Eunuch T. The illusion immediately began to crack apart. The disguise shattered into pieces, revealing the hideous true form of Jiang Sanbom. It stared in shock as its little drama was ruined, while T was distracted by Yong Jin's sobbing. Looking at the trembling figure, he couldn't help but yell, "Get a grip!" The demon quietly began to change its form again, as T silently opened his fan, preparing for battle. A vortex of ice, carrying the cold breath of the underworld, shot forward. But its target wasn't him. As the wind blew past, a perfect copy of Yong Jin appeared, radiating an intense killing aura. It raised its blade. T, shocked, leaped back, holding his fan defensively. Sword and fan clashed, throwing sparks everywhere. T used his small, delicate fan to block the enormous blade with ease. Jiang Sanbom grew more bloodthirsty, absolutely convinced it was about to win, but T's expression remained cold and unfazed. Suddenly, the demon's eyes went wide. The sword it held, a cheap copy, started to crack against the real deal. With a flick of his wrist, T shattered the blade to pieces. It stumbled as it landed on the ground, muttering, "That thing." The weapon in its hand began to transform. A smirk spread across its face as it perfectly morphed into T, grinning as it held an identical weapon. "This looks pretty good." Model. Jiang Sanbom unleashes its rage, dark energy pouring from its hands. Shuangfang, a wind like razor blades tears through everything in its path. T grabs Yong Jin's collar, desperately holding them both down against the gale. When the wind dies, he can only stare in disbelief. Looking at a perfect copy of himself, he's absolutely stunned. This monster can even imitate his divine weapon? T stands face to face with the mimic, Jiang Sanbom. His eyes are locked on it, his expression hardening to absolute ice. In the next second, Jiang Sanbom lunges forward to attack. Shuangfang. But T remains perfectly, unnervingly calm. He snaps open his fan in a fluid counterattack. A single swing shatters the creature's outer shell, breaking through the illusion itself. T then closes his fan, his voice dripping with contempt. "You idiot. Did you really think that pathetic copycat trick would work on me?" His face darkens, and the very air around them seems to drop in temperature. And with that, T opens his fan once more. A glowing, dragon-shaped seal appears on its surface. He snaps it shut, and in his hand, it now looks just like a solid staff, and brings it down. He slams the fan into the ground with so much force the earth cracks open beneath it. A brilliant golden light spreads through the fissures. Black markings appear on his face, his pupils glowing amber. Hop dia chi motu. Instantly, jagged pillars of rock shoot up from the ground, rushing toward Jiang Sanbom and blocking its path completely. But as the spikes erupted from below, Jiang Sanbom leaped away, narrowly escaping the deadly trap. The move catches T completely off guard, a look of disbelief on his face. And in that split second of hesitation, someone else appears. He stomps on Jiang Sanbom's back, using the creature as a springboard to launch himself into the air, his face hidden by a mask. The masked man's movements are brutally efficient. His hand immediately goes for the dagger on his back, and he swings. The blade flies directly at T. Its speed is insane, tearing through the air like a missile. Just as the dagger is about to hit, T smacks it aside with his fan. The blade goes spinning. Using that chance, the masked man darts right past him. He's headed in the opposite direction, and T finally realizes his true goal, pure panic flashing across his face. The masked man appears before Yong Jin in a flash, who flinches back in terror. The attacker reaches out to grab him. Tai Son Vu Hoen Lu. The masked man's hand closes on empty air. At the last possible second, Yong Jin was pulled back. A thick aura surrounds him. T had reached Yong Jin's side just in time, saving his life. And then, Immediately after, he uses his power to teleport them both away, leaving the masked man standing there, stunned. He holds out the dagger's sheath and waits. The dagger spins in the air, slows, and falls perfectly back into place. Behind him, Jiang Sanbom stands in silence. The man's cold voice rings out. Still standing there? The next words are practically hissed through his teeth. Go after them. Jiang Sanbom is terrified by the masked man's tone. A look of pure fear crosses its face, and in the next second, it's gone. It's following its master's orders. Now the man stands alone, clearly lost deep in thought, plotting his next move. In the blink of an eye, it's midnight. The bright moon illuminates the ground. Yong Jin and T have escaped far away. Both of them look completely worn out. T grits his teeth and tells Yong Jin, if you're conscious, find your own way out from here. After hearing that, Yong Jin cries out in shock. What? But how did he know I was even here? Just as he finishes speaking, T coughs up a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. Yong Jin rushes to his side, asking if he's okay. But T seems to ignore his own condition, calmly pulling up his sleeve to look at a watch. He speaks with absolute certainty. We have to go further. It's definitely coming. He glances over at Yong Jin. We just have to hold out until 11 o'clock. Yong Jin can't hide his surprise. 11 o'clock? He's burning with curiosity and needs to ask, what's going to happen at 11 o'clock? But T doesn't answer. He just raises a hand to stop Yong Jin. It's here. A piercing shriek echoes from deep in the forest. Something is rushing towards them at incredible speed. It's none other than Jiang Sanbom. It is caught up, and it looks even more terrifying than before. Its eyes are wide as it screams out, Hoen Lu! Swirls of dark energy immediately form, blasting toward T and Yong Jin. He just unfolds his fan, his voice cold and mocking. I already told you. Those cheap imitation tricks of yours have no effect on me. This time, a seal of 2 mice appears on the fan. He swings the fan up, creating razor-sharp shards of ice that spread toward Jiang Sanbom. Shuangfeng. They seem to grow, moving with terrifying speed. The ice daggers slam directly into the monster, catching it completely off guard. They freeze Jiang Sanbom in a solid block of ice. For a second, it seems like everything is over. But then, 2 daggers shoot out from inside the ice. T.I. recognizes them immediately. A look of sheer disbelief crosses his face. He jumps back instantly, making sure to keep himself in front of Yong Jin. However, the 2 daggers are a step ahead of T. They plunge directly into his shoulder and his knee. Yong Jin, standing behind him, is safe, but his face has lost all color. He screams out in a panic. Hey, kid! T.I. is almost completely paralyzed. T weakly told Yong Jin to run, but Yong Jin refused to leave him, preparing to unleash his own hidden power. Seeing this, T screamed at him, Don't rely on the black dragon. He gritted his teeth, forcing out the words, I told you to run. The words barely left his lips before the masked attacker charged. He slashed T with a sword before kicking him hard to the side. T went flying into a cloud of dust, and just like that, Yong Jin was now face to face with the masked man. His body froze solid, unable to move an inch. With no other options left, Yong Jin had to use the black dragon's power. His pupils flared a burning red, and the watch on his wrist showed exactly 22:59. A few seconds later, it flipped to 2300 sharp. In that exact moment, the masked man suddenly froze. Yong Jin hadn't even fully transformed into the black dragon yet. He stared, shocked by the man's strange reaction. Jiang Sanbom, still trapped in the ice, let out a piercing scream. Then, a chilling silence fell over the forest. A single, clear footstep broke the quiet, and the masked man instantly whipped his head around. From the bushes, T had returned. He slowly unfurled a fan. Under the bright moonlight, the divine power coursing through him surged to its absolute peak. The Enko. The fan in his hand created a ripple of energy. The masked man immediately put his guard up. Even Jiang Sanbom cringed inside the ice, his eyes wide. T flicked the fan once, and a powerful wind erupted. It shot towards both the masked man and Jiang Sanbom. Shuangfeng! The attacker dodged aside, seemingly unharmed. But a moment later, a deep gash appeared on his thigh. The masked man looked down in pure disbelief. Meanwhile, Jiang Sanbom took the full force of the gale. That single blast of wind sliced him into pieces before he vanished. As the wind died down, T's voice cut through the air. From now on, 11 p.m. is the hour of Ti, the awakening of Tian Ui. This was the moment his power reached its climax. T had now transformed into a tall young man, no longer a child. Yong Jin collapsed onto the ground, staring at him wide-eyed. What was happening? He didn't even recognize the person standing before him as Tai. Who was this guy? Where did the little kid go? Suddenly, a whimpering sound came from beside him. When Yong Jin turned to look, he jumped back in pure terror. On the ground was one of Jiang Sanbom's leftover eyeballs. After a few pained sounds, it dissolved into nothing. By now, the masked man was already in a fighting stance, firmly gripping two swords. He hadn't said a single word this entire time, his expression completely hidden beneath that mask. The next second, he lunged at T. His speed was terrifying, but T remained perfectly calm, his face unreadable. He didn't attack head-on but leaped high, preparing to strike down. T just raised his fan behind him, easily blocking the attack. But the masked man had only used one hand. The other was hidden. Immediately, he swung his second sword in a wide slash. But his blade only cut through an afterimage. A cloud of white mist suddenly exploded, surrounding him completely. All of a sudden, a hand landed on the masked man's shoulder. In a flash, T slammed him face first into the ground. The attacker was caught completely off guard, unable to react. T didn't stop, pressing his face harder into the dirt. He crouched down, his voice cold as ice. To go this far, you must have a reason. His eyes held zero mercy. Who is it? T's hand applied more force, and cracks started spreading across the man's mask. Who sent you? The masked man didn't answer. Instead, he opened his palm, revealing several small iron marbles. He unleashed a blast of black wind, using the distraction to escape T's grip. The dust forced T to shield his eyes. Inside the swirling gale, the masked man's figure flickered in and out of sight. T didn't panic, calmly readying his fan to counter. Thien Kai, another gust of wind started to form, but suddenly Tai's hand froze right in midair. The masked man was gone, vanished, and in his place stood a bewildered deer that had no idea what was going on. T couldn't help but stare in shock as the deer stared right back at him. Then it simply looked away and left. T also turned away, lost in thought for a moment. Then he shifted his gaze back over to Yong Jin. Yong Jin looked back, confused by the intense stare. The next second, T raised his fan and called out, "Hoan Lu!" A current of energy swirled around Yong Jin, slowly lifting him into the air. He looked at T, confused. What is this? The words barely left his mouth before T lightly tapped his forehead with the fan. Yong Jin was out cold, left floating in the air. He spoke with a frigid tone. Black Dragon. His eyes were locked on Yong Jin's unconscious body. The Black Dragon didn't stir. At this point, it was clear this was no longer Yong Jin. Seeing this, T's patience ran out. Are you going to come out of that body on your own, or do I have to log you out myself? The corner of Yong Jin's mouth twitched up into a smile. He transformed into the Black Dragon, his crimson pupils locking onto T. Go on, try me. The Black Dragon's voice dripped with contempt and mockery for T. As if a half-god like you could do anything. His next words made T's expression darken even further. Just looking at that pathetic seal of yours is telling enough. You think I don't see your little bluff? He even challenged him directly. If you do manage to hurt me, this kid is finished. A flicker of shock crossed T's eyes, and seeing it, the Black Dragon grew even more arrogant. This body has already died once. It's only because of me that he's even alive right now. He declared with absolute pride, the master of this body needs me. He summoned me multiple times. He continued to provoke T, trying to push him into a rage. Let's see what you can do, O great Zodiac God. T had finally reached his breaking point. Do you really have the guts to kill a human? The moment the words left his mouth, a sharp slap from T sent his head snapping to the side. What was that? A few seconds later, his face was a mask of confusion as the dark aura around him dissolved, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. A dazed Yong Jin looked up at T. What just happened? T paused for a moment, then turned. Follow me. I'll take you to the dorms. Yong Jin, still on the ground, watched him go, completely bewildered. He hesitated for a moment before calling out to T. Hey! Yong Jin asked uncertainly. You're that kid from before, right? Without turning back, T asked coldly. What's your name? Yong Jin looked surprised by the question. Me? Though he didn't understand what was happening, he answered truthfully. I'm Yong Jin. T, his back still turned, spoke calmly. To be honest, I don't really understand what happened either. His voice grew deeper as he continued. It's about your power, Yong Jin. The power in your left arm. T gave him a grave warning. Don't put too much trust in it. Then, he began to tell Yong Jin the old story. Dragon, your ancestor, used that very power to murder his entire clan, your ancestors. T's voice remained steady. Because of that, your family has endured endless despair and chaos. His next words froze Yong Jin where he stood. Unfortunately, you were born into his exact body. T seemed to sigh, thinking of all Yong Jin had been through. Even so, you defied all logic to find your own self and keep on living. A memory of a hateful phrase echoed in Yong Jin's mind. He clenched his jaw, unable to say a word. Then, T suddenly praised him. That's truly commendable. The words left Yong Jin absolutely stunned. He slowly lifted his head, a blurry image of his hateful clan members flashing through his thoughts. You should never have been born. T's voice cut through the memory. You have lived very well. He hesitated slightly, but his words were meant to encourage Yong Jin. Who knows what other hardships and trials await you? You may face even more desperate situations. Hearing this, Yong Jin's hands clenched into tight fists. That is what it means to go against reason. T suddenly glanced back, the corner of his mouth turning up slightly. But in that moment, tears welled in Yong Jin's eyes. It was clear he was deeply moved, because he had fought so hard. T looked directly at him, slowly revealing his decision. I will help you live a complete life in this world. His voice was incredibly serious, his gaze unwavering. I will wager everything I have to protect you. Yong Jin opened his mouth, but no words came out. So from now on, you don't have to struggle all alone anymore. Tears now streamed freely down his cheeks as the moonlight shone down on them, casting a magical glow on the scene. Yong Jin walked along the narrow path, his eyes now completely dazed and lifeless. He held up his hand, just staring at it. Suddenly, a weapon materialized in the air, making him flinch. This blade. T appeared in a flash, reaching out to retrieve it. You can't carry this around, right? Just leave it to me. Yong Jin hesitated, looking at him. I have something I want to ask you. His question left T momentarily stunned. Why do you want to help me so much? T used the whisk in his hand to create a path. Follow this, and you'll get back to the dorms. Yong Jin listened intently as T continued. This weekend at high noon, the acolytes will come for you. Follow them to me. Yong Jin asked blankly, What's high noon? T explained with a hint of annoyance. 12 o'clock in the afternoon on Sunday. With that said, T vanished once more. In the unfamiliar forest, Yong Jin followed the path T had made. He looked up in awe at the sight before him. A towering, luxurious building stood against the sky. Just then, a voice called out to him, Yong Jin. He glanced nervously in that direction. He watched a figure run toward him, his heart pounding in his chest. Lee Hisu, is that really her? Hisu ran and hugged him tight. Hisu rushes over to Yong Jin's side, her face filled with concern. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Yong Jin just stares, dazed for a moment before he can react. But just then, his legs suddenly give out from under him. Hisu lunges forward, managing to catch Yong Jin. Yong Jin tries to reassure her. I'm fine, just a little tired, that's all. But Hisu can tell something is seriously wrong. Earlier, when we were on the phone, what happened? Aren't you going to tell me what's going on? But he still refuses. What's the point? It would only make you worry, and you couldn't have done anything anyway. Hisu hears this and immediately starts blaming herself. I'm sorry for being so useless to you. Yong Jin's mind flashes back to what John once told him. Saying something like that is the same as telling her she held you back. She'll take it that way. He panics internally, gripping his hair. That's not what I meant. But Hisu is too caught up in her own guilt to notice. Even if you did tell me, it's not like I could have helped at all. Before she can even finish, Yong Jin cuts her off sharply. That's not true. She looks up, surprised by his sudden intensity. You helped me so much. Yong Jin continues slowly. If you hadn't called me back then, I probably wouldn't even be standing here right now. He scratches his head, a little embarrassed. So, thanks. Yong Jin is so flustered he can't even look Hisu in the eye. What I said about you not being able to help. I was lost. And I didn't know how to explain the situation to you. My GPS wasn't working either. I only said that so you wouldn't worry. So please don't misunderstand. Seriously, you helped me a ton. Hearing his honest words, Hisu is deeply moved. Thank you. A wave of relief washes over her, and she can't help but smile. Yong Jin really is a good person, she thinks. He quickly adds, I'm not just saying that to be nice. It's the absolute truth. Suddenly, another voice frantically calls out, Yong Jin! Yong Jin! It's Du Kyung, running up to him. Are you okay? Yong Jin is stunned to see all of them. How did you guys find me? Jay is the one to answer. You're the one who called me first, remember? What's going on? Du Kyung asks, still catching his breath. You've been missing since roll call this morning. I asked Hisu, and she said she called you around 10. Their eyes scan over Yong Jin's condition, and their faces grow serious. You're injured. Something definitely happened to you. Yong Jin doesn't know what to say, so he just lies. I just tripped. But then, he remembers what Mouse told him before. From now on, you don't have to carry this burden all by yourself. He stays quiet for a moment. Finally, Yong Jin decides to tell his friends the truth. I ran into Jiang Sanbom, and I almost died. Du Kyung's eyes widen in absolute shock. Jiang Sanbom? And just like that, the group explodes into a panicked discussion. You what? Jiang Sanbom disguised himself as Gong Jian and lured me away. Yong Jin seethes. That absolute monster. Can you tell us everything that happened from the very beginning? At that same moment, in another location, a portal begins to form. The gate shimmers, almost ready to open. A group of nearby spirits quickly takes notice of the strange event. When they see Mouse has returned, they cheer out, "Brother!" But he doesn't answer, simply collapsing onto a nearby table. Seeing this, they immediately rush to his side. "Brother, are you okay?" Mouse wearily calls out, "Bok Sunday, bring him some water." Mouse's expression is absolutely terrifying. He thinks to himself, seething with rage, they're already starting to bond with each other. Elsewhere, the black dragon cracks a sinister smile, his eyes glowing with a menacing blood-red light. Mouse is sweating bullets. There's not much time. He has to take care of the black dragon before Dragon remembers everything. He recalls the black dragon's chilling words. "Divine child of the Zodiac, do you have the guts to kill a human?" Mouse grinds his teeth in fury. Back with the others, everyone has finally returned home. "That went by fast," one of them comments. But Yongjin sits gloomily in the corner. He just stares off into the distance, completely lost in his own world, deep in thought. A voice echoes in Yongjin's mind. "My left arm is the last of my power. It was forged from the black dragon. The power in your left arm. Do not trust it completely." Yongjin vividly remembers Jin's warning, and his claim, "I am your ancestor." But Mouse's story was completely different. "Dragon, your ancestor used that very power to slaughter the Jiamon clan and your other forefathers." Yongjin finally gets home but just stands frozen in front of the door, hesitating. He has no idea what he's supposed to do now. After a long moment, he finally raises a hand to enter the passcode. The sound of the lock disengaging echoes in the silence. The second he pushes the door open, he hears music coming from inside. Yongjin stops dead in his tracks when he recognizes the singing voice. A man with tangled hair, who only causes pain and sorrow. He realizes the sound is just coming from the computer. "Leaving me alone, turning your back in silence, you betrayer." Stepping inside, Yongjin sees Jin sitting there in the dark. He's humming along, completely absorbed in the sad song, "Turning your back to walk away." He's so into it, he hasn't even noticed Yongjin. "You betrayer. A betrayer of love." After a moment, Yongjin finally speaks up. "What are you doing?" Jin shrieks, leaping up in a panic as the song continues. "A betrayer of love." He scrambles around, completely embarrassed. He reaches out and slams the laptop shut, then crosses his legs, striking a cool pose. "You're back?" Meanwhile, Thun spots something strange on his computer. "What is this?" His eyes go wide in total disbelief. "What happened to my keyboard?" That thin guy must be obsessed with death metal. And he asked for help with history homework? Just then, Thun's phone starts ringing. He glances at the caller ID. It just says, "That bastard." That evening, at a certain house, a doorbell rings. Instead of opening, a voice on the speaker asks for the password. Dar obediently follows the order. Cluck, cluck. The person inside quickly confirms and buzzes them through. But then the voice insists Thun give the password too, and he just scoffs, annoyed at the whole thing. "We don't have time for this. Just open up." Immediately, a warning sounds. "Wrong password." The voice inside urges him again, giving him one more chance. Dor, getting anxious, tells him to hurry up. How hard can it be? Utterly defeated, Thun grits his teeth and gives the correct hand signal. With the formalities done, Bok-sun gives them a warm welcome. "Please, come in. Welcome to our family here at T's house." Outside, Bok-sun's crew is just playing around. "If you've got the guts, come at me, you centipede monster." Inside, powerful brushstrokes hit the paper. In an instant, a bizarre symbol appears. Both Darwin and Thun are watching every single move T makes. Once finished, he holds it up for them to see. "Have you ever seen this symbol before?" While Thun is still trying to process it, Dor immediately shouts out, "I've seen this before." She excitedly uses her hands to describe it. "On a demon's forehead." Thun is skeptical. "On its forehead?" He digs through his memories. "I think I might have seen it too." T then clarifies the situation. "This isn't the power of a demon. This gets Thun's attention, and he leans in to ask more. So where do they get that power? Thun suddenly gets excited. No wonder my combos didn't work. It all clicks for Dar. What? So you're saying you couldn't beat it in one hit, either? T is the only one in the room taking this seriously. It seems like some other force is pulling the strings, granting power to these demons. Their target is Thin's body. At this exact moment, Yong Jin is completely oblivious, casually washing dishes at home. Yong Jin, what are we gonna do? Jean sounds annoyed at being called so suddenly. I close my eyes for a second and the sword just vanished. Maybe you should just go back and get it. Hearing this, Yong Jin goes quiet. It takes him a long moment before he finally tells the truth. The sword, it appeared in my hands. Jin is completely stunned by the news. He presses on. Did something happen? Yong Jin freezes up, unable to answer. T's words just keep echoing in his head. Thin. Your ancestor used that exact same power to slaughter your own family and clan. Sweat drips down his forehead as Jin silently waits for a reply. In the end, Yong Jin decides to hide everything. It's nothing, but Jin isn't so easily fooled. Nothing? Then why'd you use the Black Dragon's power? I told you not to use that power recklessly. The accusation hits home, and Yong Jin turns his back, unable to look at Jin. How I use it is none of your business. As Yong Jin slams his bedroom door shut, Jin can only let out a heavy sigh. That kid. Jin lowers his head, seemingly plotting or calculating something. Back with T's group, he continues his questioning. Do you guys know anything about a masked individual? They both answer at the same time. A mask? Thun is still completely lost. What do you mean by that? Dur has the exact same confused reaction. We have no idea what you're talking about. So, T begins to explain the whole situation to them. I saw a demon with the mark fighting alongside a masked man. He looked experienced, but not nearly strong enough to be granting demons their power. Power on that level would have to be almost godlike. Hearing that, sweat starts pouring down Duru's face. Huh? But right as their discussion is getting intense, a figure silently slips into the room. Dara spots him instantly. A mask. The intruder shows zero fear. A fist flies toward Thun, but he dodges just in time. And just like that, a fight breaks out between the two. Thun flashes a wicked grin, but the masked man doesn't panic at all. The intruder remains perfectly calm as his mask finally begins to crack and fall apart. Underneath is a young man with blonde hair. He gives them a brilliant smile. That doesn't belong to you. Celestial General of the Earthly Branches. Ngar. Dor can't believe what she's seeing. General Nyar. At the same time, a group of spirits sadly picks up the pieces of the broken mask. This was an intangible cultural heritage item made by a master artisan. You really like this thing, huh? Instantly, Thun and Ngor start blaming each other. Thun's the one who sliced it in half. No, it was Nor's fault. All right, that's enough. T has no energy left for this argument. Just drop it. Then, Thun's eyes lock onto something. He's staring at the blade in Ngor's hand. They wondered aloud, wait, is that Director Thin's sword? As they chatted away, totally relaxed, they didn't even notice T's growing frustration. How did you get that? I thought the kids were always playing with it. And where's the handle? How did this end up at Director T's house? Can things like this even be copied? T, fuming, still had to answer them. It's Thin's old sword. His nephew just asked me to hold on to it for him. Nor just laughed, teasing him about it. Oh, I've heard the rumors. They immediately got lost in their own conversation again. So, does it really talk? Have you guys met it yet? T, losing his patience, tried to get their attention, but nobody seemed ready to stop their gossiping. We met it, but thanks to a certain someone, it just fainted on the spot. I bet that person already spoke to it. Then quiet. T looked like he was using every ounce of willpower to hold back his fury. He'd even tried to handle the situation aggressively, despite it being a human. Dor, have you lost your mind? I already told you it was the Black Dragon. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and slammed his fan on the table. T raised his hand, signaling them to stop. After a tense moment, they finally settled down and went quiet. Bottom line, the demons won't dare target Thin's body as long as the Black Dragon occupies it. The one who needs that body is Thin. Or, why beat around the bush? Ngar, a little distracted, chugged his drink and said, who else but him? Dar immediately shot back, curious, him who? Ngar didn't hesitate to reply. The one who wields power nearly identical to absolute authority. It has to be him. Frustrated by the vague answer, Dur snapped, who is it? In the dead of night, the world outside was completely silent. Suddenly, a rustling sound breaks the silence of the forest. A man in black finally speaks. You came back empty-handed? The masked figure answered bluntly. It wasn't just thin. Director T was there, too. The man in black then noticed it, a fatal wound, with blood steadily flowing out. The masked figure hid his hand, insisting, "It's just a graze." But the man in black was utterly dismissive. "I wasn't expecting much from you anyway." He then questioned him. "Didn't you say you destroyed Director T's power?" The other man shot back, annoyed. "Are you saying this is my fault?" "No, it's because you're too weak." Humiliated by the insult, the masked man grew furious, his hands clenching into tight fists. He lunged forward, swinging his sword at the other man, but it was clear he had seriously underestimated his opponent. The man stood there, completely unfazed. After all that, he sends this useless fool. Your leader is just as lazy and arrogant as they say. Give him a message for me. Thanks to him, things just got a whole lot more complicated. The masked man, though seething with rage, couldn't do a thing. He just stood there in silence as the scene cuts to a desolate, ruined space. A young man appears out of thin air, walking silently through the mountains of rubble and wreckage. The world went quiet. Yong Jin stood there, lost in thought, wondering to himself, who is that? The figure slowly lifted its head, its face completely devoid of emotion. For a second, Yong Jin froze, his eyes widening in sudden fear. The creature lunged, its hands reaching out with a monstrous expression, gripping Yong Jin's face and holding him down with overwhelming force. His eyes were wide with pure terror, unable to scream. The only question left in his mind was, who are you? The pressure from those hands was crushing, stealing all the air from his lungs. Yong Jin felt himself fading. It was getting so hard to breathe. Back in reality, Jin, in his animal form, was lying right on top of Yong Jin's face. For a moment, an uncanny silence filled the room. An assassination attempt. He immediately shot up, throwing Jane off of him. Yong Jin's face was a mask of pure shock. Was that just a dream? The scene shifts to a large apartment. In a kitchen piled high with messy dishes, a voice calls out, "Didn't you say today was your day off?" Jin watched Yong Jin get dressed and asked him curiously, "Where are you going?" Without turning around, he answered flatly, "A part-time job." Jin immediately grew wary hearing this. Danon, for thousands of years. Yong Jin cut Jin off before he could finish. Not that Danon. A notification popped up on his phone. Exterminator wanted. Need someone to catch a cockroach right now. Super huge type. 30,001 fee. Hurry. He calmly explained that it was a part-time job app. Thanks to a certain someone, our food budget has doubled. Yong Jin turned towards the door, not forgetting to say goodbye. "I'm heading out. I'll probably be back late, so you're on your own for lunch." Before leaving, he shot one last glance back at Jin. Jin, lounging on the bed and casually browsing his laptop, replied, "I can take care of myself. Now go on. Get going." The door clicked shut with a familiar sound. Yong Jin lowered his head and let out a heavy sigh before quickly walking away. Before long, Yong Jin arrived at the house of the person who had posted the cockroach job. Exterminator needed. Giant cockroach. Fee 30,001. Hurry! In the blink of an eye, he'd already accepted another job, shocking the homeowner. Dishwasher wanted. Large quantity. Fee 50,001. Model. Some time passes. We find Yong Jin hauling boxes at a warehouse, working a simple moving gig he found online. Just load everything onto the truck. The pay was 30,001. At last, his aching back could get a rest after the long day. But when he glanced at his phone, the time shocked him. It was noon on Sunday, and he remembered what T had told him. "The children will come for you. Follow them to me." With that thought, he looked around, searching, while his fingers flew across the screen of his phone. He remembered T's words, that he had defied the natural order, that he had found his true self and somehow managed to keep on living. His phone screen displayed the search results. Natural order. A noun, meaning righteousness, or the laws of the universe. A natural phenomenon like flowing water, innate and irreversible. Yong Jin fell silent, his eyes locked on the words. Just then, a brilliant flash of light erupted beside him, and a loud voice made him jump. "Hey, mister!" He whipped around, and somehow, Boxen and the other two kids were already there, greeting him with huge smiles. "We're here to pick you up." The scene shifts to a much nicer room. On the table sits a spread of colorful pastries that look absolutely delicious. Yong Jin sat on the sofa, staring at the plate of sweets, but he didn't even move a muscle. T sat across from him, sipping hot tea before asking, "What's with the gloomy face?" Yong Jin didn't answer, just raised his eyes to meet T's gaze. In a flash, the face from his dream appeared in Yong Jin's mind. He swallowed hard, quickly hiding his eyes beneath his hair. Finally, he broke the silence, his voice full of questions. This natural order you were talking about, what does it really mean? T answered immediately, his face a complete blank. All things vanish, only to be reborn again. That is the flow of nature. The natural order is righteousness following that very flow. Yong Jin still hid his expression, hesitating uncertainly. Staring at T's unchanging face, he blurted out, "You mean, you guys borrowing human bodies to live in is part of the natural order?" The quiet didn't last. Yong Jin immediately shattered it with another question. "So that means I shouldn't exist, is that the natural order?" T placed his tea down on the table before correcting him. "To be precise, we don't borrow human bodies." T's eyes shifted as he continued, "The body of a god is more like a sculpture." His next words echoed in the room, "And your body is one of them." A statement that left Yong Jin completely stunned. "What are you talking about?" he asked, his uncertainty clear. "A sculpture? You mean it was created? I don't understand any of this." That's when T posed a question of his own. "Do you know of Dangun?" Yong Jin's reply was hesitant. "Dangun, the legendary founder of our nation?" T lowered his gaze and nodded. "Correct." And then he began a story to explain everything. Long ago, Dangun shaped this land, making it a place where humans could thrive. He appeared in an ancient era. We are the earthly branch gods, sent to this world to aid humanity. We used our power to help them forge a new age in what was once a barren land. And of course, there were always witnesses, humans who saw our divine power firsthand. To keep that power forever, they built altars and prayed. 64 seasons passed. As years went by, the energy of all creation converged at those altars, until a body, almost human, was created. But eras change, and the flow of history changes with them. Finally, it appeared the very first body of a god. The people worshipped this vessel. The earthly branch gods loved humans deeply, so we entered the bodies they crafted from hope to stay on earth and help them. That body, like a human's, had a lifespan. When it fulfilled its purpose, the altars would simply create a new one. However, on a fateful day, in a forgotten year, the altars of the gods were destroyed. From that moment on, we could no longer interfere in human history. No more divine bodies were ever created. We waited for our mortal vessels to perish to return to the heavens. But when we opened our eyes, we were still on earth. T's eyes darkened. The bodies of the gods began to be born, from humans themselves. Our vessels were now formed inside human wombs. The cycle kept repeating, trapping us here forever. In the end, we had no choice but to accept this new natural order, and the humans who gave birth to these divine vessels, they called them the children who do not cry. A deep chill ran down Yong Jin's spine. His own body was one of them. His eyes went hollow, haunted by that familiar, yet alien, name. T's gaze settled on Yong Jin as he spoke slowly. "And as for you, if we were to follow the true natural order," he stated the brutal, simple truth, "the one who should be living in that body is Thin." Thin's emotionless face flashed in Yong Jin's mind. Yong Jin could only sit there in complete silence, crushed by the weight of T's devastating words. "Accept your fate, follow the order of things, and I'll personally see your soul to its next life." The man's tone was icy, a clear threat. "But if you refuse," the words landed like stones, "you'll have to fight to the bitter end just to survive." The living room was eerily quiet when T finally spoke. "I have a question." The question sounded simple, but its implications ran deep. "Will you follow fate, or will you fight it?" Yong Jin didn't answer. He just stayed silent, his expression unreadable. After a long moment, Yong Jin finally replied, "Is there really a choice between life and death?" T showed no emotion, simply watching the young man before him. A smug grin crept across Yong Jin's face. "Of course, I choose life." His hands were clenched tightly under the table, but his voice was steady. "I told you before that you would face even harsher trials and adversities." T.I. looked up, his gaze sharp. "Will you be able to overcome them?" Yong Jin, though anxious, answered firmly, "In the past, I might have given up." Visions of his past flashed through his mind, lonely days filled with endless hardship. He'd been humiliated, bullied mercilessly. Yong Jin felt like he had already endured the worst life could throw at him. His life was already miserable enough. His solitary figure was living proof, a testament to enduring everything completely alone. Yong Jin's tone suddenly shifted as warm memories surfaced in his mind. The moment he met John, the sight of his friend's smile, the time they spent playing after school, Yong Jin spoke as if he'd had an awakening. But that's not the case anymore. He remembered looking straight into Hu's eyes. Her bright smile was etched into his very soul. He looked up, his gaze now unwavering. I want to live more than ever. Yong Jin didn't hesitate to bring up the past. He reminded T. You said you would protect me. This is entirely possible. His words seemed to startle T for a second. Then that same voice echoed in his ears. Aren't you supposed to live forever? At least until I die of old age. A sudden laugh from T shattered the tense atmosphere. It turned into a full-blown roar of laughter, startling Yong Jin. T shot him an approving glance. Well done, an excellent answer. Yong Jin. The boy sat there, stunned, as T continued. Invincible through 100 battles. He lowered his eyes, his voice taking on a dangerous edge. A weak will is easily corrupted. Yong Jin felt a shiver of anxiety at the warning. Always remember this resolve. Suddenly, a loud voice called out, Brother! It was Bok-sun and the others, appearing with cheerful faces. The little girl held out a box to him. A gift for you. She lifted the lid. Inside was a set of clothes, which the kids introduced as a divine garb. Yong Jin was skeptical. Divine garb? Bok-sun looked at him with pleading eyes. Please, try it on. A boy next to her urged him on, his own eyes sparkling. Yeah, try it. Faced with their combined enthusiasm, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. A few minutes later, Yong Jin emerged, looking magnificent in the new red and black outfit. The little angels swarmed him, showering him with praise. It suits you so well. You look so cool. T, who had been sitting quietly, finally stood up to give an order. From now on, don't use the black dragon. Use your own power for the blade. Yong Jin hesitated, speaking timidly. But that sword is so heavy. Without that power, I can't even lift it. In response, he only got a calm stare from T. The black dragon is draining your body. How do you feel after using the black dragon's power? The question immediately brought back images of his own struggles. Sometimes his arms would tremble uncontrollably. His legs, too. Every single step was a battle. His whole body would feel weak, as if he was on the verge of collapsing. At that moment, T spoke again, surprising Yong Jin. It doesn't make it easier for you to lift the blade. It's just recklessly burning through your physical stamina. He didn't seem to care, explaining it bluntly. You don't even have any muscles. How could you possibly lift such a heavy sword? That comment hit Yong Jin's pride directly, forcing him to retort. Why do you have to be so harsh? He pointed a finger at the group of little angels. What about them? Are you telling me they're all bodybuilders? T calmly answered, delivering another sharp blow to Yong Jin's heart. With divine power, one can easily lift the blade. You only have a mortal body, no divine power. That's why. Every single word he spoke was a critical hit against Yong Jin. It left him speechless. Even though he had this body, his stamina was worse than an average person's. Do you ever even exercise? After a moment, T let out a helpless sigh. He began his instruction. Focus your energy into your right hand. Yong Jin hesitated, still confused. How? But T completely skipped the basics, channeling his power with a light touch that sent a shock through him. Like this. T pointed to his hand and continued. Close your eyes and concentrate your mind. Maximize the senses of your right hand. He looked straight at Yong Jin, a true master. And then, think of the blade. Yong Jin immediately closed his eyes to try. T's voice continued to echo in his ears. This definitely won't be easy for you. He just had to keep practicing. But right as he thinks that, a sudden surge of power appears, making Yong Jin's eyes fly wide open in shock. And just like that, almost magically, Yong Jin was now wielding the massive blade with absolute ease. It takes him a moment to snap back to reality. He stares at the weapon in his hand, and amid the kids cheering, a hesitant voice calls out. Somehow, T had calmed down and was now thinking, trying to piece together what just happened. That divine suit has the ability to convert the energy of all things into divine power. Yong Jin finally gets it, stammering out just 2 words. T immediately cuts him off, getting straight to the point. The divine power he can use right now is only temporary. He glances over at Yong Jin with contempt, saying this is proof he possesses a divine body. A normal human could never handle that. But Yong Jin wasn't even listening, just cheering quietly to himself. He totally got it now. He swings the blade around like a toy, leaving T completely speechless. At this rate, he wouldn't even need his left hand. But then, a realization seems to hit Yong Jin, his eyes widening in surprise. Wait a second. His gaze drops down to his own hand. The hilt, T explains for him. When he got it from Thin, it was in the exact same state as when Thin first used it. A sudden silence falls over the space again. T's gaze still hasn't left Yong Jin this entire time. Then, out of nowhere, T asks a cryptic question. Has he ever seen what's under the cloth? Yong Jin is stunned for a second, muttering the question back. Under the cloth? T ignores him, repeating his question with more focus. He meant the hilt. Yong Jin just replies, no, why? To T's silent stare. But the small figure offers no answer to his questions. Is there something in there? In the end, T drops the subject completely. No, it's nothing at all. The scene shifts to a table piled high with delicious-looking food. Eat up. Yong Jin sits at the table, amazed by the spread. T calmly says that after they eat, he'll take him back to his front door. This makes Yong Jin a bit wary, putting him on guard. T notices his look and asks what's wrong. Doesn't he like the food? Yong Jin jolts, quickly shaking his head. No, he loves it. But then he hesitates, his eyes scanning the incredible meal on the table. It's just, his voice suddenly turns somber. It's been a long time since someone else prepared such a huge feast for him. After saying that, he falls silent, lost in thought. His eyes hold a distant, nostalgic look, remembering his mother. He remembers how she used to smile so gently while looking at him. Back then, Yong Jin was just an innocent child, safe in her care. After a moment lost in memory, he suddenly finds his voice again. The memories come rushing back in a torrent. All those painful, chaotic days. The image of a woman, tears streaming down her face, her eyes filled with absolute hatred. Just then, T breaks the heavy silence. If he has questions, just ask. Yong Jin snaps out of it but asks something completely unrelated. Your name? What's your name? Faced with such a random question, T shoots him a look like he's a total idiot. Yong Jin quickly tries to explain himself. Even if he's a god, he's got to have a name while living on Earth. Right? T retracts his glare and calmly replies that it's not important. Not important? Yong Jin can't believe it, speaking his mind. He can't just keep calling him kid forever, can he? T, not wanting to share, immediately shoots that down. Just call me the great supervisor. This makes Yong Jin freeze up. The what now? T looks at the boy in front of him and starts dropping some serious bombshells. He may look young, but in human years, he's much older than Yong Jin. He's been in this body for 28 years. Technically, he's probably thousands of years old. This revelation is a direct hit to Yong Jin's psyche. 28? He blurts out in shock. But how does he look like an elementary schooler? T patiently explains that it's because Yong Jin's ancestor made him lose half his divine power. Yong Jin is more stunned with every word he hears. Though born from a human, T's body functions more like a sacred altar. He lowers his eyes as if telling an old story that it took 64 seasons for it to happen, and T's final statement brings the room back to a dead silence. In other words, 16 years. A familiar blue fan suddenly appears in T's hand. With a steady voice, he says that if he had used his divine power before his body was complete, his next words were obvious. The body would be completely destroyed. He snaps the small fan shut and continues his lecture. His ability to use divine power is limited because of his small body. T looks right at Yong Jin, finishing his thought. But this body is now complete. The conversation circles back to Yong Jin's question. So, you can't grow any bigger? T answers with calm indifference. That's right. But then, Yong Jin suddenly wonders aloud what his ancestor could have possibly done. Yong Jin is completely lost, relying on his own speculation. Could it be related to the massacre of his family clan? T helplessly cuts off that train of thought with an offer. After they get the huklong out of his body, he'll tell him. For now, just eat. As expected, Yong Jin's attention is immediately diverted. Remove it? He stammers, a bit of fear in his voice. But, the huklong is my arm. That's my left arm, you know. T looked at him with pure disdain, his words sharp. Losing an arm made from the black dragon? One slip-up could cost you your life. Yong Jin flinched at the statement. Huh? Seeing the boy's shock, T added. But it's not entirely hopeless. As Yong Jin's eyes lit up with hope, his guest continued. This is something you absolutely have to do. Later that afternoon, Yong Jin dragged himself back to his small home after an absolutely exhausting day. But the moment he opened his bedroom door, he jumped. Jin was lounging on his bed, completely at ease. T's words echoed in his mind. Ask Jin to go find the dragon with you. The silence was broken when Jin suddenly called out his full name. A little startled, Yong Jin asked, Have you eaten yet? His question just made the grim atmosphere in the room even heavier. So where have you been? Jin demanded. Yong Jin avoided his gaze, trying to brush off the question. I told you, I was just out making a little extra cash. But Jin saw right through his flimsy excuse. You went to see Grand Supervisor T, didn't you? The accusation sent a chill straight through Yong Jin's heart. Jin's voice dropped. I can smell it. His eyes were lethally sharp, like a true assassin's. I smell a rat. He remembered T's blank, emotionless stare. This is something you absolutely must do, he had said. Propose to Jin that you find the dragon together. The words had left Yong Jin completely stunned. A dragon? Still, he voiced his concern. But if he gets his full power back, what's stopping him from turning on me? A slight smirk had played on T's lips. The dragon you find. It won't belong to Jin, or to Quan Yong Jin. It will be yours. The reveal left Yong Jin reeling. And just like that, he was back in the present, standing face to face with Jin. Jin's cold, sharp glare was a constant warning. Yong Jin, meanwhile, was sweating bullets. A rat? But he quickly regained his composure. Of course there's a smell. I just got back from catching rats. He even added a jab. Guess a dog's nose really is something else. At this, Jin looked genuinely surprised. You went to catch rats? Seizing the opportunity, Yong Jin held up his phone. Want me to read the job posting for you? He challenged. Help wanted. Rat catcher. Help wanted. Rat disposal. He then pointed to the payment listed, 50,000 won. Jin seemed shocked. People actually pay for that kind of work these days? The tense air had Yong Jin's mind racing. If he asked his ancestor to hunt a dragon right now, he watched Jin carefully. It would definitely raise suspicion. Meanwhile, Jin made a declaration of his own. Hey, I can do that kind of work too. And with that, Jin leaped right off the bed. From now on, take me with you, he demanded. Yong Jin was suspicious. And why would you want to come? Jin's answer was immediate and to the point. I need to earn my keep, don't I? But Yong Jin shot him down flat. No thanks. You just shed everywhere and make more work for me. After their conversation, the afternoon sky quickly melted into the reddish-pink glow of evening. Lying in his room, Yong Jin kept anxiously watching Jin. How could he possibly bring this up? Cold sweat trickled down his face. He needed a valid reason. And then it hit him. An unexpected memory flashed in his mind, making him freeze. What happened? With that single thought as his guide, Yong Jin spoke up. Ancestor. On the outside, he seemed completely calm. Remember last time, when you asked what happened to me? Jin's curiosity was immediately piqued, and he turned to listen. You're just now getting around to telling me. Seeing his opening, Yong Jin dropped the bait. I almost died. He added with heavy emphasis, shocking Jin. It's why I had to use the Black Dragon's power. Curious, Jin immediately pressed him for answers. What do you mean by that? But Yong Jin just shrugged, keeping up his indifferent act. Well, I'm still alive. That kid who helped us with the demon mage came and saved me. At this, Jin's face soured. Yong Jin pressed his advantage, laying the guilt on thick. Some ancestor you are. You didn't even know your descendant was in danger. He even let out a hollow, bitter laugh. What are you talking about? This is my body. But the words were clearly hitting their mark. Jin started to look flustered. Hey, kid, can you just drop it already? His tone turned serious. Deny it all you want. You are still my descendant. Yong Jin fell silent, the sharp words cutting through his act. It was the undeniable truth. He remembered T's words. A vessel could only be formed from a descendant of the clan. Yong Jin simply nodded, turning his attention back to his phone. Fine, he muttered. Let's just go with that. Jin scowls from the side, telling him he's been teasing way too much. But a second later, Yong Jin's tone shifts. There's something he wants to ask. You said you were sealed, right? Does that mean you forgot everything before that? And why were you sealed? Instantly, his face darkens. But he's certain of one thing. Yong Jin gets drawn into the heavy silence, staring intently. But then Jin drops a line that's completely out of left field. He's the strongest of all the Zodiac Gods to descend. He even confidently strokes his face. They were probably just jealous, so they sealed me away. That claim just makes Yong Jin's skepticism skyrocket. This goofball supposedly massacred an entire family? He can only let out a heavy sigh. Seriously, anyone can talk a big game. Whenever trouble starts, you just stand there like a useless screen. And with that, he lets out a frustrated laugh. You're just waiting for a chance to take this body back, aren't you? Hearing that, Jin immediately fires back. I already transferred all my power to you. Besides, what can I even do in this tiny form? But Yong Jin decides to provoke him even more. That just proves you're totally weak right now. In that exact moment, Jin leans in and whispers a secret. If I can just find even one of my lost powers, he says. And that very idea startles Yong Jin. The entire situation will change. Without a second thought, Yong Jin shoots upright in bed. Jackpot, where is this power? Jane, however, just calmly continues. All right then. He nods, looking pleased with himself. We need to find a dragon, and we need to do it right now. It seems you want to cooperate too. The word cooperate makes Yong Jin freeze up. Jane's intense gaze locks right onto him. This isn't something I have to do, it's something you have to do. A second later, Jin suddenly reverts to his original form. The transformation makes him jump out of his skin. After changing, Jin lets Yong Jin just stare, completely stunned. As for Jin, he just smirks and asks, "Scared now?" But Yong Jin naively shoots back, "Why would I be scared?" To answer, Jin slowly sits down on the floor. "Sometimes I have to do this to fix that disrespectful attitude of yours." Jane's hand reaches for an orb tucked at his hip, holding it up high right in front of Yong Jin's face. He continues with an order. "Touch the wish-granting jewel with your left hand. Just do what I say." Faced with the strange command, Yong Jin reaches out to the massive orb. The instant they make contact, a blinding light explodes outwards. But it doesn't stop there. The light forms a pathway, stretching out into thin air. What the heck? Jin follows the guiding light with his eyes and whispers, "It seems the dragon. It's closer than I thought." He then mutters that on horseback, they could reach it by dawn. That just leaves Yong Jin confused. "How far are we talking?" "I'd say about 500 li," he replies, his eyes fixed on the light. Meanwhile, Yong Jin is already looking it up. So, about 200 kilometers. That's far. Suddenly, his expression changes a look of pure shock as a memory hits him. His conversation with T flashes back in an instant. One of the dragons is supposedly at Sukri Mountain. Yong Jin remembers being confused by the name. Sukri Mountain? But T had immediately cleared things up for him. "That's the place you went for training." Still skeptical, Yong Jin had pressed, "You're sure it's there?" But his friend had answered coldly, "I'm not positive." T then gave him more info about animal form gods, but I definitely saw a spirit god there. He had also added a crucial warning. Those beings usually only appear in sacred and secure places. T finished with total confidence. And a place like that will definitely have a guardian god. The memory ends, leaving Yong Jin utterly stunned. Could it really be Sukri Mountain? Jane overhears this and repeats in surprise. "Sukri Mountain?" Noticing his curiosity, Yong Jin starts to explain. "That's where I went for my training." "You saw it there?" But Yong Jin shakes his head, turning back to his phone. "Not exactly, but with this direction and distance." He already has the map open. "It looks like the exact spot. Let's go check it out." He also adds one more thing. "We don't have to travel till dawn. A bus will get us there in just 3 hours." With that decided, he flops back onto his bed. "It's too late now, though. Let's go tomorrow." Jin quickly agrees. "Deal. We'll set off after lunch tomorrow." Yong Jin hesitates at that. "Lunch? But I have school tomorrow." Jin lets out a cold scoff. "You shouldn't neglect your studies. When do you get out?" The answer comes back instantly. Around this time, that's when John starts his temptation. "Can't you just ditch in the middle?" Yong Jin immediately gets wary. "Hey, didn't you just say not to neglect my studies?" Before they know it, night has turned into morning. His phone now reads 12:44. Jin is nestled in his backpack, looking calm but serious. He's heading home from school, having gotten out early. School's important, but his life is definitely more important. To be sure, Yong Jin gives a warning. "Stay quiet in the bag, okay?" Jane quickly responds, "Got it." Then he adds, way too casually, "Hey, there's beef jerky in here. I'm eating it, okay?" That comment makes Yong Jin scowl. "Are you a dragon or a pig?" Lost in their argument, Yong Jin is completely oblivious to the figure looming above him. Only when the attack is inches away does Yong Jin finally look up, staring at a pair of powerful, toned legs. The moment they arrive, an attacker who looks just like a student strikes. Luckily, Yong Jin manages to react in time, blocking a crushing kick from above. Dust and sand billow out, revealing Yong Jin's terrified face. Those cold, predatory eyes were locked right onto him. The attack Twat unleashed was so powerful it shattered the sidewalk beneath them. The sheer force was so horrifying it made Yong Jin collapse in fear. In stark contrast, she stood firm amidst the swirling dust, her identity revealed as a divine guardian of the heavenly order. Twat glared at him, seething with the power of the black dragon. She then narrowed her eyes and confronted Yong Jin. Has that damn dragon lost its mind? Caught between shock and terror, all the boy could do was gape at his opponent. After those baffling words, Twat swung her massive blade up and brought it down. A furious slash cut through the air. But just then, Jin suddenly appeared in the middle of the battle. Guardian Twat, he pleaded, trying to calm her down as she adjusted her blade. Wait, please, stop. The next second, the sharp tip slammed into the ground, missing Yong Jin by mere centimeters. Sensing big trouble, he immediately scrambled to his feet and ran. What in the world is going on? In the utter chaos, all he could do was sprint forward while Jin spotted Twat's figure above. He quickly shouted a warning to the boy. Yong Jin, look out above you. In that exact moment, a familiar energy began radiating from the boy's arm. Before Yong Jin could understand, one of his eyes flashed a brilliant crimson. The black dragon sword instantly materialized, blocking Twat's slash just in time. But this only made her even more certain. So you finally decided to show your true form? Yong Jin was now facing Twat's absolutely maniacal laughter. Thin. She then made a declaration that sent a chill down his spine. This time, I'm taking that head of yours. Meanwhile, Jin was still trying desperately to persuade her. Guardian Twat, stop. He's a human being. But in Twat's eyes, she only saw Yong Jin as a voice came from him. I'm the real Thin. Her misunderstanding was only getting worse. You're Thin, who else could you be? A second later, her blade swung relentlessly, forcing Yong Jin to defend. Are you trying to mock me? Wait, I'm not Thin. But no matter how much the boy denied it, Jin kept shouting, I'm the one who is Thin. Yong Jin couldn't take it anymore and cursed. Are you just gonna sit there and brag? After yelling at him, Yong Jin resumed the life-or-death chase with Twat. Stand still. Suddenly, she crossed her two blades and began an enhancement chant, her power immediately exploding outwards. The ground cracked and shattered, sending chunks of rock flying. Ah! All Yong Jin could feel was a surge of energy right behind him. Toot poured all her power into this one strike, making her eyes glow intensely. But just as the ultimate technique was about to land, someone's sword intervened. That sound made both Yong Jin and Twat seem to stop for a beat. Then, the hem of a robe fluttered in midair as the mysterious guest landed. Using the formless technique, the figures of Thon and Ingar slowly appeared up high. As he landed, he lightly touched the hilt of his sword. Finally, Ngor gently used his selection draw technique to neutralize the attack. But he wasn't done, suddenly creating countless soldiers to attack his target. Heavenly Horse mobilization. They followed his command, instantly drawing their bows taut, as arrows flew straight towards Twat. This forced her to retreat. The distance between them grew wider and wider, leaving Twat to grit her teeth in frustration. At the same time, Ngor raised his sword and yelled, Protect me! The Heavenly Horse soldiers immediately turned from their attack posture. Each one of them gripped a long, sharp spear. Then, a protective wall of crossed spears was formed. It materialized right in front of Yong Jin. By the time Twat realized what was happening, the area was already heavily guarded. Unlike Yong Jin, Twat now had to face this entire force alone. A moment later, Thun recalled his horse and handed back a phone. Here, I got the shot. Nor happily took it. Thanks. He then proudly announced his arrival. The superhero is here. And those words made her face darken instantly. What? Finally, her anger erupted and Twat screamed. What do you want? You damned horse-headed bastard. Suddenly being cursed at, he got annoyed. She really called me a horsehead. But Thun just chimed in. Sounds about right. As for Twat, she began accusing all of them. Are you all on Thin's side? Hearing this, Ngor quickly exclaimed. Why are you being so intense? But she was still radiating killing intent and provoking her opponent. If you've got the guts, then all of you come at me. But this time, he cut her off. Just calm down. Ngor quickly tried to clear Yong Jin's name. He's human. You almost killed an innocent person. At that explanation, Twat furrowed her brow in disbelief. A human? Meanwhile, Yong Jin was just sighing to himself. I really want to go home. Forget finding any dragons. As for Twat, after a moment of thought, she still said decisively, How can that be? He has the scent of a dragon. Thin coldly reminded her. Yeah, right, says your nose. She then rushed over to Yong Jin to inspect him, and Twat's expression immediately froze in complete surprise. What? In her utter confusion, she pointed a trembling, teary finger at the boy. He insisted he could smell a dragon on the kid, a scent that lingered even now. Just then, Shen suddenly yanked Jane out from behind him. Of course, the little mutt was hiding there the whole time. When Twat first saw him, she was completely baffled. Then her eyes went wide as she asked, What is this now? Shen immediately jumped in to explain that this was the guy who'd been screaming earlier. To make it more convincing, Jean reluctantly spoke up. I'm the dragon. The moment he said it, Ngo fell over laughing while Tuat was still totally lost. That booming laughter echoed right in Jane's ears, leaving him speechless. Seizing the opportunity, Ngo added a little more salt to the wound. He's not a Sapsali, he's a French bulldog, and only then did it finally click for Tuat. This dog was the dragon? The corners of her mouth started to curl up, signaling exactly what Jin expected. She couldn't hold it back any longer and just burst into laughter. This is priceless! She then grabbed Jin's head. You always look down on dogs. So, how does it feel to be one? His reply came out as a tiny mumble. When did I ever do that? But she cut him off with a sharp, zip it. They kept on joking around while Yong Jin quietly glanced away. This whole situation could only be the work of fate. Suddenly he spoke up, reminding them, shouldn't Tuat be the one apologizing? You almost killed someone. That was enough to make her stop laughing. When he pressed on, asking if she was going to apologize, Tuat got flustered. Why should I apologize? You're the one who confused me in the first place. Yong Jin just sighed. Didn't I already tell you? But she kept trying to blame him, saying he should have told her sooner. He shut that down immediately, he already had. Trapped in an awkward corner, Tuat could practically feel Jin's smug laughter. She quickly turned to Yong Jin. It's because you look like the dragon. She trailed off, too embarrassed to continue. On the other hand, Yong Jin was getting annoyed. Do these gods ever admit when they're wrong? Finally, Tuat couldn't take it anymore and bolted in a flash. Ngo just waited for her to leave before striking up a conversation. I'll apologize on her behalf. There's some complicated history there. He then offered a friendly handshake. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Ngo, the horse of the heavenly court. He even threw in his earthly name for good measure. You can call me Juno. Yong Jin instinctively replied right away. I'm Yong Jin. Hearing that, Juno suddenly let out a laugh. Yong Jin? As in, dragon? With that, Yong Jin bowed his head to leave. Thanks for your help, but we're busy and have to go. He looked genuinely disappointed. So busy you don't even have time for a handshake? That's when Jin, face like a thundercloud, finally spoke. We're on our way to find the real dragon. And he didn't even try to hide the killing intent in his voice. Once I get my power back, I'm crushing all your noses. That threat made Ngo instinctively cover his own nose with a yelp. But as for Jin, he just flashed a wicked grin. Man, I'm in a great mood today. Yong Jin quickly tried to hurry him along. Hey old man, let's get going. But first, he reminded Jin they had to go home and put the blade away. Jin, however, casually replied that it was better to just bring it with them. That suggestion made Yong Jin do a double take. What are you talking about? How are we supposed to ride the bus carrying this thing? Suddenly, another voice cut in. It was Shen, who very seriously demanded, hand that over to me. As Yong Jin passed it to him, Shen slowly touched both ends of the blade. A second later, two blinding flashes of light enveloped the weapon. In an instant, Shen had shrunk the item until it was invisible. He held it in his hand, a faint remnant of divine power glowing around it. Then, just as calmly, Shen restored the blade to its original form. After a quick check, he tossed it back to its owner. Use it carefully. Yong Jin caught it, completely bewildered. How do I even open this thing? Nearby, Ngo started teasing him again. You can't do it without divine power, can you? Too bad. Your arm's gonna get tired without a grand supervisor's help. Meanwhile, Shen was formally introducing himself. I'm Shen. Ngo immediately added a footnote. Not a tiger, he's Shen, the monkey of the 12 zodiacs. Then he leaned in close to Yong Jin's face. I'm sure that little rat already told you how to use it. He then gave Yong Jin a gentle pat on the shoulder. Unless it's an absolute emergency, Shen continued in a dead serious tone. Do not use the power on your left. With his warning delivered, he turned to leave. Hey, why are you still standing there? Shen quickly called out. This looks fun, so I'm following them. You coming? Their conversation faded as Yong Jin stared down at the blade in his hands. I'm busy. I don't have time to mess around like you. Over by the bus, No watched Shen get on, impressed. He's that intense? But then a gruff voice called out to him. Hey, you. When he looked back, he saw Jin's scowling face. Why are you following us? What's your scheme? Faced with the accusation, No just shrugged his shoulders. Scheme? Lord Dragon, are you really planning to take the bus? The fan in his hand suddenly snapped open as he gave it a command. And just like that, a Pegasus appeared right behind him. Ride with me, and I guarantee we'll be anywhere in 5 minutes. Ngo then let out a sly chuckle. Interested in a Pegasus taxi? At that exact moment, in a land of nothing but forests and dense trees, through the trees, the hot breath of some massive creature puffed out into the air. Its body was colossal, but its form was completely hidden behind the dense green canopy. It was a perfect day, with a clear sky above the lush forest. Meanwhile, Engo, Yong Jin, and Jin were racing toward that very spot on horseback. The three of them finally landed with a crash that shook the entire area. Amidst the chaos, with his companions unconscious, Ngo calmly announced, "We're here." But Jin suddenly spoke up, gently reminding him, "Sir Ngo, we're supposed to be at the peak of Mount Ko, not down here." Ngo didn't even flinch. "I know that. We're walking the rest of the way." With a single snap of his fingers, he dismissed the spell. The heavenly horse they'd been riding vanished into thin air, dropping its passenger to the ground. Now, that's what he calls an adventure. Yong Jin, completely drained of enthusiasm, just sighed. "The gods are busy people. Let's find this thing quickly." But Ngo just laughed it off. "Speak for yourself. I've got all the time in the world." And so, their new adventure on Mount Yongjeon began. As they walked, Enjo tried to strike up a conversation. "Hey, Long. Then, he asked curiously, "Do you play any games?" Yongjin quietly answered, No, pressed on. "What about League?" But even then, the answer was a firm and simple no. This time, Engo was genuinely shocked by his response, and Yongjin didn't hesitate to tell him the truth. "It's because I don't have a computer at home," Joe suggested. "Then go to a PC Bang." An idea Yongjin immediately shot down too expensive. Ngo found this hard to believe and questioned him further. "Not even mobile games?" The response from the boy was just as resolute. "That's right." At this point, Ngo abruptly changed the subject. "Then what's the point of living?" Yongjin's reply was flat. "You just live." Hearing this, Ngo made a suggestion. "Why don't you come live with us? We even have a gaming room." Ngo quickly added, "Well, it's not actually my house. It's that monkey's from before. We can just ask for a room." He then proudly told Yongjin, "Our mission is to protect humanity." He was so sure the boy would agree, but all he got was hesitation. "No thanks." These reactions made Ngo wonder, "Do you really hate me that much?" But Yongjin just coolly replied, "It's neutral." Enjo asked innocently, "What does neutral hate even mean? Can you explain?" This time, Yongjin showed a hint of annoyance. "Stop asking. I'm about to pass out from exhaustion." Just then, Jin suddenly spoke up in a mysterious tone. "Hey kid." His exhausted form slowly came into view. "Hold out your left hand." Yongjin was stunned. "Are you okay? You look terrible." In the end, he did as he was told while Engo muttered, "Why are you so weak?" As for Jane, he transformed into his human form and placed a pearl in the boy's hand. Just as it was meant to, the pearl immediately began to glow with a brilliant light. A path of guidance formed right before their eyes, much to Enjo's amazement. They followed the beam of light with their gaze and muttered, "We've still got a ways to go." Just as he was about to set off, Jean called out to him again, "Hey, puppy Yongjin." By now, he had reverted to his dog form and looked absolutely spent. "Give me a piggyback ride. This body is all wrong, the legs are short, and my torso is like a potato." Yongjin just deadpanned. "Well, you wouldn't be so fat if you didn't eat so much." Even Go let out a little chuckle. In return, Jane just snapped at the boy. "You little devil, you should have been training your strength. You couldn't even lift a sword." And just like that, they started bickering. "I can lift it just fine now." Jine was having none of it. "Shut up." A little while later, Jine was tucked safely inside a backpack to rest. The one carrying him now was, of course, Engo. "You guys would have been in big trouble without me." Following behind, Yongjin simply replied, "Sorry." After a long climb up the stairs, they found their path blocked by a massive cliff face. Ngo paused for a moment, wondering if this was the right way. "Do we have to go through this rock?" Suddenly, Jine started sniffing the air, earning a sarcastic remark. "Acting like a real dog, are we?" A moment later, Jine leaped straight into a thick bush. "We're here already?" The two of them followed his lead, carefully parting the leaves. When they looked closer, they saw a creature fast asleep in a small clearing. The first thing Yongjin saw made his eyes go wide, a trash bag. Jine, however, insisted that it was a spirit. As if sensing their presence, the creature, Dutron, began to stir. He then bowed his head respectfully. "It is an honor to meet you, great supervisors." His deep blue eyes slowly met theirs. "I am the guardian god of this mountain. My name is Dutron." Jine immediately cut to the chase. "You're the mountain god? You don't look like you're in good shape." At that question, a hint of sadness flickered across Dutron's eyes. "Please don't worry. This is just the result of the mountain's nature being destroyed, its ecosystem shattered." He then quickly got down to business. "For what reason have the great supervisors come all this way?" Ngo stated their purpose clearly. "We need to find something." Hearing this, Dutron graciously agreed. If it's something I know of, I would be more than willing to guide you. What is it you are looking for? It was Jane who began to probe for information. You've slept on this mountain for so long, surely you must have seen the white dragon. The name he mentioned made the god's eyebrow twitch slightly. Then, Dutron suddenly turned and began to walk away. While he had no solid intel on the white dragon, he had something else to show them. His request was calm and simple: follow me. Seeing this glimmer of hope, Nor declared that their trip wasn't a waste after all. They followed Duchan to a spot hidden by a massive boulder, prompting Ingar to ask curiously, "Is that rock the white dragon?" But before anything else, he whipped out his phone to snap a picture, then turned his attention to Yong Jin. "Hey, Long, you on Instagram?" But the kid just shook his head no, leaving Ingar to wonder, how do you not have anything? Meanwhile, Duchan quietly explained to Jin that the rock was a sacred stone, present since his birth in this very place. He continued, his eyes fixed on the massive stone, saying that at night, it often emits a pure white light. Jin observed silently from the side, wondering if this was connected to what his master was searching for. He finally called out to get Yongjin's attention. "Hey, kid." At the same time, Jin took on his human form, using an orb to verify something. This time, the orb's reaction was completely different. It didn't light up at all. Yongjin's eyes went wide with shock at the change. Jin held his position, but nothing more happened. The light was gone. After the test, Jean frowned. Was it real or not? Before he could find an answer, the forest erupted with the sounds of panicked birds taking flight. And not only that, the trees themselves began to shake violently, as if moved by some unseen force. Ingar's sharp senses went on high alert. This was a sign that something was about to appear. In that instant, Du Chun was the first to realize the true problem. But a chain, appearing out of thin air, was a step faster than him as it came hurtling forward. In the blink of an eye, it coiled tightly around Yong Jin, whose face darkened in panic as he reflexively looked behind him. In the direction Yong Jin was looking, the chain was being held by a mysterious figure as the leaves in the trees rustled. The movement revealed his attacker's face. Seeing the bizarre figure, Yong Jin could only stammer out in confusion, "A mask." The masked man began to yank the chain, pulling him away. In that critical moment, Duchan lunged forward and bit down hard on the links. His sharp fangs snapped the flimsy chain with ease, and Ingar effortlessly caught the other end. He managed to pull Yong Jin back with a triumphant look. "Nice try." Then Ingar's eyes glanced over him, checking to see if he was hurt. Long, you okay?" But contrary to his casual tone, Yong Jin was still terrified. He was still bound by the chain, while the other end was held firmly by an arm, a sight that Nor registered with utter disbelief. He quickly did a double take and realized the hand belonged to the masked man. Even Duchan was completely stunned by this development. As for Jin, all he could do was scream out the boy's name in a panic. "Yong Jin!" Yong Jin himself didn't dare move as he felt drops of saliva fall on him. To be more precise, it was dripping from the sharp fangs of a wild beast. Gradually, the enormous body of a dog-like man came into view, stunning him even more. Nar finally snapped. "You bastard, how did you switch places so fast?" Jin retorted. "Or maybe you just missed." While everyone was still reeling, the dog man turned to leave, but Nar instantly detected the movement. "Stop right there." But before Ingor could make a move, the masked man broke free from his grasp. He then landed beside two other masked figures. Immediately, Ingor summoned his sword and channeled divine power into it. "Combine!" Next, he slammed the pommel of his sword into the ground, issuing a decisive command of attack. In an instant, an entire squadron of heavenly horses appeared at his side. "Heavenly horses, mobilize!" Anar quickly gave his orders. "Rear guard, protect the others." As more troops appeared, he drew his sword for battle. "Vanguard, follow me." On the enemy's side, their leader roared aggressively, "Don't let them escape." However, Nor's heavenly horses easily charged right past them, forcing the masked enemies to hastily change direction and give chase. But their path was blocked by two steadfast spears. The heavenly horse troops Ingar had left behind now had them completely surrounded. Meanwhile, Yongjin's vision became a non-stop blur as the scenery whipped by at incredible speed. The dogman held him in one arm, leaping through the forest with ease. Yongjin could only grit his teeth, unable to move at all. Yongjin's mind raced, thinking about the blade in his backpack. He had to get it out. He suddenly thought of another solution, using the power in his left arm. But the mere thought caused dark magic to begin creeping into his eye. Just then, T's words cut through his thoughts. "If you continue to use the Black Dragon's power, you will slowly lose yourself." At that warning, Yongjin quickly squeezed his eyes shut. At the same time, Ungor's call echoed through the forest. Yong Jin! His horse's hooves thundered over the rock and dirt, kicking up dust as it charged forward. To catch up, Ingar pulled hard on the reins, pushing for more speed. He stayed calm, flashing a confident smile. Just stay put. The distance between them closed in an instant, close enough to see the werewolf's every move. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately channeled divine power into his sword. Then, Nor swept past, slicing the entire top half of the creature clean off. A jolt of pure agony shot through the beast, its eyes rolling back white. The arm that had been holding Yong Jin went limp. The second he was freed, Dutron and Jin dove in to rescue him. They landed safely on the ground a moment later, but the creature's eyes still burned with rage, even as its divine power bled out. Finally, the werewolf's arm and torso collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. Nor and his troops immediately surrounded it to inspect the body. Is it over already? He clicked his tongue in annoyance. He hadn't even gotten any information out of it yet. But just a second later, the dogman suddenly grabbed its own severed arm and pulled itself back to its feet, right before Ngar's horrified eyes. The sound of chewing and cracking bone echoed, making Ngor's face go pale. In contrast, the dogman calmly ate its own limb, radiating pure killing intent. A moment later, the missing arm simply grew back, good as new. The sight once again filled Ingar with absolute terror. No way! His opponent was now fully healed, and somehow, it seemed even more insane than before. As for Ingar, this completely unexpected turn of events just fired him up. This bastard is disgusting. Meanwhile, back with Yong Jin. For their own safety, they were getting as far away from the werewolf as possible. Dutron was carrying both him and Jin, moving at blinding speed. But the masked figures still managed to keep pace, hiding behind the trees. One of them reached out, waiting for Yong Jin to pass before snatching him. This time, however, Dutron reacted in time and they missed. The sheer creepiness of these guys left Yong Jin too shocked to even speak. The attacker, meanwhile, just taunted him casually, asking, "Surprised?" And it wasn't over. They all gathered together to intimidate him. "Sorry to tell you this, but no one knows this mountain better than us." Then the masked man's voice dropped to a whisper. "No matter where you run, you're in the palm of my hand, so just be a good boy." Suddenly, the heavenly horse troop that Ngor had summoned swarmed to Yong Jin's side. The moment he saw them, the masked man scowled. "They're here again." The situation quickly shifted its focus back towards the dogman. Burning with rage, it pulled out a mace and charged its target. The archers had been waiting for this exact moment to fire. As the werewolf closed in, countless arrows pierced its body but couldn't even slow it down. Then, that massive spiked mace came swinging down with incredible force. Facing the attack, Ngar immediately spurred his horse, leaping high into the air to dodge. But it wasn't going to be that simple. The chain on the mace was released, and in an instant, the weapon became a whip, its movements completely unpredictable. Ngar himself didn't see it coming and could only gasp in shock. Oof! A second later, he took a direct hit that rattled his entire body. His heavenly horse vanished, sending Ngor plummeting to the ground. After that exchange, the werewolf's spiked mace was now stained with blood. He desperately clutched the wound on his arm. Ngor could only laugh bitterly to himself. So it's a long-range weapon, huh? But the fight wasn't over. The dogman was already swinging again. Its powerful hand gripped the mace tightly, swinging it with immense force. In the next second, a finishing blow was unleashed with terrifying killing intent. The force of the blow sent a massive tremor through the entire battlefield. Over with Yong Jin's group, the masked men noticed the change. Jin and Dutron watched in shock as the summoned troops suddenly vanished. Soon, only a few fading specks of light remained, leaving them wondering, what was that? But one of them quickly figured it out and smirked. Looks like your side lost. Jin, however, firmly denied it. Lord Ingar defeated? There's no way that's possible. But the masked men continued. One brat and two dogs. Just like that, the masked man pointed at them with casual disdain. Now then, surrender quietly. Suddenly, his sneer vanished, replaced by the sight before him. Yong Jin's robes were now fluttering in a sudden wind. Jin didn't turn around, completely unaware of what was about to happen. As for Yong Jin, a miniature blade had appeared in his hand. Divine power quickly flowed into it, activating its enlargement mechanism. Finally, a faint breeze and a surge of power made Jin look back. When he did, he saw that the blade had been summoned and was ready for battle. Yong Jin gripped it tightly, pointing the sharp end right at the masked figures. Both Jin and Dutron stared at Yong Jin in complete astonishment. The masked men, on the other hand, were just annoyed. What the hell do you think you're doing? One of them guessed. Looks like he wants to fight. The other just sighed. This is so annoying. He then spoke up. Don't you understand what's happening? I could take you down with just one of my toes. You're not even a fraction as strong as that horse rider from before. He didn't even try to hide his contempt. I'd have more fun staring at a wall than fighting you. His companion suddenly cut in. I think fighting him sounds more interesting. Then he threatened Yong Jin. Stop trying to be a hero. At your level, you don't stand a chance against us. Despite their words, Yong Jin gritted his teeth and held his ground. If you know what's good for you, you'll surrender quietly. That's your best option. He waited for them to finish their rambling, then asked simply, Why are you trying to capture me? But the man just shrugged casually. Who knows? We're just following orders. Yong Jin pressed him further. Who is your leader? Unsurprisingly, the man just scowled in annoyance. You don't need to know. The others suddenly started yelling. You idiot! Why'd you say that? Then, the masked man spoke up with a honeyed threat. Want to know? Then come with us quietly. Otherwise, I'll eliminate your precious teammates, one by one. Nearby, Duchan watched them in silence, completely on guard, while Jin remained still, ignoring their mockery. He's cute, all right, like a little monster. Without warning, the masked man attacked with his chain. Just drop the blade, then we'll talk. As the chain flew in, Yong Jin instinctively parried it away. Seeing him resist only made the man more irritated. This brat is stubborn. But among all of them, only one remained silent, lost in his own thoughts. A warning echoed in his mind. If you push him to the brink, be careful. The black dragon might just appear. Back in the present, he looked at Yong Jin with pure curiosity. If this succeeded, he might actually get to see that black dragon. The situation then shifted over to Ngo and the dogman. After that earth-shattering blow, its mace was still buried deep in the ground. Its target had already dodged, creating a wide gap between them. And in that space, the dogman's wounds began to visibly heal. Ngo noticed this and could only curse inwardly. Damn it, this is bad. He then glanced down at his own injured arm. In a situation like this, he had to end things quickly and cleanly. And so, Ngo calmly broke the silence first. Hey, I have something to confess. He even flashed a confident smile. Because I was trying to maintain my soldiers, I wasn't fighting at full strength. He then adjusted his stance, pulling out his sword with more resolve. Do you know what that means? This time, Ngo aimed the tip of his blade straight forward. Now, I will show you my true power. A divine energy instantly surged from deep underground, flowing through the cracks to envelop No. No's face grew more serious as he focused everything into his sword. In a flash, his body blurred forward as he unleashed a lightning-fast slash. That precise sword strike instantly sliced off the dogman's upper half. If you eat yourself to regenerate, you don't have a head left to eat. After landing the blow, Zhou spoke again. And if you regenerate naturally. As he sheathed his sword, he used his final technique. Azure Flame. I just have to burn you to ashes. Feeling smug, Ngo decided to keep the conversation going. I should have interrogated you, but Long Long is in danger. Suddenly, he saw the dogman's hand moving toward its own neck. In the next moment, it simply tore off the burning part of its body. Even No never expected that, his jaw dropping in absolute shock. What the? As for the dogman, once the excess flesh was gone, its cells began to surge once more. A new head pushed its way out from the stump with unbelievable speed. Ngo suddenly smirked as he understood. So, you're no ordinary monster. Facing him was that impossibly resilient dog head. He figured he'd play with it for a moment, then leave. Can this even be finished? The scene then snapped back to the fight between the sword and the blade. Yong Jin was trembling violently, while his opponent was perfectly calm. Finally, the masked man declared, pathetically weak. He then effortlessly knocked the boy aside. You're no match for me. The blow sent Yong Jin stumbling down to his knees. The masked man grew impatient. Bring out the black dragon, before I cut off all your limbs. Fighting a shrimp like you is just torture. Yong Jin faced him, his expression one of complete helplessness. The others watched with amusement. He doesn't even realize we're going easy on him. Hey, forget this black dragon stuff. Let's just tie him up and go. At this rate, the cavalry will show up. As for Jin, he was already tied up and completely bewildered. What am I supposed to do? His gaze never left Yong Jin's movements. Then a thought struck him. I wonder if this dog's body can even handle it. And with that, Jane immediately called out Duchan's name, catching his attention. You said your name is Duchan, right? Jean, while channeling his divine power, gave an order. While I'm using my strength, get that boy out of here. However, the boy immediately tried to stop him, pleading, My lord, please don't do it. Duchan then gently advised him, that body is not on the same level as you. Using your power could be dangerous. Let me try something. Please don't strain yourself. In return, Jane was completely shocked. How do you know about that? In response, Duchan's gaze turned grim as he looked forward. Seeing Yong Jin getting beaten so badly, he spoke slowly. Isn't that supposed to be your rightful position, my lord? Looking closer, he could see the sheer misery on Yong Jin's face. Something's been bothering me this whole time. His thoughts then spilled out. To be born and exist in a position that you were never allowed to have. And now, he's down, but his hand is still locked onto his blade. Yong Jin refuses to surrender, his fingers digging into the hilt. And the masked man? He just keeps on taunting him. Sure, his physical form is superhuman, and his words are poison, stabbing right at Yong Jin's spirit. But inside, he's just a pathetic man, and his expression is absolutely terrifying. Your power is useless, he spits. The humiliation is so intense, Yong Jin's vision starts to go black. He realized it then trying to fight this monster, without his black dragon power, was impossible from the very beginning. For just a moment, he let pure rage take over, his fist clenching so tight it shook, and with it, the black dragon's eyes awaken. A storm of frantic mana erupts, and one of Yong Jin's eyes flashes that familiar shade of red. But then, in that instant, Dutron spots a brilliant, golden flash. It's radiating from Jane's body. And over here, a cunning smile spreads across his face. But then, Yong Jin does something unexpected. He smashes his own head into the ground, leaving the masked man both shocked and confused. Jane's smile only widens, becoming even more triumphant. That's his nephew, after all. At the same time, Jean's body begins to blur, fading away from the transformation. Dutron just stares, his eyes wide in disbelief. As for Jean, he continues his ice-cold declaration, not missing a beat. I will protect my nephew. Right at that moment, the very rock Yong Jin is hiding behind reacts, letting out a brilliant glow. Yong Jin flashes back to a moment, a wicked smirk on his lips. Unbreakable will, he thought. I must never forget this feeling. He clutches his sword tightly and makes an admission. That's right, I can't win. Then he aims his blade forward, his voice dripping with pure sarcasm. Of course I can't win. It's 1 against 3, isn't it? Seeing his expression, the masked man blurts out, this kid's insane. Then, Yong Jin grimly reveals their true objective. Your mission is to capture me alive. But as for me, I'll do whatever it takes to get out of here, even if it kills me. Hearing this, the villain's rage boils over. Is that so? He snarls. He immediately lunges forward, aiming straight for Yong Jin's legs. I'll just have to chop off your legs then. Yong Jin's eyes widen as he grits his teeth, bracing for the strike. He closes in on Yong Jin, his razor-sharp sword raised high, but his blade shatters against an unseen wall protecting Yong Jin. The masked man can only stare in disbelief. Yong Jin himself is just as shocked to see the barrier surrounding him. A bead of sweat rolls down his face as he tries to process it. A single foot steps out from the thick dust and smoke. Then, Jine's signature hair and pierced ear come into view. The masked man is already unconscious, slammed hard against a wall. His teammates are in no better shape, collapsed on the ground. The silhouette of a dragon swirls around a powerful source of white magic. Jine calmly places a hand on his sword, standing in the center of the spiritual power. A remaining masked man thinks he has him cornered, but he has a sinking feeling about how this ends. We've run into a real monster. A chain flies in, and he quickly wraps it around his fallen comrade. He and another masked man start dragging their ally away, but one of them can't tear his eyes away from Jine. Reflected in his eyes is Jean's calm, imposing figure. He's still shrouded in Yong Jin's powerful, spiritual energy, radiating pure dominance. Jine shoots a piercing glare toward the masked man, then slams his sword point first into the ground. He bends over, panting heavily. So exhausting. Then he looks up at the dogman and yells, I am so over this game. The creature closes its eyes, a look of pure bliss on its face. Jine frowns, a realization dawning on him about this thing's preferences. He just keeps smiling, and it's really getting on Jean's nerves. It's like the more he slashes him, the more he enjoys it. He lifts his sword, a thought forming. Still, this exchange helped me figure something out, and if my guess is correct. He carefully scans every inch of the dogman's body. There has to be a fatal weakness. His expression darkens as he thinks it through. If his regeneration was limitless, he wouldn't even need to block. He grew suspicious of the dogman's actions. It was desperately using its own arms and legs to parry his attacks. Jane readies his sword. Only one way to find out. With that, he lunges at the dogman, his flame sword blazing. He aims straight for its arm, his blade slicing deep. Jin's face relaxes, his guess was right on the money. Just as he predicted, the dogman furiously swings its other arm, punching the spot where he just stood. Jin easily dodges back, landing gracefully. Then he charges again, sword pointed forward, and yells, "It's your belly button, isn't it?" He attacks relentlessly, a wild look in his eyes. "Let's just punch right through it." Suddenly, Meiju appears on his shoulder. With an enchanting voice, she says, "Stop." Jin freezes, his eyes darting back in shock. Meiju peeked out with a mischievous smile. Enraged, Ngo swung his sword right at her, but she dodged, landing on the ground light as a feather. She wrapped her arms around her beastly companion's neck, cooing, "Sweetie." With one hand on her hip, she stroked its head, chiding, "I said to capture him, not get into a fight." Enjo just raised an eyebrow, completely baffled by her unpredictable behavior. "Let's go," she said. "It's getting late." Meiju seductively placed 2 fingers on her lips. Then, from the arms of her subordinate, she blew a kiss directly toward Ngo. "Goodbye for now. We'll meet again soon." He stared blankly at the spot where Meiju had vanished, leaving only a puff of red smoke behind. Tron's ears perked up, listening intently. His body had clearly transformed. Yong Jin watched in amazement, realizing he could actually shrink himself down. The sun was slowly beginning to set. Yong Jin finally spoke. "Start talking." Yong Jin was completely lost, demanding, "Why did you follow us back here?" Tron was blunt, admitting his true feelings. "Because you've started to interest me." "Are you surprised?" Yong Jin crouched down to his level. "Don't you need to protect the mountain anymore?" Tron simply replied, "The white dragon is protecting the mountain now, so I'm not needed there." Yong Jin frowned, full of suspicion. "Weren't you born and raised there?" Tron explained this wasn't a rash decision. It's the natural order of things at some point. You have to leave the nest. "I believe now is the right time," Tron said, hesitating for a moment. Besides, his eyes darted between the 2 brothers. "I'm curious about the relationship between you and this boy." Yong Jin tried to find a way to refuse. "Sorry, but as you can see, our house already has 1 furry monster." But Tron just shrugged it off. "Don't worry." Just then, his stomach let out a loud growl. "I won't be a bother. I'll just stay on the mountain behind your house." With that, Yong Jin got up to find some food. What do wolves even eat? Probably the same as dogs, right? Tron looked embarrassed but accepted the offer. "My apologies. I haven't eaten since yesterday." Yong Jin opened a cabinet, looking for cans. Yong Jin grumbled, "Aren't we poor enough without you feeding him too?" Yong Jin tried to lay down the law. "Hey, mountain spirit, you're on your own when it comes to food." Tron just bowed his head in obedience. "I understand," he mumbled. Yong Jin whipped around to yell at his brother. "Why are you so cruel? You use him for help, then kick him out?" Yong Jin ignored him and kept searching. "Hang on, can you eat beef jerky?" Yong Jin immediately jumped in to stop him. "Hey, wait a second." He stood there inspecting everything for the longest time. Not this one either. Yong Jin was completely stumped when Tron suddenly called out to him. He looked at Yong Jin with a curious expression. "What is your name?" The boy simply replied, "Yong Jin." Tron didn't want to make things difficult. "Yong Jin, I'll eat whatever you eat." But the boy explained, "Animals aren't supposed to eat human food." Then, Tron suddenly leaped into a backflip. A blue aura flared around him, and in a flash, he transformed into his human form. He looked up nonchalantly and asked, "How about now?" After a moment's thought, Yong Jin made a decision. "Fine, I will grant you this." Yong Jin hesitated, then suggested, "In that case, how about some instant noodles?" Yong Jin was floored. "Instant noodles? Isn't that a bit too luxurious?" Yong Jin said miserably, "How are instant noodles a luxury?" A moment later, a steaming bowl of ramen with egg was on the table. Yong Jin sat nearby, practically drooling. "That broth is made from real meat. It has to be amazing." Tron took his first sip. It was like he'd tasted paradise. He happily devoured his meal. "This is absolutely heavenly." Yong Jin was relieved. "I'm glad you like it." Just as he was about to take his first real bite, a flash of light appeared beside him. Yong Jin had also transformed, making an arrogant demand. "Make me a bowl too." Yong Jin grumbled under his breath. "This house is already way too crowded." While the 2 of them argued, Tron quietly ate his noodles. Yong Jin warned his brother, "Eating in that form still affects your dog body. Did you forget last time? Are you going to take responsibility?" His brother replied casually, "For the toilet?" Later that night, Yong Jin tried to kick Tron out. "Mountain spirit, it's time for you to go." Tron immediately complied. "Yes, I'm leaving." But then, Yong Jin tossed him a blanket and pillow. "It's late. Just sleep here tonight. Yong Jin was annoyed by the new competition. The house is already cramped, and you're inviting him to stay? Yong Jin ignored Yong Jin's complaints. So which is your true form, the dog or the human? Tron answered without any hesitation. Both of them are my true form. Yong Jin gave him a gentle, caring smile. In that case, I assume you know how to bathe yourself? Tron confirmed. Of course. Yong Jin's expression immediately turned cold. Then go take a bath, he demanded. You absolutely reek of dog, he stated it bluntly. I almost threw up while we were eating. Tron apologized, looking mortified, while Yong Jin quickly started checking his own smell. The sound of a shower started running in the bathroom. Yong Jin and Yong Jin rested in opposite corners, but Yong Jin suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. Yong Jin truly didn't know what to do. How was he supposed to absorb the dragon into his own body? It was already inside his ancestor. The old memories came flooding back. I'm going to get it? What do you mean? He couldn't believe his own ears back then. You want me to keep 2 dragons in my body? The voice from his memory glanced at him. Use the dragon you acquire to create your left arm. Then, we eliminate the black dragon. That is the plan. The voice had been so certain that any other dragon would be a safer option. Safer than the destructive and terrifying power of the black dragon. And now, in the present, Yong Jin found himself lost in thought about the white dragon. He figured the white dragon was way safer than the black dragon and boldly made a request. Great ancestor, trade dragons with me. Jin was totally lost. Yong Jin shot upright, pleading with total seriousness. White dragon, you heard him, right? Please, become my left arm. But the dragon shot him down instantly. I refuse. Yong Jin was speechless. The creature just oozed pure arrogance. I am the power of the dragon god Thien. I cannot exist alongside a human with such inferior power and will. Jin was at a loss for words. But Thien spoke up. You know, I find this interesting. A cruel observation. Out of nowhere. Trapping the black dragon in a weak human body. Now that's not a bad idea. Yong Jin's face drained of all color. What? Panicked, he couldn't grasp the situation. I'm asking for your help. The white dragon's reply was cold. I can do nothing for you. It did offer one piece of friendly advice. If the black dragon acts up, I can give him a little slap for you. So pay attention, and don't let him cause trouble. Yong Jin was in shock, his brain just completely shut down. Jin's voice suddenly snapped him out of it. Did Grand Guardian T tell you to do that? Seeing Yong Jin still dazed, he clarified. The whole trading the black dragon for the white dragon thing. Yong Jin confessed honestly to Jin. It's just that the black dragon is reckless, but the white dragon seems much easier to negotiate with. Jin's expression immediately darkened. Do you take me for an idiot? He then changed the subject. Where did you get that sword? Yong Jin frowned nervously and replied. I bought it on a second-hand app. Jin repeated the words with suspicion. You bought it? Is that so? Jin used his spiritual power to summon a robe. His gaze was intense, full of pressure. Did you buy this there too? Yong Jin broke out in a cold sweat. This is a special item. But Jin's grim look proved this was a serious problem. Grand Guardian T wore this once. The scene shifts. A trembling hand reaches up while Ngor lies in bed, receiving medical treatment. My hand is still shaking, he says, frowning in frustration. Is it because this body wasn't made by the altar? Is that the problem? But T calmly analyzed the situation. No, it's just because your training is insufficient. It threw your body's balance off completely, which is what's causing your divine power to become so unstable. Ngor, still stuck in bed, wondered aloud. How in the world do you even maintain balance in a body like that? A faint aura surrounded T as he gave a simple answer. Habit. Ngor was completely blown away by that response. My goodness, how can you live like that? But then Ngor immediately started shifting the blame, looking for an excuse. Okay, I know this might sound like a weak excuse, but it's really all Grand Guardian Twat's fault. He got more and more worked up. I had to waste so much energy stopping her from the very beginning. Suddenly, a foot appeared, scaring him silent. Because of that, my divine energy was totally drained. That's why I was at a disadvantage against that guy. Anything else? Thun looked down on them all with pure contempt. Hey, you useless brat. Look at you, beaten to a complete pulp. Ngor struggled to sit up, his pride wounded. I already told you, my level is different from yours. Thun just walked right past him. Just stay put for now. What a rookie. Thun then turned to T. By the way, I heard Grand Guardian Thien absorbed a dragon. Does that mean it'll be easier for him to maintain his physical form from now on? T's expression turned cold as he considered it. This is about to get really bad, he said. Thun just shrugged it off. He only absorbed one dragon. It's not a big deal, but T knew better. Yong Jin is the embodiment of the power of protection and restraint. That power can't be reborn, which means Thin's physical form will not be free, he stated with absolute certainty. Even if that power returns to Thin, it doesn't mean everything is lost. T calmly closed the thick book in his hands, because this has always been a part of my plan for a peaceful resolution. Then, a cute voice called out, "Brother!" A smiling boy ran up to them with news. "The gate is open now." T clasped his hands and led the way. Time to talk to everyone. Ungar stretched his arms and legs, feeling refreshed. Wow, this acolyte hospital is the real deal. These healers are top-notch. Thun tried to act unimpressed. So, did you actually manage to kill the guy or not? Nor grabbed his shirt as he explained, "No." Just as I was about to land the final blow, his reinforcements arrived. So he got away. What a shame, Thun mocked with a smirk. You're really only good at making excuses. Ngor deliberately baited him. Do you know who it was that came to rescue him? Thun, uninterested, just asked, who? He then dropped a name he knew would get a reaction. It was Mir Q. And just like that, Thun shot a death glare right at Ngar. T moved through the gate, his spiritual energy flowing around him. As it spread, his expression grew serious. He spoke up. Everyone. T greeted them all politely. It's been a while. So many familiar faces. Grand Guardian Suyu, the ox. Nearby, Grand Guardian Mao, the rabbit, sat perched in a corner, and Grand Guardian Mui, the goat, offering his usual gentle smile. The Zodiac Guardians were here. Grandmaster Pig welcomes the Grandmasters. First up, Dragon. Then Rat, who gets a warm welcome from Cat. It's been a while. Rat eyes the strange object before him with confusion. What is this? Pig, however, excitedly presents his grand idea. He suggests that after the meeting, since they're all gathered anyway, why not have a friendly game of Yos Nori together? Cat is immediately on board. I'd love that. But Monkey scans the room, noticing someone is missing. Where's Sarah? Rooster's eyes widen. Sarah? You mean Grandmaster Snake? Rooster pulls out her phone, scoffing. Meetings like this require at least a week's notice. Her text is blunt. I'm busy. She adds they should just text her the highlights. Meanwhile, Horse quickly finds a place to sit down. Someone mutters, is that old hag still telling fortunes? Rat decides to let it go. It's fine, he'll just fill her in on the details later. But then he realizes someone else is missing. Grandmaster Tiger isn't here either? Cat innocently turns to ask Dog, who is sitting nearby. Grandmaster Dog, didn't you arrive with Grandmaster Tiger? She instantly bristles, getting defensive. Absolutely not. Why are you asking me about that old geezer? Cat shrinks back, wondering why she's so angry. Sheep, ever impatient, cuts in. Enough. Let's just get to the main point. He complains that he had to take his precious time just to come all the way out here. Hearing this, Horse can't resist a sarcastic jab. You literally used a portal to get here in a second, but you're acting like it was some kind of epic journey. Monkey cheerfully lands another blow, and he's the one with the most free time out of all of us. Finally, Rat cuts through the noise. He starts by revealing a strange drawing. Has anyone here ever seen this before? Immediately, Sheep's brow furrows in thought. What is that? Cat tilts his head in total confusion, but Pig speaks up, suddenly looking like he has a clue. This. He steps closer for a better look. I've seen it before. Pig explains that a demon bearing this very mark once murdered a human. Or more accurately, it indirectly pushed that person to their death. Rooster is completely stunned by this revelation. On Jeju Island? Something like that really happened there? Pig's face is filled with a deep, personal regret. If only I had discovered it a little sooner, that tragedy could have been avoided. That's why the memory is so clear. Rat presses. When exactly did this happen? Pig strokes his chin, thinking hard. It was shortly after this body awakened. I believe it was about 10 years ago now. Rat processes the information. So, whatever this is, it's been active for at least a decade already. Rat moves on to another question. Have you ever seen a mask? Pig looks a bit lost by the sudden shift. A mask? Rat gives a specific example, like a Gaxit mask. After a moment, Pig shakes his head. No, I haven't seen one. But what does any of that have to do with this sigil? Rat explains that the demons with this sigil and the ones wearing masks are acting like they're on the same side. He says with absolute certainty, and there's a mastermind behind them pulling all the strings. Cat looks terrified. But what could their ultimate goal possibly be? Rat continues his deduction. Based on everything that's happened so far, their main target is the true body. Rat then brings up the most critical point. I'm sure you all know that the true body currently contains a human soul. Sheep scoffs in disbelief. A human? He can't help but burst out laughing. Hold on, is it really a human? I'd bet anything it's not. That little brat is more like a demon if you ask me. Sheep is about to launch into a vicious tirade about its demonic horde, but Rat cuts him off sharply. Watch your tongue, Grandmaster Sheep. It is, without a doubt, a human being. Sheep continues his verbal assault on the person who isn't even here. How can a brat carrying the black dragon possibly be called a human? Rat then makes a stunning declaration. I will remove it from that human child's body. His expression is dead serious. I'm talking about the black dragon, he clarifies, looking Sheep dead in the eye. And to do that, I'm going to need your power. Sheep just smirks, his eyes glinting with malice. Then you should just do it yourself. All you have to do is copy me. Rat says nothing, but his gaze says it all. Sheep's brow furrows, his annoyance clear. Pig tries to de-escalate. Hey, how about we stop fighting and just play that game of Yosnori? Sheep's face darkens as he mutters under his breath. This is seriously getting on my nerves. He clenches his fists, fighting for control. Besides, it's not even that human child's body. Sheep just can't understand the logic. That body originally belonged to Grandmaster Dragon. Shouldn't we just respect the natural order of things here? He's clearly taking an extreme stance. Besides, I heard Grandmaster Dragon lost all his memories. So that means he's the same dragon we've always known. Sheep continues his relentless rant. From the very beginning, the only one at fault has been the black dragon, not Dragon himself. Monkey suddenly jumps into the fray with a devastating question. Hey Mutt, have you secretly been in love with Grandmaster Dragon this whole time? He can't take it anymore. If not, then shut up with all this nonsense. Horse enthusiastically agrees. Actually, that makes a lot of sense. Rooster bursts out laughing, slamming her hand on the table. But Cat frowns, refusing to accept Sheep's argument. So you're saying we should just forgive Dragon? The one who mercilessly slaughtered thousands upon thousands of humans? He asks, gritting his teeth. One of them tried to argue that the black dragon was the real killer. But Hoy spoke up, questioning that logic as he calmly analyzed the problem. The creature was originally part of Than's power, after all. So how could anyone be sure the black dragon's actions weren't influenced by Than's own will? Hoy's words cut deep, because Than himself had already been thinking about wiping out humanity. He didn't care one bit about Mui's feelings, which is why the black dragon acted the way it did. Then suddenly voiced an insane idea while the target was still trapped in a dog's body. Why not just finish him off and be done with it? But if they did that, the black dragon would perish too. Someone pointed out the flaw, asking if he really thought it would be that easy. The beast would definitely go on an absolute rampage. A girl quietly changed the subject, asking about that boy. Mao voiced her own question, saying she was extremely curious about the child born from Than's body. No matter how you looked at it, the boy was perfectly fine despite holding the black dragon's immense power. Another member let out a bitter remark. That's right. The whole situation made absolutely no sense. If he were just a normal human, the black dragon would have devoured him long ago. So how was he still unharmed? Mui, however, was too stubborn to listen. He insisted the boy was a demon. He then offered to help by exorcising the kid himself, certain that the boy was the true mastermind behind everything. Ti could no longer stay silent. His face darkened with fury as he warned Mui. If you're not going to cooperate, then please just leave. No was also fed up, telling the madman to quit his power trip, and with that, he slammed the table and stood up. Mui flipped a friendly gesture at the whole group, arrogantly making his declaration. Fine. Whether it's killing the black dragon or finding the mastermind, you guys can do it yourselves. I'm out. Open the gate and let me go home. One member watched in wide-eyed shock. He really left. Then just scrolled on his phone and sneered, saying he only left to avoid the humiliation. Sue gently set down her glass. She calmly assessed the situation, stating that whether the child was human or demon no longer mattered. Sue summarized the discussion, saying that since Grandmaster T had already vouched for the boy being human, then there was absolutely no reason for them to dispute his judgment on the matter. Everyone fell silent, listening to her analysis. The real question now was, who was the one that removed Than's seal? Then couldn't have broken the seal on his own, so someone from the outside must have interfered. No one disagreed. The culprit had to be an entity with power comparable to their own to shatter such a powerful seal. It was highly likely this person was connected to the mastermind. They also couldn't rule out that he'd already contacted Than. Sue arrived at a simple conclusion because the one who craved Than's body the most was none other than Than himself. And so, With a gentle smile on her face, she made a truly savage proposal. Why not just capture Grand Master then, bring him here, and torture him with the jury punishment until he finally confessed? What did they think? They could just use Grandmaster Mao's power if needed. Dao, sitting nearby, couldn't help but comment. So her entire speech was just an excuse to use the jury punishment on Than, then decided to chime in. He let out a calculating smirk. It sounded interesting, sure, but why bother? And then, Than dropped an absolute bombshell, because the mastermind pulling the strings is the heavenly stem. The scene cuts to Yong Jin receiving a message from T. Be in front of your house tomorrow at 6 p.m. Yong Jin's eyes widened, staring at the text. He couldn't look away from the messages. Be there at 6 tomorrow. Let's have dinner together. Yong Jin happily typed out a reply. He quickly accepted the invitation. Yes, Grand Master. Back at the meeting, then stated with total confidence that the mastermind was the heavenly stem. T's face grew dark, his expression unreadable. Mao was completely lost. Huh? Tuat also couldn't process it. What? Then grinned and pointed over it and go. The group that fought this guy were lackeys of the Heavenly Court. The room erupted once more. The Heavenly Court? No immediately confirmed it, saying he was suspicious the whole time since he'd never seen the guy before. No recounted that day's battle, explaining it seemed his opponent had something forced into his mouth by a fox. Because of it, even after being beheaded, he wouldn't die. He could confirm that the man was one of those who used the Heavenly Court's fox beads. He added more information the masked figures they had just discussed were the same. Ngo nearly forgot to mention a key player. Oh, and Miku showed up as well. Dao's eyes went wide with shock. Miku? That was a name she hadn't heard in a very long time. T.I. turned to question Grandmaster No. His displeasure was obvious. When I asked you before, you said you had no useful information. He nonchalantly explained himself. He just felt like saving it. Was there a problem with him revealing it now? T let out a frustrated sigh of resignation. Hoi tried to lighten the mood, suggesting they play Ute Nori to blow off some steam. That night, at a mansion deep in the forest, warm water and rose petals provided a relaxing soak. A member of the Heavenly Court enjoyed the bath. But then, she freezes someone is here. A calm voice cuts through the steam. My underlings were more than enough for a job like that. He probes Tianding with a dark tone. Are you really sure that was enough? Or are you planning to handle this yourself? He presses. Ah, but I suppose you can't be bothered with such trivial matters. How dare you come here in the middle of the night? She scoffs. Or did you come hoping to get an eyeful while I bathe? He clicks his tongue, playing innocent. I've been respectfully facing the wall this entire time. Tianding demands he get straight to the point. The masked man chooses his words carefully. Could you perhaps stop sending your worthless grunts on these missions? He bluntly lists their failures. They failed to draw out the Black Dragon, and what's more, they couldn't even stop Yong Jin. Why is everyone out there so incompetent? She wonders aloud. Still enjoying the warm water. You're making a scene over nothing, she says dismissively. The masked man can't believe it. Over nothing, you say? He raises his voice with biting sarcasm. You seem remarkably calm about all this. Tianding casually plays with a rose petal. Are you mocking me? Her voice drops, and the air around them chills. You dare. The celestial nine-tailed fox, Tianding, fixes him with a threatening glare. Do you have a problem with me? Yet the masked man doesn't even flinch. Yes, what a shame. It seems I do dare. What's so special about a nine-tailed fox, anyway? He continues, feigning total innocence. Oh, my apologies. My tongue slipped. She gently blows on the rose petal, and the masked man instantly crumples as if his strength has been drained. Tianding rises from the tub. She slowly closes the distance between them. The air, thick with steam and her divine aura, presses down as she gently pulls him toward her. Tianding forces his head up, making him meet her gaze. Nothing special. Was that it? A chilling, manic smile spreads across her face. Shall I demonstrate for you? She reaches for his mask, but he suddenly breaks free, seizing her hand. The masked man's grip tightens on Tianding's delicate wrist. She winces in pain, her entire arm trembling from the force. Ah! He straightens up, defiantly making a request. Yes, please. Since you've already offered, I suppose I'll take you up on that. In the blink of an eye, the masked man vanishes. A singed mark remains on Tianding's hand where he grabbed her, and she rubs the wound, muttering, Is that freak a eunuch or something? Tianding's eyes narrow as she begins plotting her next move. The next morning is a beautiful, peaceful day at Sambo High School. John excitedly grips a sword in his hand. Let's start now. Yong Jin has his hands buried in his pockets, completely uninterested. Start what? John asks, bursting with enthusiasm. What do you mean? Didn't we promise to practice swordsmanship together? Yong Jin immediately tries to back out of it. But no, John gives Yong Jin zero chance to protest. Stop dragging your feet. He adjusts his glasses, readying his stance. First, I'll show you how it's done. John focuses, gripping the hilt with both hands before unleashing a powerful, arcing swing through the air. Yong Jin is startled, his face a mask of shock. John coolly brings the sword to a rest. So, what do you think? Yong Jin's jaw drops. That was actually awesome. But his heart feels heavy, tormented by regrets of the past. He had asked himself the same question countless times. If the one fighting those masked figures hadn't been him, but John instead, would things have turned out differently? John's voice snaps him back to reality. All right, show me your usual fighting stance. Yong Jin, pulled from his thoughts, is completely bewildered. You want to see what? I have to check your basic skills, John explains, so I can figure out a training regimen for you. He's clearly eager to play teacher. Or you can just try to copy what I did. Yong Jin instinctively takes a step back. But, he couldn't bring himself to refuse John. In truth, he watched Yong Jin awkwardly take the sword. He had to be prepared for a day just like this, one he knew might come without warning. But the secret was, John wasn't a master swordsman at all. Instead of practicing with proper form, he just copied cool-looking moves he'd seen on TV. He swallows nervously, trying to hide his expression, hoping Yong Jin was actually falling for the act. Seeing Yong Jin get into position, John smirks to himself. He totally fell for it. He then puts on a serious, thoughtful expression to continue the prank. He glances around dramatically. On second thought, I think I forgot the most important question. Yong Jin is completely baffled. What's with this weird act? John promptly sits down cross-legged in the middle of the path. Now, tell me, which power will you use from the following? Fire, water, earth, or wood? Yong Jin can't keep up anymore. What nonsense are you spouting now? John raises his voice again. Nonsense? This is the most critical part. How else will you convert the energy of nature into your own power? This statement unexpectedly aligns with T's guidance, the ability to transform the power of all things and convert them into divine strength. John is still rushing him. Hurry and answer. My power meter is about to go haywire over here. Yong Jin decides to just play along. Fire, I guess? Because it's strong. John nods sagely in agreement. Of course you would choose the breath of fire. Yong Jin was completely lost. What? Jay just nodded. Okay, I got it, and stepped in to fix his posture. Come on, hold your sword properly. If you want to master the sword, your starting stance has to be perfect. But just then, a few of their friends walked over. What are you two doing here? The second they asked, Yong Jin tossed his sword aside. Jay slid after it, absolutely devastated. She asked again. Seriously, what are you two up to? He just pushed up his glasses with a mysterious flare. Yong Jin said he wanted to get stronger, so he asked me for a few pointers. Yong Jin immediately fired back. When did I ever say that? Jay answered with total confidence. Because I heard the desperate screams of your heart, of course. Then he got all excited about it. How about some extra training at the stadium after school? But Yong Jin shut him down. Not today. I've already got plans. Jay spun around to their friend. Who, are your plans with him today? Confused, Who just shook her head. Nope. And just like that, both of them whipped their heads around to stare at him. Yong Jin was baffled. Is it really that surprising that I have plans? That afternoon, as school let out, every student passing by had to stop and stare. What is that? Whoa, what's going on? Who is that? Is some film crew shooting here today or something? Because Thien Dean was waiting right there at the school gate. The whispers started immediately. Is she a celebrity? Some thugs passing by couldn't even look away. Man, she is on another level. Absolutely gorgeous. They kept laughing and joking around right until they met her ice-cold gaze. Well, calling her sis is right? In the next second, every single one of them was backing away quietly. Oh no, we're dead. Meanwhile, Thien Din had already spotted her target. Jay was still trying to figure it out. You have plans at 6? We've still got at least an hour to kill before then. Yong Jin was nervously watching the clock. No way. You never know when the door might open. His friend had no idea what he was talking about. A door? Where are you even meeting this person? Yong Jin was about to say they'd do it tomorrow when a sweet voice called out, Yong Jin. Thien Din rushed over, putting on a friendly act. Then she threw her arms around Yong Jin, shocking everyone who was watching. Thien Din cooed affectionately, I missed you so much. Jay quickly covered his mouth. Yong Jin, don't tell me your plans were. Hu was so shocked her face literally distorted. She decided it was time for a quick escape. We'll be going now. Yong Jin desperately tried to explain. Wait, it's not like that. He screamed after them, but no one looked back. It's really not. Din, however, had gotten exactly what she wanted. He was still clueless, yelling, "Who are you anyway?" And in the next moment, Yong Jin felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He went completely limp, his body powerless in her arms. I don't have any strength left. She just gently caressed Yong Jin's face. Are you still okay? In this dangerous situation, their faces were inches apart. Suddenly, Hu felt a strange gust of wind. It blew through her long black hair, and that was it. Hu knew she had to go back. She turned and ran, shouting, Yong Jin! But what Hu saw made her jaw drop. From her angle, it looked like Yong Jin and Din were sharing an intimate moment. Din's eyes were filled with a calculating hunger, like she was about to devour him. She clicked her tongue in annoyance as a card flew in, blocking her path. A new figure calmly walked forward, her voice dripping with fake innocence. Oh my, she said, pretending she hadn't seen a thing. I'm so sorry to have ruined your fun. The card that had stopped her gracefully flew back into its owner's hand. I am the earthly god, Thien Dai Jiamti. It seems my hand slipped. At that moment, Jay finally caught up, trying to catch his breath. What's happening? Yong Jin was slumped on the ground as the two powerhouses faced off. Din smiled, a cruel and calculating look in her eyes. We have quite an audience, you know. Are you planning on fighting? She provoked her openly. That would be very awkward for you, wouldn't it? That was the last straw for tea. What did you say? She set the card in her hand ablaze. It's been too peaceful lately. I've been looking for something to do. From the intense flames, a weapon materialized. Back in the day, this sort of thing happened all the time. The students around them could only gape in awe. What was that? From her hand? Din purred with admiration. My, you're so cool, big sis. T was not having it. Who are you calling your sister? She didn't bother holding back. You crazy witch. Din stayed silent, her mind racing as she carefully considered her next move. His words echoed in her memory. To avoid jeopardizing the plan, from now on, you must act in secret so the humans don't notice anything. Din's expression darkened, her decision made. In that case, let your big sister here take care of you for a little while. A mesmerizing, dreamlike aura exploded from her nine tails. As the mist spread, people all around them began to collapse. No normal human could possibly resist it. Yong Jin's face turned pale with terror as he watched his friends fall. Lai Hisu Gong Jon. At the sound of his voice, Din's eyes shot open in disbelief. This, she did not expect. What? How are you still awake? Seizing the moment, T charged, slamming her spear into the ground and cracking the pavement. Din looked slightly bored by the display. Are you really being serious? And yet, her expression showed no real sign of boredom. I have no intention of fighting you, you know, because I want to enjoy looking at beautiful things for just a little while longer. In response, T.I. just swung her arm in a wide, sweeping arc. Then allow me to give you one final look. She gathered her power, unleashing her ultimate move. T threw out a storm of diamond-shaped projectiles. Blazing red, the serpent scale fire. The projectiles struck true, embedding themselves in her flesh. They tried to incinerate Din, but a violet-pink aura quickly consumed the flames. She didn't even flinch. Huh? Din just stood there casually, without a single scrap of clothing on. My clothes are all burned away. Yong Jin jumped, his face turning bright red, while she just questioned them with a loud voice. You dare attack me with fire? Are you insane? Answer me. Tyr shot back with a question of her own. Why did you suddenly descend to the mortal world? Din simply raised an eyebrow. That bastard told me to keep my mouth shut for now. Tyr seemed a little surprised by that. That bastard. She shrugged, her expression dripping with contempt. Besides, even if I did tell you, it's not like you could do anything about it. Tyr's patience was wearing thin. Start talking before I rip you apart. Din just gave a wicked laugh. How barbaric. But the taunt didn't land. You really think I'm more barbaric than you? Seeing her little games were useless, Din fell silent again. Time to go. Tyr's hand was engulfed in fire, revealing scaly skin underneath. She swung her arm hard, scattering scales all around. Tyr unleashed the same move again, hoping to trap her. Serpent scale fire, but it was too late. Din had already vanished. With her target gone, she retracted her weapon. Yong Jin was still kneeling, so Tyr reached out and gently lifted his face to examine him. So it's you, the kid Grandmaster Rat mentioned. Tyr looked intrigued. To resist my illusion with no divine power, That's surprisingly impressive, isn't it? A weak voice called out his name, Yong Jin. Haisu struggled to sit up. Are you okay? Tyr immediately jumped to a conclusion. Is that your girlfriend? What's this? You're doing better than I thought. Yong Jin instantly denied it. No, that's not it. Just then, the other students began to wake up. What? Where are we? It's the school. Ju dazedly adjusted his glasses. Why can't I remember anything? Tyr decided the area was no longer private enough. Let's take this somewhere else, shall we? She transported the group to her apartment. While making coffee, Tyr introduced herself. I am the 6th god of the 12 earthly branches, Tyr. My title in the celestial realm is Grandmaster. The three sat obediently at the table. My name in the mortal world is Sarah Juon. Ha's jaw dropped. A god of the 12 earthly branches. She created a relaxed vibe. Just call me Grandmaster, Sis, or even Darling Sis is fine. Call me whatever you like. They stared back, stunned. Grandmaster. Haisu, however, immediately began connecting the dots. Then, that person from before was also? She came to a startling conclusion. Was that person a god too, just like the Grandmasters? Tyr confirmed it. Yes, a god. But she added more information. But not one of the earthly branches. Tyr then introduced a new concept, the heavenly stems. No one understood a thing. Heavenly stems? She calmly explained their confusion. They are the high masters of the celestial realm, Ju guessed aloud. So high masters rank higher than grandmasters? Yong Jin frowned, confused. The high masters? Tyr sat down, taking a sip of coffee. Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu, Ji, Gang, Xin, Ren, and Gui. In the mortal world, they are known as the heavenly stems. There are 10 of them, and the god you all saw earlier is one of them. She then said a name the kids might actually know. Grandmaster Din Ho. Yong Jin's eyes went wide in pure shock. Grandmaster Ho? You mean the leader of the 9-tailed foxes? Haisu was completely lost. But why are people that powerful targeting Yong Jin? Tyr set her cup down on the table a little too hard. She crossed her arms, getting more comfortable to discuss the matter. We're also trying to figure that out. As for why the High Masters came down to the mortal realm, all 3 pairs of eyes in the room slowly turned in one direction. The reason? Well, it seems to be you, Yong Jin. Tyr was kind enough to ask for his permission first. Is it all right if I discuss this matter in front of your friends? Ju spoke up before he could. No problem. He was determined to find out the truth. We already know all the normal stuff about him. Isn't he always being targeted by monsters? Haisu was no stranger to this either, because Yong Jin is a divine object. She quickly grasped the situation. Ah, I see. In that case, Tyr decided to just ask them bluntly. You all must know that Yong Jin is a soul that shouldn't exist, right? And that the real owner of his body is a dog. The one who's always following him around. Her 2 friends immediately froze in shock. This time, it was finally Yong Jin's turn to speak. They don't? No. These guys didn't know about that. The scene cuts to Thon Din's mansion, where masked figures stand by, ever vigilant. She returned, her entire being radiating spiritual energy. Miku scrambled out to greet her. Ah, Lady Thon Din. Her face flushed with excitement. How can you appear in such a beautiful form? But Thon Din was already thinking about Yong Jin. What's the deal with that kid, she wondered, recalling the earlier confrontation. Why was he completely unharmed? Even though that's the dragon's body, the soul inside is still human. And even a god would have their soul drained if they let their guard down against me. A crazed smile spread across her face, unable to hide her boiling rage. A mere human dares. Back at the apartment, Haisu hesitated to speak. She still had no idea what was going on. What do you mean by that? Yong Jin, he. Even Tyr looked shocked by this. What is this? She bluntly called Haisu out. Weren't you the one who knew everything? Tyr's sharp gaze pierced right through her. You're a priestess, so you should have known. She pointed it out bluntly. That his body and soul had been switched. It's a mismatch, Tyr stated, explaining the reason calmly. He must have felt it, too, how his body is just an empty shell. That's also why demons love possessing the kid's body. The real master isn't even home. Hu was completely lost, finding the story impossible to believe. You mean the body's original owner is his ancestor? Now it was Tyr's turn to be surprised. An ancestor? Is that what that old man told you? Tyr buried her face in her hands, roaring with laughter while reaching for her coffee. Director Thien really was a comedian. Still, Tyr had to admit the idea had some merit. But in a way, he was right. The people who built that altar were, In fact, the ancestors of the current clans. And just like that, Hu heard a completely new term. An altar. She continued her analysis. Yong Jin was from Thin's clan, but what if he wasn't? In a flash, a massive pressure wave shot past, stunning them both. One hand still holding her coffee, her other shot out, clamping tight around Yong Jin's throat. What exactly are you? Tyr's sharp eyes bored right into him. A demon? She didn't completely cut off his air, especially considering his little symbiosis with the black dragon. Tyr had been keeping an eye on him for a while. He wasn't just a little suspicious. The accusation made Yong Jin jolt upright in pure shock. The black dragon? She let Yong Jin know who his benefactor was. Director T guaranteed you were human, so I let it slide. But my suspicions are far from gone. A cruel glint shone in her blue eyes. So what, she wondered, should be done right here? Tyr tightened her grip just a little more. All I have to do is purify you right now, and I'll know your true identity in an instant. Her voice dropped to a dark, tempting whisper. You're curious too, aren't you? Whether you're truly human or a demon. Hu immediately intervened, grabbing Tyr's arm. She declared with absolute certainty that Yong Jin was human. Tyr looked baffled, her face a picture of pure surprise. Well now. Hu repeated herself, and Job pulled out several strange-looking gadgets. If Yong Jin was a demon, my equipment would already be reacting, screaming its head off. Actually, he stated with total conviction. To be honest, this talk of altars and black dragons, I don't get any of it. But Jobu vouched for his friend, his faith unshakable. If you're planning on hurting my friend Yong Jin, he declared, drawing his sword, then you'll have to go through me first. Despite his attempt to act tough, Joe's legs were trembling. Tyr glanced down, a flash of surprise in her eyes. Oh really? She floated gently toward him, knocking Jeller flat on his back. Yong Jin panicked. Jeller still tried to raise his sword, shaking uncontrollably. Bring it on. Tyr roared with laughter, finally relaxing. Hu was already on the table, ready to back him up. I'm kidding. Who said anything about hurting him? Tyr smiled, revealing the truth. This kid is a human being we are assigned to protect and care for. She glanced at Yong Jin with a teasing smirk. Besides, little Yong Jin must feel pretty safe, right? Having such impressive friends watching his back. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. The caller ID read Director T. Yong Jin picked up the call without hesitation. Director, the voice on the other end urged. Where are you? It's past 6 o'clock. He checked his phone, it was true. But Yong Jin was stunned, he was only late by a single minute. He frantically slung his bag over his shoulder. I'm at Director Tyr's house. Behind them, a brilliant light suddenly flared into existence. Tyr offered a charming, sarcastic smile. Honestly, you people just keep barging into a lady's house. Yong Jin, still on the phone, whipped around to see T himself stepping through. Director. JW adjusted his glasses in amazement. Is that quantum teleportation? A black hole? He asked Tyr, his tone slightly accusatory. Why'd you drag him here? She demanded. Tyr explained calmly. This kid was about to be snatched away by Thien Tin. Know the facts before you open your mouth, Tyr retorted. T's brow furrowed. What's this? Seeing Yong Jin's state, he understood. Looks like something went down. Without another word, T strode forward, grabbed Yong Jin by the arm, and tossed him straight into the portal. Yong Jin panicked, yelling, wait a second, but no one had time to react. T turned to Tyr. Time for the meeting. She refused. Can't. I have my own schedule. I'll just message Nabi later. T didn't argue and promptly left through the portal. Hisu hesitated for a moment before calling out, Director T. He recognized her. Tyr looked surprised. What's this? They knew each other? Hu anxiously tried to find the right words. Sir, she began, deciding to be direct. About Yong Jin's situation. He cut her off. I already know everything. T shot an annoyed glance at the culprit, who simply looked away, feigning total innocence. Hu asked with sincere earnestness, is there anything at all we can do to help him? Just a little bit would be enough. Jobu also stood tall. We want to do our part. The two of them tried to prove their value. We still have a lot of advanced gear. Plus we have experience fighting demons. Hisu felt she owed him a debt, because Yong Jin was always the one protecting them. Hisu clenched her fists, her friends silent but clearly in agreement. So this time, she declared, we want to be the ones to protect him. T simply asked one flat question. Protect him how? He cut straight to the heart of the matter. You are only human. T calmly laid out the hard facts. A body made of flesh and blood is an existence with inherent limits. Hisu's face filled with bitter frustration. He continued, trying to reason with them. If they truly wanted what was best for Yong Jin, they had to let this go. because he understood the current Yong Jin all too well. He stated bluntly that Yong Jin wasn't strong or free enough to carry the weight of their determination. He glanced up, meeting their intense gazes. His eyes didn't miss Hu's tightly clenched fists, that fierce desire to protect. The truth he revealed was a brutal one. It could actually end up holding Yong Jin back. "You had better remember that," he warned with a hint of reprimand. "Brother, you're being way too harsh." But he didn't care, just telling her to get the kids home safely. His gaze shifted, landing on Hu, who looked absolutely devastated. They headed back home as the evening sun began to set. Jobu couldn't help but marvel at all the incredible things that happened that day. "It felt like I was watching an anime," he rambled on, completely hyped. "I can't believe I got to see all that with my own eyes. And that Guhao from before. If I ever get the chance, I want to try it." But Hu was lost in her own thoughts, replaying T's earlier warning. "Yong Jin said he fights to protect us, didn't he? So if they were to throw themselves into danger one more time," she analyzed, "what would that do to his resolve?" It was true. Yong Jin had even said it himself that it was more dangerous precisely because they were there. Joey was still lost in his own little world, thinking of all the cool stuff he had to write down since his camera missed the action. Hisu's voice was grim. "Yong Jin. Whatever we thought this was," she concluded with a heavy heart, "the battle he's fighting is far more dangerous." Joe's eyes were still sparkling with excitement. "But you saw how awesome he was, right? A total rebel against all logic." Hisu had to bring him back down to earth. "Joe W., this isn't a comic book, this is real." JW froze. "I'm sorry." He lowered his head, his voice sinking. "Things got that serious, and he just shouldered it all by himself, without saying a word to us." He stood there in silence, unable to object. JW agreed completely. Suddenly, Hu's eyes began to fill with tears. If something happens to Yong Jin. She quickly bit her tongue, shaking off the terrible thought as Hu lowered her head in guilt. "Ever since that whole thing with the ghost, all I've done is cause more trouble for Yong Jin." She felt completely and utterly useless. "I want to use all my strength to help him, but just like the Grand Director said, if we're in danger, it just makes things even harder for Yong Jin." Hisu fidgeted with her hands. "There's really nothing we can do right now." But Joe loudly disagreed. "What are you talking about?" He adjusted his glasses, speaking with sudden conviction. "If there's a domain of the gods, then there has to be a domain of humans too." Joa's positive thinking kicked in. "There are still ways we can help Yong Jin. We might not be able to fight like gods, but from our position as humans, we can still support Yong Jin." His words seemed to finally break through to Hu. "Isn't that what the Grand Director was trying to say? For us to entrust this to the gods and go back to our normal lives?" GW painted a picture of a peaceful future. "After the fight is over, so that Yong Jin has a normal life to come back to. He reached his hand out towards her. Jodyu declared with total confidence, "We have to become the pillar that supports him. I know, without a doubt, that Yong Jin will win." Beneath a sky painted pink by the sunset, the quiet neighborhood settled into a peaceful evening. In his room, Jin sat on the bed. His ears twitched as he thought, his gaze falling to his own small hands, staring intently. A memory surfaced, a day shrouded in cold, gray mist. He was standing there, his cloak billowing as if caught in an unseen wind. Jin stared at his hand, lost in thought. His sharp, golden eyes held a tension that he couldn't put into words. Then, a faint sound. His golden eyes narrowed just. Duchan appeared at the glass door, bowing his head respectfully. "Grand Director, sir." From inside the Spartan room, the visitor looked at him with concern. Duchan waited patiently for a response. Finally, Jin, who was curled up in a posture of defeat, asked in a strained voice, "How did you know this isn't my body?" Facing him, Duchon answered calmly, "The bodies of the gods. I was under the impression they were born in human form. Is that right?" Jin seemed taken aback by that. "Born?" He looked at the other being, his voice light but sharp. "The way you say it, you make it sound as if we're human. You've got a strange sense of humor." The atmosphere tensed. Duchan lowered his head. "My apologies, sir." Jin's voice suddenly dropped. "That's right." The scene flashes back to him locked in a fierce battle. "That human's vessel," his voice explains, "was originally meant to be mine." Jin continued, a hint of frustration on his face. "So even if I manage to get my power back, I can't use it to its full potential. This canine body simply can't handle that kind of output." Duchan looked at him and asked directly, "Then why not just return to your original body?" He answers quietly, his voice heavy with thought. "I've already tried that a few times." The mood in the quiet room instantly plummets. They sit in silence until Zhine speaks up, his eyes tinged with sadness. "But maybe this is all part of fate's design?" At that moment, Duchan bows his head respectfully, his voice steady. If there's any way I can be of service, I am at your command. Please do not hesitate to ask. Anything at all. He looks up, his eyes narrowing with doubt. Anything? And just like that, a cooking video pops up. A soft voice from the video explains. The amount of water is very important. It should be about 1 pinky finger joint high. One joint is roughly 3 centimeters. This was the technique of a ramen master with 20 years of experience. Cooking with Grandma Jin. T holds out the tablet with a dead serious expression, his voice trembling. Think you can follow this? The video's voice continues. When the water starts to boil, after a moment of hesitation, he finally nods. I'll give it a shot. The scene cuts to a peaceful pink and purple sunset, which is suddenly shattered by a piercing scream. You idiot! T charges at him swinging a terrifying red broom. Who told you to trade the dragon with that guy? Poor Yong Jin can only shield his head in a panic. The dining room is pure chaos as he slumps onto the table. Suddenly, a voice shouts, Run, get some water, quick! Yong Jin sighs, weakly defending himself. But, you said the white dragon was better. T snatches the glass of water, admitting through gritted teeth. That's not wrong, but that doesn't mean I told you to trade it. I already explained this before. Yong Jin suddenly remembers. T had instructed him that the best plan was to absorb the white dragon into his left arm and to extract and get rid of the black dragon. T pauses, his voice now a mix of annoyance and worry. So why did you go and act on your own? His face was calm, but his words made the air incredibly tense. You went and discussed this with Thin without saying a word to me. Yong Jin scrambles to explain himself. I didn't have your number, so how could I contact you? Things just kind of happened. Seeing him still covering his head, T tells him, I'm not going to hit you, sit up straight. The moment Yong Jin sits up, T's deep voice returns like a warning. You yourself were terrified your ancestor would abuse that kind of power. T then elaborated, and the black dragon is an incredibly dangerous power. So what do you think happens if your ancestor gets a hold of it? Yong Jin then asks, completely changing the subject. So, can the black dragon beat the white dragon in a fight? The question seems to send T into a silent rage. The scene shifts to a flower garden as he lets out a helpless sigh. Why on earth would you make them fight? T's expression turns serious. Let's put that aside for now. I can't understand the white dragon's actions. He looks straight at Yong Jin, posing a bewildering question. Why would it choose to let the black dragon remain inside a human's body? After the scolding, Yong Jin can only run a hand through his hair and sigh. It's not like getting hit was going to change anything now. T glances at Yong Jin, wondering to himself, White dragon. What in the world are you thinking? His confusion, however, stays hidden. So what do I do now? Find another dragon? After a moment, T speaks up. Just take it easy. There are other ways. The words bring a wave of relief over Yong Jin. T then sits up straight, asking a direct question. I heard you ran into Tianxing earlier. You two fought? Yong Jin flinches, answering quietly. Ah, an image of being forcibly kissed flashes through his mind. Yong Jin's face turns beet red. It wasn't exactly a fight. It was nothing, okay? T tilts his head. Then why are you wearing that sacred robe? The question catches him off guard. This thing. I honestly don't even know why I put it on. Oh, right. Yong Jin fires back his own question. Why didn't you tell me that sacred robe was yours? My ancestor found out about me because of it. Hearing this, T just gives a calm shrug. And? His voice is ice cold as he looks down. T looks up with a sharp, calculating smirk, his eyes narrowing. It's not like that guy can do anything to me. Next time, just tell him to come on over. All Yong Jin can do is quietly agree. The tension finally eases. Yong Jin puts his hands on the table, saying thoughtfully, Well, my ancestor did tell me to come learn from you. T's brow furrows slightly as he listens with a sharp gaze. He also said, You're the smartest among the earthly branches. At this, T lets out a short, bitter laugh. How absurd. A confused Yong Jin just says, Sir. T quickly changes the subject. Have you heard what the Grand Overseer said about Tianxing? Yong Jin looks completely lost. I heard they're called the Celestial Overseers, so I guess they're stronger than you all, right? But T doesn't answer. He slams his glass on the table, stands up, and says coldly, Let's take a walk. It'll help with digestion. The scene shifts to a gorgeous sunset, the sky painted in orange and gold. On a sun-drenched stone path, T carries a bucket of water toward Yong Jin. As they walk, he suddenly speaks up. Yong Jin, tell me the names of the 5 elements that create nature. Confused, Yong Jin scratches his head, trying to remember. Water, fire, wind, earth, and plants. But then T's voice chimes in. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. T says firmly. Those are the 5 elements. Every word leaves Yong Jin slightly stunned. A single drop of water falls from a leaf in the peaceful quiet as T's voice continues. They are the fundamental energies of all nature. An image of the yin-yang symbol appears, swirling in the darkness, representing the division between 2 opposing forces. Ti concludes his lesson, and what governs them are the celestial stems. A mystical symbol then appears against the golden sky. Ancient spirit beasts emerge from the clouds, creations of the first celestial god, and the very source of all power in the universe. Yong Jin's eyes go wide in shock. What? They stop on the path, and T continues his explanation. Because of this, their very existence carries with it an overwhelming power and an undeniable authority. Yong Jin processes this for a moment, then quietly asks, So, you're saying they're unbelievably powerful? Tai tilts his head, his gaze locked forward, as his calm voice replies, That very power is the problem. The scene flashes to a violent vortex of energy threatening to tear space apart. Because they were so pure and primordial, they inevitably began to clash with one another. His face remains calm, but his eyes hold a deep meaning. And from that conflict, we were created, the earthly branches. We are the beings who receive the power of the celestial stems and maintain the balance of the 5 elements. Soon after, 8 of them appear, splitting into groups. The 5 elements, which once moved separately, were brought into perfect harmony by the second celestial god. Yong Jin, still totally lost, asks another question. So their ranking was decided by a race or something? Ti looks a little surprised. Huh? Yong Jin quickly explains. You know, the legend where the rat climbed on the ox's head to win? Suddenly, a new voice cuts in, making him jump. That happens to be the one fable our older brother despises. The newcomer says softly, In that story, the dragon is portrayed as extremely kind, while the rat is made out to be a villain. Turning his back while holding a broom, T begins to explain. In any case, the celestial stems, to put it simply. His next words leave Yong Jin floored. Just think of them as our seniors. Yong Jin hesitates before asking, So what? Ti gives a slight, almost reluctant nod. Try not to worry about it too much. As they continue walking, T adds, In fact, knowing the celestial stems are behind this actually simplifies things. We don't need to overthink it. As he speaks, his eyes turn to ice. For a god to descend upon the mortal realm, they must first have the permission of the heavens. He pauses, then adds, They're likely here to return the distorted order back to its original flow. This gets Yong Jin's attention. Return it? He asks. T's explanation is chilling. It means eliminating an existence like you, something that should never have appeared. Yong Jin's face darkens instantly. A moment later, he asks in a small, worried voice, And we're really not supposed to worry about this? T calmly replies as they walk, A little is fine. Yong Jin is taken aback. A little? But the anxiety continues to build inside Yong Jin. But there are 10 of them. How can we be okay? T's voice cuts him off. There are only 9 celestial gods right now. Yong Jin's eyes fly open, unable to believe what he's just heard. He starts counting on his fingers. Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding. Seeing this, Ti continues to explain as a shadow holding an orb appears. Before we were created, he says, that orb was full of vibrant color, but it radiated immense chaos. A single god had to step in, harmonize the conflicting elements, and end the pandemonium. That being is the source of the jewel Jin now possesses, the Wu of the celestial stems. He was destined for this, and is the current earthly branch god. Jin's expression turns deadly serious, his hands clenching into fists. He is the dragon god of the celestial stems, Tian Wu. The more Yong Jin hears, the more confused he gets. Jin's ancestor was ranked even higher than Tian Yi. His face darkens. He lets out a small smile. Fortunately, that person is the Kailan god of the celestial stems, Tian Yi. We find Jin with his blue eyes, staring out a window lost in thought when a voice suddenly breaks the silence. Long time no see. Tian Yi appears in a puff of white smoke, his expression cold and sharp as he calls out, Tian Wu. Jin, still composed, seems surprised. Tian Yi? The surprise in his eyes is now undeniable. Tian Yi breaks into a wide grin. So you do remember me. So much for a good time. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. You bastard. A stark contrast to the boy's cheer. Jin's face hardened as he asked, Why have you descended to the mortal realm? Tian Yi, however, seemed completely unbothered by his hostile tone, simply replying, I came down because I have a job to do. Hearing this, Jin's expression was a mix of suspicion and curiosity. A job to do? Tianyi didn't answer, just offered a faint smile. I'm only here to say a quick hello today. Jin's gaze turned heavy, lost in deep thought. Jin began to speak calmly. I have something to ask you. The man offered a cryptic smile in return, replying softly, if it's about my mission, I can't tell you that just yet. But Jin simply shook his head. That's not it. Instead, he was fixated on what Tianyi was wearing. What are those bizarre clothes? The question caught the other man completely off guard. My clothes? Tianyi stroked his chin, slowly analyzing the situation. Bizarre? You're the one who looks bizarre here, Jin. He eyed Jin's long black hair and his traditional dark robes before passing his judgment. I suppose it makes sense, since you've been sealed away for thousands of years. But man, you look seriously old-fashioned. As a former trendsetter in the celestial realm, hearing this insult from Tianyi was too much. Jin exploded, shouting, What? How dare you? Tianyi closed his eyes with satisfaction, happily saying, Well, I'm off. But in a flash, Jin drew his sword, pressing the blade right against Tianyi's throat. Seeing Jin's fury, he just tilted his head with a knowing smile. Did being called old-fashioned really get under your skin that much? Jin was not amused by Tianyi's attitude and got straight to the point. Your mission. His gaze turned ice-cold as he asked him directly. Does it have something to do with my body? Tianyi's cheerful demeanor vanished as he shot back. You said you only had one question, but seeing Jin's dark expression, he decided to let it go. Fine. It's a good thing you still seem to be healthy. Without another word, Tianyi looked at Jin, smiled gently, and promised to see him again soon. With that, he instantly vanished right before Jin's eyes, leaving only a puff of white smoke. Jin, who seemed used to this kind of behavior, only narrowed his eyes. Under the setting sun, Yong Jin looked toward T, his voice full of confusion and curiosity. The heavenly stems? The ones who attacked me. Are my ancestors on the same side as them? He remembered a moment from the past, lost in his thoughts. So, that man's claim to be the strongest wasn't a lie after all. His voice dropped low. The one who awakened the sealed dragon must have been one of the heavenly stems, too. But what T said next left Yong Jin absolutely stunned. There was a silver lining, the most powerful of all, the black dragon, was on his side, and the dragon had amnesia. At that moment, Yong Jin's eyes were filled with utter exhaustion. Trapped in a dog's body, I can't use my powers at will. The statement shocked Yong Jin. Not at will? Yong Jin was skeptical. But you've been using your powers just fine. Not quite. In that instant, he finally understood the 16-year-old rule T had mentioned before. Is it because my ancestor is a heavenly stem that I'm not affected by it? You said that if I used my power before my body turned 16, it would literally fall apart. Not letting T speak, Yong Jin continued his analysis. And there's no way a dog's body can be 16 years old. His logic earned him a deep sigh and a sharp glare. T.I. quickly changed the subject. Has the dragon ever used his power in front of you? Hearing this, Yong Jin scratched his head as he replied. Not a single time before we found the white dragon. Recently, after using the white dragon's power to blast away those masked guys, he was perfectly fine. T.I. added. The white dragon's power is one of protection and restraint. Looking at the flowers before him, his spirit seemed to find a moment of peace. T.I. explained that this likely prevented the body's collapse while reducing the divine power released. It was, he said, a total game-breaking hack. Hearing this, Yong Jin grew anxious. If that was a reduced amount of power, then what happens when? He didn't deny it. Exactly. T's voice became grave. The dragon's power, when it has no restrictions whatsoever. Abruptly, he revealed the consequence, and Yong Jin froze in place. Is in itself a complete and total catastrophe. T stared at the flowers before him, calmly explaining everything with a deep, unsettling understanding of the situation. If the powers of the remaining dragons fall into the dragon's hands, and he joins the heavenly stems to rewrite the laws of nature. At this, T.I. turned slightly towards him and asked, What do you think will happen then? The question seemed to make something finally click for Yong Jin. Do you understand what I've just told you? He turned to face Yong Jin directly, his voice severe. For him, the dragon's power was no longer just an option, it was something he had to risk his life to obtain. T's eyes held a deep, hidden calculation. He didn't hesitate to offer a new strategy. The dragon is not the same as the heavenly stems. See him as an earthly branch god, just like me. After a short pause, T.I. continued, That's the only way you'll be able to use him. Hearing this, Yong Jin's entire expression changed. After a long moment of hesitation, he began to probe, Grandfather, I heard that you're a heavenly stem. The words made Jin freeze for a moment. He let out a soft sigh, a stubborn look on his face. Did that old Warden T tell you that? Yong Jin immediately shot back defiantly. Does it matter who told me? Facing Jin directly, he couldn't hold back his frustration. Seriously, how many other secrets are you hiding from me? Jin simply replied with a shrug. Well, you never asked. That nonchalant answer made Yong Jin explode, yelling, What? Yong Jin's voice echoed in his head, asking how he was supposed to find a heavenly stem and just ask them who they were. The memory made Jin scowl in pure frustration as the kid's nagging voice returned, questioning what he had even told him in the first place. Something about the 12 original gods, and him being the dragon god of the earthly branches, right? But Jin just answered calmly, well, he was the dragon god. That single sentence shut the kid right up. Oh, right. He shot Jin a grumpy look and started his interrogation. Was that really something to get so worked up about? But Yong Jin shot back with a firm yes, leaving Jin completely speechless. And then, a bombshell. Yong Jin revealed that the heavenly stems were the ones behind it all, making Jin's brow furrow with curiosity. What? Not leaving him hanging, Yong Jin explained everything. The ones targeting him were the heavenly stems. He was even attacked on his way home from school. Hearing this, Jin was a little shocked, saying, so it's just as I suspected? Seeing his ancestor's reaction, Yong Jin wasn't having it. The kid snapped back with a, what do you mean? Jin answered calmly, realizing those guys were doing all of this because of him. Seeing Yong Jin's worry, he tried to reassure him, promising to have a serious talk with them the next time they met. Don't you worry, he said. But Yong Jin was stunned, thinking to himself, could it really be that easy? He asked with a glimmer of hope if Jin would really put in a good word for him. Jin just chuckled, casually announcing that a guest had just arrived, Heavenly Yi. The moment he heard about a guest, the kid instantly grabbed his phone and called for T. Daigum. With the phone in his hand, Yong Jin panicked, accusing Jin of plotting with the heavenly stems to steal his body. Jin just stared at the scene, completely fed up. Are we seriously singing this song again? He muttered. He kept that annoyed look, letting out a heavy sigh and reminding Yong Jin he'd told him before. But the kid was breaking out in a cold sweat, eyes wide with fear. Jin spelled it out for him. I'm not interested in your body anymore, so you can stop worrying about it. With a serious expression, he promised that with just one word from him, they would stop targeting the boy. But Yong Jin still looked skeptical. How could he be so sure? Jin's eyes sharpened, his teeth looking like fangs as he made a bold declaration. Because among all the heavenly stems, I was once the strongest. Hearing that, Yong Jin just replied with a flat, unconvinced, okay. His face screamed, yeah, right. Jin looked completely defeated, practically begging. Please, just believe me. What more do I have to do to make you trust me? Suddenly, the kid spoke up. Yong Jin laid out his condition. On the next dragon hunt, T. Daigum had to come with them. Jin agreed in a heartbeat. I know. The quick answer surprised Yong Jin, but then Jin added a condition of his own. As long as that guy isn't too wary of me, there's no problem. A moment later, a thought crossed his mind. Why was this brat calling T. Daigum so respectfully with a sir attached, while he, his own ancestor, got nothing? The more Yong Jin listened, the more helpless he felt, wondering if his ancestor was really as dangerous as T. Daigum had claimed. Jin then made a serious demand. You should be calling me great ancestor, you know. But seeing his attitude, the kid thought he didn't seem dangerous at all. Maybe he was telling the truth about not wanting his body. Remembering what happened before, Yong Jin's thoughts drifted back. When his ancestor got his powers back, he actually protected him. He even said they could find the dragon's power together. But the cold, red space, filled with a nameless crowd, it was unsettling. It put a heavy weight on his heart. On the other hand, if he kept doubting him and pushing him away, would his ancestor just side with the heavenly stems instead? He probably would, if he were in Jin's shoes. Meanwhile, Jin just stood there, looking completely annoyed. And if it were true, Yong Jin thought, if he really was the strongest of the heavenly stems, then wouldn't it be way better to get him on his side? Seeing the boy lost in thought, Jin suddenly spoke up. Is that all T. Daigum told you? At that moment, Yong Jin remembered another piece of advice T. Daigum had given him. You have to use the dragon. The kid immediately fired back, asking what Jin had talked about with the heavenly stem. Jin recalled the girl's harsh words. You look so tacky. The memory made his mood plummet. He just muttered that they exchanged simple greetings. An awkward silence fell between them. Suddenly, Jin looked up and asked quietly, Can I ask you something? The question caught Yong Jin off guard. What is it? Jin asked with surprising innocence. Do my clothes really look that bad? Without a shred of pity, Yong Jin answered bluntly, "You're just now figuring that out?" He then shot back with his own question, raising a frying pan threateningly. "What have you been shoving in your mouth?" he demanded. "Instant noodles, wasn't it?" He glared at his ancestor's helpless face and pressed on. "Seriously, how do you even eat noodles like that?" Jin confessed that he was just hungry. Hearing that, Yong Jin's voice turned stern. "Wipe the noodle broth off your face." The kid was so fed up, thinking to himself that if T. Daigum saw this, he'd definitely change his mind. All his previous thoughts just went out the window. The scene shifts to a mystical night sky full of stars. The next day, the sky is perfectly clear. Outside the school, a voice is heard gossiping. "Hey, did you see? There's a new transfer student in the 3rd grade class." The classroom was buzzing. One student whispered, "She looks pretty strange." His friend leans in, curious. "Strange, how?" But before a reply came, another girl cut in. "Quiet. The rumor is she got forced to transfer here for beating someone up." Out in the hallway, things were just as chaotic. Voices buzzed with anticipation. "She's in that class?" Another kid asks, hyped up. "I gotta get a look, too." Meanwhile, Yong Jin walks along, deep in thought. He really should have brought his ancestor. He stops right in front of class 1 to 3, his mind racing. If the Enkan were to attack, his ancestor could handle it. But as Yong Jin reaches for the door, he reconsiders bringing a dog to school is a bit much. He slides the door open, and standing right there is the girl, Tuat. He's so shocked he falls flat on his back. Two girls nearby start whispering and pointing. There he is. Panic fills Yong Jin's eyes as sweat beads on his forehead. Suddenly, a foot slams down right next to him. Seeing his terrified face, she lets out a mocking smirk. Tuat's expression turns dark and menacing as she flashes a sinister smile. As Tuat steps closer, the blood drains from Yong Jin's face. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension. That's the Class 3 transfer student. The whole hallway erupts watching Tuat pin Yong Jin down. What's she doing? No idea. But then her hand reaches out to him, Tuat smiling warmly as she greets him. "Are you okay?" His face freezes, completely stunned. The whispers flare up again. "What? What's happening? What is going on?" His classmates poke their heads out of the room. "It's a girl?" Yong Jin is completely ignored. Her expression darkens just a little. Inside class 1 to 3, introductions are underway. "Everyone," Du Kyung says from the front with Tuat. "Let me introduce someone. This is Kanga Jiang, our new transfer student starting today." Hearing the name, a few of the girls begin to whisper among themselves. "That's her, the one who got forced to transfer for fighting. So scary. There's more." He cuts them off with a serious look. "I've heard some bad rumors about our new classmate. They are not true, so I expect you to stop spreading them." But the chatter continued anyway. If Du Kyung says so, it must be a lie then. Besides, she was already acting all high and mighty a minute ago. Bad rumors fly through the class. She was just about to hit Yong Jin. "Yeah, exactly." Du Kyung immediately hears this. "Yong Jin? Is that true?" He coldly confirms it, shocking the girl. The class completely erupts at his answer. "See?" Tuat screams angrily. "Hey!" The sudden outburst shocks everyone. "Whoa," she yells back. "You tripped all on your own. Do you know her?" He denies it flatly. "No." A chubby kid in front mutters, "This is like the start of a school drama." Meanwhile, some girls start picking on her. "Why is she wearing an eye patch? Got pink eye or something?" "It's to seal her awesome power." Tuat explains calmly. "My eye. It's blind." The girl gets defensive, trying to blame her friend. "Hey, you were laughing too. You said it looked like a cockroach." Tuat then calls out to the boy sitting right in front of Yong Jin, who suddenly gets singled out. He's a little stunned. "Me?" She gets straight to the point. "Move." Just as he's about to move, Bok Long chimes in. "Stay put." The boy is stuck between them, totally confused. "Get out of the way. Sit still. Move it. Sit still." Finally, he makes a suggestion. "I'll listen to whoever asks me in a gentler voice." Immediately, they both put on a sweet voice. "Jian Ho, I'm begging you. Please stay right where you are." "Jian Ho, Ajang wants to sit here." After a bit more arguing, Tuat finally gets the seat. After settling in, she glances back at Yong Jin. Tuat remembers her conversation with Tai, who said Tian Kan is after Yong Jin's body. They'll be more aggressive now, so they must act. And because of that, he had given her an order. "You have to transfer to Yong Jin's school." She protested immediately. "Me? Why in the world does it have to be me?" Tai shoots her a look and lays out the simple reason. "Because you're the only one who's in his grade." But Tuat remained unconvinced. "That's the only reason?" That's when he added something else. I heard you've already run into Yong Jin. Seeing her silence, Tai changed his approach. If you don't want to, I'll just ask Ngodai Jiam instead. Tuat immediately shot back. Who said I didn't want to? Her fierce reaction made him stop. Then what is it you want? Finally, Tuat gives in. Fine, whatever, I'll do it. Back in the present, she softly calls out, Hey Yong Jin. Tuat opens her mouth. Last time. Unexpectedly, he cuts her off. Are you following me now? He's hit a nerve, and she instantly gets flustered. Why would I follow you? To hide her embarrassment, Tuat leans in close and lowers her voice. I'm here to monitor you. If you use the Black Dragon's power, I will kill you. That still sounds like you're following me. She turns away, correcting him yet again. Supervisor. Just the supervisor. It's annoying, and she's only here because she has to be. Hearing this, Jian Hon asks, Is he a Tander? Just then, Lai Hu slides the door open and steps inside. Yong Jin. The class immediately starts to snicker. Yong Jin's perfect little wife has arrived. But then she sees Yong Jin being held by his collar and freezes. Things were officially starting to get interesting. A little later, after leaving class, Lai Hu asks with curiosity, Who was that student from before? He answers her calmly, That was Supervisor Twat, here to monitor me. At those words, her jaw practically hits the floor. Supervisor. Twat? Her reaction leaves Yong Jin puzzled. I kind of figured you would have recognized her. Li Hu is totally lost. Huh? Me? He explains. You're a shaman, right? Aren't you supposed to see that kind of stuff? He even points out how she can see ancestral spirits. She quickly realizes he's completely misunderstood her and decides to set the record straight. It's true that I can see lingering spirits of ancestors, but I can't see other gods. I couldn't see Supervisor Twat either. Suddenly, a third voice cuts in, finishing her thought. That's because that dog isn't the dragon's real body. They look up to see Twat sitting on a tree branch, who explains that's why a spirit was able to get out. Her eyes lock onto Lai Hu with a stone-cold warning. Hey, you, stay away from him. And with that, Twat leaps down from the tree. She immediately starts lecturing him. You're supposed to be in my sight at all times. Must be nice, going on a little date. What nonsense are you talking about? Twat points a finger, snapping. Don't use that word nonsense with me. That's when Lai Hu hesitantly speaks up. Supervisor, I'm sorry, but why are you doing this to Yong Jin? Twat just scoffs at the question. Why, you ask? Seconds later, Twat lays it all out. Don't you know he has the black dragon inside of him? He's dangerous, so you need to stay away. She points directly at him, declaring, Right now, he's a walking time bomb, and nobody knows when the black dragon will emerge, because he can't even control it himself. What? Li Hu looks Yong Jin up and down. Yong Jin isn't dangerous in the slightest. I have no idea what you're seeing that makes you say he's dangerous. Tuat just screams back, I am not joking around. Her face darkens ominously. That power could easily wipe out every single person in this school. That's when Yong Jin finally speaks up. The black dragon only appeared because you tried to kill me. It was just defending itself. The sudden plot twist leaves Lai Hu completely stunned. What? Supervisor? Is that true? Yong Jin confirms it. It is. She attacked first. Li Hu is beyond confused. Why? Twat furiously yells back. Saying it like that is totally misleading. His attitude, however, is perfectly calm. Misleading how? She wants to argue her side of the incident. You want me to tell her everything? Then, right in front of Twat, he recounts the entire story for Li Hu. She never apologized, and even tried to blame me for it. After hearing his story, Li Hu steps forward, putting herself between Twat and Yong Jin. From what I can see, Li Hu says, her face dead serious as she flips the problem around. The dangerous one here seems to be you, Supervisor. You're the one who hurt Yong Jin, so why haven't you apologized? For a split second, Twat is completely speechless. The whole scene was witnessed by their classmates. Are those two girls actually fighting over Yong Jin? It really looks like it. No doubt. They whisper and gossip, full of jealousy. Did he save the world in his past life or what? I wish I could live one day as Yong Jin. I'd make them both happy. Down below, Twat finally finds her voice again. What? What are you saying? He wasn't hurt, he just fell down. But Li Hu's expression remains completely rigid. You're the one who pushed him, Supervisor, so you still have to apologize. Twat refuses. It was just a fall. What's there to apologize for? Twat points a finger right at him, trying to make her case. He's perfectly fine. Besides, a little wound like that can be healed by the black dragon. In her frustration, she lets something slip. He's not even human, anyway. The second she says it, Tuat realizes she has made a huge mistake. Li Hu immediately starts to panic. What did the supervisor just say? He cuts her off. She's right. I'm not really human. Li Hu calls out after him. Yong Jin? Before she chases after him, Li Hu stops for a moment. Supervisor. Her face is deadly serious as she makes a demand. I expect you to apologize to Yong Jin for the words you just said. After that, Li Hu turns away, leaving Tuat standing there alone. The scene changes to a courtyard, where a statue of a man reading a book is disturbed by a nearby voice, shouting, "What?" Ngar's face twists with rage as he speaks to the person on the phone. What do you mean you let Supervisor Tuat transfer to Yong Jin's school? Are you an idiot? I'm the one who's close to Yong Jin. He covers his face in total disbelief. I should have been the one to go. A Jiang tried to kill him before, you know. What if she tries to pull something again? Ngar makes up his mind. I'm transferring schools, too. Hearing this, Thun turns to give him a look of utter disdain. Do you think school is your personal playground? Transferring schools? He casually pours cold water on the idea. Yeah, in your next life. Her words were pure venom, and crushed by her sharp tongue. Yong Jin could only stand there, weeping bitterly. As he rushed across the pavement, her words echoed in his head. He had to transfer schools, he thought. He wasn't even human, was he? Crushing a can in his hand, his lonely figure recalled an old phrase that the bodies of gods were all nearly identical. His expression turned sorrowful, as if he were nothing more than an empty, hollow vessel. Meanwhile, Tuat sat alone on a bench, lost in thought. She replayed his heartbroken expression in her mind, insisting she hadn't said anything wrong. She tried to reassure herself. Besides, it was the truth. Still, his devastated face kept flashing in her mind. Sucking on her lollipop, she couldn't help but wonder why did he make that face. Her phone buzzed, a message from Enjo, the grand supervisor. Another followed instantly. I see you read that, Enjo typed, getting straight to the point. You busy today, Yongjin? I know you're not. Come hang out. I'm bringing the Pegasus right to you. He sighed at the sticker reply he got back. But as Yongjin looked up, his eyes locked with Tuat, who just happened to be glancing down. To break the awkward silence, she blurted out the first strange thing that came to mind. Who do you take after to be so ugly? The teacher spotted them instantly. Hey, you two in the back. Suddenly, all eyes were on him. Save the romance for after class, kids. Isn't that Kun Yongjin again? Someone whispered. A moment later, the final school bell rang. Yongjin didn't hesitate. He grabbed his bag and left. Wait, I'll walk with you, Tuat called out, scrambling to catch up. Yongjin, are you ignoring me? Suddenly, Yongjin stopped, his voice cold as he laid down the law. From now on, here are the rules. Don't act like you know me. And don't follow me. She immediately objected. You can't just say no. I can't do that, Tuat insisted, stressing every word. I'm here to protect you, not just to watch you. T, the grand supervisor, personally gave me this order. Yongjin just pulled out his phone. Then I'll tell T for you. She froze. What? He spoke with a chilling calm. You were forced into this. You clearly don't want to be here. Seeing that look, Tuat began to panic. No, that's not it. I heard the heavenly court is after you. It's dangerous. Yongjin cut her off, his voice dripping with pure sarcasm. So what? He threw her own words right back at her. This body isn't human, remember? I'll just heal quickly. The comeback left her absolutely speechless. Tuat started to call out, hey, about that, but Yongjin was already gone, shouting back a final warning. Follow me again, and I'll report you for bullying. That threat stopped her cold. She could only stand there, completely lost and bewildered. On the street, students walked home in scattered groups. Aimlessly, Yongjin tilted his head back and looked at the sky. The sky was a clear, brilliant blue with a few clouds drifting by. No way, he thought to himself. It can't possibly be, right? No way. Thinking of Enjo, he muttered. He wouldn't actually ride that thing here. Just then, a deafening engine roar split the air. Startled, he whipped his head around. And there it was, a motorcycle, speeding right toward him. The bike screeched to a halt as a leather boot hit the asphalt. One hand still gripping the throttle, Ngo had arrived. He flipped up his visor with a huge grin. Behold, he announced proudly. Pegasus 2. Seeing Yongjin's dumbfounded expression, Ngo beamed. So awesome, your jaw's on the floor, huh? He then tossed Yongjin a helmet. Hop on. Still dazed, Yongjin asked, where are we going? To see some friends who are dying to meet you. Ngo's eyes crinkled into a smile. So that's where we're headed. But first, he snapped a quick photo and sent it off with one word. Kidnapped. On the receiving end, a hand holding a phone began to tremble. Suddenly, Dao let out a horrified scream. He's here. Mao looked over, curious. Who? Dao said frantically. He's coming. What do I do now? Seeing her panic, Mao tried to calm her down. You've been miserable about not getting to apologize. This is perfect, isn't it? Dao was still worried. But what if he's hostile the second he gets here? Mao just shrugged. Then you get on your knees and beg for forgiveness. Problem solved. A plate of cake was placed on the table. Sue smiled sweetly to herself, wondering, I wonder if he likes sweets. Dao held up the plate, practically in tears. I'll buy out your entire shop, just give me everything. Let Yong Jin eat it all. Sue actually pulled out a calculator. That'll be 368,000, please. Meanwhile, Mao just grabbed a piece of cake. Thanks for the treat, Grand Supervisor Dao, she said, taking a bite. The scene then cuts to a house in the forest as night falls. Outside, two figures in black cloaks muttered to each other. It's been days. All we've done is stare at this stupid wall. We've tried our best. A pause. Well, to be honest, we haven't really tried our best at all. His partner remained stubbornly silent. Inside, soft footsteps echoed on the floorboards. A white-haired figure, holding a glass of wine, heard a respectful voice call out, My lord of the heavenly court. The masked subordinate reported. The guest has arrived. He continued. This subordinate will now. She tells him to dismiss the others, and he agrees. Before leaving, the masked subordinate even offers a careful apology. He promises it won't happen again. But Tianding isn't bothered by it. Not a problem. She acts nonchalant, knowing this is exactly what's needed to infuriate the jerk hiding in the shadows and lure him out to play. And just like that, another masked figure appears right behind her, facing Tianding directly. Seeing his master, the subordinate knows it's his cue to leave and quickly excuses himself. The man wears a mask with a grotesque smile. So, you went out and caused quite a scene, didn't you? Tianding brings a hand to her lips, her voice rising. What's the matter? You're the one who told me to take action myself. Just as you said, he is an interesting kid. But then, he suddenly lunges forward, grabbing her by the throat. Her breath catches, and Tianding struggles to swallow. His voice drops, low and threatening. What kind of game are you playing? You could have easily brought him here yourself. He slams her down into the chair. From you, the leader, down to your grunts, you're all a bunch of useless thugs. Trying to play spy games. The eyes behind his mask glow an eerie red. Because of the mess you made, the entire, carefully arranged situation has been ruined. Suddenly, Tianding lets out a smug cackle. Should I maybe make a little more noise then? Her expression is practically begging for a fight. Or maybe next time, I'll talk about the heavenly mandate. It's just that I have no interest in crushing ants. Her slender hand slowly reaches for his chest. I'm warning you. Should I fight you, or just run away? He immediately grabs her wrist, slamming it hard against the armrest. The pressure on her throat tightens, leaving a red mark on her skin. Don't you dare underestimate me, he warns. After your failures, the new generation of gods like us has been improved. We're a much better model. Hearing this, she doesn't flinch. Instead, she just scoffs. Even so, your nature is still the same. Tianding raises an eyebrow, looking at him flirtatiously. Without our power, you're all just a bunch of cheap imitations. The pressure around him drops, thick with a dark, arrogant energy. Tianding's face is flushed from the wine as his threat whispers in her ear. One day, that arrogance will destroy you. In an instant, she unleashes her fluffy white tails. They dance behind him, a few twirling playfully in front of his face. Tianding uses her bewitching appearance to provoke him further. Go on. Why don't you try and destroy me right now? He lets out a defeated sigh. Then, his hand loosens from her neck, and he vanishes completely. Having gotten exactly what she wanted, Tianding smiles softly. What a disgusting creature. The scene shifts to a small coffee shop, where a motorcycle pulls up to a door with a closed sign. Inside, Yu is on the ground, head bowed in defeat. Yong Jin and Wu walk in, completely stunned by the sight. Yong Jin knits his brows. What are you doing? Mao, standing nearby, answers for her. She's begging for forgiveness. A fork stabs into a cake on the table. Just as Wu opens his mouth to take a bite, a hand yanks him back. Don't eat that. It was you. With sparkling eyes, she holds the slice of cake out to Yong Jin. Hey Yong Jin, I bought this for you. He hesitates, then suggests everyone should share it. Yu sighs dramatically. You're truly a living saint. He just sighs back, completely exasperated. Yong Jin looks over at her eating cake, then asks hesitantly, are you also a divine general of heaven? She grins brightly. Sorry for the late introduction. I'm the earthly branch god, Yu. My human name is Yu Zhong. Call me whatever you're comfortable with. And another thing, Yu shoots up, patting her chest with confidence. If it's a request from you, Yong Jin, I'll do absolutely anything. Just say the word. He flinches. Oh, no, you don't have to. She shouts. Please, just give me a chance to make it up to you. He looks conflicted. Well, Miss Yu Jong. Hearing that, Yu feels a pang of disappointment. He called her Miss Yu Jong. Yong Jin's voice comes out steadily. Please, buy me a new school uniform. She'd buy him 10 if he asked. She asks, confused. But why a uniform? Yong Jin answers honestly. Because you're the one who ripped my old one. Now I only have this one left. Wu can't believe it. What were you thinking, tearing the kid's clothes? Immediately, Yu bows her head, slamming it hard against the table. I'm so sorry. It must have hurt so much. I heard the Heilong had appeared and I just lost my mind. Wu yells. Are you trying to crack your own skull open? Mao watches this, laughing nervously, while Yong Jin calmly says it's okay. His expression turns gloomy. After all, this isn't a human body. He just needs to sleep it off. Seeing his strange mood, Yu puts a hand on his, saying his name. But Mao's voice cuts in, dead serious. He reminds Yong Jin that his body is different because of the Heilong, and he absolutely cannot take his injuries lightly. Startled, Yong Jin looks utterly lost. Wu then chimes in, saying that without Heilong, he's just a normal person. He can't get numb to being hurt. He stared blankly at Wu, unable to say a word. The boy slowly spoke. But now that I think about it, you guardians had a hand in my past injuries, too. Mao offered a reassuring smile. In any case, Yong Jin, you might just be a little more special than the average person right now. Her face was full of warmth, but you're clearly still human. Her voice became firm. We will help you return to a normal human life. Yong Jin was taken aback. And you are? Mao replied. I am the fourth Zodiac God, Mao. My name here is Yui. She cheerfully took his hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. Just then, a finger poked Yong Jin's side, and a moment later, a hand gently touched his forehead. It was Chu. She gasped. It's real. This really is the dragon's body. She then leaned in even closer to Yong Jin. The two of them were strangely similar, but their personalities were complete opposites, which at least made things interesting. Hey, Yong Jin. Just to be clear, the jerk she was talking about wasn't me. She introduced herself with a bright smile. I'm the Zodiac God Chu, but my name here is Ju. Chu tilted her head, her smile widening. Outside the cafe, the sky had slowly darkened. As time passed, night had fully set in, with the moonlight illuminating everything. The cafe had closed its doors after a long day of work. Inside the kitchen, she was diligently washing the dishes. Mao sat with her chin in her hand, lost in thought. Yong Jin, meanwhile, had gotten so drowsy that he'd fallen asleep right there at the table. She appeared in his mind. May I ask a question? Yong Jin's lips barely moved. My parents passed away when I was very young. Back in reality, Mao moved closer to him, her gaze softening as her long, white eyelashes fluttered. Is it because of me that he's in this deep sleep? She wondered. Her hand came to rest on Yong Jin's forehead. Is it because I'm a being that shouldn't exist? Mao's body began to glow, slowly turning transparent. No, that's not it. Whatever happens, none of it is your fault. The hand resting on his forehead began to emit a soft light. Whatever happened during that accident, it is not a burden that you have to carry, Yong Jin. A memory flashed through Yong Jin's mind, his parents, smiling inside their car. Then, a horrifying moment as the car violently flipped over. That was followed by his relatives screaming in anger, blaming Yong Jin for everything. Mao appeared within this memory. So he's been trapped in this memory, living with this guilt until now, left with only shattered pieces of the past. She closed her eyes, her body glowing once more. Please excuse the intrusion. With that, Mao opened her eyes. The scene before her was staggering. Mao was now inside the car, her eyes darting to the seat right next to her. A young Yong Jin sat there, innocent and full of life. Mao watched him with affection, realizing this was his happiest memory. Suddenly, her gaze froze in absolute horror. A monster had appeared directly in the car's path. It was a grotesque creature. 3 glowing eyes stared into the car as Mao's face paled in shock. That mark. The monster roared as its claws began to tear into the vehicle. Mao was terrified, her face ashen, her eyes wide with fear. This is just a memory. I can't interfere. The car was thrown into the air, spinning out of control. Mao watched it all unfold, frozen in place like a statue, a sharp pain in her heart as tears began to fall. 2 beasts were still hunting their prey, and in the next moment, they pulled the boy from the wreck. She screamed in pure despair. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light vaporized the monster. In its place stood Hurry, who immediately rushed to embrace the boy. Mao stood motionless, her eyes wide in utter disbelief. She stared intently at the guardian. At that moment, voices started to murmur. "Oh my God. I think there was an accident up ahead. That car is completely flipped." Mao looked toward them, bewildered. "Hey miss, it's dangerous. You need to get out of there. Call 911 first." The crowd gasped. "Oh heavens, is the child all right? Is there anyone else still inside the car? What is happening?" The vehicle suddenly burst into flames. The boy was saved, but he was wailing in despair. "Mommy! Mommy!" She witnessed the entire thing from start to finish, standing motionless with her fists clenched. Two funeral portraits of his parents sat side by side. His grieving relatives continued to hurl accusations at Yong Jin. Mao looked at his small, trembling frame. So that's what happened. She slowly walked forward. It was too painful for him to bear, so his memory. Mao wrapped her arms around the young Yong Jin in a comforting embrace. She stroked his head soothingly. "This memory. I'll seal it away one more time for you, Yong Jin." But in that instant, thick, dark energy began to swell and surge. Mao's eyes snapped open, his gaze darting around warily. It was the Black Dragon, smiling devilishly. "I saw everything. Mao, that kid has some very interesting memories." A long, sharp sword appeared. "Don't you dare try anything, Black Dragon." And just like that, Mao returned to her true form, a dense aura erupting around her, completely shrouding her body. She gripped her sword, raising it high, but Hawk Long didn't even flinch. Mao's voice was firm. "I will definitely kick you out." Her eyes blazed with resolve. "Get out of this child's body." She aimed her blade at Hawk Long without a trace of fear as he looked down. Ngo claimed only Yong Jin's spirit was harmed, but Mao shot back, her voice low and dangerous. "No." Her eyes burned with conviction. "Only you got hurt." Mao's blade flashed, but a hand suddenly shot out, stopping her cold. That hand belonged to none other than Yong Jin. He slowly raises his palm and then lowers it again. Instantly, vibrant, shimmering threads wrapped around the Black Dragon, leaving Mao standing there completely dumbfounded. He glanced down with a click of his tongue as Yong Jin gently touched her forehead, a smirk playing on his lips. A blinding flash of light erupted. Back in the real world, Mao jolted, her hand falling limp, utterly confused by what just transpired. Did he just push me out? Mao replayed the scene in her head. That power he used was just completely illogical. She was lost in thought. If he were just some ordinary human, the Black Dragon would have devoured him ages ago. Meanwhile, Yong Jin was sleeping like a log, his head somehow having found its way onto Mao's lap without him realizing it. Yong Jin's eyes fluttered open, and in his daze, he saw the hazy figure of his mother. He unconsciously murmured, "Mom." Mao greeted him with a warm smile. "Did you sleep well?" His eyes went wide in absolute shock, rendering him speechless. He bolted upright, completely panicked. "You must have been wiped out," she teased. "I carried you and you didn't even stir." Yongjin glanced out the window to see Grand Guardians Ngar and Dar were already gone. Confused, he asked, "Where exactly are we?" Mao calmly replied, "Jeju Island." Yongjin heard this and practically screamed at the top of his lungs. "Jeju Island?" His face turned deathly pale. "Why am I here?" Suddenly, a new voice cut in, making him jump. "So you really are that kid?" It was Hurry. He smiled warmly. "Long time no see. You still look completely lost, don't you, Yongjin?" Her's gaze softened. "Seeing you alive and well like this, I'm honestly grateful." But Yongjin's head was just spinning. "Who are you?" The man just grinned. "Uncle Longlegs." As night fell, stars began to blanket the sky. Mao spoke up hesitantly. It was the same that time, too. She addressed Hurry, but her eyes remained locked on Yongjin. Their goal wasn't just to cause chaos, was it? They had another objective. Her's expression darkened at the thought. For a long time now, it seems the heavenly stems, Mao listened with a grim expression, have been specifically targeting Yongjin. They both watched the boy eat, but something felt wrong. Her asked suspiciously, "Grand Guardian Mao, you don't find this odd?" He laid out his theory that after the initial incident, nothing similar happened to Yongjin until right before his 16th birthday. She was floored by the realization. If their only goal was restoring order, they would have made more aggressive moves to eliminate him later. Mao nodded. "It is strange. I don't understand why they stopped targeting Yongjin at all, especially since after that accident, he was always left completely alone." Hurry's eyes darted around the room cautiously. If the heavenly stems had interfered 10 years ago, he argued, Thin's seal could have been broken at any single moment. Her continued, And it's no coincidence the seal broke right as he was approaching his 16th year. Look, what I'm about to say is pure speculation. Hurry's expression turned dead serious. I'm afraid Yong Jin was never the original target. It was Thin's body, a vessel capable of wielding divine power. Mao froze on the spot, her eyes wide with disbelief. What? Her remained perfectly calm. I believe the heavenly stems discovered it. The rule of the 64 seasons. 64 seasons, that's 16 years. The weight of his words left Mao stunned. You mean the condition for using that vessel? She slammed her hand on the table and shot to her feet. We have to tell the other Grand Guardians. Her just shrugged. Do you still not understand? Mao's face drained of all color. Grand Guardian Mao, he pressed. The only ones who knew. His next words hit her like a physical blow. Were the earthly gods themselves. Mao's voice trembled. What are you implying? Her expression darkened. It means, once we consider that as a possibility, we can't share this with the other guardians. Mao's voice shook as she said his name. Grand Guardian Her. A chilling aura radiated from him, even if it's just a guess. But if any part of it seems plausible, that's enough reason to be on guard. But Her, she pleaded, her face pale. It was the demons who killed the humans. Her looked at her, confused. What exactly are you trying to say? She tried to reason. Since the demons with the marks were the ones who did the killing, it couldn't be an earthly god, right? Her pressed his point. Even if they didn't get their own hands dirty, there could be an insider feeding the enemy information. Mao's hand tightened into a fist. A heavy silence fell between them, the terrible accusation hanging thick in the air. His voice finally cut through the tension. Working under this assumption, I'll investigate and report back to Grand Guardian T. She hesitated. If it's Grand Guardian T, Hurry smirked at her reaction, then he won't have any reason to be suspicious of me, would he? Her expression softened into a smile. And then, Mao asked a question that left Hurry completely and utterly stunned. That's everything. Is he all right? He just offers an elegant smile. Yes, because Mao Darjiam is a very straightforward person. But if rumors start to spread, it'll be Mao Darjiam's fault. Mao stares down at the tea on the table. Her Darjiam. She looks up, her expression turning sharp and cold. I also have some information I'd like to share with you. She lifts her cup, though I'm not entirely sure. There is something inside Yong Jin's mind. Her freezes. You mean, the Huck Long? No, it's something I can't explain. She continues. I don't know if it belongs to Yong Jin's subconscious, or if it's something else entirely. Right now, I can't draw any conclusions. But Mao recalls that moment, it didn't give me a negative feeling at all. She lowers her head slightly, and it pushed me out of Yong Jin's mind. He was completely stunned, unable to believe it. It pushed you out? Mao looks away, hesitating. Yes. That night, a gentle breeze rustles the leaves on the trees. The rooftops are all beautifully and solidly designed. Yong Jin bows deeply. Well then, farewell everyone. He steps into the one-dimensional space, but pauses, turning back with a suspicious look. Isn't this T. Darjam's house? Her gives a forced laugh. It would be better if I connected straight to your house, Yong Jin, but my spatial abilities are limited. Mao offers a reassuring smile. I already spoke with T. Darjam. I'm sure he's already opened a gate directly to your house. Just go on through. But suddenly, a voice calls out. Yong Jin! He jumps, spinning around in surprise. It's Hurry, smiling. Don't worry, everything is going to be fine. He continues, considering we've only confirmed the appearance of Thien Din so far. It's unlikely that all of the Thien Can are on the move. Yong Jin nods. Her laughs. Besides, my level is way above Thien Din. Mao chimes in with praise of her own. That's right, Hor Darjiam is incredibly strong, so you can rest easy. But he looks uncertain. I don't think so. The scene changes. Tyr is now standing pensively before a door, her gaze lowered. Ah, about the two Darjiam. Suddenly, a figure bursts out, completely shattering the glass door. My ancestor has already. Yong Jin stops dead in his tracks. His ancestor must have run into another Thien Can. Mao freezes, her brows furrowing. Over here, Her's expression is just as dark, his eyes wide with shock. Tyr is being pinned down by a powerful arm at her neck. A massive figure looms over her. He has a mouth full of sharp, white teeth. Turns out, it's Thien Can. His face is ferocious, absolutely filled with excitement. The unkillable god, Thien Can, slams Tyr down onto the floor. She grits her teeth, trying to endure it as his voice echoes from above her. Long time no see, Sister Tyr. Thien Can flashes a grotesque smile, his sharp teeth on full display. I heard you had some fun with Thien Din last time. One of his hands presses down on Tyr's neck. His attitude is completely mocking. This time, you can play with, but faced with a total madman, she actually smiles back. Today's business hours are over, dear customer. Thien Can looks utterly confused. You think I'm your customer? Suddenly, a voice rings out from behind. Not you. A figure stands silhouetted against the light, radiating a brilliant aura. She was talking about me. In the next instant, his staff swings down. He flashes a mischievous smile at his opponent. Long time no see, huh? Thien Can doesn't even turn around. His hand shoots out, perfectly catching Thun's weapon. Then he turns his head and calls out his name. Thun. The two immediately charge into battle. Thien Can spins, attempting a sweeping attack. But Thun is already a step ahead, moving forward. His vision suddenly shifts, his pupils constricting. In a flash, Thun lands a powerful punch right in Thien Can's face. A half-smoked cigarette falls to the ground as his broken blade is pressed right against his opponent's neck. A smirk plays on Thun's lips. Think you can handle this? The expression on Thien Can's face immediately freezes solid. He sees the blade inching closer and closer. Tyr is also frozen, staring wide-eyed at the scene. Explosive strike. A massive explosion erupts at the exact same moment Thun's blade slices through. She yells out his name. Hey! Thun tilts his head back in confusion. What? Tyr angrily stomps toward him, shouting, This is my shop. He casually replies, I can just fix it for you. What's the big deal? But as they argue, a third voice speaks up. Well, what a surprise. Thien Can is completely unharmed. I thought being trapped in a human body would stop you from using your powers properly. That hurt more than I expected. Seeing this, Thun only becomes more interested, a thrilled smile spreading across his face. He touches his shoulder. Ah! In an instant, Thun's clothes change, replaced by a red robe with golden patterns. War God. Next, he quickly launches another dagger. The razor-sharp weapon flies directly towards its target. Thien Can isn't worried in the slightest. That won't have any effect. But in the next moment, Thun suddenly leaps up, grabbing the sword's hilt. The move left Thien Can completely stunned. Before he could react, Thun landed a brutal kick right into his side, but he still managed to get an arm up to block. Thun seemed impressed. You actually stopped that? But now he knew. With a look just begging for a punch, Thun started taunting him about the past. Remember the old days? When you got beaten to a pulp? Having said his piece, Thun pulled his leg back as the hilt of his sword began to emit a soft glow. Ah! He leaped behind Thien Can, his massive blade now crackling with streaks of brilliant golden light. The enormous sword came crashing down with unstoppable force, but Thien Can's voice suddenly froze him in his tracks. I've been looking forward to meeting you the most. With a single hand, Thien Can caught the blade, a condescending smirk on his face. But this is just disappointing. The moment the words left his lips, he drove a fist straight into Thun's chest. Thun's sword clattered uselessly to the ground. The sudden reversal of fortune made Tyr cry out in absolute panic. Then Thien Can let out a small gasp. What in the world is this? He looked at the wound on his blocking arm, genuinely surprised. I wasn't even going all out yet. Thun's left arm was bruised crimson, the bone underneath visibly bent out of shape. Have you really become human? He ignored the pain, his face darkening as he demanded, What are you doing here? Thien Can just shrugged, feigning helplessness. Your snake maiden messed with heaven first, so I came to mess with you a little. He then pointed his weapon at his opponent. But you're so weak, I've already lost all interest in this. With a quick goodbye, Thien Can decided to leave. I'm out. But as he turned his back, he paused, as if remembering something. A sly, calculating smile spread across his face. I heard that in the mortal world, there's a specific time you have to wait for. That's when you guys can finally unleash your true power, right? Thun just listened to the taunt with a cold, unchanging expression. We can meet again then. I'm always ready for a fight. Suddenly, flames began to spontaneously erupt from the floor. He recoiled from the heat, surprised, hot. And the one creating this inferno was none other than Tyr. There won't be a next time. Her expression was ice cold, her hand commanding the flames. You are not leaving this place. The second Tyr gave the order. A ring of fire exploded around Thien Can, the fire snake. Her voice was hard as steel as she began her interrogation. Talk. With every single word she spoke, the ring of fire tightened. The pressure made Thien Can flinch. What is your purpose? Thun moved to her side, ready to provide backup. And who told you about this so-called time? Seeing he had no intention of talking, Tyr's eyes narrowed dangerously. Not answering? The fiery circle constricted again, wringing a pained gasp from Thien Can. But even now, he could still manage a sneer. You're even more pathetic than I imagined, sis. Tian Khan's hand clenched, grabbing hold of the ring of fire itself. He slammed a fist into the empty air. Tian Khan was using his Voidbreaker technique. Thon immediately grabbed Tyr. He shielded her from the immense blast of power. A moment later, only a giant crater remained, and Tian Khan had vanished. He clicked his tongue in frustration. How irritating. That night, in a brightly lit mansion, that monkey is coming back soon. Ngor poured a glass of wine with a sly grin. Let's finish this up and clean. Time to destroy the evidence. Dor seemed to be in a pensive mood. Hey, I just had a thought, she said absent-mindedly while scrolling through her phone. About Yong Jin's existence. What if the loop of the child who doesn't cry is finally over? His expression immediately froze. Director Dar, what is that chicken brain of yours saying, according to the natural order? But Dar cut him right off. Wait, just hear me out. She sat up straight. The only reason we call it the natural order is because it's a flow that not even our powers can stop, right? Dor's face was dead serious. Now think about it more simply. That flow has already changed, hasn't it? Ngar listened intently. In a body born from a human lies the soul of a human. He continued her thought. To be precise, that isn't a human body. She seemed to agree with him. That's true. But the thing born inside that body is a human soul. If that's the case, is it possible? Dur continued to lay out her theory. Could human souls also inhabit our next bodies? And after that, will humans just continue to be born? The more she spoke, the more excited she became. That means our mission in the mortal world is over, and we can finally go back to heaven. Once again, Ngor was there to crush her dreams. Nice theory, but a certain someone can't return to heaven. He was talking about that person. Director Thin? Dor scratched her head, completely confused. It probably won't be the same for us, right? Being forced into the body of a dog would be a bit much. Nor set his empty glass on the table, his hair hiding his expression. I feel bad for Yong Jin saying this, but to be honest, calling him completely human still feels a bit vague. She hugged a pillow and flopped onto the sofa. You're not wrong. That body was originally a divine vessel, he cut in. Model. That's not the real issue here. No's expression grew pensive. Let's just assume he was wearing High Overseer T's divine armor at the time. He was raising a sensitive point, but the way that kid used his divine power was simply far too natural. Every single word left Rooster stunned. To be honest, she couldn't get what Goat had said out of her head. If he were just some ordinary human, the black dragon would have eaten him alive by now. This was not something they could just ignore. She shot bolt upright, issuing a cold warning. If you dare call Yong Jin a demon, I will kill you myself. Of course, Horse didn't mean it that way. Yong Jin was definitely no demon. He simply glanced up at her. But his words carried a heavy truth, the idea that a mere demon would be strong enough to take on the Black Dragon track. Later that night, back at the private villa, Snake and Monkey were walking into the living room when Monkey suddenly looked up and froze. Something was off. Out of nowhere, two weapons were drawn, ready to be unleashed in an instant. In front of Monkey, Horse and Rooster were squaring off, ready to fight. What are you two doing? Snake demanded, her anger flaring. This bastard told me to die just to test the flow of the principle. Why don't you do it yourself? Rooster shot back. No way. I'm busy playing a game that comes out next year. I've been waiting forever. Monkey groaned, already getting a headache. Both of you. Stop it, right now. Seeing Snake appear beside him, Rooster jumped down from the railing. Great, Snake, you're here too? She greeted him politely. You're also here? It was only then that Snake noticed Monkey's wound. Wait, what happened to your hand? Horse immediately relaxed his fighting stance, bowing politely. Great, Monkey. He then tapped the pommel of his sheathed sword on the ground. He got everyone's attention. As Rooster stared in confusion, Horse spoke with dead seriousness. Please, focus on what I'm about to say. He started laying out his theory. This body may be divine, but ultimately, it's different from our true forms. It's no longer the body created by the altar. Horse bluntly stated the thought that had been bothering him. Besides, it's been a long time since we've had to use our powers properly. One of them mused, unable to hold back the thought. And we don't need special conditions to activate our powers like Great Rat does, he continued, clenching his fist. We've been living peacefully, like normal humans, for a while. But from now on, we have to train. To synchronize these bodies with our divine power. His expression was absolutely determined. After all, no one knew Tiangan's real goal. When he descended here, was his only target really, Yong Jin? I highly doubt it's going to be that simple. The solemn atmosphere was shattered by Monkey's question. Hey, you damn horse, are you drunk? Why are you being so serious all of a sudden? Hearing that, Rooster chimed in with her own accusation. I knew it. He's completely wasted. No wonder he's suddenly having a fit. A little while later, with Horse passed out on the sofa, Monkey picked up the empty bottle in disbelief. That crazy horse drank the entire thing. Monkey poured himself another glass. So, the issues Horse had brought up earlier. He wasn't entirely wrong, was he? If these bodies disappeared right now, would we return to the heavens? At that moment, Snake came up with an idea. If we want to verify that, we should try contacting Great Tiger. He has the fewest attachments to this mortal world, after all. Rooster complained. To be fair, sis, none of us are really attached. These shackles have caused us nothing but grief. Monkey looked up, recalling the last time he saw Tiger. He was an old man in his 70s. That was over 50 years ago. No contact since then. She had another thought. I wonder if Great Pig or Great Dog might know where he is. First, we should just let them know what's going on. Suddenly, Monkey cut her off sharply. No. Monkey slammed his empty glass on the table. His expression was serious as he gave his warning. We have to minimize the information we share. With the other Zodiac Gods. Someone was clearly confused. It was Snake who answered the unspoken question. Because Tiangan knows too much about us. Things like how long we can actually use our true power on Earth. All the way to details about our altar-given bodies. She sat there, stunned by the implications. When he told me I was trapped in a human body, it sounded suspicious even then. And from the very beginning, he kept mentioning my true power, Monkey added, providing another piece of the puzzle. He wasn't speaking with confidence, like he knew the information for a fact. He was fishing, trying to confirm what he'd been told. Rooster interrupted. Even so, if we start suspecting the others based on just that. Snake tried to calm things down. It's not a certainty yet, just a theory. She recounted, when I asked Tiangan about his purpose for coming to this world, he told me that person said he wasn't allowed to say yet. He was clearly referring to his informant, and that person definitely knows. Knows all about us, Zodiac Gods. Monkey picked up a full glass from the table, his voice rising slightly. Interesting, isn't it? A sly smile formed on his lips. There's a traitor among the Zodiac Gods. Her voice was sharp. You have to be insane. This time, Snake brought up another possibility. Like Great Horse said, maybe their purpose isn't just about Yong Jin. Rooster looked on. She listened with a dazed and bewildered expression. But they definitely need the Ionin scroll to achieve that goal. For now, all we can do is keep an eye on the people around him. The scene changes, shifting to the following day. Under a bright sun, Yong Jin sat dazed, an orange in his hand, while Gongjon practiced the horizon slash with a wooden sword. He approached, handing the sword to Yong Jin. All right, your turn. Unimpressed, Yong Jin complained. Can't we just skip training when we're at school? Gongjon insisted. Training doesn't distinguish between places. Yong Jin kept trying to persuade him. From now on, just let me handle it myself. I've got the basics down anyway. His hand tightened around the wooden sword. No. His friend's face turned serious as he made a promise. In a short amount of time, I'll make you as strong as you can possibly be. Yong Jin had to ask, why? Gongjon replied, because no matter how good I am with a sword, I can never break past human limits. But you have the potential to do exactly that. So I'm going to teach you everything I know, so you can protect yourself. If you can't escape your destiny, then you have to fight it, and most importantly, you have to win. Gongjon held the wooden sword out in front of him, but Yong Jin completely saw through the dramatic moment. You have all of that saved as a note on your phone, don't you? He deadpanned. Seriously, you have absolutely no sense of style. Yong Jin-kun. Yong Jin didn't hold back. You're only doing this because you think this whole situation is some kind of game, aren't you? Just then, laughter erupted from behind them. Hey, losers! A spinning basketball came hurtling straight for Gongjon. Without a second thought, Yong Jin snatched the wooden sword, lunged forward to block, and swung with all his might at the ball. It instantly ripped apart, hissing as it deflated to the ground. The bullies froze in shock. Did the basketball just explode? How was that even possible? Jong-su's eye twitched. What just happened? He forced a weak laugh, trying to save face. Guess that basketball must have been old. That explains why it looked so dirty. But his friends weren't on the same page. Dude, it was brand new. It was totally pumped up. Meanwhile, Gongjon was clapping enthusiastically. Yong Jin-kun, you only saw the horizon slash once and you've already got the hang of it. Jong-su stepped forward with a taunting smirk. Well, Yong Jin. You've really grown up, haven't you? Yong Jin gave the wooden sword a sharp flick, his expression dangerous. Stop trying to start a fight, get lost. But the other guy just scoffed, unimpressed. Acting all tough, are we? Jong-soo mocked him. You've gotten pretty full of yourself since you started hanging out with the Cheon Dogyeon crew, putting on airs with a wooden practice sword. He laughed out loud. Did you even get permission from the teachers for that? I bet you didn't. After that, the bullies took off running. Gongjan sighed. Anyway, there are too many people watching us here. We should find another place to practice. Yong Jin's face was completely deadpan. Are you only just now realizing that? Gongjan casually replied. Well, I didn't exactly expect those thugs to crash our party and steal the spotlight. He rubbed his chin, frowning. But still, it's weird. How does someone as low profile as Yong Jin-kun even get on that guy's radar? Gongjan started connecting the dots. In situations like this, if we're following the standard tropes, the two of you must have been childhood best friends. Then some big misunderstanding turned you into enemies. Yong Jin immediately shot it down. We weren't friends, and there was no misunderstanding. Suddenly, a voice called out, Yong Jin. Tuat appeared from nowhere, snatching the sword from his hand. Her face was deadly serious as she demanded, What did you just do with your left hand? A single bead of sweat ran down Yong Jin's cheek. I didn't use the Black Dragon's power. Hearing that, Tuat was completely unconvinced. And you still made a basketball explode? Even a dog would laugh if it heard that. I should be the one laughing, Gongjon interjected. That's because you don't know, my lady. Inside Yong Jin is something far more powerful than the Black Dragon. What? Stronger than the Black Dragon? What is it? It was the Sword of the Heart, known as willpower. I already told you not to talk to me at school, Yong Jin snapped. I don't like it. And I'm supposed to listen just because you said so? Why should I? Are you some kind of child? Seriously. And what is all this nonsense about training? You think doing a few drills will make you strong overnight? Yong Jin shot back. How long have you been eavesdropping on us? It's not eavesdropping, it's supervising. Is there even a difference? Anyway, just stop what you're doing and obediently accept our protection. Why? I already told you I'm going to protect myself. You all said I was dangerous, right? So I'll do whatever it takes to avoid using that black dragon you're all so scared of. It's pointless. It'd be better if you just stayed weak. What did you say, a guy like you? You really think you can control the black dragon? No matter how hard you try, you'll only become a better vessel for it. The fact that it will consume your consciousness won't ever change. Even for a grand guardian, you're a real piece of work. You're worse than those stubborn old fools in legends who always think they're right. Don't follow me. My lady, I believe this is mine. After storming off, Yong Jin stared down at his hand, replaying the incident. If he had just blocked it, it would have been nothing special. But Tuat's words kept echoing in his head. But you still managed to make a basketball explode? Even he hadn't expected that to happen. Yong Jin could only clench his fist, certain of one thing. Whatever he'd just used, it definitely wasn't the power of the Black Dragon. Every time that power flared up, his arm would go numb. Thinking back, at least his left hand hadn't been moving on its own lately. But a constant feeling of unease settled over Yong Jin. What was it? Maybe it was just because of his so-called divine body. Besides, ever since that last incident, the Black Dragon had been quiet. After a moment, he could only sigh and let it go for now. Yong Jin was once again absorbed by the classroom atmosphere as the school day slowly came to an end. Meanwhile, in a certain house, a strange sound echoed. Two boys stared, their faces pale, at the scene before them. A pristine white paper was now stained black after a ball knocked over an inkwell. They were frozen stiff, like statues. One of them nervously glanced away. Jian, you did this, okay? I had nothing to do with it. Seeing the little girl covered in ink, San could only stammer out his defense. I'm sorry, he mumbled. Only then did the little girl look up. Why were you running around and making a mess like that? There's a yard and a garden. Why are you playing with a ball inside? Her glare sent a shiver down San and his friend's spines. Terrifying. Bok Sun stood up, her voice dangerously calm as she made her demand. You're paying for this. Immediately, San and Jian looked like they were about to cry, but he had no money to pay her back. Boksun didn't say a word, just held up 3 fingers, folding one down with every passing second. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed through the house. T walked in, looking annoyed at the kids. What's all the commotion? Boksun trembled as she pointed her finger. It was San. It was all San's fault. San could only sheepishly admit his crime. I'm the one who spilled the ink, he confessed. Boksun wailed in despair. But this is my favorite dress. He could only suggest the obvious, just wash it. But this just made Boksun cry even louder. How am I supposed to get these stains out? The boy tried to reassure her with a smile. Technology is super advanced these days, you know. Bok-sun couldn't believe it, shouting back, "What are you talking about?" T just sighed, having heard enough. "I'll buy you a new dress, exactly like that one." Hearing this, Bok-sun's mood flipped instantly as she ran towards him. "Really?" Seeing her sudden excitement, T quickly added, "But it's too late today, we'll go tomorrow." Bok-sun immediately saw her chance to ask for more. "Well, since it's summer and all, you should buy Bok-sun a new sundress too." San and his friend were absolutely speechless, so that was her real goal all along. T just gently patted her head, promising to call Manager Lai to take her shopping the next day. The thought of someone else taking her made Bok-sun bristle with anger. "I don't want to go with that manager guy. I told you I want to go with you. You have to go on a date with me." Seeing her about to burst into tears again, T finally relented. All right, I get it," he sighed, quickly trying to change the subject. "Now, let's go have dinner. Bok-sun, go get changed." "Okay," she replied cheerfully. San and his friend glanced at each other, smiling faintly, relieved that the crisis was over. The three kids happily followed T, chattering away. "By the way, is Yang Yang not coming today?" San had heard that name before. He said he's busy, so he can't visit as often. On another street corner, Yong Jin arrived home only to freeze, his bag slipping from his hand. Seeing the messy tangerine peels all over the floor, Yong Jin's face went blank. "Don't tell me." He rushed over and lifted the fruit box, completely shocked. Tangerines. This was the exact box he got from Hoi. "Yong Jin, I have a little something for you. These are golden, fragrant tangerines and some tangerine jam. Take them home and try them." The authentic Jeju Island tangerines were gone before he'd even had a chance to enjoy them. "My precious tangerines." Oh, were those tangerines? Jin lay on the floor, patting his stomach as he recalled the taste. They felt like seeded fruit, but weren't bitter at all. In fact, they were incredibly sweet. Yong Jin glared furiously at his ancestor. "Did you eat this entire box all by yourself?" Jin clumsily sat up, pushing a large pot towards the boy. "I don't know how starved that Dutron kid is, but he's the one who ate more than half of them." But Yong Jin knew his ancestor too well to believe he wasn't just blaming Dutron. At that exact moment, Dutron was happily chasing chickens, completely oblivious. Feeling powerless, Yong Jin could only issue a punishment. "You're temporarily banned from eating instant noodles." Jin was baffled. "Banned for just a few tangerines? You packed a bunch of those tangerines for school, too. You're so stingy, totally stingy." Yong Jin shot back, holding up the empty box. "I brought those to share with my friends. You're just a greedy glutton who ate them all alone." Jin knew he was wrong, but still whined as he followed him. "So, how long is this temporary ban you mentioned?" Yong Jin was still fuming and simply replied, "Depends on my mood." "You ate that much and you're still hungry or something?" Jin snapped back irritably. "You're such a tyrannical little brat. Even if you are my descendant, you're going to grow up to be a really unpleasant person." Yong Jin didn't reply. Looking at the empty fridge, he just thought to himself, "Looks like I have to go grocery shopping tomorrow." He pulled out his phone to check his funds, realizing he only had a little left for living expenses. "It'll be tough to find a part-time job right now," he mumbled. His words quickly reached Jin's ears. "A part-time job?" With tangerine bits still on his mouth, he pried. "You planning on catching bugs again? Is there a problem?" Yong Jin just answered flatly, "After shopping tomorrow, I'll take a job if I find one. If not, whatever." "I'm coming with you," his ancestor declared seriously. But Yong Jin immediately shot him down. No way. The truth was, he was incredibly worried. Yong Jin was worried. He had Director Tuat at school, but right now, he was completely on his own. What if a demon targeted him? Or if he ran into one of the heavenly stems? Suddenly, Yong Jin recalled what Jane had told him. "Just say the word, and they won't target you anymore. Use thin just like the other Zodiac Gods." After a moment, he finally made his decision. "All right, I guess we can go together." The next day arrived in a flash. Bok-sun's tiny legs hopped out of the car, and all three kids let out a joyful cheer. Manager Lai smiled from behind, thinking they must have been really looking forward to this trip. T nodded in agreement. "That's right." He pulled back his sleeve to check the time. Those kids loved to sleep in, but they woke up so early for this. We're practically the first customers of the day. As the group walked inside, San suddenly spun around to face T and Manager Lai. He and Bok-sun immediately started to protest. "Manager, don't follow us." "Yeah, we just want to go eat and play by ourselves." "Exactly. You're always rushing us and saying there's no time." "For real." Manager Lai looked at the kids, totally flustered. "But, young masters, director." Just then, T spoke up. "It's fine," he told Manager Lai. "You can go on ahead." Manager Lai had no choice but to nod. All right, please call me after you're done shopping. Inside the department store, the employees couldn't help but stare curiously. They whispered among themselves, it's just a group of kids. Surely they couldn't be lost, right? After a while, Bak's son placed a pile of dresses on the counter. I'll buy all of these. The staff hesitated as the kids moved to pay. But the second T presented his card. They went silent. A private card. Her coworker took it, looking incredibly nervous. Could these kids have just found this card somewhere? She nervously asked T and his group. Excuse me, little customers, but can I ask where your parents are? The kids immediately stared back, their eyes wide with confusion. Parents? The employee asked again sheepishly. You aren't with your parents? All T could do was let out a long, heavy sigh. I knew this wouldn't be easy. The two employees shared a worried look. What should we do? Should we call the Lost Child Center? T turned away, tossing a comment over his shoulder. My parents are in the restroom. I'll go get them. After he stepped around a corner, a pair of long legs emerged from a smoky haze. A mature voice rang out, startling the staff and the other kids. Sorry I'm late. San opened his mouth to call out, brother, but was quickly silenced by the boy beside him. You're supposed to call him Dad. San immediately switched gears. Dad, T, now suddenly tall, had the same intense gaze. Please process the payment for me. After they left, the employees were still in total shock. Then, their suspicions started all over again. Oh my God, he looks so young to already have 3 kids. The other employee remembered, her face a mask of pure surprise. No, wait, if you count the kid with the bowl cut from earlier, that makes 4 of them. Her coworker practically jumped out of her skin. Good grief. That little one looked like he was in elementary school. The two began wildly speculating, maybe he just had a baby face, a rich tycoon with a huge family. Wow, he's really doing his part for the country's future. Meanwhile, at Yong Jin's house, a new item had appeared, a free pet carrier from Danan Market. He tapped it, urging, come on, get in. The supermarket doesn't allow dogs, so if you want to come with me, you have to get in here. Jin silently cursed the cramped space but got in anyway. The moment Yong Jin lifted it, he cried out just how heavy it was. As he opened the door, he whispered, hey, can't you use your divine power or something to make yourself a little lighter? Jin, of course, refused and cheerfully replied, take this as an opportunity to build your strength. Yong Jin grumbled nonstop. How am I supposed to carry this heavy thing? He was so preoccupied that he didn't notice someone lurking behind a wall, their eyes fixed right on him. Just then, a voice rang out, startling the stalker. Who are you? Tuat was suddenly there, as if from thin air. The stalker saw he was caught and tried to bolt, but in an instant, Tuat had him by the collar. His hat fell to the ground. Tuat looked down at the person before her and sneered. Wouldn't it be faster to escape using your divine power? She had immediately recognized the scent of a director coming off the person in front of her.